It's, oh my
but it's just about pennies there. It's over. Fernando Cifuentes has found it.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Stays asleep.
From that GM
Close
house.
combat onto a Mugen. Is that enough? Yes! Jump across, gets the knockout. Defeats Chua.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Gets the leg down. Can you look down the wrist cash where he has a little bit of health left? Oh! What HP left. I know. It's over.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up.
Magnificent, beautiful, and rich in history. Three things often used to describe both myself and the city of Bologna. We began with over 1,200 masters, and after phase one, only 205 battle-hardened trainers remain. The most skilled, most creative, and most crafty now have just one goal: to claim victory and become our final European champion of this season. It's myself, Joe Bernard, and alongside me, a host of fantastic casters. We have Jesper Eriksson, the Magikarp Maverick. We have Alex Dow, the Gyarados Guru and birthday boy, so make sure you congratulate him in the comments. And Ross Gilbert, I couldn't really tie you to a Pokemon just like these two have great synergy, so I'm just going to say that you're a man with an insatiable hunger for commentating Pokemon tournaments, but can only be equaled by your insatiable hunger for Italian cuisine. And Ross, we started off yesterday's broadcast talking about your experience so far in Italy, so I think it's only fair we updated everyone with your culinary experience of last night.
I went to a lovely Italian place, shockingly, and I wanted some pasta. I couldn't decide what to get, but they had a meal which was 3 meals in one, all pasta, all delicious. Great choice.
Yeah, you were very happy last night with your choices, and Bologna is fantastic for food. He's been saying it all season, and to be fair, he's been proved very right. Alex, we're at the final tournament of the season in Europe, the final special championships. Let's go over the schedule and talk about how we've got to this point.
Yeah, we've had some incredible places we've gone to throughout this season so far, but we are here in Bologna just ahead of 2 final big tournaments as well coming up. New Orleans, the North American International Championships, and of course, everything everyone is playing for, an opportunity to perform and potentially become the world champion in Anaheim at the World Championships. But let's not forget, it's Bologna right here, right now.
Yeah, and all of those tournaments that we've had culminate at the World Championships, the only exclusive tournament on the calendar. But how do you get to the World Championships, Jesper?
Well, beforehand, it was a threshold. Until last season, we had a threshold of 500 championship points, but this year we're working off a top 125 in Europe and a top 100 in Latin America, top 20 in Oceania, and in the Middle East and South Africa, we're working off 10. Of course, all of this is for Masters only. This weekend, not only can you get an automatic invitation to the World Championships by winning the event, but you also get 350 championship points. And you may be thinking, well, I've already got the invite by winning the tournament. What do I need the championship points for? But there's also still a lot of prize in terms of both, well, cash prizes for top 16 in Europe each quarter. And on top of that, not only to mention the money that we get each quarter and for regionals, there's also a ton of prize in terms of booster packs.
I mean, there is very little I like more than finishing a Pokemon tournament, getting back to my hotel and ripping open a whole bunch of booster packs. You know, you get in the top 8 there, that's 3 booster boxes, 2 booster boxes for the top 32, a booster box for top 64, and it goes down even further than that. We were leaving the venue yesterday, Joe. You bumped into one of your friends and they said, I didn't make day 2, but I got 18 booster packs. They looked delighted. Everyone loves ripping booster packs after a long day of Pokemon.
Yeah, it definitely sweetens the blow. If you didn't quite get where you wanted in the tournament, you're still walking away with a whole heap of prizes. That's what it's all about at these major tournaments. You're always going to come away with something, whether you've picked up friends, experience, or boosters along the way. That's always a great thing. But we're now in the day 2 of the competition, which means we have only the best, most talented players out in the field. Let's pick some from this host of great players, Alex, that you're keeping your eye on.
Absolutely. I mean, we had a number of these players that were on and featured throughout the stream so far. You know, Yari Senna's there. We have players like Victor Zhao, you know, who have already been piloting such a fantastic deck, a deck that I know Ross is going to speak very highly of at some point here. But we've also had players that we haven't yet featured. Julius Brunfeld's there, you know, arguably what we always say is one of the nicest people in the game right now, but again, one of the most fiercest competitors of our actual European circuit.
Yeah, there's also people like Camilo Colatosti, who came off the top 8 in Utrecht. Did actually get to speak to him yesterday. Lost in top 8 of Utrecht against Alberto Conti, but beat them yesterday in Swiss to get that revenge, starting the day off 6-1-1, and definitely in contention for a cut at this tournament.
And let's give some love to players like Lorenzo Bruno, who, and we see this a lot at these Italian Special Championships, players who don't travel very much, but they look forward to this one event a year in Italy and have good showings. Lorenzo had a top 64 finish a couple years ago in Turin, having a great run with Dragapult this weekend, and he is not the only Italian player out there who may not be as well known to the players at home, but is going to have a great run this weekend.
Speaking of great ones, we can have a look at where our standings are at. This is, I think, for round 10, our standings, so we can see who's on the top tables. And it looks like the first loss has been dealt to Vincenzo, and Julius Brunfeld now is standing on top, the only undefeated player remaining in the tournament. Vincenzo still at the 8-1, still at a fantastic record, and still right in contention for that eventual top 8.
Oh, Joe, give some love to Jonathan Gann, Quinton Matanat, and Fabrizio Talone as well. 7-0-2, also undefeated, but yes, Julius Brunfeld 8-0-1 in fantastic spot for a potential cut position.
And I do need to speak of number 15 here on the list, Magnus Petersen.
Out, yeah.
Of course, after another seniors world champion being in there. And yeah, wonderful play by his Gardevoir deck this weekend, but you can just see it. Players that we don't even talk about, they're still in contention for top cut, and they're all playing magnificently here today. And it's so bad that we only get to see such a little sliver of action instead of getting to see everything of it. But that's why we try to cover that as much as possible.
We do. We try our best to find variety, but also the players that we know and love, we try and get them on whenever we can. Magnus, on a record like that, it wouldn't be surprising if we saw him eventually on today's broadcast. There were also some players that we were watching from the start of this tournament, some that we had earmarked. These are players around that sort of safety net. Certainly for Fabio and Matthias, they needed a little bit of an extra push coming into this tournament. They had a lot of motivation for this one.
Yeah, this is very important. Kim Pobega, you're sitting there at number 11 in the EU. Realistically, that top 125 is absolutely locked. It's not technically locked, but you're not going to fall from 11 out of there. You're too high up. But when the cutoff's 125 and you're sitting there at 137, 153, this is the kind of event which is absolutely crucial, because you have a decent run at this event, your World Championship is going to get locked in. If you don't have a good run at this event, you're not already in, you're not hanging on, you're trying to fight your way back in, and that's what makes these events so big. And then, of course, there's a question of how many of these top 125 players are going to be at the North American Internationals in a couple weeks' time, because that is the true last chance saloon for getting those championship points this season.
Yeah, and Kim also a winner of this tournament previously, so is going to try and do the back-to-back if he can. We also have the Metagame Breakdown for day 2. This is something that we always like to look at. We saw the day 1, we know that it was always going to be Dragapult and Gardevoir popular, but what else stands out to you from this day 2?
Well, Charizard Dragapult stonks here. 5%,
Hello.
up 1%, getting back into the top 6 graphic, but then again, Dragapult being the most played deck besides Guardy, not really a surprise for us.
Yeah, I mean, these 205 trainers, this is just a nice breakdown. Of course, we get a chance to see the best of the rest as well, those outside that top 6, and just look at some of those numbers and some of those decks that we don't often get to see too much of anymore. Our Chaladon EX still kind of clinging on there. You know, some stands of our Chaladon still kind of hanging on to a deck which, you know, it's a big, bulky Pokemon, has a great attack, has energy acceleration, all these things going for it, just not the right metagame.
I saw some unique builds of Archaladon as well. I saw it paired with Dodrio. I saw it paired with both the Dunsparce and Dubwool all in one deck, trying to use that fan call from Rotom. Also, it looks like Golden Go has started to fall off. I feel like it was much more popular in the beginning of the Journey Together format. Isn't quite having that same sort of results coming into day 2 of the competition. But we also have a fantastic conversion rate that we can look at. This is another way that we can try and really scope out what the best decks are for any given tournament. And look at that EV toolbox. It really stands out.
And that's the thing. Sometimes you get a deck like this EV toolbox. You know, we only had 52 of them coming into that day 1, but 15 of those players of the 52 went and got themselves into top cut. That is a 29% conversion rate. Also, that deck you just pointed out a second ago, Jesper, that Charizard Dragapult, 23% conversion, whereas you look at a deck like Raging Bolt, only a 15% conversion. 23 of the 157 players from day 1 made it into day 2, and it's a deck that people are far more expecting, and it is one of those decks that is seen as more friendly for newer players, for less experienced players, who we would expect to convert into day 2 at a lower rate, whereas EV Toolbox, it is a weirder deck, a more unusual deck, a deck, I mean, we saw it on stream yesterday with me and Alex, the decision making that goes into some of those turns is absurdly difficult, but if you're very good with that deck and you've got the confidence to bring it, you can convert at a higher rate. And I know the conversion for Miraidon's low, but I'm only looking that there's 18 of them in day 2, that's all I need.
How long did it take for Ross to actually finally mention Miraidon today, guys?
Longer than normal, mate.
Another thing we're following throughout the weekend is the itchy pollen count. We're keeping an eye on Budju throughout the entire weekend because it's been dominating our format, and I think for players, it's been all about trying to solve the issue of how do I get around this Budju. We're so far at 25 on our counts. That's only going to increase as the day continues.
Yeah, and those were just the 25 that were on stream, and you know, we've got more feature matches to come. That's why we're going to see so many, and that's why we start talking about, well, how do we estimate how much itchy pollens do we get throughout the actual tournament itself? We talked about extrapolating those numbers, what we've got on stream. We're looking at 21,000 plus at this point, is what we kind of finger in the air guess. But, you know, it's for you guys at home just to kind of show us how your mathematics calculations are and just kind of comment below and see, well, what you guys think.
I still need to add, there are 4 Frostlass Monkey Dory decks in day 2, and they're attacking around about 80% of the time with Budju, which means that that estimate, as said, if we have more of those decks, can be way higher, depending on what we get to show on stream today.
And imagine if we saw more of the Burn Budju deck as well that we had on, that was featured on stream. But, you know, let's we'll take it here at that point for now.
So get the Frostlass on stream and then get that pollen count right up. What are you saying to us?
Well, I think we are going to be expecting a lot of Budju, regardless of whether or not we see that Frostlass and Monkey Dory style archetype. It's a pretty powerful one, I think decent out there in the field, because the question still remains, how are we tackling these stage 2 decks?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of different tech conclusions now. You know, I've spoken about it in my casted predictions, generally for different sort of types of things that you have to cover for. But we've seen how builds of decks are changing when you're including things like Brock scouting a little bit more in decks to find your sort of evolution Pokemon, find your basic Pokemon without the use of item cards. You know, it's how people have to adapt to the different metagames. Budju and even things like Monkey Dory are really sort of turning things on its head.
And I think any sort of deck that can fit in the Monkey Dory has license to do so. It's such a powerful card in the metagame right now, and it's going to impact all sorts of math and really find a way to be really effective against the Gardevoir and the Dragapult specifically, which justifies its inclusion in all sorts of decks. I still have my eye out on that Dragapult Charizard as well. I can't pull myself away from it. I still feel like it's good. The conversion's there, and those brave players out there. I've even seen Brabska coming into the deck as well. That's another tech card we didn't quite get to see this weekend, but still might shine as we get into day 2 and later on in the competition.
I have already seen some Rapscut, but playing Gardevoir this tournament. And speaking of the players to watch, when we saw Matthias Böker Jakobsen playing, he's playing, well, Dragapult Charizard, but is also getting in some Dusknoir action too.
Wow.
So yeah, I'm hoping we actually get to see that with 3 different stage 2 lines. It's not something we typically see.
Dusknoir is certainly another card that people are always afraid of. It's a boogeyman in the room. Again, we haven't yet seen any Dusknoir action, but whenever you come to a tournament like this, you have to expect it, and we know there can be fireworks because of it.
Yeah, it's just such a powerful card, that Dusknoir, being able to, get KOs you wouldn't be able to get otherwise, being able to take double KOs on some turns. Even things like Charizard, it does more damage for each prize card your opponent's taken. So, giving up a prize card to do more damage, or giving up a prize card to activate Counter Catcher and gust up a Pokemon that was previously thought to be safe on the bench. So many uses for that card, and we definitely have not seen the last of it.
And Destined Rivals is also just around the corner. This is the final Journey Together tournament that we have here, which means players also have one eye on this upcoming NAIC tournament. Yesterday we talked about some of our favorite new inclusions, but what do we think about how some of the current decks are going to be adapting? For me, I feel like Gardevoir, we've said this a few times, so I'm always nervous to say it, but finally has a big check, a big answer in that Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX. How will the metagame develop with these new inclusions from Destined Rivals?
I think the matchup we got to test a little bit in the hotel, Joe, the Dragon Ball Dusknoir versus Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX is going to be one of the matchups that decides the format. Marnie's Grimmsnarl bringing a huge checker for Gardevoir EX, being able to one-hit knockout that Gardevoir EX while spreading damage with Monkey Dory and the attack itself. Of course, we still have to factor in something like Shaman at that point. That's also coming out in Destined Rivals. But yeah, Dragon Ball Dusknoir being able to manipulate the way that the prices are going, play Iono at a specific time, being able to use Dusknoir multiples to just wreak hemorrhage on your opponent's board. So there's a lot of things that to be taken into account. And yeah, who's this, the king of spread going to be? Is it going to be Dragapult? Is that going to be Grimmsnarl? That's also another question we have to answer come NEIC.
Yeah, all of these decks are having to sort of figure out their placements because there's so many new sort of archetypes that are coming, right? Especially with the Team Rocket's Pokemon and Team Rocket's sort of support that's coming out as well. There is a potential new deck that's coming out that may, play a part in the format going forward. And it's going to be some of the decks that we have right now, very sort of mature decks that we've got, having to try and figure out those sort of small inclusions to try and meet a wider metagame.
And I also think one of the Team Rocket's cards is actually the Team Rocket Watchtower. It may not even go in the Team Rocket's archetype, can be splashed at all sorts of things. That's going to have a monster impact on the metagame, Ross, surely.
Yeah, I mean, if you turn off the abilities of colorless Pokemon, that's going to hit a lot. We've seen a lot of Noctowl on the stream this weekend. Noctowl is done. We see a lot of Blood Moon Ursaluna coming in as that late game attack and a late game sweeper. That's going to be gone. Little things like Fan Rotom. Now, admittedly, you have to get it down early to stop Fan Rotom, but that is absolutely possible. There are a lot of very relevant colorless Pokemon. Squawkabilly, again, if you can go first and get it down before your opponent gets a turn, you can really hurt your opponent. For me, Noctowl and Blood Moon Ursaluna, they are the big two we're hurting, but there's a bunch of others that are going to get caught by that as well. And yeah, you're right, it's a Team Rocket's card that doesn't really need to be played in a Team Rocket's archetype, but it could absolutely wreck some of the decks in the format if it comes down at the right time.
And I think especially that card could be vital because Secret Box is an A-spec that pops up in a number of archetypes, so just one copy within your deck list. If you have good access to it via the Secret Box, you can really catch some decks out. The Raging Bolts, the Flareons, anything else that's trying to utilize Fan Rotom and all that other stuff, that's going to have a massive change up to the format. So it feels like even if there's only one or two brand new archetypes coming out from Destined Rivals, the shake-up is still going to be really massive.
And it is worth noting, we've got that Korra supporter that searches out stadium cards, and for a while no one wanted to play it because we were scared of the Kyurem that was then a very good attacker if your opponent had a card with Korra's in his name in a discard pile. But since we lost who am I thinking of? Thank you, Regidrago. Since we lost Regidrago, nobody's really playing Kyurem. I'm seeing a lot of lists start to sneak that Korras back into their decks, which means, these one-off supporters you talk about, Joe, they are becoming a lot more viable than they were before, because if your opponent doesn't play that Korra supporter, that Kyurem is a terrible card. Are you risking to play it just on the off chance? Most people are saying no. One-off supporter decks are getting better and better as time goes by.
And I think with that said, we're going to tell you to follow along at Pokemon.com/broadcast if you want to be watching the NAIC. We've given you a little primer there of some of the things you could be expecting coming into that tournament. Myself and Jesper, we're playing in it. Alex, you're going to be there behind the desk commentating all the way. So it's one that we're all really excited to be involved in one way or another. And Pokemon.com/broadcast is the way that you can get involved. Make sure that you're following along and don't miss a moment of that action. It's a fantastic website. It's got all the information that you need. and then you have no excuses to miss out on any of these tournaments, not just the NAIC. Worlds is coming up, and hey, before you know it, we'll be back into a new season.
Yeah, when I go and search for that, I'm one of those lazy people that just send to search for it, and my search engine has that, you visit this page often. I'm like, yep. Yes, I do.
It's the right thing to do. And also, we want you to follow along with all the channels. We want to hear from you throughout this weekend. Use that hashtag #PlayPokemon. We always endeavor to get your comments out in the stream. We'll always have time to talk about these things because we want to hear about your Destined Rivals experience. We want to hear about your tournament experience. What else have you been getting up to this weekend involved in Pokemon? We love to hear your stories and share them out for everyone to see.
Yeah, and it's just all of those channels that were there below with that hashtag #PlayPokemon. Of course, alongside the hub, we have the brand new YouTube channel that homes all of these sort of broadcasts, everything Pokemon as well, that at Play Pokemon on YouTube. And of course, when we're following alongside on Twitch, you can get involved in the comments, engage with us. That's exactly what we want. That is /Pokemon TCG on the Twitch channels as well.
Could not be simpler to get involved. You have no excuses now. You're going to be watching all things Pokemon. And that Play Pokemon, it's a new channel, so don't get caught out. You definitely want to make sure you're subscribed to that one, as well as the official Pokemon channel as well, of course, because the Play Pokemon is all about the competitive side of all of these games. The TCG, GO, VG, it's all happening this weekend. There are broadcasts galore and content for everyone, so make sure you're a part of all of that. But chaps, we have day 2 action kicking things off. If you missed any of it, we have a little video to catch up on for you to see what happened in day number 1.
This weekend, the 2025 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of the Pokemon trading card game to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. It's a 2-day battle for glory. Trainers kick off the weekend in Swiss rounds, with each match being a best-of-3 showdown. To advance to day 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. On day 2, the pressure intensifies as the remaining trainers face off in more Swiss rounds to determine who advances to the top cut. After all Swiss rounds are completed, the top 8 competitors, plus all competitors with the same number of match points as 8th place, will advance into an asymmetrical top cut single elimination bracket. Win and you move on. Lose and your journey ends. Only one trainer will rise above the rest to claim the title of regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2025 in Anaheim? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit pokemon.com/play.
And we are back here with the Phase 2 action from today. Of course, my name is Jesper Eriksson, and with me, the Joe Bernard. How are you doing, mate?
I'm doing great. I'm ready to get into the action. Players are already battling it out to become the final European champion of the season. That means a direct invitation to the World Championships, and a number of other players will be walking home very happy that they've got some more precious points under their belt, and they can start sculpting to see if whether or not they're going to be safe in that top 125 that will also book their spot into the World Championships.
And you're exactly right. This last European regional tiered event, giving out those massive amounts of championship points. We were discussing that earlier on the couch as well. You get 350 for winning, but it's not only the champion who gets to walk away with the invite. There's a lot of people who are thinking that,
around about the 700 spot is what they think could be a safety net for them, trying to aim for as many points as they can to keep themselves alive. Although it's not only top 125, it is 125 plus the amount of different regional champions we had here in Europe. So still a lot to play for, and besides the points, remember, booster packs.
Yeah, forget the maths. Just do as best as you can out there in the tournament. That's the best way that you can secure your spot for the World Championships. It's a really exclusive club this year, Jesper. We've had some thresholds over the past few seasons, which has allowed hundreds of players, hundreds and hundreds, sometimes even over 1,000 players competing to be a World Champion. I think if you've made it to the World Championships this season, you can really call yourself the best of the best.
Yeah, and these previous seasons, not to take them down any notches, they have also been the best of the best, and we see really exciting action. But this year, we get to see really just elite action once it comes to 125 from Europe plus a little bit, and 125 plus a little bit from NA, and 100
only
from
a couple
Latin
more
America.
because it's all Henry so far.
Well, it's 125 from NA plus some Henrys, right? So honestly, with the way the Worlds has been set up this year, you're going to be seeing such action that's going to be so intense, such high level, and we get to see the best of deck building being so intense throughout all of the rounds we're going to have at Worlds, which means that when you get to tune into that during August, you're going to be seeing fireworks.
And we're going to see more of the same today, I imagine, with our Day 2 competitors. These are only the most wily, the most skilled, and those who have made the correct call for the weekend. They've put their finger on the metagame, and they've really made a stance for themselves, and are on great runs already in the tournament. Me and Jesper, we've made our own predictions of what we thought was going to do well this weekend. Let's see how we're doing so far with what we've called, as well as Alex and Ross as well. So I've gone with Dragapult and Charizard. It's an easy call to say Dragapult's going to do well. That's a freebie. But I'm mostly saying the combination of Dragapult and Charizard, Jesper, we've already talked about this on the sofa a little bit, that I feel is quite powerful right now. I backed it myself in a tournament last week in Portland. Didn't have the best result, but still did okay. Still walked away with some points at least. And I do think that this combination is untapped right now in the game.
And you're absolutely right about that. I can say that for myself. I played this deck at 3 tournaments, and Joe, you probably know this. How many times did I day 2 in those 3 tournaments?
Oh, it's too easy for you. Every single time.
Every single time we played a Dragapult Charizard deck, because it's just the immense power you get from having the 2 best attackers in the game. And there was also different formats. It was just the Prismatic Evolutions format and the format pre-rotation as well. And this deck has been really powerful the past half a year, although people have somewhat favorized the slow Dragapult or the Dragapult Dusknoir, and really just only the hardcore Dragapult Charizard stance have actually been piloting this deck. Us too, for example, people like Oscar Masson, which we've seen in previous tournaments, getting 9 feet EYC, also with Dragapult Charizard.
And Ross having a safe pick in the Monkey Dory, but then flying the flag for Miraidon in the Joltik box. That's something we've seen throughout the entire season. He will confess that it's always because it's specific to one tournament that he's picking it, although it just happens to happen every single time. Alex being a little bit cuter with his picks. He's saying it's going to be those tiny tech inclusions for some of these archetypes that will go a long way and can sometimes flip a matchup entirely.
Yeah, you're talking about Rakdos. We were talking about the corner attacks yesterday, and, well, that did, as Joe has said, putting in Maractus in his slow Dragapult deck in Utrecht was what made the difference between winning that top 4 and not even being competitive in that top 4. So, yeah, these small tech inclusions are what makes the difference. And then again, the Genesect with the Ace Nullifier. Such a card today. I was actually watching some of the seniors action before getting into the desk here today, and I was watching a Miraidon mirror match, Joltik box mirror, where this was down to one player having Genesect in play, the other player playing Arven, and then he starts looking at Genesect and it's like, oh, I can't go for Prime Catcher and win. So all of these interactions, you've seen that between juniors, seniors, and masters as well. This Genesect is pulling in its work with, well, being in the way of both Prime Catcher, well, certainly also Unfair Stamp on top of that.
That's great that we're highlighting the lower age divisions, and we actually have an update on the metagame for our juniors and the seniors. So let's take a look at this. There are 32 trainers in Day 2 in the junior division remaining. Raging Bolt, 8 of them remain out in the field. A popular pick in the junior division, but as you can see, there are still the stage 2s in and around the mix. Dragapult in there, Gardevoir, only a couple of them. It seems like there's a bit of a leaning more towards the basic attacking decks in this instance.
Yeah, and a bit more of these aggressive decks. We do know that most of our juniors do, like to play some fast decks, get some knockouts really quickly, which is something that the Joltik Boxman from Rhydon and Pikachu can get. Dragon Bolt, not really, but Dragon Bolt is so strong that you can't avoid it. And Raging Bolt EX being the primary big basics deck that we have, beyond also the juniors probably liking to have such two strong attackers as Charizard and Dragapult.
Yeah, it's hard to ignore. Even there, keeping an eye on the results of Charizard and Dragapult. Moving on to the senior division then, with 30 trainers in day 2 remaining of the competition. It's a stark contrast, Jesper, because Gardevoir jumps from the 6th most popular in juniors all the way up to the top. Why do you think that is?
I think it's also where we have these age divisions following beside each other. Where the juniors, they're younger, they have a little bit more simplistic decks sometimes, whereas the seniors are tad closer to the Masters in terms of metagame. In Masters, we saw Gardevoir EX, Dragapult EX being closer as the top in Masters, and we see exactly that in Seniors, where the age divisions are kind of tracking beyond each other, which is also why that the top 3 from Seniors is no surprise for us, having, well, Gardevoir, Dragapult, and we were talking a lot about Joltik yesterday, and again, Joltik has also been just proving itself as such a deck, and I need to know who's actually the one Charizard Dragapult player in Seniors.
Gotta shake their hand, I know.
Yes.
I always think the Seniors division is such a dangerous division because these players have time on their hands, and they are just so passionate about Pokemon. They just want to get many, many reps in. And so often when you're a senior, you're looking towards that Masters division. Like you said, you're closer there. You can stay in touch with the metagame, and you have time to test more than anyone else. So often in the Masters division, we're seeing the younger, up-and-coming players who've played in these lower age divisions gain that experience, become wily by the time they're Masters competitors. So seniors is where you're getting those reps, getting great championship points under their belt, getting great rewards already, and it sets them up perfectly for the Masters division.
And it also means you're saying between the lines that I was better as a teenager?
You were pretty good in Seniors. Definitely better than me in Seniors.
So yeah, definitely these senior players are the future of the game. Not to speak of the juniors, they're also the future of the game, but that's a little bit further in the future. These seniors players are coming up every single season to the Masters, which are the ones we are mainly showcasing here on the stream. But yeah, they're coming out every single season. We've seen multiple times with seniors coming up and then performing straight away at these tournaments. We've seen people like Owen Dalgard, who's top 8ing multiple regionals. I was there in the past top 4ing some ICs back in the day, but that's like 8 years ago or something. No. But we've seen it multiple times. You see every single season, and even like back in the past, 10, 12 years ago, whenever seniors aged up, they didn't even need any time to hit the ground running. They were just right there, and they were on it. And we've seen, world champions in the first years of Masters. Iko Costa, a good old name. He won his first world championship in his first year of Masters as well. And same did Andrew Estrada.
Yeah, I think that's really telling that as long as you're good at Pokemon, it doesn't matter who is put up against you, you're going to find a way to victory. And this format is so complex. Every damage counter matters, whether it's Phantom Dive, whether it's Gardevoir. And yes, of course, when you're using these Raging Bolt and Joltik Box strategies, it's about how you manipulate your energy, and you have to expect the hand disruption. It's not just about racing ahead in prizes, it's about fortifying yourself as best as possible to close the win, even though you can be just edges away. So we're going to have some really close-knit gameplay throughout the weekend, and I think this is a great format to do so.
Yeah, and I often talk with players about how do we solidify ourselves in position, how do we ask the questions towards ourselves on terms of how we can fortify our own position here. Yeah. It's often the questions of how to win this game. When they solve that, then they have to ask the ever important question when they're in the lead: how do I actually lose this game from my opponent's position? That's why that when we see players who do their homework, do their testing, they figure out how to play every single deck. Because when you're able to play every single deck, or you've tested someone against every single deck, you know what the other deck's win condition is, which means, in turn, you're much better at playing around that exact win condition.
And almost every single deck in the format could consider one of your caster picks, the Budju, Jesper.
Yeah?
We've been following this card for a while. We know that since its release, it's been dominant in the metagame. What is it about Itchy Pollen that's so vital right now for players?
Oftentimes we get to see the more time you get to set up, the better a position you're getting, especially these slow brackable decks. We saw it yesterday with Vincento, for example, when he was using the Budju. Didn't have that hot of a start. We couldn't say that Victor had that either, to be honest. But whenever Vincento went for the Itchy Pollen, item cards are just such a staple card in this format. You have Ultra Balls, you have Nest Balls. And when you can't play them, the game just goes way slower. And the more time you get as a player when you're sitting behind this itchy pollen item lock, essentially, you get so much time to set up your drag cloaks, your different attackers. And we were talking about when you're playing Dragon Bolt, you want to set up a Dragon Bolt and a half. Well, you get the time to do this behind a Budgie.
And I also think just being sacrificial, having that low 30 hit points can entice players in to take that early prize card. And there are so many cards that you can then take advantage of by being behind. Counter Catcher, massive card in the game. Of course, Unfair Stampin' A spec that we see so commonly in Dragapult, and just generally Iono, being on top of that the entire game by feeding a single prize Pokemon, then trying to throw multi-prizes at the opponent for the remainder of the game. You can make it very difficult for them to still close out their prize map, especially when they're being thrown to low hand sizes constantly.
Yeah, when we're talking close in that prize map, you sit behind a Budgie, and then you just have 2 prizes for the rest. You're forcing your opponent essentially to draw 7 prizes throughout the game, which in turn forces more resources out of your opponent. And one of my favorite moves in this format to do is to go itchy pollen, force my opponent to knock out my Budgie, and be like, stamp.
Instantly.
Yeah, instantly stamp them, knock out their main attacker, and then they're sitting like, well, I have 2 cards plus my top deck. I didn't get my fest down.
That's not much. Yeah, and I haven't been able to play items the last couple turns, so I've not even set up a board. Yeah, it's definitely something our players have to be delicate with. It can be so easy to just look for the buddy, see the easy prize and go for it, but it is a lot about calculating how you can set up your board. The issue, of course, being that if you give something like a Dragapult deck too much time, they're going to be the ones coming in being aggressive because they have a draw engine behind them, in addition to a fantastic attacker. So it's one of those catch-22 situations that Dragapult puts players in, which is why it's such a popular deck this weekend.
It's also why we saw Gardevoir being so good and so popular pre-rotation, as it had that curly but refinement, much like we see with Zoroark. It seems like the decks that are best at playing Budgie, or the best at, you know, using it properly, are the decks that have a draw engine behind it. You know, Dragapult with Dracloak. You have Zoroark with the trade Zoroark. We had Gardevoir in the past with the refinement Curlia. We've seen this constantly. As soon as you have some on-board draw engines, Budgie is a perfect fit for your deck. So you have to remember that when you're building your decks at home. Maybe you could also go Cleffa and Budgie, so you can make sure that whenever you're having these 30 HP squishy Pokemon to add that. But if you're starting with a bad hand, you can Cleffa. And if you feel more disruptive, you can also go for the Budgie and go for some itchy pollen. And yeah, force out some allergic reactions.
It does feel like bolstering support accounts is definitely a premium right now. Cleffa, another great card. Artisan, a stadium card, so you can still find your basic Pokemon and getting into the mix. These are all the changes that players have had to make. But Gardevoir's an archetype that's had to change a lot, Jesper. When we saw the first victory from Henry Chow, it was incorporating Zoroark EX in this Journey Together format. Then we've seen the Brent Tonneson success story with a number of wins, as well as a whole heap of other players having great top cuts with the deck as well. And another victory over here in Europe, not piloted by Brent. But now it's changed again. It's gone to 3 copies of TM Evolution of all things. Why does Gardevoir have to constantly shift to keep up in this metagame?
You have to make sure that whenever you're testing against the Gardevoir list, honestly, when I've been testing against Gardevoir, I've just been like, well, Brent Tonneson's list is the most popular one, so of course I just test against that. But you have to incorporate different things into Gardevoir constantly to be on top of the metagame. You can't just be playing the same list for 3 months on end, which is the typical length of our formats that we have. When you're playing Gardevoir, yes, Budgie was very, very nice, but when people are exactly bolstering their support accounts as this kind of allergic reaction that you have to Budgie, you have to start playing TM Evolution, since that is a more aggressive option. You can go second with Gardevoir, play Arven for TM Evolution, Earthen Vessel, play Buddy Puffin to get 2 rolls down, and then straight off the bat, TM Evolution into Curlia, which is really good against Budgie, since you don't have to play that rare candy.
Yeah, that's the other way that you would find a Gardevoir. You'd have to rare candy up. So specifically against Dragapult, sometimes you can just have Rolts down, never find your Curlia, and suddenly things can get awkward for you as you get Phantom Dived away. So it's really great to go up to the 90 hit points straight away. So first of all, you're safeguarding yourself around Phantom Dive that little bit easier, but also an easy find of the Gardevoir EX, and suddenly you're cooking with those Psychic Embrace, such a vital ability that is the lifeblood of the engine. It powers up all sorts of attackers. Crucially, damaging your own Pokemon is a payoff most of the time in this deck as well. It looks like a downside, but when there's Screamtail, when there's Drifloon, and Monkey Dory flinging that damage back to the opponent, it gives you so much control of the game.
Yeah, it seems like the Gardevoir is like, here, go some damage, Monkey, and you can just toss that right over to your opponent's board. And yes, we did see actually that one yesterday where Julius Kirkus was really hurting under that itchy pollen lock. And had Julius, for example, been playing Team Evolution in their deck, we could have seen a whole different matchup against Alberto Conti, where what these Gardevoir players have seen, playing Team Evo gives me a better shot against the other most popular in the deck, Dragapult, which means that we made to see at the end of the life cycle of this Journey Together format that Team Evolution making its great comeback. Team Evolution was played for a while in Gardevoir before rotation as well.
True.
But it might just be the comeback that not only Goldengo is running Team Evolution or Dragapult Charizard is running Team Evolution in this format, but Gardevoir too.
And both Michael Davidson and Henry Chow also shouted out Rabsca as a key inclusion within their deck list. This spherical shield ability protecting your Pokemon from damage counter placement in addition to bench damage. That's going to safeguard you in a lot of matchups, Jesper.
Yeah, and what matchup are you thinking, or what card do you think it prevents the most?
Well, I think it's trying to help Dragapult, but that's already a decent matchup. I think it's good against Screamtail in the mirror match. I also think it's massive against Terrabox because you're worried about Wellspring Ogerpon. It's Darmanitan in Zoroark. It covers so much.
It covers half the format, it seems, because you're covering, well, it's against the Gardevoir match, okay. It's against a Noctowl Ogerpon box, that's pretty decent. It's against every single Dragapult variant. I mean, that's pretty good inclusion. And also in Zoroark, some of these outsider decks in the format. So you're covering, well, half of the meta game almost in just playing that singular 1-1 line. And beyond that, they were playing Team Evolution.
Yeah.
So you can put down that Relor and be like, I'm just going to Team Evolution that. So it's not a 50 HP weak Pokemon sitting on your bench. It turns into 70 HP shield that's guarding the whole entire bench for you. And if your opponent wants to do anything about it, well, they would have to use boss's orders on it.
Right.
But then you're essentially wasting a boss's orders just trying to take one prize.
It never feels good.
No, and it's only these Joltik decks that can actually do that and have it pay off, but then Gardevoir against Joltik is not going to play that Rabsca anyway. So when the Rabsca is very good in a matchup, it forces your opponent to go boss's orders onto it, and it feels like such a gigantic waste to do so. And you're just creating such a platform of getting such an advantage from that singular 1-1 line.
Yeah, Gardevoir gains its advantage as soon as you only take one prize card against it, because it's so good at finding a 2-2-2, whether it's set up damage from Monkidori over a number of turns and sweeping a bunch of prizes when you want, or starting to get aggressive with your other attacking Pokemon. But yes, I just had word in my ear that Ross is out on the floor reporting, so let's see what fun things he's found.
Thank you very much, Joe. Well, I think there's some people at home who are going to be thinking, when is the next round starting? Well, I thought I'd just come out and have a look. I would find out where the next round was. And as you can see behind me, there are a lot of tables, a lot of people setting up. And I know there's some people watching at home who maybe have never been able to get to a large Pokemon tournament. So I thought it might be fun for you guys to see what the start of a round looks like. And what we get at the start of a round is a couple hundred players, at least in day 2, where we've whittled it down to the best players in the tournament. And we have everybody lining up, getting out their playmats, getting out their seeds, getting out their decks. Bit of friendly conversation with the person opposite, introduce yourself, and then it comes down to business. These players are setting up for our next round. We haven't got long to go before we're cutting to our top 8. So we're going to get back to the casters in just a second, but if anyone at home wanted to see what it looks like when we're setting up for one of the final rounds of Swiss, this is what it looks like. A lot of players, serious faces, bit of friendly chat, and then it is down to action. And hey, see if you can spot your favorite playmat from the players that are setting up. But if these players are going to be setting up here, that means our stream game is going to be setting up in a matter of moments. So casters, back to you.
Thanks so much, Ross. Yep, the gameplay is underway here in day 2. Just a few Swiss rounds remain until we're getting into our top cut contention, which means, Jesper, we've had a chance to look at some of the archetypes and players, most notably, in our top tables right now. On table 1, it's a Miraidon up against an Ogerpon Terrastal toolbox, but also around the top tables, we have a number of Gardevoir. There's more Miraidon at the top tables, and there's even a Goldengo on table 2 right now, Jesper.
Yeah, and a Goldengo, we've not seen that through the entirety of the weekend. A Goldengo has been mostly played in the start of this Journey Together format and has kind of slithered a bit down in the numbers, and yet again, always been picked up. We first saw the Goldengo deck being played with either Scizor or with the Dunsparce, and now also being played with Dragapult, which just means, well, Dragapult is so good that it can be put into anything, honestly, at this point.
And lurking from the shadows, I've also had a look lower onto table 5 and 6. A couple decks certainly stand out. Simon is playing a Roaring Moon EX deck, but a huge surprise, Neddy Kosek 703 with a Hydreigon EX deck. I know a number of people root for that Pokemon specifically because it is such a flourish when it comes together. Definitely one of the clunkier, more difficult working decks of the metagame, but it can be dominant when it gets going.
And it's just so good. Like the Obsidian attack that comes from Hydreigon, I would, hands down, best attack in the game when you can get that going. And that's why we were calling Dragon Ball the best attacker in the game, since that attack is actually usually feasible to do. And you can pull up multiple times a game. But the Obsidian for Hydreigon EX being able to put 130 on the active and 130 to 2 of your opponent's bench Pokemon. Such a massive damage output you get to do there. But yeah, it's a stage 2 Pokemon. You need 4 energies to do it. We don't have Dark Patch anymore in the format, which means you need attachment, typically counter gain on top as a tool that puts down that attacking cost, and the Neo Upper energy, which is also then an ace spec, and you need some way to find it. So yes, it is some parts of clunky, but if you set up 2 Obsidians in the game, could just net you 6 prizes.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's a shame that the Dark Patch left the format, but at the same time, bench protection was in the previous format. So now there's like no real check to the Hydreigon unless you happen to come into a Rabsca, which is quite uncommon. So there's no check to the Hydreigon other than itself and how difficult it is to formulate. But to be fair, there's a number of archetypes that sit back, chill, and hope to catch people on these counter-style cards, the INO, the counter-catcher. But if you just build up a bigger board than your opponent behind the Hydreigon, suddenly you can be taking the game away from them, even if they're going to disrupt you on a future turn, because you've already set up what you need.
Yeah, and when you're sitting with a Hydreigon deck where you are sitting and you have, it's a big bulky guy, first of all.
Yep.
You set him up, and then you just do the Obsidian attack, and often your opponent cannot respond, since when it's a Charizard deck, it's relying on you taking prizes first as the Hydreigon player. But same with Dragapult, you're doing 200, and then you need to incorporate some Dusknoze, which could be taken up by an Obsidian attack first of all, so you have that as a, you know, kind of progressive protection. So yeah, the Hydreigon deck set that baby up, and we're rolling. But yeah, as you're saying, you gotta set it up first.
You do gotta set it up. That's the only caveat to that deck, but we'll be keeping an eye on Neddy, who's not yet lost a set with the archetype throughout the day. 703 right now. Still a little bit of work to do in the Swiss rounds to make it into that top cut, but it would be miraculous if it did.
I would think that would be the first time we've ever seen Hydreigon, well, making top cut. We've seen it on the stream multiple times, and we've seen players like, well, I played it before at regionals, not the best regionals to do that, honestly, when we had Rich Drago in the format. Yeah, I took a risk, and I took that together with people like Toad Reckford, who also did it. And that was, well, pre-rotation format where we had stuff like, you know, Rich Drago, which used the Ogre Pawn, the Teal Mask Ogre Pawn, which could honestly easily just take out these Hydreigons. But in this format, as you're saying, there's no bench protection beside Rabsca. Rabsca's not very popular. You get into a sort of spot where there's like this kind of little pathway which Hydreigon can take to get in and, you know, actually be the rogue deck of the tournament.
So we're heading into Swiss round 11 here of 12, which means our players are in touching distance of that top cut, where it becomes single elimination as we whittle down to one winner who walks away with a bunch of booster packs, a bunch of prizes, and a direct invitation to the World Championships. Right now, it's not those Evolution Stage 2s on our top table. It's in fact basics on basics.
Yeah, and basic on basic actions, besides one of the evolution lines, we do have to wait till our players are mic'd up to exactly to speak about the decks here. But it's going to be a deck we haven't featured before on our right, and it's going to be a deck that we have featured already on our left, so you guys can get to, well, have your guesses in chat. What decks are we actually talking about? And I think we get to know that in a couple minutes.
Yeah, it's going to be Daniel coming up against Fabrizio, 2 Italian players. There's such a strong contingent of Italian players who have made the trip out here to Bologna. A number of pilots who we've already heard will only come to this tournament and then just prefer to play at the local level. They're having their chance out here to show themselves as one true top competitor on the European scene.
Yeah, and it's funny we get to see that. We see that oftentimes with some of these regional level tournaments, these special championships, where some players who aren't traveling in a lot due to like time constraints, it could be anything, honestly, but they still show up to these events sometimes, and then they just do good every single time, since they've used the entirety of the season to be like, I want to be ready for my home event. I need to be ready, I need to have tested it, I need to bring out something new, and I need to bring my A game, and they're flying the Italian flag for this. And I mean, we've seen a huge Italian contention at the event, of course, being their home tournament, with, well, both Daniel Rinaldi and Fabrizio Talone being Italian, both of them. And I mean, my guess could be that we're probably seeing something like 5 or 6 Italians in cut, but we do have our players mic'd up. And well, let me just go on for Fabrizio's deck, because I was looking at this in the field earlier. It's going to be that Ogre Pawn Noctowl Terrestrial Box style deck against Daniel, who is running the Joltik Miraidon deck. And we should have Ross besides me here in that case because, well, he does love this deck 2 pieces. But yeah, the Noctowl Ogerpon style deck is something that really just bolsters tons of options in terms of attackers you're looking at. Wellspring Ogerpon, Teal Mask Ogerpon, Terrapagos, Pikachu, Lily Skiflary, Bloodwinter Saluna, and Mew. There's just options upon options all the time.
Yeah, this deck has had a really strange life cycle. It was really estimated to be one of the very best decks in this format when we first see it springing onto the scene. It was actually in Japan where it had a number of top 16 placements at a Champions League tournament, which is, you know, a 5,000 player tournament. Whenever you see a deck doing well from a number of pilots, and especially when Tord Reklev is among those players, the best player that we have in the world, I would say, of all time, possibly as well. Only real contention with one other person, so Tord is certainly among the best. And when it hasn't quite followed up with those results, yes, it has had top cut placements. We just saw Caleb Rogerson doing really well with it over in Portland. So we know there can be a way for this deck, but it's not really picked up in the droves that we possibly expected.
No, it also has to do with the difference of style that we have between the Japanese formats of tournaments and the way of we're playing tournaments here in the West. And whoa, 5 energies. In the prices for Daniel. It's not really good whenever you want a jolting charge, and it's 2 metal and 2 lightning, so exactly blocking a jolting charge, but does play enough energy depending on what's in hand. And we do see Fabrizio going first, which means likely that Daniel won that coin flip. And when we're looking into this Ogerpon terrestrial style box, we're playing cards like Fane Rotom. This deck's heart is Noctowl. Being able to have a Terra Pokemon in play and being able to use the Noctowl to search out not just 1, but 2 different trainer cards. Being able to search cards like Crispin, like Nest Balls, like energy switches to make sure that you're powering up your attackers for every single thing. Now, what Fabrizio in typical matches wants to go for is that Wellspring Ogerpon against these setup decks. Really good to make sure that you take out these setup pieces like Double Dream Piece. You can name Ralts as well. In this matchup, though, not going to be quite the same. When you're up against a Joltik style box deck, there's only going to be one prizer in play. And as we always want to do, Joe, we want to go for 2-2-2 prize mapping. So in this matchup, we're talking Pikachu on Pikachu action.
Yep. And I don't think either player has an easy way around that Resolute Heart either. So that's where things get really interesting. But checkpoint number 1 on turn 1 already achieved for Fabrizio. Can Nest Ball out the Fan Rotom, already has the Pikachu EX, which is not only a great attacker, but it's also a Terrestrial EX Pokemon, which lines you up perfectly for those Jewel Seeker from Noctowl. That's why they're immediately coming into the hand.
And my eye spies Briar in the prizes from Fabrizio, which means that even if Fabrizio goes for taking 1 prize on a Joltik, it may seem counterintuitive when you want to go these 2-2-2 prizes. Although Briar says that whenever your opponent has 2 prize cards remaining, and then your Terra Pokemon takes a knockout on your opponent's active Pokemon, you get to take an additional prize card, which means you can go 1, 2, and then 3 prizes with Briar. Do that with stuff like Pikachu, for example, which could then fit perfectly into the way that Fabrizio wants to be playing this game.
So Fabrizio with pretty much the ideal turn 1, everything you can ask for. I don't think there's an attachment naturally in the hand, one of the only things lacking, but we know that even the expensive 3 energy attack cost from the Pikachu can be found all in 1 turn with the Sparkling Crystal A-Spec in addition to a Crispin, which can accelerate 1, then you spend your turn attachment as well. So all things considered, Fabrizio has to be very happy with that opener. Already has the rescue board in hand to move the Hoot on the following turn, so is in good shape, and we'll pass it over to Daniel.
Yeah, and Daniel, what he's looking for, he's almost got a guaranteed Titanium unit. Once they get an attacker out, once they get a Jolting out, and start using the Jolting charge to power up your attackers. In this matchup, it could also be the Iron Hands that we typically see. We did see that from Victor Zhao yesterday. But here in this matchup, Iron Hands is not at its strongest since the active Pokemon is not guaranteed to be a Pokemon that you can knock out with the MP very much. And you do want to use that MP very much with Iron Hands, as anything else seems like a waste for not getting 2 prizes. Although, searching out here, Iron Hands and Joltik, but with the Iron, we do play Prime Catcher, we do play Boss's Orders, so we can start pulling out some of these Hoots, because you can go for some parts of the engine. We do already see 2 Noctowls in Fabrizio's hand, which means that on the next turn coming back into Daniel, could be a Boss's Orders on one of those Hoots that did not evolve, or is not going to evolve, and take apart some parts of the engine, and making it therefore a bit tougher on Fabrizio to be keeping this line of attack streaming on.
And we can see Daniel already planning ahead his turn as he's putting energy to the top of his deck. With the Latias EX found, that Skyliner ability will allow the free retreat now of Miraidon EX, which means we can go into Joltik. The Jolting charge is the crucial component of this archetype that gets our energy flowing, and look at this. 3 energy immediately onto the Iron Hands EX. And will we throw that final lightning energy anywhere else, Jesper? No, it's all in on Iron Hands EX.
If you have 2 hands the size of Iron Hands' hands, you got to power them up with 4 energy, 2 for each. And we go back over to Fabrizio's turn here. And yeah, Fabrizio's what they're going for is either take a prize to something like Assault Landing or start being aggressive. A full-on turn here that could be magnificent but needs a lot of pieces is a knockout on Iron Hands. Now that needs a full bench with Area 0, powering up the Terrapagos on top, which I think is not quite feasible, but it would be such a board to hit.
Yeah, the 1 copy of the Teal Mask Ogerpon EX in the prize cards is really unfortunate, because even with 2 Jewel Seekers, you can't make energy switch plus boss combinations happen. That would have been one of the only ways to launch an aggressive gusting prize.
Although you could go for something like the Sparkling Crystal, that would also do seem very all-in, would mean you would need Sparkling Crystal. There's a lot of cards you would actually need in that case to make sure that happens. And unfortunately, Fabrizio does not play any way of gusting without playing that as a supporter. So when you're going here for the Crispin, it seems more so like a setup play. Sure. Or you could just go use the rescue board in hand, attach that to Noctowl, go back into the Fan Rotom, get a Stadium in play with one of your Noctowls, and go for an Assault Landing and power up for the Assault Landing. Or what you can go for is potentially a Crown Opal.
I know, yeah. Crown Opal seems to be the line that Fabrizio is looking at here. Trying to use the second attack on Terrapagos EX. It only deals 180 damage, but during your opponent's next turn, it prevents all damage done to this Pokemon by attacks from basic, non-colorless Pokemon. So take your first prize with a big multi-prize Pokemon, forcing Iron Hands to gust around it, and just force Daniel to constantly have Gust every single turn is a great way to sort of remove those resources for the later game.
Because, yeah, Joe, tell me, how does Daniel's deck actually hit this Terrapagos?
Well, it would be a Blood Moon Ursaluna EX, but that's far later down the line, I would say.
Exactly. So these early game prizes trying to set up, so when we're talking the Crown Opal first, which can then line into a full bench Area 0, doing 240 with that unified beatdown next turn. Fabrizio doing a perfect job in setting up this, and actually drew the Briar off the first prize. So taking that 1 prize and then waiting until Daniel perhaps can draw 4 prizes and then go boom, Briar. But here we do see it. Boss's Order is going to take out one of these Hoot-Hoots, as I said, trying to take parts some of this Noctowl engine, taking 2 prizes, which means 2 prizes away from a potential Briar play. But then again, there's still Hoot-Hoot in play. There's a Noctowl in Fabrizio's hand, which means that we can get that Area 0. Now we just need to get that bench filled up to be able to unified beat down and take out these couple of hands.
The turn was simple from Daniel, but very effective. Goes now ahead in that prize race with Iron Hands. He was basically forced into using either Boss's Orders or an Arven to grab his Prime Catcher. He had to move the Terrapagos EX out the way. Both of these decks are sort of racing decks. They're going to try and find a way towards 2 prizes by hook or by crook. And here Fabrizio will be able to evolve his final Hoot-Toot into a Noctowl and will once again be sculpting an ideal turn from his end.
We could also just go for Energy Switch, Crispin, make sure you're able to power up that Pikachu and use the Topaz both. You've done your job with the Crown Opal. You have made sure that the Terrapagos stayed on the board, did not get knocked out. Yeah. That was job number 1. Done. Now we can go for Energy Switch onto Pikachu. Get that Grass Energy over there. Use the Crispin, get a Metal Energy and a Lightning Energy. And it seems like just such a rainbow amount of energy that this Terra box deck plays. But we do say Crispin, Energy Switch, the easiest combo to make here. And then we can go into the line of, well, Daniel does not have like any certain way to then get a knockout next turn. It's going to be stripped of energy, only have 1 energy left on board, and there's no electric generator or anything in Daniel's deck, meaning that if you want to be accelerating energy, it has to be Miraidon. But Miraidon using Photon Blaster into Pikachu does 190 because of the Rest of the Heart ability. And yeah, it just means that for Fabrizio, what they've done here is put them into such a position where it's really hard to see what Daniel can actually do to go against that, since if Daniel goes for Crispin, has to be a Prime Catcher on top.
Yeah,
but the
that's a lot.
Photon Blasters does not even take out the Terapagos. So
yeah, Fabrizio's put himself in a fantastic position, lining it up spectacularly, whilst also keeping the 1 energy and crystal on Terapagos for later down the line with Briar plays. So even though we're removing 3 energy from our Pikachu EX, we still have maintained a lovely threat here. Fabrizio now back ahead, 3 prize cards remain for him, but thanks to Briar, could possibly be only 1 attack away. Daniel, how can you respond in this situation?
And that's why we like from these Joltik decks. They're simplistic in build, they're very consistent. But that's what I love about these Noctowl engines. You have so many ways of playing. Yes, a bit consistent, but you have so many more ways of playing. It just passes it over to Fabrizio. And this is the turn where we can really set ourselves apart here. If Fabrizio can either get just a knockout or a knockout onto Miraidon, this game could be far, far closer to being over, but there's not a certain way of getting that knockout just yet in hand, but could go for basically just a setup turn, since there's nothing that really is actually threatening on Daniel's side of the board.
No, so supporterless from Daniel, but also because there weren't any Hoot in play to begin this turn, Fabrizio doesn't have the same guarantees that he's been working with over the last couple turns with Jewel Seeker. Now Fabrizio has to work with only what's in hand. And right now, I don't see too much. It could even just be an energy to a Pikachu EX and pass here.
It could also be, well, if we can get something like Area Zero in play, Latias, and get an attachment onto Terapagos, we could go back into the Crown Opal, again forcing Daniel to do more with some resources. And, well, if Daniel is to play, then Boss in that case, yes, can get the Latias, but then would go straight into what the Briar would do. But yeah, regardless of how Fabrizio does this, did shuffle some energy back with the Super Rod to be able to power up some of the attackers later on, getting that attachment onto Pikachu, making sure that we can get a bit closer to firing off the Topaz Bolt later, although the second energy does not do that. It basically just powers up the retreat cost of Pikachu, but that's also very important whenever you're trying to set up for game-winning turns here.
Fabrizio debating the Iono. It would only give you 3 cards, and you know Daniel hasn't played a supporter. Instead, he's going to bring up the Miraidon EX. That already has free retreat anyway. Not sure how much I love this angle. It's instead going to be retreating Pikachu. And we're just going to get an attack in with the Terapagos. Recognizing, Jesper, that it still sits comfortably out of range of a KO from the Miraidon EX without any damage modifier. And this does still set up that prior play.
It does set up the prior play. It is out of the Photon Blaster range, but one issue that could be is if Daniel could pull off Crispin plus Blood Moon Ursaluna, it could be a massive punish onto that Terapagos, and I'm not sure if Fabrizio was thinking about that, but I really do need to see.
Ultra Ball's the draw, Jesper. That could open our hand up for a Mew EX, because we really need to still see some cards here.
Yeah,
I would love to see Tandem Unit pull out some Pikachu, thin the deck, Ultra Ball then, possibly even play down the Iron Leaves EX just to have it down and try and filter out as many cards as possible here.
And this is where I, as Daniel, hope that I could substitute in Victor's drawing ability off that restart, drawing the Blood Moon Ursaluna as he wishes to. And yeah, it's going to be an attachment here. Although it seems like then you're foregoing that Crispin play, right? But you really want to make sure that you're fitting down your hand as much as possible. Although with Daniel here, there's no 2-prizer available. There's no Zapdos in Daniel's deck that gives, well, it's rotated first of all. There's no way of boosting damage unless...
sometimes you see Vitality Band, not so in this deck list.
No, there's Gravity Mountain in this list, so unfortunately there's no way of actually boosting that damage. Quite unfortunate on Daniel's side, but it's a list choice that people are making sometimes, and whether or not you play in the Gravity Mountain, which counters both Dragapult and Gardevoir, but in this case here, the Vitality Band could be very, very nice to have. And yeah, Joe, I just don't see how we do a knockout this turn from Daniel's side that actually does something to the board.
Well, even if we're taking out Hoot possibly is our best option and just saying that Briar isn't in hand for Fabrizio, maybe that's one of your only angles here.
There's
we're
a Prime Catcher on the Hoot.
Yeah, we have to take out this Hoot. You have to expect and give credit for Fabrizio to have access to one more Noctowl. So let's lower our hand size down and restart for 3 big cards here.
Yeah, these have to be very, very big cards. First of all, we have to be talking about supporters like Crispin being able to power up.
A different attacker, but I'm not seeing it, unfortunately.
No.
It was just the boss's orders coming into the hand. So at this point, Daniel's saying, Fabrizio, I hope without Noctowl that you can't find a Briarline, although, of course, Daniel only going down to 3 prize cards. It's not game, set, and match just yet.
No, but if Fabrizio can try and start to set up this Pikachu EX.
Also just trying to find Stadium and use a Fan Rotom here would be perfect.
Yeah, because it leaves your Terrapagos EX out of harm's way. But if you set up the Pikachu, you can kind of checkmate it here.
That's true.
Whereas if you can like play Crispin, retreat into Terrapagos, take the knockout, and you can set up this Pikachu with something like Crispin and whatnot.
You're expecting a lot, Jesper. We just have an Io in this hand right now.
I'm wishing for a lot. I'm not expecting a lot, but I'm certainly wishing for a lot just to make sure that we can somewhat checkmate earlier and make sure that we can get more action out of this. But yeah, the Iono coming down, giving Daniel free cards. You would get free cards plus whatever restart's going to be able to get you. Does get that metal energy for next turn, but still would need a Crispin to be attaching that last energy as well.
We were looking for Nest Ball or Ultra Ball to unlock Mew EX our own side, or Pheasantipity for future turns for more of a safeguard. Now we're really not sat on much. Terrapagos can finish off the Miraidon EX, and we will go down to just 1 prize card remaining for Fabrizio now. It does remove all energy from play as well from Daniel, so he still has a mountain to climb, but I imagine Blood Moon Ursaluna will be the answer here.
But yeah, Crispin and Nestball being taken off the prizes means that this Pikachu is really, really close to being a checkmate option, unless Daniel gets one of the Ionos to make sure that we can do that. Since the only way that in that case that Daniel can sort of protect themselves is benching their own Pikachu and retreating that into the active, although that's seemingly with this board pretty impossible to do and power up in 1 turn.
Flip the Script finds 2 Pokegear. Can that give us reach towards the 1 copy of Iono in Daniel's deck? We'll Ultra Ball first. We know that Blood Moon Ursaluna is important, but we're getting rid of the Pokegear here.
But you have to be thinking here, Joe, if we get that, if we get to go for the Iono play, how do we get into a good attacking spot as well? We'll have to grab the Blood Moon Ursaluna. We have to Iono at the same time. It has to be the only thing that Daniel seemingly can do in this spot.
I feel like throwing away the energy was the best move in that spot because Fabrizio is at 1 prize card.
Attacks are free, yeah.
So you could have Bravery Charmed up your Blood Moon, getting out of range of Pikachu EX, and would have had 2 bites of the cherry to use Pokegear to find Iono. Now we have simply 1. It does mean that Daniel will be able to attach energy elsewhere, trying to find a final attacker to close the game, because Daniel will only be taking 2 prize cards here with the Blood Moon attack.
Yeah, one of the issues that we're going to be seeing there is with the Prime Catcher being used already, and with the Iron Leaves already being in play, with the Blood Moon attacks, it's going to be stuck there in the active, or you're not going to be able to do the Blood Moon attack again, since it has to move to the bench and then to the active again, which can only be done by, you know, either Prime Catcher or Iron Leaves being put down, up, and use the future booster captures to retreat. So yes, we do get the Braver Charm here, but
Grass Energy to Iron Leaves, perhaps, then? Let's see our cards from Pokegear first.
Yeah, it has
7
to
big
give
cards.
us
Iono's the big hit. I see Arven, I see Boss's Orders.
Doesn't look like it, no.
We don't see the ideal supporter in this instance. Boss's Orders can still come to the hand, unless we take nothing and try and restart for additional cards for one last hope.
Yeah, I would like that, because we're looking at it as a spot where we know it's Iono or bust. And if we're taking cards here, it means that we can't draw any extra cards of restart, although we do know that with the Bravery Charm being attached to our Ursaluna, we could have a way of...
You're a little safer around that Pikachu.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
It is coming down to the wire now. I think even a Crispin would have been a better option, and you could fully power up or get closer to powering up Iron Leaf, so once you've moved out of your Blood Moon, you have a follow-up attacker. Oh, this is interesting. I do like this one.
That's a really good attacker with Crispin next turn.
That's so much smarter, yeah. The attachment to the Pheasantipity being valued to close out your final prize card. Let's restart for 2 cards. Arven, Lily's Clefairy EX, not ideal.
Yeah, and I really have to touch on this being like super smart, since with the Cruel Arrow from Pheasantipity, you're able to do 100 damage on a bench Pokemon. Well, Noctowl and Fan Rotom are both within that 100 damage range, so you can take the knockout here on Terrapagos with that Blood Moon for free, and next turn you can go ahead and say, I'll Crispin, put 2 energies to that Pheasantipity, free retreat with the Latias with the Skyliner, and whoop-de-doo, you're taking free prizes in 2 turns.
And looks like Daniel's picking up another couple great cards here. The Earthen Vessel can in the deck for you next turn, so you can restart again for more cards, and the Bravery Charm. It's another piece to put you out of range on more Pokemon. He's actually setting himself up for the only way I think he could win in 2 turns, with both his switching cards used. The Pheasantipity will line up perfectly with a Crispin next turn. Daniel's put himself a turn away with a very large Blood Moon Ursaluna EX. Goes down to 1 prize card. Fabrizio now needs a big combination if he can close the game here.
Blood Moon Boss is the faster combination of those two. We do see the Nest Bowl.
I think we're seeing it, yes.
Depending on if we have the boss in hand or not, I have to see that, but we do see the Blood Moon Ursaluna. It does look like we already have it. So Blood Moon Ursaluna coming down off the Nest Ball, and the boss's orders, Daniel at 1 prize, meaning that the Blood Moon Ursaluna is going to attack for free, take that last prize, and we do see Fabrizio, such a nail-biter game at the end, but taking that game 1 down with their Terra box deck, and wow, what a game actually we got out of this, despite that start, but looked a bit subpar.
Yeah. That was a thrilling end game sequence of Fabrizio doing so well there. And Daniel as well, as we go through the replay, we see Terrapagos got in early, used that Crown Opal, such a smart decision because it then protects your attacker, protects those energy, which then lined up a fantastic Noctowl for E-Switch Crispin for Pikachu to immediately answer and respond on all of Daniel's energy with the Iron Hands EX, only getting the chance to amp once, and it lined up this really awkward avenue for Daniel, where he was just lacking a supporter card, so had to have a slower play with Miraidon. He got set up with damage from Fabrizio at this stage. Daniel continued to chase the Hoot Hoot, which seemed to be a really smart decision as we got into these final few turns.
Yeah, as we got into these final few turns, it looked like a nail biter in terms of Daniel pulling off that Blood Moon Ursaluna, and we were looking at Fabrizio's option to do go ahead and potentially disrupt, but here, coming for the Nest Ball for the Blood Moon Ursaluna, being able to attack for free, boss's orders onto pretty much everything that Daniel had on their bench, and being able to take this game 1. Half an hour left on the clock, we could actually be seeing 2 full games being able to unfold here, since both of these decks are what it describes as deck that not necessarily takes a long time to play, but doesn't take many turns to play when we're talking about the time rules here.
Yeah, they all try and win in 4 turns, really, ideally. You're going for either a Joltik attack into many multi-prize turns, or you're getting Jewel Seeker unlocked, which then enables many multi-prize turns as well. It did look quite routine at the end game for Fabrizio there. He just happened to have Nest Ball and Boss in hand, but that was just, oh hey, I happen to have that combination. There was no Hoot Hoot down, there was no Mew EX or Pheasantipity. He had to have the cards right there and then to actually close out that game. So it really did come down to it. I'm really excited to see what our game 2 has on offer as we start to see some prize cards. Again, 3 of the Crispins of the 4. Pretty dangerous for Daniel. He's going to have to lean into Joltik really heavily here.
Yeah, and Fabrizio going first again. These Joltik decks does want to go second, but we have to remember that game 1 was a game where Fabrizio did not have access to Teal Mask Ogerpon, which essentially nets you an extra energy attachment and an extra card in hand per turn. Getting into the fan roll up here, you want to look for the Noctowl and Hoot Hoot pieces to make sure that your entire of your engine gets to work at all. Also searching through the deck, Fabrizio, there's a lot of things you have to check whenever you're playing this Noctowl Ogerpon style deck, where you have to check for your attackers, you have to check for your energies, you have to check for how many Crispins you have, and you actually have to check for which kind of avenue you want to go down in terms of taking prizes in these different matchups. It's also another reason why that you need to start checking for something like Briar, since if you're taking out the Joltik, as we mentioned in game 1, you have to be able to recover yourself into that 2-2-2 prize race, where you would do it with 1, 2, and then 3 prizes taken on the last one.
Yeah, there's easily like 15 to 20 one-of copies to check in the deck list, in addition to the 5 different energy types that you play in low counts. You've got to keep track of them in hand, got to keep track of them in deck, of course, because Crispin is your main means of energy acceleration. So not just is it great to get the fan call straight away, but also Fabrizio now knows exactly what he has access to throughout the remainder of the game.
But we're talking one-offs, so we can go through the way that Fabrizio plays it. 1 Ditto, 1 Teal Mask Ogerpon, 1 Terrapagos, 1 Pikachu, 1 Clefairy, 1 Blood Moon Ursaluna, 1 Pheasantipity, 1 Mew, and 1 Latias. That's just only the Pokemon, yeah. If we go back into the items and trainers, it gets even worse with that, with stuff like 1 Briar, 1 Brock, 1 Iono, 1 Research, 1 Turo.
Yeah.
I can keep on, it's going to be a rap song at the end of it, and I'm just not going to continue with that. But we do see a very beautiful setup here from Fabrizio, getting that Terrapagos down, getting an energy, which is the best feasible attacker in this matchup, because it's outside of the Photon Blaster range, and you get to get these 2 Hoot Hoots down, so you can start using that Noctowl's Jewel Seeker to set up such a board.
The Pokegear finds Daniel and Arven for a turn 1 supporter card here that we're going to see. and that will unlock his turn quite nicely. I think there's already the Joltik in hand, but this should provide Nest Ball for Miraidon EX that can then tandem unit out multiple other lightning basic Pokemon. His hand is just a couple Bravery Charm, a bunch of energy, so the Arven has to do some heavy lifting here. There's a world where you simply... No, I think you have to go Nest Ball. You could use an Ultra Ball here and lower the hand size down for a restart, but then you're losing some key resources. You've already grabbed a couple of your tools just by naturally drawing into them. So you can grab a future booster energy capsule just to swing it onto the Iron Hands, knowing you're not going to be grabbing Latias immediately anyway.
Yeah, and we're seeing Daniel, of course, like any other of our players, looking through in terms of the options that they can have. Probably also looked at and was like, where are 75% of my Christmas at? And it starts to look at it being like, yeah, it's going to be really tough to actually accelerate energy beyond this Jolting Charge, since typically Joltik wants to go for turn 1 Crispin, plus Jolting Charge when you're going second, and then you're looking at it, you're like, well, I can't Crispin, that loses me 2 energies that I could just be attaching. Well, it loses you 1 energy rather, because you can then attach a Jolting Charge, but you really want to have those extra attachments on board, since that's what builds your board whenever you're playing against a deck like Fabricio's that can just go from 0 to 100 real fast and take out your attacker before you even got the chance to use it properly.
The good news is you do front load so many of these energy with Joltik, and we have to assume he'll be taking multiple prize cards every knockout he scores. So as he grabs these Crispin, he should still be ticking over nicely. And in fact, it could be a real benefit to him to keep finding them turn by turn.
Yeah, especially with the way that the prizes are laid out. It's laid out in 1 Crispin in 1 row, another Crispin in another row, and the last row also has a Crispin. So whenever you're taking 2 prizes, you are going to be taking a Crispin every single time to make sure that you can actually keep streaming your attacks.
We do need to grab the rescue board into the hand, not the discard pile. That was a small error there after using the Arven, so we'll keep track of that. I do like trying to Bravery Charm up your Mew EX. It puts you out of a Crown Opal Gusting avenue, so I do think that's going to be a big action, but no, just the Jolting Charge. I have to feel like protecting this Mew EX and pushing it out of range of the Crown Opal that we know Fabrizio went for in that game number 1 so aggressively would have been a great angle. The door is now open for Fabrizio to find Sparkling Crystal attachment plus a gusting effect. He, of course, has to move the Fan Rotom as well, so it still has work to do, and it will cost a couple Jewel Seekers, but we know if there's a combination, it can be sculpted via Noctowl.
Yeah, there could be a combination, but you wouldn't be too mad about just going for Noctowl for Stadium and then using the Assault Landing to just take that 1 prize when we're constantly talking about Briars being in effect. Or you could go for that Crown Opal again. We do see the Sparkling Crystal, the attachment, the Noctowl. You could go either Nest Ball for Latias, but you could also just go for the Rescue Board, making sure there's no 2 prize Pokemon in play and trying to exhaust all of the gusting resources out of Daniel. But a Boss's Orders on top, and you know what I could get? I can knock out that Mew for 180 damage, so the Crown Opal being fantastic here and forcing out a boss, and I don't think currently Daniel has any boss in hand.
No, and Daniel debated the Bravery Charm on Mew EX, opted not to, and now we'll find Fabrizio with a perfect line of attack here. Can rescue board his Fan Rotom for an easy retreat, and Mew EX is going to be an easy 2 prize cards to pick up whilst using Crown Opal, which protects your Terapagos from any counter-attack.
And we do see here Fabrizio sitting with Ultra Ball, Crispin, and Blood Moon in hand. Could easily have gone for Ultra Ball for their own Mew. Decides not to, wanting to see what's in store from the prizes with that Clefairy and Hoodoo being drawn. You could go for this Mew because, well, the terrestrial style box of deck is also one of these kind of cringe decks that only plays Mew and Festivity as the real draw options beside this 1 Research and Iona. Not really what we see traditionally. Although when we're going over to Daniel here, another toss spot. Being behind. It's typically these Joltik decks that wants to be on the front foot starting off. And here, we're looking at the exact opposite. Although, when you're looking at it, you may be thinking, well, Pikachu can just Topaz Ball for a knockout, but you have to remember Crown Opal was used. So when using this Crispin, there needs to be something like a Prime Catcher on top if you want to be hitting anything on the bench, unless you go Crispin and you want to start charging up the Galvantula and start doing some 2-hit knockout action onto the Terapagos, which is still not what you want to be doing at all.
Well, Daniel does have access to his 1 Crispin and will be accelerating in this instance. Pikachu's ready to go. Iron Hands can't really get there. So it does look like it's an awkward turn no matter what. Yeah, this has just been such a powerful Crown Opal. Typically, the downside of Crown Opal is that the damage output is just so low that typically it can't find an easy 2-prize route. But with the Mew EX lead from Daniel, it's opened the door. Pikachu EX getting powered up. Iron Hands finding a second energy card now with the manual turn attachment.
Yeah, and it's just getting more and more difficult the longer we get into the game here. But Daniel has to Ultra Ball, can go and get the Greninja to the plate, does not decide to do that off the Crispin attachments. And are we looking at just a pass here and letting Fabrizio go down to free prizes eventually?
A second jolting charge. This is it. Just saying that Pikachu is difficult to deal with. Maybe if I just shove more energy on, I can do chain attacks with my Pikachu. Or in this instance, it's just more energy coming onto Iron Hands EX. There are 2 prized grass energy, of course. That's worth stressing. So the Joltik can only access 2 energy in this spot. Not ideal for Daniel. Would have been great to power up Iron Hands and more energy onto the Pikachu. Yeah. Because Pikachu discards 3 of any energy, so it could have been just excess energy can go, and you can decide which ones you need to fulfill future attacks. But in this instance, if you can't find an easy 2-prize swing turn, you have to try and just sit behind Joltik and load it up. Force Fabrizio into evolving more of these Hoot. At least there's no easy 2-prize turn for him here. Fabrizio might have to once again spend multiple Noctowl to make something come together.
Yeah, which is the saving grace for Daniel in this case. But Fabrizio being ahead is all right if it ends up just being Crown Opal for knockout. Still forcing Daniel to go around every single time that you want to be going around this Crown Opal. And perhaps if Daniel goes around, just take 2 prizes with something like the Iron Hands or the Pikachu, depending on if this Clefairy hits the board, then Fabrizio can still buy themselves another turn to make something happen for 2 prizes, or build themselves up to that Briar turn when they're just taking the 1 prize.
And very often that single prize is terrible, but like you said, with Briar, it changes everything. It means that can really help you get 1 attack away. Fabrizio grabs Lily's Clefairy EX, and will be crispening at least 1 energy to that, you would have to think, just to have multiple threats established at this stage.
Yeah, and also an energy on board that you could be using with that energy switch, right? If you can't get your energy straight up attached with that Crispin to the attackers that you want, at least you can get them into play to make sure that you could be using your energy switches to move a bit around. And that's also why that you've been seeing a lot of these decks playing a big count of energy switch when they're playing more Teal Mask Ogre-Pong. We do see 2 energy switches in this threshold style box deck. And yeah, the Crispin, you do see Psychic Energy likely gonna go and get that Psychic Energy onto the Clefairy, and also the hand attachment to the Clefairy. And also Fredden's Daniel has to be playing very disciplined here from here on out to actually make sure that this Clefairy is not gonna be dealing any 1-hit knockouts.
So this tanky turtle takes another prize. Now Fabrizio 1 game ahead and 3 prize cards up in game number 2 of our Swiss round 11. Daniel already in a precarious position. There's Pikachu EX ready to rumble. That's promoted here. Does have to move this Terrapagos EX out the way because of the Crown Opal. So to find some of these prize cards, there's the Arven now in hand. That does grant us access to Prime Catcher.
Yeah, not many options that Daniel likes to be seeing. We do need to see 2 prizes being taken from Daniel this turn, and where the recipe for that is either, well, Boss's Orders or Prime Catcher, really, in this case, depending on what you want to go and knock out. Iron Hands for Hoot, or Boss's Orders for that Clefairy and take it out with Pikachu. Although if you're taking it out with Pikachu, it's also a very big commitment in terms of the amount of energy you have to start tossing. So Daniel is really... Well, so Fabrizio playing versus Daniel both at the prize front, but also in terms of the resources front. Since when Daniel's using attack, they lose every single resource they put into attack when they're using something like Pikachu, whereas Fabrizio's just sitting there with the Crown Opal, being able to spam that without even having to do anything other than just announce it, really.
You're asking a lot of questions simply from that attack alone, and it's gained us so much value in the second game. Like you said, Jesper, it's so painful to use the Pikachu EX in this stage, especially when you know 3 of your Crispin are prized and there's no guarantees you're going to pull it from your first 2. I think trying to limit your bench a little bit. I know you're taking the Lily's Clefairy out anyway. That does have some value, but Pheasantipity is going to help getting some additional cards. I feel like the play this turn will be Iron Hands into a Hoot. Daniel's already scouted his Arven with the Prime Catcher that we know is rooting around in the deck. But first, it's going to be the flip the script for 3 fresh cards here.
And it's going to be
Prime Catcher coming to the hand, actually.
Prime Catcher really good here for perhaps guaranteeing a way to grab these 2 prize cards here. I don't think there's any other way of which that Daniel wants to go about it either. But it's a question of, do you want to take the knockout on Clefairy with something like Pikachu, or do you want to go for Hoodoo? Or if you can combine Boss's Orders and Prime Catcher, you can actually still get to knock out a Terapagos, since that when the Terapagos goes to the bench, it actually resets the Crown Opal effect. So if we can get a Boss's Orders off here, we can do the good old way of getting around that effect. But we do not see any supporters. And actually, for the first time on our stream this event, no supporters of Pokegear. Total failure.
Tough break for Daniel. He'll now have to suffice with an Arven. I think a number of his tools are already thin from the deck. Does still have that future boosted energy capsule rooting around somewhere, I believe. But possibly, again, just grab a Pokegear for next turn, or just grab a Nest Ball for the future turn.
Yeah, and I love how Daniel was just looking at the boss being like, darn you, why couldn't you be top of the deck, mate? And yes, with the way of doing that, you could have actually been making sure, or not making sure, but you could have made it way harder for Fabrizio to keep up this Crown Opal spamming situation where it forces Daniel to pull cards out of his deck. He doesn't want to do every single turn, while Fabrizio can also set it up like just by taking small prize advantages constantly and holding those up. And with the way that it's being done right now, with you're forcing Daniel to Pokegear, failing the Pokegear, having to go Arven, Fabrizio looks at it like, yeah, he ain't touching my Terapagos this turn.
Well, the good news is, as Fabrizio takes more prize cards, the Blood Moon does naturally become an answer. That's one of the only things that Daniel can do. Ignoring it feels bad, but it feels better as more prize cards are taken from Fabrizio.
But then again, Fabrizio is sitting there with double Hoot in play, and the Hoot being in play means you can get that gusting option to get around that block with the Braver Charm.
I hear you, Jesper. Don't you worry. Fabrizio is still in the ascendancy, but Daniel is making his comeback now. Let's at least take out one of these Hoot with the Amp You Very Much. Take our first 2 prize cards, crucially grabbing one of his Crispins, it should be. Oh, has he only taken 1 prize card here?
Surely we're taking 2. Gone for the arm press.
Yeah,
the second prize is taken out. There's an Thank you very much. Don't you worry about that one bit. So yeah, Grass Energy and Crispin going into the hand of Daniel. And yeah, you're seeing the Festivity being dropped on Fabrizio's side. Finally getting into some draw.
Does need to, well, with the Ultra Ball in hand as well, he has his pick of the bunch, because we know one Ultra Ball can springboard into Jewel Seeker and all sorts of options. And again, it looks like Energy Switch could be on the table here if we could find some sort of attacker. Possibly if we Ultra Ball and find Area 0 Underdepths, opening up our bench. That's good for both Lily's Clefairy and the Terapagos EX. That should make it routine for us to deal with the Iron Hands this turn.
Yeah, but also put the pressuring point on Daniel to find that 1 copy after
Gravity Mountain.
Gravity Mountain, yeah, to counter that Area 0 Underdepths. And really just making this so hard for Daniel in terms of, well, you have to take knockouts and you have to start counting the stadium. Otherwise, both Clefairy and Terapagos is going to have such a party whenever it comes to dealing these amount of damage counters. Because we were saying before, well, Daniel has to be very disciplined in terms of the bench. When the Area 0 is in play, the Clefairy with 8 bench just deals 200 damage on its own, which would be 260 in current play if Daniel keeps a bench size of 3.
Ultra coming down from Fabrizio now. It's about holding what resources remain and keeping as much for the following turn as possible. So this Jewel Seeker will fix this turn with Area 0, a number of basics already in the hand. Can we even Nest Ball out perhaps a Mew EX here to fill your bench?
Perhaps also another Terra Pokemon. You do want to make sure that if the Terapagos is being knocked out, since when it uses the Unified Beatdown, does not have the Crown Opal protection.
That's true.
So it means we also want to be seeing another Terra Pokemon, so that whenever Terapagos gets knocked out, if it gets knocked out rather, that we still get to keep this massive bench size. It's something that we really have to keep a watch of, since this deck works best with a massive bench. Get to have Festivity in play, get to have multiple Hootloots in play, gets to have Mew in play. This massive draw engine, also, of course, also getting to have an effective Clefairy being able to threaten this sort of wannabe setup checkmate spot.
Yeah, we're getting close. Once again, Fabrizio ahead in the prizes and just trying to put himself in the best possible situation. Maybe even Night stretching back another Hoot here as his final bench space. Oh, it's going to be the Brock Scouting as a supporter card. Maybe just for fodder for his final Ultra Ball on a future turn. The Earthen Vessel, another option here, as we haven't attached any energy at all.
That guarantees attachments. Attachments are always nice.
Yeah, 1 energy on Pikachu EX sets you up for a Crispin line. 1 energy on Blood Moon Ursaluna EX handy as well. as it forces Daniel to respond to that Pokemon. Here comes the Area 0 Underdepths then, with a Terrestrial EX Pokemon in play. Rather than having a 5 bench, you get all the way up to 8 bench spaces. And Fabrizio using that immediately to put another Hoot into play. That second Terrestrial EX that you mentioned, Jesper, is now the Pikachu in play. And the Blood Moon Ursaluna EX also committed to the board. The hand is Ultra Ball, Earthen Vessel, and I think Boss's Orders. So you may just want to hold the lot, honestly.
Yeah, and it looks like such a threatening setup from Fabrizio, because when you're looking at it as Daniel, you're looking at how do I actually combat this? Well, we're talking about Stadium Replacement is one of them. Get to remove some of the damage counters you could be doing with Clefairy. But if Daniel takes 2 prizes, an Energy and a Boss would always, in these kinds of situations, be enough, since, well, Daniel doesn't run enough Bravery Charm to do that. There's 2 Bravery Charms. If you put into both Festivity and Rhydon, could be doable, but then you have to attack with Pikachu, leaving you without any resources on board. So it just gets more and more difficult in these types of situations to, as Daniel, disrupt and win.
It's that one Iona again that we have to find, Jesper. Such a critical one of, even in an aggressive archetype like this, Daniel once again has to find it if he wants to be winning this second game here. The Full Moon Rondo doing perfect math to deal with Iron Hands EX. And now Daniel has a 4 prize buffer to try and overcome. Blood Moon Ursaluna EX himself comes into the hand. Surely has to be one of his safest options. Bravery Charming up this Blood Moon Ursaluna was one of his strategies in the previous game. Even though it didn't work out in that game specifically, it was one of the things keeping him in the race.
Yeah, it was very closely working out with that Blood Moon Ursaluna. Unfortunately, in that game, Fabrizio sitting with the exact cards needed. Although I don't see any outs of like Iono in the hand of Daniel, which means that there's going to be a bunch of resources that Fabrizio is being allowed to have in hand, like the Hoodoo being in play could just be easily evolved into something like a Noctowl. So yeah, the Bravery Charm going back onto the Blood Moon Ursaluna, making sure that something like a Pikachu cannot take it out, or an opposing Blood Moon. But yeah,
I was thinking we could go low with the Vessel and the Ultra Balls, but the Mew EX, of course, was the first Pokemon knocked out.
Yeah, so we
going
need a nice
low
switcher for
can't
that.
top us up. Yeah, that means there's going to be no hand disruption, just the retreat into Blood Moon Ursaluna EX. Daniel will launch a Blood Moon attack and take the KO on Lily's Clefairy, but it's down to Fabrizio now with 1 Hoot in play, 1 Pheasantipity EX on the board, but already Boss's Orders in the hand.
I see Boss's Orders, and I do see a way of getting attachment to Blood Moon Ursaluna. Blood Moon Ursaluna plus Boss is the favored combination to get you the second game victory, and Fabrizio Talone 2-0. Almost getting their way into a top cut spot, and they're vying very, very close here. This might be the day where we finally get to see this Terrestrial box winning a tournament and breaking the absolute dominance that Dragon Bolt, Raging Bolt, and God of War has been keeping our tournaments to. But we do get to see a replay of all the matches here.
This was game number 1 then. Fabrizio using that Crown Opal to kick things off. Even though it was a single prize KO, he was keeping Briar in mind, but crucially, it forced Daniel into a corner. He had to use a gusting effect, pushing the Terrapagos out the way, which gave Fabrizio a lovely bank of energy to then pull off this fantastic play. Crispin plus energy switch to take out Iron Hands immediately. And Pikachu also has a really frustrating ability, so once again, Daniel had to get around that Pokemon. Fabrizio then given the chance to get a cheeky hit in with the Unified Beatdown, setting up the Miraidon EX perfectly for him to just go down to 1 prize card. And this game number 1 came down to Blood Moon versus Blood Moon.
Yeah, and Blood Moon on Blood Moon action, and Blood Moon wins, but not from Daniel's side. Definitely Fabrizio's side. That Blood Moon Ursaluna plus Boss's Orders being able to take out anything on the bench. Fabrizio starting off, going first again, getting that Fein Rotom, which is the beating heart of your Terrestrial box deck. Being able to Boss's Orders onto Mew, use the Crown Opal, and really just setting Daniel into a spot of pain whenever you're looking at you're not being able to hit that Terrapagos, and you get knocked out. You're behind by 2 prizes to have to get around it. Goes for another jolting charge with the jolting, and from this moment on, Fabrizio goes ahead 3 to 6 in prize cards, and then we're just going to be seeing this Clefairy taking out this Iron Hands after getting to put down the Area 0 Underdepths and kind of, or rather almost, checkmated the game here and finishing off with an attachment onto Blood Moon and the boss's orders to get that game 2. And in really dominating fashion, it seems like when Fabrizio's playing, everything's just ticking, everything's just going, and he knows all the outs. He has all the outs whenever he needs them.
Yeah, now sitting at a 9-0-2 record. That is phenomenal scenes. Great play from the Terastal box. It's an archetype that forces you to play perfectly, but it felt like Fabrizio found those angles really nicely and knows the matchup clearly very well. Weaving in that Crown Opal in both situations really put the opponent on the back foot, forcing them to make plays they don't want to make, whilst then you can continue to dual seek and find your best possible turn.
Yeah, and it's not often we get to see Crown Opal actually being used for an effect like that. We're typically just seeing Terapagos and decks used for unified beatdown.
Yeah.
Typically when we saw Terapagos being out there for the first time being played with Noctowl and Dusknoir being really an Arbriar type of deck, was only playing 4 energies and a 4 double turbo energy. But since the rotation, we've been seeing a lot of creativity with that. Did see a little bit of Terapagos in the Lost Zone boxes in the past with Mirage Gate being able to power out the Crown Opal with the little bit of a cringe 3 different energy costs to attack. But if it's perfectly in a deck that plays Crispin and Sparkling Crystal, being able to set down that energy cost by 1 of any kind of energy, and then being able to Crispin for 2 different energy, 1 being attached from hand and 1 being attached directly from the Crispin, being able to power up that beast of an attack, especially in a matchup like this, when you're saying, well, you cannot attack with any of your Pokemon besides Galvantula, but I just used Crown Opal on your only Joltik in play, which means you actually have to get around this Terapagos, whatever you do every single turn, and the only way you're able to touch it is by Blood Moon or Luna. But hey, I've not taken enough prizes for that to happen yet.
Such smart play from Fabrizio, an expert of the archetype certainly, and even had more tricks up his sleeve. There's a Jamming Tower in there, there's the Briar that we never saw come into play but was always in his thinking. So I certainly want to hear from Fabrizio, our top standing player right now in our Swiss rounds, and Ross will be chatting with him.
Thank you very much, Joe. Yes, I'm here with Fabrizio. You are our top player in the room right now. You've just won on stream. How are you feeling?
I think I'm speechless because I started this tournament 2-0-2 and I didn't feel very confident because I made some misplay, but from that point, I started playing really well.
I mean, I think that is a little bit of an understatement. You are playing phenomenally. Now, last year in Bologna, you came 64th, right?
Yeah.
That's a very good result. Looking to do a bit better today. What is it about Bologna that brings out the best in you?
Yeah, I think that especially in this tournament, I played the deck that I enjoyed the most. Last year, I played Lost Box, and I really enjoy. And this year, I play another deck that's Terra Box that I enjoy too.
Well, you played it in Seville, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
And you had a pretty good finish in Seville. But again, you're going a little bit further now. What is it about the deck which is giving you these good finishes in, you know, back-to-back events?
Yeah, I think the first time I played, I was just like not too confident because it's a really hard deck to play and easy to make mistakes. But in the last month, I improved playing, so I think that now I can understand better how the deck works.
Well, at the moment, there's, you know, you got the big decks. You've got your Gardevoir, you've got your Roaring Moon, you've got your Raging Bolt, sorry, you've got your Dragapult. You've brought something that isn't one of those big 3 decks.
Yeah.
Do you think that gives you an advantage over some of these other players bringing more expected decks?
Yeah, I think bringing some deck that is not on the radar is better to surprise your opponent.
I agree entirely. So, what are you worried about? You get towards Top Cut, you're in great position for Top Cut. What are you worried about facing in Top Cut, if anything?
Yeah, there's just one deck, this Gardevoir with Rabska.
Okay, so if they've got Rabska, you're not loving it.
It's awful for me if they have Rabska. If they don't have it, it's playable. But with Rabska, it's a mountain to climb.
Well, we are in a land of mountains. All right. So tell the people at home, what is it about Rabska that ruins that?
Based on the Water Ogerpon, this does damage to the bench.
Yep.
And Rabska completely destroy my strategy.
That is not ideal. I mean, you've made a fantastic deck. You're piloting it brilliantly. You're our #1 player right now. It's all going very, very well. Any shout-outs you want to give before we finish up here?
Yeah, I want to shout out to my girlfriend who is watching me from home and to the team Touring Storm. And that's it.
Very nice. Well, thank you very much. Wonderful game on stream. You are crushing this tournament right now. Good luck for the rest of your games. And casters, let's go back to you guys.
Yeah, and from a 2-0-2 start, wow, over to a 9-0-2, ironing out their play. Was talking about, yeah, I started 2-0-2 with a couple of misplays there, but nothing like it in this matchup. And really has been, well, pulling themselves together. Was beat down a little bit, 2-0-2. Not the greatest start whenever you want to try and win the tournament, but 7 in a row. Did I hear correctly?
7 so far. We're still going, yes, but there's still more games to come throughout the day. But I do love that. The mental fortitude you need to become a top player and stay at these top tables. You've made some mistakes. You have to put them behind you and know that you can only do your best from this point onward. And Fabrizio has done exactly that, putting his first foot forward in every one of those games. Knew exactly what he was duel seeking for and knew the best turn possible. That's the beauty of an archetype like Terra Box, where you have so much access to your deck. You know that you can make these combinations come together. I also love Fabrizio pointing out that he previously was playing the Lost Zone toolbox. Very similar, really, in that you were oftentimes trying to get Mirage Gate combinations come together. Crispin works a lot similarly to that, where you're accelerating your Pokemon with different types of energy at the same time. So definitely has a style of play that suits him.
Yeah, a very good style of play whenever it comes to surprising the opponent. Lost Zone Toolbox was one of these decks that always could surprise the opponent with some random attacker that just blows out with a Mirage Gate at some point. Could be in this format. If we still had Lost Zone Box, it could have been having a plethora of attackers just like this Trasho Box deck has. But yeah, it's good to see that you see a player with a certain set of, play skill attributes that it goes very well into these one-off kind of decks. And when you're looking at Terra Box, especially a deck that, well, he said of himself, pretty weak when you're coming into, well, it's pretty okay against Gardevoir because you can use that Wellspring Mask Ogerpon, but if it's a Rapska, it's like driving 2 hours north from where we are and start climbing the Alps. That's pretty difficult to do. So yes, clearly has a bad matchup in mind, but if you're just able to weave and dodge a little bit, that's your key of success in these tournaments. And if, for example, you get to play against one of those in the early stages of the tournament, in these Swiss rounds, and you take a loss against them, it's all right. You could still be making the top cut. You just have to remember to wash that off and then get back into the action and win 7 in a row, just like he did. And yeah, and it also shows a great concept with this deck.
Oh, 100%, with a lot of interesting inclusions within the list. And also I love the callback to having a day 2, a decent run in Seville, and then just saying, I didn't play as perfectly as I could. I'm going to keep ironing out my play and getting better with the archetype, and the results will come because of that. And today he's on a fantastic run, and yesterday, of course, so he's putting himself right in contention for that top 8 with just one more Swiss round to play before we get into that single elimination asymmetrical bracket.
And one more Swiss round to show that Terrestrial Style Box is one of these decks that you have to remember. He wanted to come here and surprise some players. He wanted to come here with the best list that you could for Terra Box, and one of the best things you can do whenever you're playing Terra Box is playing all these one-offs, and that's what we call teching in Pokemon. These different tech cards like Briar, like your different tech attackers when you're talking Terrapagos. Not always something that's included in these styles of decks. Clefairy being a really ample tech against these Dragon Ball decks, but we do want to throw it over to a little piece about exactly teching.
Hey Pokemon trainers, my name is Benjamin and I'm here to talk to you about an important TCG concept called teching. Tech cards have more specific use cases in certain scenarios or matchups to turn the tide of battle. Other than the more core pieces to a deck strategy, players have the option to add more distinct cards that can add a different element to a deck and can make a deck gain more favour over others in the metagame. In teching, players showcase their creativity and intelligence, profiting on a card's effects to help them get the edge over their opponent and the metagame. A deck that presents a good example of boasting both tech Pokemon and supporters was Christian Fontenot's Lost Zone deck from the Stuttgart Regional Championships. Not only including your more obvious Cramorant, Sableye and Radiant Charizard, Christian chosen to favour 2 popular tech Pokemon in Manaphy with its bench protecting Wave Veil ability, and Jirachi defending their Pokemon from damage counters with its Stellar Veil ability. With both of these Pokemon on the field, Christian had alleviated any threat to his board from bench sniping attacks from popular Pokemon such as Radiant Greninja, and Pokemon that can spread damage counters, such as Sableye and its Lost Mine attack. In playing both tech Pokemon, Christian had given himself what originally seemed to be bad matchups throughout the meta look much more manageable. So what about teching supporters and items? In the final of our championships, we've seen just how effective a simple addition of a tech supporter and item can be in your deck. In playing just one copy of Roxanne and a few counter catches, Christian was able to both disrupt his opponent's hands and use the element of surprise, taking large knockouts with Radiant Charizard, or set up some future turn knockouts with Sableye. Both Roxanne and counter catcher are pretty situational, only being active once your opponent is ahead within the prize race. However, if Christian was aware of his deck not typically taking prizes early on, both of these tech cards were a fantastic way of getting him back into the game and getting ahead of the prize race. Another deck that frequently plays many tech cards is Mew VMAX. Mew VMAX and its impressive draw engine with the Genesect V's Fusion Strike system allows the deck to add more tech cards than many other decks in the format usually grant themselves. In the past, players have continued to evolve their Mew VMAX lists in the attempts to counter the metagame more effectively. An example of this more recently was during our Portland Regional Championships. We had seen Mew VMAX lists using a variety of Pokemon, supporters and item cards, such as Ice-Cube, Avery, Iono, Roxanne, Penny, and even Boxer Disaster. So considering all of these tech options, let's take a look at an example of how significant one of these tech cards can be for Mew VMAX in the meta. Although not immediately threatening to many of the other decks in the format, the use of the Box of Disaster item card is for one matchup in mind, Gardevoir EX. We are all aware of Gardevoir EX when using its Psychic Embrace ability, requiring Pokemon to take damage when the Psychic Energy cards are being attached, commonly taking Pokemon to near knockouts to maximize damage output. Well, this is where Box of Disaster poses a big threat. For example, if the opponent is looking to take a knockout on any of the V Pokemon the Box of Disaster is attached to, they take 8 damage counters on the Pokemon, risking knockouts on the Pokemon originally doing damage. As an added method of disruption, the Mew VMAX player is given grace that if the Gardevoir chooses to take a big swinging knockout on the Mew VMAX with its Box of Disaster attached, the Box of Disaster's effect will knock out the Gardevoir and will present an opportunity to keep up with the prize race. On the face of it, teching all of these specific Pokemon and trainer cards should put you in a fantastic position to win, right? Well, as much as I'd like to agree, typically adding more specific one-off copies of cards can actually hinder a deck's consistency. Although it may be alluring to play many of these one-off cards to help with your matchup spread, you do not want to risk damaging your deck's overall consistency, strategy, and approach. It is always important to note when deck building that sometimes it's just as crucial to remain heavy on consistency cards like Professor's Research or Iono than it is to add tech supporters like Avery or Professor Turo's Strategy, or game state dependent cards like Counter Catcher. With this summary and more tips, you'll be able to take your game to the next level. I hope this helps you understand the importance of teching and its limitations and helps you build your decks more effectively. Who knows, maybe that one tech card you've always wanted to play might even pop up during the coverage. Until next time, trainers, catch you later.
Comes out of pocket, both switches are firing, he's gonna get the KO!
Orange Juicers getting it done, bell to bell.
There it is, the prime catcher.
Andrew Hedrick taking the win, Patrick.
Through the paralysis and with a critical hit, takes the win!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are almost done with Swiss rounds here at the Bologna Special Championships for the Pokemon trading card game, but not quite. So that means we get another round of myself, Ross, and the lovely birthday boy, Alex Dow. How are you doing, and happy birthday?
Thank you very much, Ross. Yeah, I'm doing fantastic. It's a great opportunity to spend my birthday here behind the desk, making sure this is as fantastic as possible. We've had a great time so far in Bologna. We just had a fantastic round 11, and we're going to have a fantastic round 12 before we even start thinking about how and when we're going to announce who will be our Bologna Special Championships champion.
Yeah, we need to think about that a little bit later, but I'm having a little bit of a look. We have got a Roaring Moon EX at 803. The current, I don't know, it's in position for top card, putting it that way. So we actually have a Roaring Moon EX doing a lot better. This is a story we've not been following so much. This one's kind of snuck up on us a little bit. People need to know about this.
Yes, not just Roaring Moon EX. There's other decks such as a Hydreigon EX bubbling away at 803 as well, it looks like. So we'll be keeping a keen eye on those decks to see how well they can keep progressing forward. Of course, this is round 12 we're going to be heading into shortly, I believe. And it's just going to be that final opportunity to get those final points to find themselves in a top asymmetrical cup, potentially berth.
Well, that was what I was going to say. We need a quick reminder of the Asymmetrical Cup before we get into this next round. Here's how it works. We look at the number of points that the person in 8th place has, and if you've got the same number of points as them, you're in. So let's say the player in 8th place has, I don't know, 32 points, and then the 9th place has 32 points, they're in. The 10th place has 32 points, they're in, but then if 11th has 31, they are out. But it's not done evenly. So if we've got 10 people in the asymmetrical top cut, seeds 1 to 6 are in. And then 7 plays 10 and 8 plays 9. So it's not just about getting into the asymmetrical top cut, but there should be, unless we have a completely perfect top 8 or top 16, that means there will be players playing an extra round of top cut. You don't want to be one of those players, because that gives you another chance to get eliminated from the tournament. So it's nice and simple. It's not just about making asymmetrical top cut, but you know those top seeds, they want to be high enough that they are out of that extra round of top cut. Don't give yourself an extra chance to be eliminated. Go straight into top 8.
Ross, you make it sound like it's a terrible thing to be an asymmetrical. It's not. It's still a fantastic achievement, and you're still putting yourself in a fantastic spot to make it all the way. But you are right. It's such an easier journey if you can make it at the top of the tree.
Like, if I'm 10th seed and I'm in asymmetrical top cut, I am delighted. But if I lost my final round in a close game, and that essentially counts as a loss, and then I have to play an extra game, I'm not happy about that. No. That makes this last round so much more important. You're right, asymmetrical top cut is great, but if I can get one round further without having to play, oh, you know I'm going to do that. Yep. Generally, I'm all in favor of playing more, but this is the one exception.
It's okay. We don't have to be too defensive about it. Look, it's a fantastic achievement regardless. All of these players have done so well already to make it to this stage, to make it to day 2, phase 2, whatever you'd like to call it, as they continue their journey to try and become the Bologna Special Championships champion. And it's just such a key moment, a defining moment potentially for so many of our players, or maybe some of them that are just trying to, you know, keep in that sort of potential World Championship invite berth within the top 125. Make sure they're above that line that they need to make sure they keep above that threshold.
Absolutely. Now, do we have time to have a quick check-in of our caster predictions? The players are shuffling up, but they're not quite ready to go. Let's check in on the caster predictions. Now, I went normal and I went low-hanging fruit. Low-hanging fruit, I went Monkey Dory. There was no chance this wasn't going to be a big card this weekend. That was my easy prediction, my guarantee to get it right. Miraidon, there is a Miraidon on table 3 at the moment. There is a Miraidon currently in position for top 8 at this event. I heard what Joe said when he was talking to Jesper in advance of the previous game. Yeah, I do predict it every round, and yeah, I do every tournament, and yes, I do try and convince you that I actually thought and decided it was a good pick. Both of those statements are true.
I'm starting to think you're the bad luck charm for these Miraidon players.
Seriously, stop putting Miraidon on stream. Last round yesterday, we got a Miraidon undefeated, goes on stream, loses. We got a Miraidon in great position, we just put it on stream and it lost. And this goes right back. The very first tournament Miraidon was ever legal, we had Rob Kimbram, former UK national champion, has a stunning run with Miraidon all the way to top 8, and I think he won every game except on stream where he had 2 losses and a tie. Stop putting Miraidon on stream. It's scared of the spotlight. I don't know how else to explain it. Miraidon, the deck, does not do well on stream. It's getting weird at this point.
All right, I feel like we've heard enough about Miraidon. I know my caster predictions are a little bit more left field in comparison to your easy choices of Monkey Dory, but I went for those sort of tech inclusions. You know, there's one of those Maractus with that sort of corner type ability, being able to try and soft lock your opponent from being able to retreat. But one of the key cards I think has always been such a useful sort of inclusion in some decks. We've seen it a little bit yesterday, that Genesect with that Ace Nullifier.
Absolutely. Well, I'm afraid, Alex, we can hear more about this later. Right now, we need to get down to the table. Our players are shuffled up. Their basic Pokemon are sat there. We are ready to go. So we have got our final Swiss round. We've got Giovanni Batelli on the left and Matthias Bocke-Jakobsen on the right. We have got ourselves Dragapult against Charizard. Dragapult.
Yeah, we've got a fantastic little matchup here as our players are placing down their prizes. That gives you a glimpse into exactly what we're actually going to be seeing on the stream there as well. You know, Matthias, right there, you can see Duskul's in his list. So he's not only piloting a deck with those 2 big Terra Pokemon EX, but also a 3rd Stage 2 line. Whereas we've got Giovanni on the left there with a bit more of a straightforward list, of course. We're going to be looking at some really intricate plays here. Our players are ready. Both active Pokemon are down now. Prizes laid out. We'll get confirmation who's kicking us off. There's the fist bump. Round 12 of this Bologna Special Championships is underway. Matthias is kicking us off.
And I hate to break it to you, Matthias might think he's playing a 3rd Stage 2 line. Not yet, he isn't. He's only playing 2 Duskull. They are both prize. That line is unavailable. So, since we've got our first Buddy Buddy Poffin being played, let's remind ourselves about this Dragapult deck. Now, Dragapult is, you get your Dracloak, which is your draw engine, that's your stage 1. And then Dragapult is your stage 2, and you've got Phantom Dive, maybe the best attack in the game, 200 to the active, 6 damage counters on the bench in any way you like. What Matthias has said here is, you know what? It's not enough. It's not enough power. So we've also got Charizard, that big Pokemon that accelerates energy when you evolve into it, and then does 180 damage, plus 30 for each prize card your opponent's taken. And then we've got Dusknoir, which can self-KO to drop 13 damage counters. But remember, every time you give up a prize, Charizard gets more powerful, so that's why we see that in here. But again, in this game, for at least a few turns, Dusknoir is off the table.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, very well put there, Ross, as we do see in the ties. Yeah, just using that Buddy Buddy Poffin to get further Dreepies down and additional Pokemon like that Charmander there as well. A great late game sweeper. A second one also hits the field at the same time. This is all going very nicely to begin with an energy also in hand to start prepping. You know, up against a Dragapult list with Giovanni there, and we know this is a bit more straightforward, of course, but it can be a bit slower, and then we're going to be thinking about how we're going to navigate these turns, because the longer it goes on, more often this kind of slower form of Dragapult EX does really come to the fore. Very quickly touching on it, their game plan is a little bit more straightforward. We are utilizing Dragapult EX as sort of a core attacker, again, referencing that arguable best attack in the format, that Phantom Dive attack. But to get there, we're going to be using things like Badoo. We're going to be ticking up those itchy pollen counts and trying to slow the game down, trying to limit all of those rare candies that might be in your opponent's play whilst you're building the board in the background. I will love to highlight, though, Ross, there are 2 very unique cards in Giovanni's list, and what are they?
I was going to say this, playing both Maractus and Genesect. We're supposed to try and remain impartial here, but I got to say, Giovanni is playing your build here. We're using Luminous Energy to retreat that Dreepy. We are then putting the Bravery Charm onto Badoo. Brave Badoo, as you like to say, Alex. And then Itchy Pollen, tick it up by 1. There will be no item cards for Matthias. There will, however, be an evolution into a Dracloak and a Recon Directive. Look at the top 2 cards of your deck. Put 1 in your hand and 1 to the bottom of your deck.
Yeah, such a key core resource of being able to see more cards, draw more cards, and then kind of eventually burst into those ever so important stage 2s. Important decision here. That Cleffer is something that Matthias is eyeing up because he wants more cards in the hand. The hand isn't looking too pretty, but the other card is also very useful. That Technical Machine Evolution would be one way to just kind of burst into potentially those stage 2s, but is targeting that draw power as key and core first. There's the Cleffer hitting the ground. Another another baby Pokemon is going to be going into the active spot now. No nature alongside the Badoo, but has Grasping Draw for 5 cards. A lovely, no energy cost attack.
And you have to do this here. Matthias's hand is 2 literally unplayable cards. They're 2 evolutions in the Dusknoir line with both the Duskull being prized. You had to use Cleffa there. So now we see a Dracloak and a Recon Directive from Giovanni here, going to grab themselves an extra card. And for them, it's going to be the same kind of deal, but they're not, I don't think they're playing any rare candy at all. We did call this a slower version. A second Dracloak, best you could hope for. So now, maybe try and get a little more Dreepy down, but honestly, ending with 2 Dracloak and an Itchy Pollen, that is about what Giovanni's looking for here. Oh, energy attachment, to be fair, that's pretty important.
That's very important. As we mentioned, there's not too much sort of acceleration as the Itchy Pollen continues to tick up. That's Cleffa down to 20 HP now. Back over to Matthias. What have you drawn yourself into after that Grasping Draw? We Recon Directive first. Energy, ever so important. Looks like a Dragapult EX there as the second option. Just double checking what's available. Has a couple of those pieces which aren't usable because the Duskulls are prized. It's kind of sort of just clogging up the hand at the moment. Looks like just choosing the Dragapult EX as a key core resource to going to eventually sort of move into.
But that's really annoying because he also had the Psychic Energy, and if you get the evolution into Charizard this turn, that'll get you the Fire Energy, so you actually really needed that Psychic Energy to attach for your turn with the Dragapult. That was an annoying Recon Directive where you looked and said, I really want both of those cards. So we retreat Cleffa for free into the Dragapult. Remember, it does have Jet Headbutt, but won't actually get a KO. It does 70, and Badoo has got 80 HP now by virtue of that Bravery Charm.
Yeah, I really like this from Matthias because he knows that he's going to be facing a Dragapult which requires all those energy attachments down on those Draclos, down on those Dreepies, down on those Dragapult EXs. There is no time for Giovanni right now to be getting a Monkey Dory down and a Dark Energy or Luminous Energy attached to it, which means that 70 is going to be hanging around a little bit longer, and eventually when you get a Phantom Dive that you want, you can just tick off that one little extra HP remaining and take multiple knockouts.
And it means you're not knocking out right now, so you're not opening yourself up to something like an Unfair Stamp or a Counter Catcher straight away. So I like it. That's very nice. Now we do get ourselves
an energy.
Yeah, there is a Luminous Energy onto that Dracloak and the Dragapult, so it's actually ready to go now. We got 2 energy on that Dragapult. It is ready to attack. We could see our first Phantom Dive here. We could still go with Itchy Pollen for a while if we prefer. But I am looking at my opponent's board, and they have got the Dragapult, and they have already got a Charmander, so I know they're going to be going sooner rather than later. The question is, do I want another turn to try and slow them down, or do I want to really push damage onto the board? For now, we're going Arven, and it is a Buddy Buddy Puffin. Because to be fair, that bench is still looking a little bit light for my liking. And then we're also grabbing ourselves that one-off EXP share. We saw this in Alberto Conti's list yesterday.
Yeah, a fantastic inclusion to make sure you can keep energy sort of flowing around the board state. A very key turn here because we're going to be seeing potentially Giovanni actually firing off the first Phantom Dive. Now, one of the things I maybe would like to see is actually hold back from taking a knockout, not really allowing maybe certain cards in Matthias's deck to be utilized, whether it's anything like an Unfair Stamp. Giovanni actually has his one in hand, so if he's the one who loses the prize first, so it goes. Jim Matthias takes the prize first, he can utilize his Unfair Stamp and really try and set things back. So it's going to be a sort of a game of chicken here, and it's just going to be that key decision as the Dragapult EX goes into the active spot.
Well, there is a Dreepy here which is in range potentially. If you want to take a KO, there we go. There was 1 damage counter on there. So it's one of those things where everything you said, Alex, was absolutely correct, but you can take out a Dreepy before it evolves into a Dracloak, which is a draw engine and potentially a Dragapult down the line. In the end, that was just too tempting for Giovanni.
Yeah, maybe it's that way to kind of force the issue, start forcing his way to be in a more advantageous position than Matthias here, because of course one of the key things that Giovanni has, being a just straight Dragapult EX build, is a bit more streamlined. You only are focusing on utilizing Phantom Dive all the way through, whereas there's so many more pieces. Matthias has to start trying to comboing and building together. Of course, there's ways to make it a little bit easier with that energy acceleration from that Charizard EX at some stage, That was just a quick check, utilizing Artisan there. Whether it is available in the deck. Now it's on Matthias to use that Ultra Ball to find which key attacker or maybe key support Pokemon he wants to utilize alongside maybe a Phantom Dice of his own.
That's what we're looking for. Well, it's a Pheasantipity. Remember, a prize was taken last turn, so you can flip the script, draw 3 cards. One thing to keep an eye on as we go through, Dragapult doesn't one-hit KO Dragapult. But if there is exactly 1 prize card remaining for Giovanni, Matthias can get a one-hit KO on a Dragapult using Charizard. So there is that one-hit KO potential on Matthias' side, which is missing from Giovanni's. We're not there yet, and it's harder to set up without using your Dusknoir, but it is something to keep track of as we go through the game. For now, wouldn't mind a Charizard. For now, we're just going to have an Arven.
Yeah, I would love to maybe even see if we can get that energy attachment to that Dragapult EX. Actually, it's got Counter Catcher in hand, could remove something like the opposing Dracloak with that sort of EXP share available right now, but also using something like that Unfair Stamp, so it's almost, you've got Gusting Power, you've got sort of that way of, manipulating damage counters, but also disrupting your opponent's hand, all together going in one go, and it could be a really devastating play. It does leave the Dragapult EX on his opposing side as a sort of still a threat, but I think it's something that he's considering here.
It seems like he's setting up for a bit of a reset turn. We got Counter Catcher, we've got Unfair Stamp, we've got a Rescue Board on the active, a TM Evolution on the bench. I'm not saying that is what he's going to do, but it's certainly setting up for it, and essentially just going, look, I'm stranding a Pokemon in the active to hopefully stop you attacking, or at least make you waste an energy. I'm then going to use TM Evolution to set up my bench Pokemon and get rolling in that way. You've got a 2-card hand, the wrong Pokemon in the active. If I can buy myself 1 turn here to TM Evolution unchecked, I'm going to be in a great position when it comes back to me.
Let's see what both our players pick up. No Psychic Energy in hand from Matthias, so he won't be able to launch a big attack off.
Nope.
Only a Boss's Orders and a Counter Catcher in Giovanni. So far the Unfair Stamp has worked, but we're just probably going to have to go down the route that you mentioned. It's either a Technical Machine Evolution route or having to go into Cleffa, but it looks like it's eyeing that up now. Ooh, energy attachment to the Charmeleon instead, and it's going to be just a headbutt.
Okay, so what we saw there was basically setting up a bunch of options, playing Unfair Stamp and seeing what stuck. In the end, TM Evolution, not the choice, but I kind of like this because that Dracloak is now very easily KO. He's hit the Unfair Stamp, which would be great if a KO had been taken, but it wasn't. We got Genesect, Unfair Stamp, Counter Catcher, and Boss's Orders. Crucially, none of them are going to be getting that Dragapult out of the active right now.
With that Dracloak, yeah, it's a little bit stuck. This is why I was considering thinking if a Psychic Energy was hit, maybe just taking it out. It's actually not a bad scenario because then it limits the draw power that Giovanni would have. But this scenario has also worked out pretty perfectly for Matthias. He does look like he's going to get an extra turn to kind of swing his way back into the game here, as we do see the Artisan being utilized from Giovanni. That does shuffle the actual deck back around again as well, just to kind of see what else is actually there and maybe just kind of thin the deck out a little bit more. But no choices from the Artisan there for the moment. Monkey Dory is actually prized, so that's not really an easy choice, and it looks like just a pass over. Maybe this is the advantage he needed.
If we've got Gusting here, this could be a huge turn because you could hit the Dragapult, you could KO the Dracloak, KO the Badoo, and put 3 damage counters onto Dreepy, which basically means a Charizard KO with 2 prizes remaining rather than 1. Speaking of which, here comes a Rare Candy onto Charizard. This is going to accelerate energy. I don't love hitting into the Dracloak here. I really want to KO it on the bench, but I'm not seeing any Gusting available right now. There was no KO, so Pheasantipity won't be flipping the script. So, I mean, look, getting an attack off it, although actually we still need a Psychic Energy just to get the attack off.
Just to get a Phantom Dive off, exactly that. This way, with the Charizard being evolved up, you do get the energies attachment from that Infernal Rain ability. Such a powerful EX, which has sort of seen less play in recent times, but potentially could go into with that Iono as well and look for something like that Psychic Energy. By thinning out the deck with that ability, there's an opportunity to find it a little bit easier. Let's see if we get
get it here.
And Countercatcher is still live. There's 2 in the deck. He's behind on prizes. Countercatcher would do it. We don't see Countercatcher or Psychic Energy.
Unfortunately, not for Matthias here. We'll have to potentially swing away with a Charizard EX. Doesn't really want to maybe give up that Dragapult EX in the active spot. You want to try and save that energy, save that rescue board, just save your big, scary attacker for a future turn, and you can kind of send up the Charizard for the moment. But again, not ideal here. Maybe the Charmeleon could come up and attack.
That would be an option. There was a real chance here to get the Countercatcher, Psychic Energy, double KO while putting a bunch of energy down. Instead, it is just a second headbutt from that Dragapult. You know, Jet Headbutt, 70 damage. 2-hit KOing a Dracloak with your Dragapult is not what you're aiming for when you're playing this deck. That was, essentially, that was a miss from Matthias. It was not the turn he wanted, but he still has a big Charizard down with a second Charizard threatening afterwards. So we could basically transition into a my Charizard is massive, what are you going to do about it game plan.
Yeah, that's usually the scary thing of facing down against the big Terra Charizard EX, of course. But don't forget, Matthias did have to play that Iono, basically resetting Giovanni's hand and going, well, I'm going to try and aim for this card that I need, but I'm going to have to do it at a risk because now I've given you 5 new cards to work with, plus the Chop Check, plus now the Recon Directive as well, as we now do see an Ultra Ball coming down. He's going to be pitching away that Countercatcher because he knows he's going to be going ahead in prizes.
He is going to be taking another 2 prizes here. Everything is on the board to KO that active Dragapult. You've got your own Dragapult. You've got the energy. Everything from here on in is just setting up for future turns. You want to really try and get an energy down onto that bench Dracloak to help that one in the future. And, you know, Pheasant Dipty for when your opponent takes a KO is a pretty big deal. It's just setting up for the rest of the game. Now, his hand, however, I'm having a quick look here. We've got, we do have an Iono. It's not amazing, but it will work. And we do flip the script, of course. A KO was taken on that Dracloak. That's an extra free cards from Giovanni here by virtue of that flip the script ability.
Yeah, I'm just starting to look through some of these lists, try and figure out what routes to victory do we have. One scary thing is that one of those cards I predicted maybe coming into play at some point. Matthias doesn't really have an answer to something like the Maractus. So if something does get trapped up, it doesn't look too pretty, but he's not to know for the time being. Giovanni won't know that's necessarily the line he has to go down. He's probably still thinking, well, my Dragapult EX is nice, it's fresh, it's big, it's a threat right now as I power up a second Dracloak on the bench, and maybe this is more than enough for me to take down eventually this game 1 and put myself in a fantastic position.
We got that energy attachment. That was what we needed. The KO is going to come down here. Could actually take 3 prizes if you want to take the Cleffa now. Thing is, when you talk about like Dragapult, Charizard, they don't have space for Monkey Dory. They're not going to be playing Darkness Energy, potentially Luminous Energy. You know, they've got enough in the deck.
Well, that being said, he's been able to jam in the Dustwire line, so...
to be fair, yes, but right, okay, but when Dustwire as well, there's no Monkey Dory is what I'm saying here, Alex.
Definitely not. There is a boss's orders on the Charizard EX.
Like this.
Just trying to soften it up now when it's not able to take any massive return knockouts. This is the Phantom Dive, which is going to be starting to prep such amount of damage on the board, say a 60 going straight onto that Dragapult EX as well. There is so much damage counters now flying around, Ross.
And there's a potential 4-prize turn next turn. That Dragapult should now be 60 damage away from being KO'd. It should be on 260, 60 away from being KO'd, which means that a Phantom Dive next turn could KO both those EXs. And like I say, that Cleffa's sitting there with 20 HP remaining, so even like, I know it's unavailable right now, but if that Monkey Dory were to come out the prizes, that would take an easy KO on the Cleffa, and that would be the game. So I love Giovanni here going, if I take prizes, that helps you, so I'm just going to get a whole bunch of damage. You aren't playing Monkey Dory, so I'm just going to get the damage down. I'll worry about KOs later.
Yeah, but Matthias is one of those players that we've marked out as a player to watch for any of those keen-eyed viewers watching here as well. You know, he's a player who's finished in top 8s. He's finished in top 16s. He's been in these positions before. He's going to try and figure out which route he will need to take to maybe overcome this position with all of those damage counters on the board. 460 damage, or 470 damage is currently on his board right now. But what can Mateus do here, as we do get a Drat Cloak going as well? That one does have a Psychic Energy waiting to go.
I would love a fresh Charizard. There's a Charmeleon on the board. It's got an energy down. I think, you know, that Charizard in the active, you can't leave it in the active, it's going to get KO'd. So, and there is a Charizard in hand, so I think evolve this one, try and get an energy, and just not give my opponent a 4-prize turn next turn. That is really not what I'm looking to do, unless I think I can take, you know, give up the 4 prizes, and then and put up a big Charizard with 1 prize remaining. There is that comeback potential for Charizard. That can happen.
I'm sure he's starting to think about those future turns as well. He does see that Drat Cloak on the back of Giovanni's bench with 1 energy attached, and as long as Giovanni does get another Dragapult with another energy, a Psychic Energy specifically, then that kind of does put the limit and kind of sets up this kind of checkmate board. We do see a big swing here by the Charizard EX, something we don't get to see as much anymore. Burning Darkness, 180 damage, 30 more for each prize card your opponent's taken, so 210 currently sat on that Dragapult EX.
And here's the thing, if there was a Dust Noir available, then Dust Noir could finish that off, take you 2 prizes mid-turn. It's not available this game. Both the Dust Noir are just out of action right now. So that means that essentially Giovanni's going to take 4 prizes this turn. All he needs to do is just announce Phantom Dive, take 4 prizes, and then that Cleffa is going to be very enticing. Now, you might notice that Charizard didn't come out, and I'm wondering whether Mateus is trying to slow roll a bit here, surprise with that second Charizard and go, Charizard, now I'm rolling.
I think it's one of those also scary things as well, because we got to start managing those resources, all those energies. There are currently 4 fire energies on the board, so even if it evolves up, there's only potentially 1 energy kind of hiding away in the deck, which obviously would come out with that Infernal Rain ability, as we do get the second key attachment to that Drat Cloak now. That Luminous Energy has now hit the field, so he just needs to eventually find a way into a Dragapult EX, especially if he's going to take knockouts here, especially if he's going to be thinking, well, actually, I'm probably going to get Iono'd next turn. He has to start thinking about playing around this. Does have Brock Scouting in hand. I'm not too sure he's played a supporter yet, so maybe he just goes for the Iono first, scared of what Mateus is kind of building in the background.
I don't mind this. Your last chance to get 5 cards before you're going to be going down big in terms of getting a lot of prizes. We got Blood Moon Ursaluna. We've got an Ultra Ball. So if you want to get the Dragapult now, you can get it. Or you can just wait. Next turn, you will have Recon Directive. Having said that, I'm having a look at the prizes. There's only 1 Dragapult remaining, and it is in the prizes, which means essentially Mateus' route to victory seems to be get your Charizard, put it in the active, I know your opponent to 1, and just hope Giovanni doesn't get another Dragapult. If they do, that is game over.
Yeah, maybe that's exactly why that Brock Scouting wasn't played in that turn, as we do see the massive 4 prize taken, 1 prize remaining for Giovanni there, and now it's on Mateus to try and stem the flow, because he has to make sure he gets an Ione off this turn and make sure there's a way to just kind of prevent Giovanni from finding a Dragapult, because just 1 more Phantom Dive, especially when that Cleffa is just waiting in the wings, will actually be a loss for Mateus' side right now. So what can we do here? Has access to shuffle up the deck, because he saw an Iono already go down to the bottom of it from a Recon Directive. Here's a big flick the script. Can we find an Iono to try and slow the game down and bring it back in his favor?
No, we got
yet.
Boss's Orders, Counter Catcher, and Dragapult. Now we got a Recon Directive. We hit the Iono, okay.
Big.
We hit the Iono off of that, but we still need the Charizard. We haven't got the Charizard yet.
It could be the Dragapult for the time being as well. You just kind of give yourself both options. There's an extra fire energy in hand right now. This is the option. This is the reason why maybe he didn't evolve up and attach the 5th fire energy to it, because now he can launch off with potentially a Phantom Dive and maybe start spreading some damage and just causing a bit more chaos on Giovanni's board. He's got a lot of things going for himself. He needs to kind of maybe just take a moment, be quite measured here, and think about exactly what he needs to go for future turns, because at the end of the day, after the Iono, if Giovanni could just find a Dragapult, that does mean Mateus will likely lose this game, because that Cleffa just has 20 HP remaining.
And it's also worth noting the other win condition for Giovanni would be a Monkey Dory with a Darkness Energy, but it's not there available right now. The other advantage here is Oh, yeah, we got the energy. So we got the energy. We're just essentially trying to do as much as we can. We're going to INO. We almost don't want to take prizes here because of flip the script, though.
Good point. It's a good film, but you have to sort of get rid of the Dragapult EX because you don't want that Phantom Dive to be so easy. You want Giovanni to have to find a boss's orders, have to find a Dragapult EX somehow. And, you know, if flip the script is going to be the game-winning flip the script potentially for Giovanni, so be it. We're just doing what we can here, as it is a Phantom Dive announcement. Big knockout on opposing Dragapult EX. Where does this 6 damage counters go? Right now, maybe a little bit less relevant for the moment. Just targeting the one going on a Badoo. Let's take an extra prize. We're putting one of Pheasantipity, getting it ready for a future attack. And the remaining, I should say, on that Drat Cloak. Let's see what Giovanni is going to be working with here.
And you had to get a KO the Badoo. You don't know Monkey Dory is not an option. You had to. Oh no, because there's damage on the Dragapult. That's not even that relevant. What's he hit? What's he hit?
Nothing yet. Flip the script. Nice stretcher.
Next stretcher.
That's it. That'll be the Dragapult. And that'll be the knockout on the Cleffa, taking the final prize for Giovanni there. Great way of playing this slow Dragapult, utilizing that Badoo behind it and building behind and taking out all those big stage 2s.
That was a great pickup. Nice stretcher, goes and gets the Dragapult, and that's all you needed. It doesn't matter what happens to the active, you just needed to KO the Cleffa. Here's your replay of game 1 then, and we start off with that Brave Badoo from Giovanni there, just using that itchy pollen. Then we start attacking with Dragapult, and Giovanni really had the early pressure. We saw all that damage coming down onto the Dragapult, and then we took out that Dreepy early doors, taking away the option of things like Recon Directive. We then see that big boss's orders onto that Charizard, setting up that 4 prize KO, 200 to the Charizard, 60 to the Dragapult, so that you can then do the same thing the following turn. That's 4 big prizes, putting Giovanni down to just 1 prize remaining, and Matthias tried to make a comeback, but that hit from the nice stretcher to grab the Dragapult was all it took, and that gave Giovanni game 1.
Yeah, what an interesting back and forth there, because it was only 1 prize taken from both our players so long as we get a chance to look at game 2 prizes. Their unfair stamp currently sat in the prizes on Giovanni's side of the board. They are going straight into game 2. Matthias will be going second here. His choice, of course, because he has lost game 1. We do get a luxurious Dreepy in the active spot with an energy attachment. That's usually a pretty good start already, but Matthias is flying through with an Arven coming straight down after benching 2 Dreepies.
I don't love the fact that that's all you've got. One thing to bear in mind, Luxurious Cape only works on a non-rule box Pokemon, so you won't get the extra prize if you knock out a Dragapult once you've actually get up and rolling. So that's kind of important. Right now, Matthias wants to KO that Dreepy. 2 prizes off a Dreepy, yes. But once it evolves up, that will then go away.
But I mean, right now, 170 HP Dreepy, it's a big boy.
Well, that's what you're doing. You're basically saying, I really don't want you to KO this too early. I've got to take this risk. Matthias, on the other hand, you know, with Arven and Buddy Poffin, you've already got your Charmander, you've got Cleffa in the active, you've got a couple Dreepy on the bench. You've got a lot of stuff going on, so you can try and TM Evolution here, or you can just draw up with Cleffa.
I believe there was a Technical Machine Evolution in hand. But at the same time, this is, you know, do we start rushing through? Is there energy? I don't think there's energy available, so it might be a Cleffa play here for the moment, as we do see the Buddy Poffin utilized for that Charmander, for that Dreepy. Don't see the energy. There is an Ultra Ball as well, so can thin down that hand a little bit further. Decides to go with that Dragapult EX and that Technical Machine Evolution, so he will be able to grasp and draw for at least sort of 5 cards right now, depending, of course, whether he's going to bench that 4th and final Dreepy. Goes for the Duskull, something we didn't get a chance to see, of course, in the last game, and we know could be very, very relevant.
Yeah, whenever you see a player thinning out their hand like this aggressively, it is a dead giveaway that something like Cleffa is coming out. So Grasping Draw lets you draw 5 cards. You nailed it, Alex. It is 5, and that means that hopefully we're going to have an explosive turn 2. There's only 23 minutes left on the clock. That is why Matthias is playing so quickly.
Yeah, we do have that evolution up to a Dracloak. Now we've got 190 HP Dracloak instead. Counter Catcher looked like it was taken from that Recon Directive. Does have the extra energy in hand as well. Could fire off a headbutt, but we do get a Brock Scouting being played now. Finally able to utilize a supporter, which allows you to grab 2 basic Pokemon or 1 evolution Pokemon. It's one of those sort of soft mini counters to Badoos that are maybe being focused from your opponent's side of the board as well, because that allows you to get your evolution Pokemon, or even sometimes your basics, like your Blood Moon Ursalunas, like your Pheasantipity EX, and get them on the board state without having to play an item. Looks like it's the choice of a second Dreepy there, and also that ever so menacing Badoo is coming down onto that board.
And I feel pretty confident we're going to see a retreat from the Dracloak into the Badoo, and we're going to start ticking up that itchy pollen counter again, because your opponent is threatening a very explosive turn. If you let them do whatever they want, maybe we should slow them down a little bit. So you can get the Dracloak out the active. You could, if you wanted, attach and then KO the Cleffa, but I think probably going into Badoo is far more likely, and if it's feeling a little bit itchy in here, there's a good reason for it.
Poor little baby Cleffa, currently tilted to the side, about to be dealt with some hay fever on its own side, as 10 HP or 10 damage is taken onto that Cleffa because of that itchy pollen now. 20 HP remaining was quite relevant, maybe not so much because it's only 30 HP anyway, but an Arven being utilized now from Mateus' side. I didn't get a chance to really look at that hand to see what Mateus could be working with, but of course this Arven allowing you to grab 1 item card which can't be played and a tool card. So let's see the direction that Mateus takes with this.
I'm pretty sure he had a Charizard in hand, one of those big stage 2s. So this Arven would have allowed him to just go Rare Candy, Charizard, free retreat the Cleffa, and then start swinging away. Even if it is into a Badoo, it would have given a big, powerful Pokemon to start swinging into. If you could maybe get a couple of Dracloak as well, that could have been the start, because basically with 20 minutes left on the clock, Matthias isn't thinking, well, you know, nice slow victory, slow and steady wins a race. Matthias is thinking, win fast, win fast, win fast, win fast. Tie is fine, but you want the win, and you don't have that much time to pull it off. We've got Candy, we got Charizard, but instead we have to settle for a Charmeleon, an attachment, and then we're just going to draw up to 7 with Cleffa's Grasping Draw.
Yeah, I don't know, it may seem like, you know, I'm only saying this in hindsight after seeing the discard of the Technical Machine evolution, but I was thinking maybe actually holding on to that could have been quite useful here. He only plays the 1 copy, and knowing maybe he'll be under Badoo lock at some stage, not Badoo lock, but item lock from the Badoo, I should say, it does mean that Technical Machine evolution could have been really, really useful there to build up the board state, get some of those Dracloak in play, but so have it, we had to Grasping Draw, and we're going to have to now keep seeing our opponent get his own Dracloaks down. Double Dracloak coming into the hand from that, is that the Jacques?
It's Zim.
Oh, Zim. Ah.
Who is obviously Jacques.
Yeah, yes, of course. As you would know. But yes, that is a Jacques that allows you to grab 2 evolution Pokemon, so perfect synergy to grab some of those Dracloak. You still got draw power from the Recon Directives, as you do see double energy hit there from the second Recon Directive. Just an easy choice. Maybe save the Luminous Energy, maybe for one of those Monkey Dories at some stage as well. You know, you can utilize that Psychic. Oh, it looks like we might be firing off a big Phantom Dive soon, Ross.
Yeah, it looks like it's not soon, Alex. Right now, Badoo retreats. And once again, second game in a row, Giovanni taking the initiative here. And of course, that Duskull's only got 60 HP. 60 HP basics right now are very worrying. And one of the biggest reasons is, well, there's 2. Double Monkey Dory and it's Dragapult. Dragapult drops 6 damage counters. That Duskull goes down. Yep. It means there's no Dusknoir coming out. You don't mind giving up a prize for your Dusclops or your Dusknoir. You know that's going to happen. Giving up a prize from your Duskull feels bad. And now not only are you 1 game down, but you're 2 prizes down, and your opponent's got a better board setup than you right now.
And when you are facing up against a Dragapult that's already come out, usually you want to try and evolve up to that Dusclops as soon as possible to just stop any weird shenanigans from Phantom Dive, and now doesn't have the time or sort of the opportunity to utilize that Curse Blast. ability from either the Dusclops or the Dustoirs, so has to pitch it away right now with that Ultra Ball, with that Fire Energy as well, trying to get the Dracloak, trying to get some things going, because he has to really stem the tide here, because right now his opponent has a stage 2 with draw power in the back. He's got his own though, the Charizard here. He was also double checking there was enough Fire Energies available, of course, I'm sure from that point. And we do just kind of double check. There they are. They were dealt together. I'm pretty sure that's why he checked with the Ultra Ball at the same time.
He had enough Darkness and Fire Energy. There's one in the prizes, but we had enough for now. It's not going to get a KO here. It's going to do 240 damage, 180 plus 30 for each of the prizes taken. 240 is not too bad. 270 would be better.
Yeah, absolutely.
But you know what? 240 is not a bad start. Get a lot of damage on the board and then figure it out later. So here we see an Ultra Ball coming down, and presumably for another Dracloak here.
Yeah, I would like to see another Dracloak come into this. Both players as well, just double checking exactly what's happened there, but it's all good. So we're going to see that Ultra Ball being utilized right now.
Oh, Pheasant Dipty, even better.
Yeah, more cards, flip the scripts, allowing yourself after an opponent has taken a knockout on their turn. You can utilize this ability to see 3 further cards. It's a card which is pretty much splashed in every single deck right now.
Oh, it's one of the best cards we've ever had in the history of the game, frankly. And now we see a Buddy Buddy Poffin, which you don't really need anything right now, but I mean, you can't get a Duskull, really. I think Duskull will be a pretty bad idea, but you can maybe get a Charmander or a Dreepy. And this is one of the things, right? With your 60 HP Duskull, you know that Dragapult is attacking next turn. You can't get Duskull.
Yeah, again, it's one of those things where we're just double checking, maybe just getting it out of the deck as well, especially if you're going to be using Unfair Stamp. Unlike Iono, where your opponent and yourself put your hand to the bottom of your deck, Unfair Stamp is a shuffle into the deck, and you draw 5 as the player who played it, 2 if you were the opponent who has just taken a prize on your last turn. So here we go. Could be a big 5 cards. Finds another Dracloak. Big pick up there, so more draw power, which is always important in the Pokemon trading card game. Counter Catcher, Super Rod, 2 very good resource managing cards there. Of course, can decide to maybe take down some of the draw power that Giovanni had, but opts to go with the Super Rod, and it's a big Burning Darkness, 240 damage that you've correctly said, Ross.
Yeah, 240. My issue with 240 is it's not 60 away from being KO'd. So you cannot just KO with a residual damage from a Phantom Dive, which means you'll probably have to have another proper hit onto it, and then you're just 2-hit KOing. What I want from Charizard here is basically it's either a hit and then finish with a Dragapult, or a hit combined with a Dusknoir to get a KO, or a late game really big KO. I don't just want to do a 2-hit KO, because then I'm 2-hit KOing Dragapult, they're 2-hit KOing me, while dropping 12 damage counters. That's not even.
Yeah, you're right. But one of the things that Tearsome Shaw was hoping for was trying to stem the flow just by not getting the energy attachment on Giovanni's side of the board, because, you know, if you can prevent your opponent, especially a slow Dragapult player, actually to utilize and not be able to actually attach an energy to another bench Dracloak ready for a next Dragapult EX, that could be ever so important, maybe even more important than necessarily taking a knockout or doing massive amounts of damage, and you're okay doing the 2-hit knockout here. But that being said, that energy search was found. Psychic energy has been attached to the bench Dracloak and an Iono to boot as well.
And that everything's just going nicely for Giovanni here. What they really need to do in this game, and most games, is just keep your Dragapult rolling, and that's what he's doing, keeping the Dragapult rolling. He's got his Pheasant Dipty for a future turn if he wants it, not live now, of course, but could be next turn. And it just feels like what Giovanni's doing in this game is just always attacking with Dragapult, and he's getting better starts than his opponent. He's keeping, you know, we've not seen Dusknoir, and we're not really going to see it now for the entire matchup. And when you can pull that off, you're feeling pretty good about yourself.
Absolutely. So if you are just joining us here at the Bologna Special Championships, we are Swiss round 12, 13 minutes, or just over 13 minutes to go. Giovanni did take a back and forth game 1, but was able to take a massive 4-prize turn on a Charizard EX and a Dragapult EX. Mateus here in this game 2 looking to try and turn that around. Has a fresh Charizard, is currently behind on prizes, but Giovanni is the one with damage counters currently on the board. Phantom Dive being announced here. 200 damage going on to this Charizard EX. One, at least, I'm sure, will be going on that Fezandipity to kind of get it in range. And now I'm working with 5 more. So we're just going to place it free on the Drakcloak. Get that ready again in range of another Phantom Dive on the next turn. 1 to get that in range of another Phantom Dive on the next turn. And then just confirmation that that luxurious cape, that Dragapult EX is not quite luxurious as you'd expect.
No, it stopped working as soon as we evolved up into an EX. No extra HP, no extra prizes. It does nothing. But you said about the damage placement there, it's perfect. Fezandipity now has 200 HP remaining, gets KO'd by a Phantom Dive, and both Drakcloak and Dreepy have 60 HP remaining, which means a residual damage from a Phantom Dive will get that KO. Giovanni is playing this absolutely wonderfully. I'll be honest, that extra damage counter on the other Drakcloak isn't really doing very much, but it had to go somewhere.
Yeah, so why not? Why not? Let's just spread it around. Let's see what other shenanigans might sort of come down. Here we do see the Night Stretcher on Mateus' side of the board. He's going to be prepping his own Dragapult EX now. He's evolved up, the one that had 30 damage on it. Gets the Psychic Energy attachment to that bench Dragapult EX. Another Dreepy down, prepping for future turns. Let's see which way we can do this turn here. The Iono is also being played as well. Let's bring it back down to 4 cards for Giovanni. I actually think he had less than 4. Following that turn, but you know, you want to be seeing 6 further cards if you're Mateus, so let's see which way we go.
One important point to note, Giovanni had the Fezandipity in hand, chose not to play it last turn because it wasn't going to be activated. It's now stuck at the bottom of the deck. He's going to need to shuffle his deck.
Yeah, we do see another Drakcloak come down now as well, and you're right, we're starting to also see cards like that, unfortunately not very useful Genesect currently in Giovanni's hand because that unfair stamp has already been played. It wasn't quite as unfair in nature as you'd like to expect, but Mateus now is just double checking. He's just going to be swinging away with that Burning Darkness. Charizard EX taking names right now, bringing Mateus back in line on prizes up against Giovanni. And it's just a Badoo right now, has that fantastic free retreat. Let's see how Giovanni plays out this turn.
Well, first things first, we need an energy, and it must be a fire, and we need a Dragapult EX. Now, we do see the fire energy. Oh, it's a fire energy and a counter catcher. This seems like a pretty easy decision. Counter catcher isn't live, and you're desperate for a fire energy right now. We see a second recon directive. Can we hit the Dragapult EX? Yes, because we've hit Night Stretcher, and there's a Dragapult EX in the discard pile. That is as good as hitting the Dragapult. So we got a free retreating Badoo, we got the energy and the Night Stretcher for the Dragapult. The attack is coming out this turn.
Yeah, and one of the things that I'm sure Mateus would have liked to try to prep would have been maybe another Charmander, another Charizard, another big EX attacker, especially one that sort of ramps up with prizes being taken by your opponent. There's that Dragapult EX, of course, such a powerful, powerful attacker. We've seen it throughout this weekend so far, and we're going to continue seeing it because it's so good right now in the meta game. That Phantom Dive kind of keeping a lot of those smaller baby Pokemon sometimes in check, but also dealing a massive amount of damage, as we do see the free retreat from the Badoo, Dragapult in the active.
And that means a Phantom Dive, you will get a KO on the Charizard. Now, there's nothing actually set up on the bench to get a KO at this point because we saw evolutions of both the Pokemon that were potentially in range of getting KO'd. But what you can do is get a bunch of damage counters on the board to set up for the future. You can't quite get there, but you can put each Drakcloak up to 3, you can put the Dreepy up to 1, put each of them, essentially same deal as last time. You evolve these or they will be KO'd next turn.
Yeah, exactly. But again, got to be keeping an eye out on future Charizard EX. There's the Phantom Dive announcement going straight to the discard pile. There we go. Looks like it's going to be that little cheeky 1 damage counter from Phantom Dive onto the Dreepy. And we are targeting those 2 Drakcloaks as well. They are going to be ramped up to at least 3 each, I'm sure. Again, put them in 60 damage counters range. That means we are still playing with 1 more damage counter. That Fezandipity going to 190 HP remaining.
Just like last turn, we had 5. We really needed to play somewhere specific, and the 6th one, you were like, I don't really care. It's not that relevant. It's not manipulating the numbers well enough. So, I think you're right. I think we need a Charizard. Now, we ain't getting it this turn, but we could potentially get a Charizard next turn. So here comes an Artisan, and that will get you your Charmander if you want it, if it's in the deck, mind you.
Yeah, you're right. But at the same time, we've got to start thinking Giovanni basically with no way of having that Dragapult EX right now being knocked out because there's no access to something like a Duskull, Dusclops, Dustoir, and an attack on that Dragapult EX. It does mean Giovanni, if that Dragapult EX does not get knocked out, is only a boss's orders away from winning this game and taking this sort of round as well. So Matthias has just again got to figure out exactly how we do this. Ultra balling away that Charmander now with that Dustoir also hitting the discard, getting that Dragapult already as well. We are just double checking Matthias. How many Dragapult does he play? He plays 2 Dragapult, so can't exactly evolve up 2 of them. It's just going to be that extra one that will be evolved up. And that's what the kind of decision is going to be here. There we go. Recon Directive first before even that option. Finds Iono. Big, easy pickup.
Oh, yes. That's what you want. Put your opponent down to a 2-card hand. And here's the thing. That Dragapult right now is getting another attack off. But there is a world in which, essentially, you hit the Dragapult, they take a prize, you hit it again and KO it, and Giovanni doesn't have another attacker. That's what you're hoping for if you are Matthias here.
Let's see what he picks up from those 2 cards as well. Dragapult and energy. So it's a good sign for the moment at the very least.
That's kind of perfect. You need 3 cards. It's 2 energy and a Dragapult. So having 2 of them in your hand is actually kind of redonkulous.
But does mean Giovanni wouldn't necessarily have win next turn for the moment without boss's orders, of course, because this Dragapult will be able to tank a hit, be able to take on a Phantom Dive from Matthias' side. We do see a further flip the script as well. But of course, never forget, Giovanni still has a Recon Directive waiting in the wings, which is also ever so important. Retreat into the Dragapult EX now by Matthias. It's going to be a big Phantom Dive. After, let's play down some more cards first, double check what's available for myself, get it out of the deck in case anything comes down. Phantom Dive, 60 damage counters onto that Dragcloak, doesn't want to activate Pheasantipity. Let's see what this top deck is. It's a Buddy Poffin.
And actually, to be fair, we could. Now, here comes the Dragcloak. We need to try and see some kind of gusting. Game is actually on board for Matthias next turn. He can take 4 prizes next turn, KO all 3 of those Pokemon. But we need some gusting to start off with from this Dragcloak. Gusting will be the game. It's a counter catcher, but you're not behind on prizes, so that is not going to work. We could still evolve up the Dragapult, though, and that would mean that Matthias could only take 3 prizes next turn. So you need to play defense.
And we'll still get an energy attachment on it as well, because we have seen, of course, that Luminous Energy. There we go. Does have 6 damage counters on it, dealing 200 to this Dragapult. Does take it to 230. A Jet Headbutt will not be enough on the next turn, so we'll still need to look for future cards as well. Artisan now being utilized. Again, double checking. That deck is still pretty big, and it's not something you get too often, but is it enough to kind of get that shuffled around, try and get that boss's orders and an energy, or I should just say maybe just an energy on the next turn. Won't have any draw power, however.
Nope, no draw power. That's one of the things. You had to evolve up your Dracloak, or else Matthias had game on the board, but that meant you had to take away that Recon Directive, so you are in top deck mode with, I don't want to be rude, a pretty terrible hand. So you are really by the skin of your teeth here. Now, here we go with the attack. You're going to get 200 damage onto the Dragapult. You're not winning the game here, but you can get a KO. It's got to be on one of the Dracloak, presumably. Take that off the board, and then that's just one less card that Matthias is going to have access to.
Absolutely. You don't want to give him... Oh, he's kind of spreading it out right now. I'm surprised, because then the next turn, if that Dragapult didn't go down, he could technically boss his orders and Jet Headbutt for the win, but this is the board state that he's gone with. Doesn't want to give that further draw. Now, Matthias is going to have a very important decision here. If he takes 3 prizes this turn, that would actually activate Giovanni's counter catcher in hand.
Yes.
He won't notice that it's there, but that's going to be a scary thought, because often with these sort of slower Dragapult builds, they do lean heavily into the counter catchers. They do heavily lean into those boss's orders, but it's just which direction Matthias takes on this turn. This is going to be so, so important.
Essentially, what you want to do here, if you can't win the game, you want to go down to 2 prizes just to make sure that counter catcher is not an option. Set up the KO for the following opening turn, but either win or leave 2 prizes remaining. That is absolutely crucial here. What we'd love to get is a Dragapult here, bring up something that isn't going to just be return KO'd by that Dragapult. So here comes the Ino. Giovanni gets a fresh 2 cards. Matthias gets a fresh 4 cards. It's an Ino and a Latias EX, and there's an Ino. Do we have any kind of Dragapult?
It's a Dragapult in hand, I believe I've seen, and it's got a, well, had a choice between a counter catcher and another card there. Second recon directive. That deck is looking pretty thin. Boss's orders kind of kept into the deck for now. Super Rod there, but I think there is a Dragapult in hand right now. But is there? Oh, he's got 2 energies already attached to that Dragapult.
Energy's good. You just basically evolve into Dragapult, you announce the attack, and then put the damage on the benched Dragapult. You don't want to KO the Badoo as well for that exact reason. And then we go back over to Giovanni and see if they can find a way to end out the game.
Yeah, so he's just getting those energies back into the deck, prepped in case he needs to find another, maybe retreat. Maybe there's a gusting of, actually, it wouldn't even, actually, no, yeah, if there's a gusting of that Pheasantipity without energy, and maybe trying to lock out opponent from that type of play, as we do get the Phantom Dive announcement.
And we see the Phantom Dive, we get the KO, we get it onto the Dragapult. This is crucial. Badoo does not go down there, even on prizes. Counter catcher is not active. Do we see an energy? No, it's a Badoo top deck, so it's going to have to basically be use Artisan. Get a card out of your deck. It doesn't even really matter what, just get you -1 card in deck so that when you play that Ino, you've got a slightly better chance of drawing what you want. Monkey Dory is not going to do it, unfortunately. That's not really a win condition right now, and honestly, if you've got an energy, it kind of needs to go onto your Dragapult to get an attack off.
Yep, so this is going to be a big key Iono here, both down to 2 prizes. He's just deciding whether he benches other cards as well, but opts not to, because generally won't be sort of shuffling that deck around anytime soon. This is the only draw power he's got, and that does mean he needs the energy here for any sort of attack. Doesn't hit it, has a Bravery Charm.
Bravery Charm, I think, has to go onto the Dragapult. If Dragapult is in range.
I don't think that
I think he's picking up his cards. I think that might be it. I think we might have the win for Matthias here, and we are at 1 game each, but I don't think there is going to be enough time for a game 3.
No, very little time on the clock, Matthias. I mean, it took a bit longer than he would have liked, perhaps, because, you know, we saw how pretty quickly he was playing out those first turn, but he was able to clutch this game 2, as we do get a chance to just recap exactly what happened. We had 2 big Terra Pokemon EXs in the active spot, swinging away at one another. Charizard dealing 240 damage to this Dragapult EX. This Dragapult was hanging in there, of course, just kind of setting himself a big, massive wall, but it did eventually go down, leveling the prizes. But Giovanni was able to then knock out that Charizard and actually go down to 2 prizes himself. And it was just back-to-back sort of Ionos, which kept Matthias in a fantastic spot. Recon Directive did not hit the cards that Giovanni needed. It was just a boss's orders away from actually taking game 2 and this round, but it wasn't to be. A second Dragapult comes down, a further Phantom Dive here from Matthias, leveling up the prizes once again, not activating, crucially, that counter catcher. And then finally, it was just an Iono and hope, but only hit a Bravery Charm and a Jacques, which meant the writing was on the wall.
And there we see the prizes being picked up. That is all she wrote. So we have a look at the prizes here. There's nothing terribly relevant. 1 Dreepy and 1 Dracloak. But the most important thing is time has been called. So yeah, we get 3 turns. Not even a turn 0, literally just 3 turns. So well, Giovanni...
They did have a turn 0.
Oh, they did have a turn. Oh, they did. I apologize. Matthias gets turn 0, just attached. Giovanni has 1 turn, and then Matthias gets a turn. Giovanni has the final turn. Here's the deal. If somebody could just, if both players bench a couple of basics, that's going to be the game. So Giovanni here, benching a couple of basics, basically means they cannot lose the game, because Matthias is going to have exactly 1 turn to try and KO the Maractus and the Badoo and the Dreepy. So Matthias here does have a tiny bit of work to do. He needs to make that Charmander not get KO'd, and then that will guarantee the tie.
Yep, just to remind viewers, as Ross has been kind of discussing as well, we've got that little die on the middle of the board just to indicate this is turn 1. Matthias will be turn 2 after having his first turn, which was turn 0. And Giovanni, after item locking because of that Badoo, and it just double checking, it's just Oh, there we go. Just a marker of the 2 turns. There are no items that can be played. There is an Iono. So actually, Giovanni has a chance here. As you've already mentioned, if there is no further benched Pokemon, is there a world in a way where you can actually deal enough damage to knock out this Charmander?
Yeah, Rare Candy, Dragapult, Energy, Retreat, Badoo, Jet, Headbutt, boom,
yeah, there
game.
you go.
So if Matthias benches a basic Pokemon here, we've got a tie. Otherwise, Jet Headbutt could win the game for Giovanni here. Had he got an Energy on the Dreepy, he could actually potentially get a double KO.
Sorry to break.
Oh, he's not playing any candy, is he?
This is a slower Dragapult, which typically doesn't have any rare candies. It's not playing the one-off. It's just a
Matthias
pass.
doesn't get another basic. So now we need to start thinking, is there any way that we could actually get the KO coming down here? There will be no rare candy Dragapult, because there is no rare candy in the deck. One of them could lead to the win here. We need to do, is it 60 damage?
It's 60 damage remaining on that Charmander, and I'm just trying to think if there's any way of doing it. I mean, all of the sort of Dragapult or Dracloak line generally needs 2 energy attachments, and that's not really going to do anything.
We need something for a single energy, like Maractus can do 20. That's not going to be enough.
No, his Charmanders are definitely not weak to any sort of grass shenanigans, so that's not really going to help. There's definitely no water Pokemon that's dealing 30 damage. That will allow that sort of to be ticked over to 60. But I guess Giovanni's just kind of double-checking what is available. I mean, Matthias is kind of thinking, well, surely not. But I guess those palms are going to be pretty sweaty, because he's going to be thinking, does he have a way if he's still playing this out? We're double checking. This is turn 3 of time, of course, in the Swiss round 12. It's just double checking. There's Recon Directive here.
Goes and gets himself a Jacques, I believe, but I don't think there's anything he can go and get here. It's just a case of, can he deal 60 damage? Energy on Monkey Dory, that is the game, and there we see a tie. Matthias and Giovanni, both players playing fantastically, 1 game apiece. Unfortunately, no time for a game 3, so we end up with a tie. One thing that might make them feel better is that as it stands at the moment, a win to put one of them onto 28 points might not have been enough. I'm having a look at the pairings as they go. If there is a winner, well, we'll get to that in a minute. Let's have a look at the replay first. In this game 3, and it was just a retreat into a Badoo. Make sure there's no rare candy into Charizard or anything like that. And then Matthias there looking at his hand, having a bit of a chuckle there, you can see in the face cam. He's like, I've got nothing. Let's see if you can KO my Charmander. Had there been a single copy of rare candy in the deck? Maybe, but no, we see an Itchy Pollen. One more for the counter, but not getting towards a win. So here's where we stand with the top 8 at the moment. Fabrizio Talone and Julius Brunfeld have tied. They are both into top 8, or top cut. We've got Angelo is in and Francesco is in. They are both on 29 points. That's 4 players. We have tables 202, 3, 4, and 5. If each of them ends up with a win, then we will have a player on at least 29 points, and we will have a really clean top 8, no asymmetrical round. We'll go straight into top 8. If one of those games ends in a tie, then we're not going to have 8 or more players on 29 points. So 28 points becomes a cutoff, and I am not doing the maths for that right now. Like I say, if we have clean victories in those 4 games, I've done it in my head, we good.
Yeah.
If we go down to 28 points, someone in the hive who's a lot cleverer than me can figure out who's in top cut.
I mean, everyone has access to the stream pairing, so if there's anyone watching, they want to start trying to figure out, feel free to comment, whilst you're following alongside us as well. We're all very excited to try and figure out who actually could make the top cut or asymmetric top cut, but we've already highlighted a couple of names there, of course. Even Julius Brunfeld, we haven't had Julius on a feature match. We've had him on stream because I know Joe had a chance to catch up with Julius nice and early yesterday after a great start as well. But again, that could be a fantastic opportunity to see someone piloting a deck so well, someone who's been playing Gardevoir for quite some time now. But let's see who else is going to be potentially joining Julius Brunfeld in that top cut.
And if you want to know the decks for the time being, Julius is playing Gardevoir. Fabrizio has got that Ogerpon, that Terra box we saw. Angelo is playing Gardevoir, and Francesco is playing Dragapult. So right now, 2 Gardevoir, 1 Dragapult, 1 Ogerpon, and then we've got Gardevoir Roaring Moon, Miraidon, Hydreigon, Raging Bolt, Dragapult, Gardevoir. So we could see Hydreigon, Roaring Moon, Pikachu, no, we can either have Hydreigon or Miraidon. They're playing
not
each
alongside
other.
one another.
We can't have both.
I mean, yeah, we're all excited. I mean, we always love trying to work out exactly who has the chance, an opportunity to make it through. That's why we love looking through some of these, especially when we're seeing decks like Roaring Moon EX, something that not too many people will be thinking about bringing to a tournament like this, right? Or even Joe's favorite Hydreigon EX. He loves talking about that. We'll make sure he talks about that when he next comes back on as well. But, you know, at the same time, all of these players are putting themselves in a fantastic position for prizes, for championship points, and then you've got some of those players looking for the opportunity to earn themselves that direct invitation to the World Championships.
And that is a big thing here. It is that direct invitation. You win this tournament, you get a direct invite to the World Championships. No top 125, no worrying about championship points. You know you're going to be playing in Anaheim in August, and that's huge for these players. That's what they work for all year.
Yeah, I mean, that's a dream for everyone, right? We know we've had opportunities to be there once upon a time as well, and we'd love to continue being there whenever we get the opportunity. But at the same time, a lot of these players are all going to be looking to try and find that place, whether it's with that direct invitation, but as we all sort of keep recalling, there's that top 125 sort of cutoff point that every player is also keeping an eye on. That's one of the key reasons why so many players have had to continuously keep playing Pokemon, and that's the enjoyment of the game, because we all love it at the end of the day.
Oh, yeah.
But it does mean you have to keep sort of grinding away a little bit to make sure you keep yourself in one of those great little spots.
No, absolutely. That race, and I would say we've still got the North American Internationals. That'll be the last chance to go and get championship points. But this is the last event in Europe this season, last regional level event where players can actually go and get those points and try and get up into that race.
But for the moment, we're just gonna, take a little break away from ourselves for the moment, because I believe Jesper's out on the floor with a very special coordinator for some of the other divisions that we don't always get a chance to feature.
Okay.
And you're exactly right about that, Alex. We're down here in the juniors and seniors area. Yes, although we have been mainly featuring the Masters TCG competition this weekend on our stream, we do still have the juniors and seniors battling it out to see who becomes the Bologna champion this weekend. And with me, I caught someone special, a former competitive player, one of Europe's most elite back in the day, but now a coordinator for the juniors and seniors division. We caught Thomas Hughes. How are you doing?
Hello, Jesper. I'm fine. Thank you for asking. How are you doing?
I'm doing fantastically, and yeah, we've both been playing in the same divisions previously. We also get to play against each other, but now you stepped...
Sometimes we competed against each other, and it went both ways, right?
Exactly. But now, as a coordinator in the juniors and seniors divisions, now, can you tell me what is the main difference when it comes to juniors, seniors, and masters?
Well, in Europe, languages. That's like most different thing in junior seniors, because there are so many kids with so many languages, and we just have to cover the floor with judges that can speak all of the languages. So basically, me being Czech-Slovak helps a lot. Not many people speak this typical or weird languages, but we have, for example, here in Italy, we had a lot of Italian judges, which were super helpful. It was amazing because they could take the calls in Italy, in Italian language. So we wouldn't need to speak English with the kids, and the kids, for example, like Italian or French kids or even Czech kids, they don't speak English very well. So, and we need the kids to be on the same page. We need to hear what they are saying, and we need to accommodate everybody. So that's the biggest difference in junior seniors compared to masters.
So, of course, being able to be fun, fair, equal to all players in terms of the different languages. Whenever you're having these junior seniors players, we've often talked about seniors stepping up into masters and being very competitive also from the early beginning stages. How are you able to see that when you're judging?
It's amazing. It's really amazing to see the young players grow. Sometimes you see a player and he just plays the cards really confidently. You look at his hand, me as former decent player, I can see what should be happening on the table, and the player executes the cards really well. He does exactly what he meant to do, and that's amazing to see, even at this, I would say, younger stage, to see the brilliance of some of the plays. And when we can, for example, observe them from juniors growing up to seniors, and the good juniors, or the really good juniors, tend to be really good seniors. And then, as you said, the transition to masters is something that we tend to see a lot of really good first-year masters doing well and beating long-running Masters, and it all starts here. It all starts at this, let's say, smaller tables, where like the game is for the kids as well, along as for the Masters.
You're saying that everything has a beginning in this game, and now I do want to ask in terms of your beginnings, how did you start to play Pokemon?
Oh, well, it wasn't really a thing in Czech Republic back in 2007, which is 18 years ago or something like that. I started in seniors. I played the local competition, and back then the biggest thing that we had was the Arnhem tournament. That was some sort of like a special event, but in like much smaller scale. But it was the biggest thing that we had, and apart from that, there were nationals and worlds, and the worlds was like the big let's say way of showing that you are really good if you manage to compete at worlds. Now things are a bit changing, and with these competitions like Bologna, like last or second to last weekend, Utrecht, a lot of people can have fun in this really huge events, and that's amazing for the growth of the game, because we didn't have those back in the day, and that's something that, I mean, me being a kid again, I would just love to compete in this type of events and in these type of tournaments. Would be lovely.
Yeah, so competing from a very young age, both of us, really, actually, both of us starting around 2007. But for you guys, Alex and Ross, I do want to know, what is your favorite memory from locals when you were younger?
My favorite memory. Ross, do you have one?
I've got plenty of favourite memories, but I'll tell you what, there's a local I used to go to back in Nottingham when I lived there. There was a phenomenal pizza place directly opposite our local game store. So every Tuesday, go grab pizza, go play Pokemon after washing our hands.
Oh, great.
Getting grease on the cards here. Yeah, that was my Tuesday for about 4 years, and oh, I had a wonderful time.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was great to hear from Thomas. It's someone we've known as a player as well. It's great to see him transition, to be able to support the sort of the other age divisions. Like I said, we don't get a chance to feature all too much, but it's such a fantastic way to hear about how we're also supporting them through, because they are the future eventually of our Masters divisions as well. So it's great to see, you know, again, the amount of level of support, the amount of great help that judges actually provide to our tournaments throughout all the age divisions.
I had a couple of years where I judged a lot of pre-releases for seniors and juniors, and I had a whale of a time. It is so much fun having a new players of all of those new cards. I had a great time judging those pre-releases.
And speaking of pre-releases and other Pokemon events, there's an opportunity to hear a little bit more just how to get involved.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that card. Yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokemon League.
And look, we're going to make it easy for you lovely ladies and gentlemen at home. There is a QR code on the screen. Scan that QR code, find yourself your local league, head on over to events. One of the biggest pieces of advice I could give you guys, I know there's people watching who are thinking, oh, should I go? I'm a little bit nervous. I was there too many years ago thinking, do I really go to this local store? Yes, you absolutely should. I've had nothing but positive experiences. I've made a lot of friends. I've eaten a lot of pizza. I've played a lot of Pokemon. It has been absolutely wonderful. You know, there was a time in my life where I was just kind of like, oh, pop into my local league on a Tuesday, and then I've ended up traveling around the world casting Pokemon. It all came from that decision from me back in like 2008 to start going to local league. Scan that QR code.
Absolutely, and it hasn't stopped Ross eating all those pizzas either. But yes, that QR code will take you to our fantastic Pokemon website, opportunity to find out event locators, the league locators as well. Make sure you are getting your phones out and scanning that as soon as possible, because it's not just the Pokemon trading card game you can get involved with. It's Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. It is Pokemon Go. You can play Pokemon trading card game Pocket together as well. There's so much opportunity to find and meet like-minded people and just have a great time. Like I said before, you might even meet the one, the only, the Wossie at one of your Pokemon leagues.
I do like a good bit of Pocket. I'm not joking, by the way. There was, like, the first time I went to my league, there was this real kind of decision of, oh, do I really go? Is this something I'm going to enjoy? And had I not gone there, Like, how different would my life be right now? That would be weird. What is not weird is our top cut we've got. It looks like we do have a clean top 8 cut. It looks like we have actually got results in all of the games, except for that top table where we tied. It seems like we have got results in all of the games, so that gives us a straight top 8, no asymmetrical top cut, with a couple of decks you might not be expecting.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we'll get full confirmation of exactly which decks as well in due course, but we also just want to, again, highlight, the other divisions as well. They're already in their top cut. They're in flight right now. They both also, I think, had a clean top 8 at the same time, both in the juniors and the seniors division. Juniors currently in their top 4 matchups. Seniors are currently working through their top 8. So we'll be looking to crown not only the Masters Division Special Championships champion as well, but also the other champions for the trading card game in the juniors and seniors division.
And I've been looking at the decks here. It's kind of interesting. So over in seniors, we've got 4 Gardevoir, 3 Dragapult, and then 1 Charizard Pidgeot just kind of hanging on as the lone other. But over in juniors, in top 4, we have an Okie Dokie deck in top 4 of juniors. And I'll be honest with you, I want to kind of go over in a minute and have a look and see how that game's going.
Yeah, absolutely. But there's a lot of other very interesting decks. I know we kind of, say sometimes with the junior players, they do like to pick maybe something that's been out there for a bit longer. They get a lot more familiarity with it. But actually, one of the other top 4s are actually playing that Ogerpon toolbox deck with that Noctowls and lots of different options, and makes it super interesting in terms of intricate gameplay. So again, I'm really interested to see how they're kind of faring up in top 4 at this moment.
I'm interested to see that. There's also a Maridon in top 4 of juniors, just popping that one out there as well. But look, we talked about League. You might be thinking, well, I kind of want to go to League, but I'd like to learn a bit more about playing the Pokemon TCG and the mechanics before we go there. Well, do I have wonderful news for you?
Hey trainers, Chip Ritchie here. In this short video, I'm going to take you through the basics of how to play the Pokemon trading card game. The Pokemon trading card game is an exciting way to enjoy the world of Pokemon. You can play at home with friends and family, online against other trainers, or compete to earn championship points and try to be one of the very best. Players construct their own decks of exactly 60 cards to play with. Most trainers play in the standard format, which only allows for cards with the newest regulation marks to be used. You can only have up to 4 copies of a single card in your deck, with the exception of basic energy. There are 3 types of cards in this game: the Pokemon themselves, which you use to attack your opponent's Pokemon, trainer cards to help you support your deck's strategy, and energy cards to pay for your Pokemon's attack costs. There are 3 main types of Pokemon in this game: basic Pokemon, which can be put directly into play on your bench, Stage 1 Pokemon, which can be played on top of basic Pokemon to evolve them, and Stage 2 Pokemon, which evolve from Stage 1 Pokemon. Check the top left corner of your card to see what stage your Pokemon is, and also what Pokemon it evolves from. Pokemon have different attacks and abilities that they can use. Most attacks require a certain amount of energy cards in order to use them. We'll go more in depth on this later. Pokemon also have HP, which lets you know how much damage that Pokemon can take before it is knocked out. There are 4 types of trainer cards you can play: supporters, items, tools, and stadiums. It's very important to include plenty of trainer cards in your deck, as they will help you to more consistently execute your strategy. There are only 2 different classifications of energy card: basic energy and special energy. You need energy in order to use a Pokemon's attack. You can attach an energy card to one of your Pokemon once during each turn. Some Pokemon require specific types of energy in order to use their attacks. Each basic energy provides 1 energy of its type, or 1 colorless energy at a time. The main areas of the game board include the active spot, the bench, the deck, the discard pile, and your prize cards. You may only have 1 Pokemon in the active spot, and this Pokemon is the only one that is able to attack. You can have up to 5 Pokemon on your bench. To start the game, flip a coin, or roll a dice to determine which player will get the first turn. Then, each player begins by drawing 7 cards. You must have a basic Pokemon in your hand in order to begin the game. Place your Pokemon face down in the active spot, then set out 6 prize cards to the side. Now you and your opponent can begin the game. In the Pokemon TCG, players take turns playing their cards. On your turn, the first thing you do is draw a card, and the final thing you do on your turn is announce an attack. The order in which you play cards between these 2 steps is up to you. During your turn, you may play trainer cards, attach energy, and place Pokemon on your bench. It's important to remember that the player going first is not allowed to play a support card or attack that first turn. Every time a player knocks out an opponent's Pokemon, that player adds a prize card to their hand. The first player to take all 6 prize cards wins the game. When a Pokemon is KO'd, it and all cards attached to it are sent to the discard pile. A Pokemon from the bench must immediately take its place in the active spot. If a player has no benched Pokemon to make their new active, that player loses the game regardless of how many prize cards have been taken. As mentioned earlier, players must start their turn by drawing a card. If a player has no cards remaining in their deck at the start of their turn, then that player loses the game. These are just the basics of what it takes to play the Pokemon TCG. Be sure to tune in to our Championship Series coverage, and to learn more, visit pokemon.com/play.
Hi Pokemon fans, I'm Bert's PTCG, and today we're going to have a quick crash course in the loudest decking format, Raging Bolt. Bellowing Thunder is our main build around, dealing a massive 70 damage for each energy you discard from your Pokemon. By discarding 5 energy from your Pokemon with the effect of Bellowing Thunder, you are KOing any Pokemon your opponent has in the active spot, and doing it very easily as well. So how are we getting those extra energy in play then? Well, Professor Siler's Vitality will attach 1 energy to any 2 of your ancient Pokemon, and Teal Mask Ogerpon's ability, Teal Dance, can attach 1 grass energy via each activation, both of which actually provide a little bit of draw power as well. Noctowl, with its Jewel Seeker ability, keeps the deck moving smoothly, searching for 2 trainers from your deck when you evolve into it, meaning whatever trainers you need that turn are just a single Noctowl away. All of this makes Raging Bolt one of the fastest, most high-powered decks in format right now, and I would be shocked if it doesn't feature more during this stream. But for now, that's it from me, so let's get back to the action.
Hey Pokemon trainers! Welcome to Pokemon Championships History, the series where we take a look back at some of the most important and exciting matches in the history of the Pokemon Championship series. This time, I'd like to focus on a deck that nobody could have predicted would be a world champion before it won in 2016. Shintaro Ito's Mega Ordinary X deck. The deck was especially notable as nobody saw it coming. The deck saw no success before the 2016 World Championships and was never played to any competitive success again. In fact, the only other notable finish the deck ever achieved was when Shin Akiyama piloted the deck to a 22nd place finish at the same 2016 World Championships. Now, Mega Ordinary X was a card that almost the entire player base had overlooked. Although its key attack Magical Symphony could deal a ton of damage to both active and bench Pokemon, you had to have the Spirit Link tool card attached when you evolved into Mega Ordinary X, or else your turn would end without giving you a chance to attack. Despite that hurdle, this deck matched up so spectacularly well against so many of the top decks at the time. The 110 base damage from Magical Symphony was the perfect number to get a one-hit knockout on Shaymini X, a 2-prize Pokemon played in almost every deck in 2016. There was also a prevalence of decks playing low HP Pokemon, or evolving decks like Bronzong or Vileplume decks, all of which featured in the top 8 of the Masters Division in San Francisco. Mega Ordinary X also had a phenomenal matchup against Greninja, as we would learn when we watched Shintaro Ito take on Cody Walensky in the World Championships Finals.
As Game 1 started, we saw that Shintaro had prized 2 of his free copies of Mega Ordinary X, and the crowd was worried whether we'd even get to see Mega Ordino. Shintaro had no such worries. A turn 1 Hoobury X to search free Pokemon EX led to a turn 2 Mega Ordino fully charged and attacking with Magical Symphony.
So here we do see Mega Ordino EX come into play. Cody's going to be under a ton of pressure immediately.
After a double KO on turn 3, Cody had seen enough and conceded, putting Shintaro a single game away from becoming a world champion.
Shintaro takes game number 1 in immediate fashion. Mega Ordino EX absolutely dominates that first game.
Game 2 went almost exactly the same. Shintaro was forced to attach or discard all of his Spirit Links on turn 1, giving Cody a single turn to try to find Startling Megaphone and force Mega Ordino to end the turn when evolving. But this was not to be, and we again saw a turn 2 Magical Symphony taking a KO. Turn 3 saw Lysander play to take another double KO, and once again, after just 3 turns, Shintaro had taken the game, giving him the World Championship's final victory in 6 turns.
It's over! This is it! Mega Ordino EX!
Shintaro Ito came into Worlds 2016 after back-to-back Japanese National Championship top 8 finishes, but left as a household name, something he would only further solidify with a second-place World Championships finish 3 years later. For now, Mega Ordino EX remains the most surprising deck to ever win a Pokemon TCG World Championship. Thanks for watching, and make sure to let us know your favourite competitive Pokemon TCG moments using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
And that concludes our Swiss rounds. We are chopping down from 205 players to our top 8 competitors who have all achieved 29 or better match points, Jesper. That means we're getting into the single elimination bracket.
Yeah, and single elimination means that we are just 3 games from deciding a Bologna champion here today. Has to happen within these next couple of hours where we're going to be deciding who's going to win. No ties at this point, where it's all about winning or perhaps maybe a bit of losing.
All of these players so far have had incredible tournaments both today and yesterday to put themselves in prime position. And like you said, Jesper, just a few games away, a few close-knit cards going one way or another could be the difference between becoming eternalized as a champion and going home with just a handful of points and packs.
Yeah, and being eternal is one of these things we think about whenever we're playing these special championships as well as regional championships. One thing that is for sure is what we need to remember, if you're winning this special championships, you will be invited to the Pokemon TCG World Championships happening August this year. So if I was to choose, I wouldn't care as much about being eternal. I would rather just get invited to Worlds because that's where we really become eternal.
I mean, that is the pinnacle. That's what all of our players are working so hard towards throughout the entire season, not just this weekend. Throughout the entire season, we've been going to all sorts of regional and special championships to get these points, to get yourself even in the position to win the World Championships. And then when you get there, you're facing, hey, look, all these other fantastic players around you.
Exactly, we do get to see our top 8 decks, and some parts of it, super surprising. Other parts of it, not so much. And one thing I want to grab at, which is not surprising at all, 3 Gardevoir decks in top 8, along with 2 Dragon Ball decks. Yes, we did expect it. We talked about it since yesterday on the couch that these were the 2 we're expecting, but then 3 others which weren't that expected, Joe.
Yeah, we saw Fabrizio strutting his stuff with the Terastal toolbox earlier on. We've also seen Daniel Rinaldi on the stream as well, playing the Joltik box. But I think Simon's the surprise of the day with a Roaring Moon EX deck featuring the Petulant Brute Bonnet Poison combination. You can lead out the game with those single prize Pokemon, taking knockouts, but crucially, during Pokemon Pokemon Checkup. So a number of these setup decks that rely on Pheasantipity EX in order to flip the script, draw a bunch of prizes, a bunch of cards, I should say, to create a big combination, typically with the Ionos, with the counter catchers, all of those shenanigans. You're waggling the finger because Petrunt took the KO during Pokemon Checkup via that poison. So that's a great way for you to get ahead in the game. And of course, there's that dark typing following you up. And when there's 3 Gardevoir still remaining in the field, you've got to be feeling good if you're Simon.
Yeah, and especially for Simon, who just came off a 9th place in Utrecht special event, on top of last year in Stuttgart. We have to remember, lost the finals against Christian Fontenay, running that Lost Zone box where Simon was playing, well, nothing else than Miraidon.
Yeah, so he's found a new archetype in the format, playing that Roaring Moon. Has played it in a few different iterations, as you said, Jesper. So fantastic to see them once again at those top tables with this strategy that he knows so well.
Exactly, and whenever we're seeing a player like this who's very good at piling these aggressive decks, it just goes to show that whenever you have a format that kind of fits into that mode where an aggressive deck can be very good. We're talking Joltik box, for example. We're also talking Raging Bolt, but then out from the right comes there a little bit of a Roaring Moon. And Roaring Moon is so good because, well, it gets to one-hit knock out anything in play, although it does 200 damage to itself. But sometimes that's like a tiny bit of a difference that it makes with that Frenzy Gouging. And regardless of how much HP they have, knocks it out. Even knocks out Pikachu because it's an effect from an attack and not damage that it actually does. Just says, you're knocked out. And with this kind of strategy, you may be thinking, that's pretty bad against Gardevoir. You're doing 200 to yourself, you're taking a knockout, but then we're also featuring the baby Roaring Moon that could do a lot of damage and be a really efficient one-price attacker with these ancient box-style decks where you're not only playing the Roaring Moon EX, the baby Roaring Moon, but yes, as you mentioned, Brute Bonnet, Pekkaron, and you're going to be able to actually win your games when you're going first on the very first turn, just like we saw Ryuki Okada do at EYC this year.
Clearly not a bad strategy. If you can win before your opponent's even drawn a card for their turn, could be devastating and, of course, very powerful as well. 2 Dragapults in our top 8 then, but one crucial difference. Lorenzo is playing a straight Dragapult, whereas Francisco is opting to play the Dusknoir line alongside Dragapult to give himself that Curse Blast option.
Yeah, and it was what we saw whenever Dragapult came out. It was, first of all, we started with a partner in Dusknoir after Worlds. Then we started to see, you know, it was not being played as much, it was more Retrodrago, but as soon as we saw Retrodrago go back out of the format after rotation, we did see Dragapult Dusknoir being the best deck for a while. At EYC, after Prismatic Evolution's release, where that was when Retrodrago really started to fall off, we did see Natalie Miller in the finals with Dragapult Dusknoir. Then rotation happened and Dragapult Dusknoir stayed as one of the major bosses of the format until the slower version of Dragapult really came around swinging. But Dusknoir is just so powerful. You're able to knock itself out, put 13 damage counters in play on your opponent's side of the field. And when you factor in cards like Iono, where you can put your opponent down at a lower amount of prizes, put these damage counters in play, you can then play Iono, take out their attacker they have in the active spot, and then you end up in a situation where they had a low hand size, and they've got their attacker knocked out. It seems like they're playing unfair step, but just a few more steps and getting more damage onto play.
Dusknoir, such a controversial card, but the numbers line up so perfectly. Either you're taking out a support Pokemon in the back, or you're setting up that Phantom Dive. 200 is typically 2-hit KOing these large EXs, so having that additional 130 damage, well worth a prize card, especially when you can maneuver those prizes to be favorable, as you said, opens up counter catcher for you to get even more flexible with where you're making that damage count. And that's what Dragapult is all about. Dusknoir, it's surprising to me that it's not the guaranteed go-to in Dragapult, to be honest with you, because ever since it was printed, it's worked fantastic with Charizard. It's worked fantastic in the Terrapagos Pidgeot archetype as well, where you had these checkmate-style situations where Dusknoir was the key that allowed you to force Briar in a lot of situations, force a prize map, impose your strategy. And because it's so well paired with Dragapult, I would have thought it would have been a no-brainer, but this straight Dragapult list is also really coming through and just saying that Monkey Dory is a good enough option.
I was about to say that, Joe. Yeah, Monkey Dory is the big difference we see. We do see some few mentions of Monkey Dory in these Dragapult Dusknoir lists, although it's been decided
Francisco is as well, actually. He's got both.
Yeah, and usually a lot of people say that's a tiny bit too inconsistent for my liking, and then you're going either or. But in cases for this, where if you can fit both and it works out for you, yeah, Worth it.
Monkey Dory, a phenomenal card. It's in the 3 Gardevoir that are also in the top 8, and both Dragapult players are utilizing the Adrena Brain from this card. You do spend a turn attachment to power up the Monkey Dory to allow this ability to take effect, but when so many decks in the format are trying to get tricky with their damage counters, the fact that you can throw them back over to your opponent's side is massive upside, and I think the main reason why Gardevoir is so successful right now. And
also when you think of Gardevoir, it gets the energy into play by the ability, the psychic energy, so you can just use your turn attachment on that darkness energy. It doesn't do too much for you, while the psychic embraces does get the damage into play for you, which is the whole reason why it works. So we can kind of start discussing, is Monkey Dory then the best card in the format? Can we almost
probably? I mean, I do feel like it is. I mean, other decks have to enable it to make it work, but the fact that so many are finding a way to put it into the deck, it really does feel like certainly one of the strongest Pokemon that we have access to in the game right now. And then for the rest of our top 8, it's 3 basic decks, but they do play all quite differently. The Roaring Moon, we mentioned already, Petrarunt trying to take those early prize cards while you set up multiple EX threats. The Joltik acts in a similar way, where it comes out the gates first with a single prize Pokemon and builds a board behind it.
Yeah, and we've been seeing Joltik 2, 3, 4 times here on the stream during this weekend. Such a powerful deck, as it's so good against Budyu, since the Joltik is the one accelerating the energy and not the electric generator, which was seen in the past. Kind of a nod to Budyu being like, yeah, you're pretty good early game, so we kind of have to avoid playing straight into you. So yeah, they play all differently, but they all have this common goal in mind, is that they want to be taking 2 prizes every single time that they attack. For real, though. Although, when you're playing the Roaring Moon and you're playing the Raging Bolt, you sometimes have the different options of the baby Raging Bolt, which can do bench damage and be really tricky against these Dragon Ball decks. Taking out your cloaks on bench with Juai, they're playing Luxurious Cape. Whenever you're playing against Gardevoir as well, you can start taking out these Curlias, so Gardevoir can have a slower start and have to start counter-catching around to make sure that they can take 2 prizes whenever they attack him, which is also what they want. And then on top of that, yeah, with the Roaring Moon, you not only have the Roaring Moon EX, you also just have the simple Roaring Moon that can hit for huge amounts of damage later in the game with its attack. So all of these decks, while they want to be taking 2 prizes every single attack, they do have some modes they can go into where they're all right with just taking 1 prize a turn instead of taking that with a 1 prize to themselves.
Yeah, and that's all based on what matchup they're coming into. And in fact, we can have a look at our bracket now to see which players line up against who. If you're playing the Gardevoir, you're hoping to hit some of those Dragapult and trying to dodge the Roaring Moon. Let's see how this top 8 bracket is shaping up, Jesper.
Yeah, we're starting off from the top left. We've seen here Daniel Rinaldi versus Angelo. Really exciting matchup again. It gets to show us a lot of different things. Got Lorenzo Bruno against Simon Jan, which is actually the matchup we're going to be showing here today in the top 8. And then rounding up our top 8, we have Fabrizio Talone versus Francesco Palombo, and finishing off with Ricardo Covello against Julius Brunfeld. So a star-studded top 8 and a lot of hometown heroes. And not to remember, Switzerland is actually not so far away from here even. So
that's true.
A lot of close-to-home players. And then we have Julius rounding it out.
Yeah, you've already mentioned, Jesper, that our players are at the table, which means we're going to be getting into our top cut action straight away here. And it is going to be Simon that we're featuring with that Roaring Moon EX deck. Certainly a story of the tournament so far. And he is coming up against Lorenzo, who is piloting the straight Dragapult archetype. 2 fantastic competitors. We've already spoken to Lorenzo on broadcast yesterday. He's just here for the vibes. He's mostly playing in the local area in Italy, but he's proving that he is one of the top competitors in this country.
He also showed that coming out once a year could also give you a very good shot at hitting your invitation towards the World Championships. Of course, 3 matches standing between him and that. And the same goes for Simon, where goes in and plays these aggressive decks and can also be getting his World Championship invites, as I think, as last time I checked the standings, both of these are quite far away from the top 125. So an easier way for them to get into this invitation race is just by winning the tournament.
That is one of the beautiful things of our system. If you win the tournament, no questions asked. We give you that direct invitation to the World Championships, and that is possibly the way that either of these players could find their way towards Anaheim. Let's see some prize cards being thrown down. The Skyliner Latias EX for Lorenzo, in addition to one of his Budyu, and also the Jamming Tower in there could be influential.
Yeah, but one thing I'm really excited to see is who goes first. If Simon goes first against the 1 basic Pokemon from Lorenzo, we could be seeing this game finish over. Okay. Who's starting? Who's starting? Simon starts. So all we need is an ancient booster capsule and a perilous jungle for the game. We got it. It's already over.
That's game number 1. Brute Bonnet extending the hand as quickly as it began. It is over. Simon is 1 game up. Cleffa with the vulnerable 30 hit points, and with the Brute Bonnet start, as you mentioned, Jesper, the perilous jungle increases the poison between Pokemon checkup by 2 additional damage counters. No need for Petra in this instance. That is going to be the 30 damage required to move us on to game number 2 in lightning speed.
I am struck for words here. Yeah, it took 2 free card combo. Brute Bonnet, as you said, the booster capsule and the perilous jungle, and we're on to a game 2 already. And what I could say, and we get the replay. So, perilous jungle.
I hope you're
Ancient
watching.
booster energy capsule. Using the Brute Bonnet's ability. Poisons both players in the active. Cleffa only has 30 HP, therefore the poison for 30 is exactly enough. And had it been a Dreepy start, Simon could have gone for getting that Pekron that boosted poison damage by 50, and then you could have done 80 for poison between those turns. But yeah, it's something we see. We saw this just once at EYC. But these cheap wins, essentially, is why Simon is able to play such fast games and then transition into slower bits of games. But yeah.
Listen, doesn't matter if it comes cheap.
Go second.
Doesn't, well, yeah, it does.
But what if Lorenz, this could be
this is the problem.
The quickest top 8 match in history.
Jesper,
if it goes again, I don't want to see that again, but I'm just telling you, it could happen.
Because Dragapult decks are so far superior going second. The amount of supporter cards in the deck list, you just give yourself far many more outs to play the game. So Lorenzo may just have to shrug and say, hopefully I find multiple basic Pokemon in this next opening hand, and maybe that still gives me the best chance to win. Or you say, well, I'm afraid of poison. Let me go first. Let's see the decision. Well, Lorenzo starts with his biggest basic, in fact, the Blood Moon Ursaluna EX in this game number 2. Simon starts off with a Pheasantipity EX, already has the Brute Bonnet Perilous Jungle combination. Once again, far less in his thinking on this turn number 1. When you see a basic that has far too many hit points to get the instant win on, you then pivot towards trying to set up your board as best you can. Try and bank some early energy attachments onto your Roaring Moon EX, knowing that you're going to require higher damage output options if you're going to start charging through this prize race. That's the interesting aspect of this archetype. It has 2 modes. If you see smaller, low hit point Pokemon that can be easily dealt with, you could go down the poison route. If you see the larger multi-prizes, that's when you lean into the Roaring Moon EX. And in this instance, Simon is grabbing Squawkabilly EX from the deck with his opening Nest Ball in order to Squawk and Seize away his hand and see an additional 6 cards.
And it's one of the ways to bypass this rule we have about not being able to play supporter cards during the turn 1, where you can get to Squawk and Seize and yet still get to see more cards while you're trying to set up. Of course, there's that, and there's also Carmine that Simon plays in his deck to be able to use a supporter card turn 1. But outside of that, there's not many options for you to actually either attack nor use a supporter card turn 1. So Simon is playing everything that is there to be aggressive, but as you're saying, Joe, has different ways to go about it when it comes to if we see a Blood Moon inactive or if we see a Cleffa like we saw in game 1.
And I think with the Carmine in hand, we can Nest Ball out another Pokemon. We have Mew EX in the hand as well. A booster capsule for the Brute Bonnet. We can Pal Pad some of the supporters we just discarded and see an additional 5 cards here. So a really good start from Simon, who can grab a Petrarunt in this instance with the Nest Ball. We'll be shuffling back a couple of those key supporter cards, and we'll look for 5 additional cards.
But if I'm in Simon's spot, I need to see energies hitting discard pile to make sure that my Sadas are effective. Sada lets you put 2 energies into play to 2 different ancient Pokemon and draw 3 cards. You need to get those energies into discard pile first, which typically you wanted to be doing with Carmine or Squawkabilly. Not that I see any energy here. And yet you're always also clumping up your board here. You don't have an area 0 to help out with this bench damage, and you kind of want to have 2 attackers in play.
That's the question mark of Mew EX here. It would seem like a no-brainer, but you might need the space for the likes of Latias EX yourself in addition to those attackers. So in the end, we do have to throw away the Mew EX to the Carmine and see an additional 5 cards. Will there be any turn attachment whatsoever here, Jesper? Well, finally we see energy and plenty to boot. Now we can Ultra Ball away a couple and still grab our turn attachment.
And now I'm not going to worry about that Sada being able to be effective. I'm pretty sure that this Ultra Ball is going to be discarding 2 Darkness Energy, and exactly the draw that Simon wanted to have. Being able to Ultra Ball, get an attacker out, have a Sada ready to boot in their hand for next turn, being able to use that to charge up. And basically when you're playing Sada and you're playing Energy Switch in this deck, you can still power up a Roaring Moon EX in one singular turn. And if it's basically Simon going, if Lorenzo blinks at all, then that Botman's going to go down real quick.
What a phenomenal turn 1. Simon using both the Squawkabilly EX and Carmine to see so much of his deck on the first turn and ending up with a bunch of handy basics along the way. Can get the manual attachment for the turn on his Roaring Moon EX. Will be poisoning both active Pokemon in this instance. Pheasantipity is a dark type, so the Perilous Jungle will only deal 1 counter to it, but the Blood Moon Ursaluna will receive 3 instead here.
Yeah, just the fixing of the damage counters from Poison there. But the 10 from Poison, 20 from Perilous Jungle should always be 30, unless it's a Dark type Pokemon, of course, said. Going over to Lorenzo, I see double Buddy Puffin. So yeah, we're off to a better start this time. And do we get to see the kind of repeat of what happened at the UIC finals? Have a game 2 where Lorenzo actually gets to play the game, starts to set up.
Right, why are you cursing Lorenzo like this?
I'm not cursing Lorenzo. This might just be a replay of how the first 2 games went. I kind of want, of course I want to be seeing a close action here. Of course I want to, but we still have to keep respects to that. A lot of things can be happening this matchup, and we do recognize that Lorenzo has to be the one who is in the backseat until on first aim. Iona can do things and doesn't even run on first aim. It's a Neon Upper Energy build, which actually is really good when you're thinking that Simon wants to be hunting these attachments down to make sure that Lorenzo does not get into a spot where Dragapult can be pulling this game back.
So Lorenzo, a game down, but has finally paid his first card of the set, the Buddy Puffin, to grab some additional basic Pokemon. Importantly as well, I believe Lorenzo has a Brock Scouting in that hand. Jesper, you mentioned it. And that could be an easy way to move this Blood Moon Ursaluna EX out of the active position. It's typically best known for being a late game card. So we could even be using Brock to grab a Latias EX here if we need to move this Pokemon and initiate an Itchy Pollen Lock.
Yeah, and we need to initiate the pitcher Pollen Lock because that could also be one thing that really would annoy Simon. Simon kind of wants to go, well, also get his own Latias out to make sure that they can get to retreat that Pheasantipity out of the active spot. With no Latias, we'd then be talking, well, you can still take out the Budgie by Poison, but you still want something else than the Pheasantipity in the active spot. We're thinking something like the Pekkarunt, if we can get that into the active spot, or maybe even Squawk ability to use Motivate and start charging up this Roaring Moon to make sure that's ready for after. This is one of the decks that can actually use Motivate for good purposes instead of just being 20 and nothing else.
There it is then. We do see Brock Scouting for the Skyliner ability of Latias EX in addition to Pheasantipity EX, which I imagine has to be held for future turns because the opening situation for Simon is to use the Pecharunt to take KOs without activating the Pheasantipity EX's Flip the Script ability because it will be taking KOs during Pokemon Checkup. But regardless, you've seen Simon on a 1-card hand. Let's weave our way into Budgie and try and disrupt his setup.
Yeah, the unfortunate circumstance about Budgie here in this game. Oh, also that shutting off the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule, although that is still attached to the Brute Bonnet. Brute Bonnet is still going to be allowed to use its ability. He just loses the effect of it. And we do see here the Professor Sada's Vitality being able to charge energy onto Brute Bonnet and Roaring Moon.
Yeah, there are a couple energy switch in the deck. Not live this turn, thanks to Itchy Pollen, but it's always great to bank extra energy onto the Brute Bonnet. We've drawn into a number of item cards, so I'm not sure we can get Pecharunt into the active position here to actually take a KO on the small Budgie.
Yeah, with the Stadium replacement, we get to see that the Perilous Jungle being kicked out of play. And with that being kicked out of play, it's just going to be 10 damage onto the Budgie, being 20 when it passes back to Simon. So instead of just having that 1-turn knockout with Poison onto the Budgie, it has to be a 2-turn usage, which just gives Lorenzo more time. And everything that Lorenzo wants to have in this matchup is exactly time. The more time that a Dragapult deck like this gets, the stronger it gets. Very reminiscent of what the way Gardevoir wants to be doing it.
A big sigh of relief then that Budgie is able to hang on in there with the crucial stadium bump of the Jamming Tower. Just talking about Lorenzo's deck list here, its A-spec is the Neo Upper Energy. That's why we're seeing a couple copies of Jamming Tower within the deck list, and so far it's already coming in clutch, helping this Budju hang on. It's given us the opportunity to grab the first Drakloak, and looks now like we're going to see a fresh hand here with INO. There is a potential Ultra Ball we could play first, if we want to guarantee a second Drakloak perhaps. And in fact, we are going to opt for this, getting rid of INO and a Pheasantipity EX here. I'm not sure if there was another supporter card in the hand, and you'd have to imagine so, if one's going to be discarded here. But we will continue to find Recon Directive. It's still so integral for these Dragapult TX players to grab your Stage 1 Pokemon. Recon Directive allows you to see so many more options, and so far we're lacking the likes of energy cards. That's going to be a big piece that Lorenzo needs to try and find.
Yes, we're always talking about the Dragapult decks wants to have this a Dragapult and a half whenever they start attacking to make sure that knockouts are not going to be affecting them. You see the second Recon Directive here.
Ooh, interesting. We're not going to use the INO here. We're going to hold on to it for a future turn. And just pass the action over to Simon here. We know this Budju will be KO'd coming back into Lorenzo's turn over Pokemon Checkup, so Simon does not have to worry about that. Although I do think his priority will still be trying to move this Pheasantipity EX out of the active position here.
Definitely, but when all you're drawing is item cards, you're not going to be able to do that once the Itchy Pollen lock is in there. But Simon does get to take that knockout, and a good thing for Simon is that Lorenzo did not get an attachment done last turn, which means that there's not going to be a Dragapult attacking this turn unless they draw the Neo Upper Energy, but doesn't really want to be doing that because then you're staring down the barrel of a Frenzy Gouging, and if then a Frenzy Gouging comes out, you can't be Phantom Diving the turn afterwards since you already used your Neo Upper Energy. So it's really a situation where Lorenzo has to be really careful of the way he plays this out and wanting to kind of go into Budju again and get a normal attachment onto a Drakloak and hope that it sticks. Playing this INO just to try and get into that.
I think even though someone's just taken a prize card, it's still a relief for him that he's getting a fresh hand because he's been sat on a bunch of item cards. So at least gets to look at 5 fresh ones, but so too does Lorenzo, seeing 6 fresh cards here before any Recon Directive. I think we're still looking for energy, Jesper.
Yeah, although we do see Simon drawing into Pekron EX, meaning that we at least could get to see some retreating done from the Pheasantipity by the usage of the Pekron there. But yeah, not a lot of stuff coming from Lorenzo just yet. And we do really want to have Lorenzo get energies on board.
Yeah, there is one basic energy in hand. There's an Ultra Ball for a final Drakloak here, which I do think will be valuable. But I'm not sure if there's any way to find both a third Drakloak and a Budju, so we have to weigh up which is stronger here.
Unless you get a Drakloak and you can then get into the Budju.
That's true. Yeah. There's also the Corner Maractus in the deck. There's a chance to try and weave that in, but as we know, Roaring Moon plays Pecharunt TX. That's the easy counter. So instead, Lorenzo opting for the Budju in this instance to maintain that Itchy Pollen lock that he's been diligently doing so far.
But one thing that's very good from Simon's hand is that with the Pekron EX, you're able to use the Subjugating Chains. You can actually get to use the Brute Bonnet on top of that, poison the Budju, use Subjugating Chains to get into the normal baby Pekron, meaning that you can take a knockout that does not trigger Pheasantipity, since Budju would be knocked out during Pokemon Checkup. So really important here, and also keeps this Roaring Moon EX out of harm's way, putting Simon down to 4, meaning that if you're in front by 2 prizes, you can still try and stick yourself onto this 2-2-2 prize race and try that. And we do see the pointing to the Pekron EX, putting probably forward the baby Pekron, since that would be guaranteeing that knockout from the Brute Bonnets being able to poison both of the active Pokemon.
I would have liked to have announced the Brute Bonnet first, because now we're poisoning our Pecharunt, but either way, it's still getting the job done. We're seeing a Darkness Energy attachment. Yep, coming on to our Pecharunt here. Eyeing this up for damage. Here comes the Brute Bonnet. And we will just, between Pokemon Checkup, get that knockout on Budju. Simon goes down to just 4 prize cards remaining. Also has the Roaring Moon EX powered up in the back. Lorenzo, with no energy still in play, really has to start making moves here.
Yeah, and I'm just, as said last turn, we really wanted to be hitting energies from there.
Yeah.
Since if you go with the new upper energy, yes, you may be getting that Phantom Dive through, but you're just going to put yourself in harm's way too much to do so. Although, with the Jamming Tower in play, it's actually really interesting. If you go Phantom Dive, take a knockout and put 30 onto the Roaring Moon, and the Jamming Tower sticks in play,
yes.
then Frenzy Gouging would actually make sure that the Roaring Moon knocks itself out, and you could be able to do it that way. And even if you can string on something like a counter catcher on top of that, you could actually that way be giving yourself 4 prize cards by either picking up Pekron DX, Squawkabilly, or Festantipity on top.
Yeah, the Ancient Boost Energy Capsule, not just handy for the Brute Bonnet, it can also buff up your attackers in the Roaring Moon, pushing it from the 230 all the way up to 290 hit points, which is massive for any basic Pokemon. We're starting to see combinations come together from Recon Directive. Have we yet seen? No, still no Neo upper energy found. So it's just a fire energy coming onto the Drakloak in this instance. Are we going to evolve up into our Dragapult TX to try and protect this Pokemon? It can fall prey to, as we say, the Frenzied Gouging. It would still force a combination from Simon, and he's just been given a fresh 4-card hand. It looks like we're freely retreating out of our Latias EX here. Going into a... Ooh, wow. Going into a Dreepy.
Yeah, if we retreat into... He was contemplating the Dracloak with energy first, and then you would need to go for Jet Head, but... Although that would be pretty decent, since if that gets Frenzy Gouging, you could still go for a multi-prize route somewhere else. Although we go to Simon's turn, and not much happening. Just the push of the Dreepy and basically sacrificing that to a KO, but it's not going to be about Brute Bonnet, since that's going to be a little bit too little.
And items are finally unleashed, Jesper, which means we're flipping coins.
Come on.
Pokemon Catcher does hit Tails. I believe we have Earthen Vessel, and we have Pokegear in the hand here. We're going to use Vessel to get rid of a Super Rod, perhaps. Well, the Ancient Boost Energy Capsule will be not doing anything just yet, but as long as Simon is able to bounce the Jamming Tower, we'll be buffing up his Roaring Moon later. Let's see the 7 cards here. Iono is found. Not necessarily the supporter card we were looking for, but it does at least give us a hand refresh here.
At least give us a sort of hand refresh, 4 cards, not the amount of cards that you want. Going to be able to play the Earthen Vessel to get that last energy into play that you need. One thing we do have to remember about this Roaring Moon deck, and seemingly we all forget sometimes, is that this Pekron EX is also a very, very good finishing attacker for this deck, meaning that you can get to wrap up games with it. Although the main star of the deck is going to be that Roaring Moon. And if Simon can get to a point where we can counter this Jamming Tower, it feels like the Roaring Moon would be a lot safer, ideally, when going in. And we could also just be using the Calamitous Storm to get rid of it.
That's true. I was just about to say, you might value it enough to just go Calamity Storm, but instead we're seeing the energy attachment onto Pecharunt, now able to actually launch its Poison Chain attack itself, which just deals 10 damage, but also crucially poisons the opponent's active.
Yeah, but it's still going to make it exactly enough, and also the Dreepy going to be knocked out by poison again, not triggering the Flip the Script from Festantipity. Both of these decks are really, really good at playing around that Flip the Script, even though like Festantipity is one of the best abilities that we have in the game, and everyone's constantly looking to how do we make sure that our opponent never gets to trigger this ability? And that's something these Poison deck does, previously in the form of Cloth, Terapagos, and now just back home in the Dark deck of Roaring Moon.
Our players just discussing how the Poison Chain works. It deals only the 10 damage, but the Toxic Subjugation is still in effect because the attack itself does poison. So it is indeed Simon going down to 3 prize cards remaining. Lorenzo has at least been able to maintain his Drakloak here. Has been given a fresh hand to play with as well. We need to work in our Dragapult TX. It feels like we have to get Phantom Diving now, Jesper.
We definitely have to go start and get Phantom Diving, because otherwise we'll be playing into Simon having 2 prizes left, and then any Roaring Moon using the Frenzy Gouging would just be game. So we have to start putting on some pressure onto Simon, regardless in which way it has to be. As we were talking about it before, if we can keep this Jamming Tower in play, that'll be wonderful, so we can keep all of those Ancient Booster Energy Capsules. Although it requires from Lorenzo, get an energy, get a Dragapult, start doing something. It's better than, of course, which happened the last turn, which is passing, because we don't have the options to do anything about it.
I think crucially we do have energy in the hand, a Psychic one, no less. And I think now it's the debate between Dragapult EX and Buddy Buddy Poffin. Dragapult clearly a card that we need this turn, so it is eventually going to be picked up. So I do think we have a nice springboard of Psychic Energy, Dragapult, and Iono here. Another piece of the puzzle would be looking towards Counter Catcher. I think that's the debate, because a single prize KO doesn't seem good when this Petrant has been ticked down by poison and is so vulnerable, can be easily Phantom Dive for free, or because there's so much damage already on Pheasantipity EX, you could just continue to target down this Pokemon over a couple of turns.
Yeah, with 2 Phantom Dives, you actually take that Pheasantipity exactly from 90 up to 210, which is the amount of HP that Pheasantipity has. So 2 Phantom Dives there could be wonderful, which means that you kind of want to go and counter catch something like a Pekka to make sure that that also gets knocked out. Although it leaves us with a spot of, we have to deal with this Roaring Moon.
Oh yeah.
We can't believe that an Iono is going to be saying, Simon gets no energy.
Orders.
So boss's orders could be targeting exactly that Pekka. So you're going to be able to either take up both of the Pekka, take free prizes, and use that remaining damage to put onto Roaring Moon, which doesn't seem too great. Or we can go ahead and put some pressure onto this Pheasantipity.
Yeah, if you pressure Pheasantipity, you can win next turn with Neo Upper Energy, bring up the Squawkabilly EX and win by finishing out Fez and Squawkabilly at the same time. So the fact that this Petrant has only 190 is handy. This doesn't set you up for game quite as easily, but it's putting you in a position to worry far less about the Roaring Moon using Frenzied Gouging.
Basically what Lorenzo's saying is that he's telling Simon, no, you're not going to be able to Frenzied Gouging next turn. If you want to be doing that, however, you're going to be knocking yourself out, which gives me 2 extra prizes, and says that Lorenzo's going to be very easily able to go ahead and take the last remaining 2 prizes there after that, either on something like the Squawkabilly, as you mentioned, or picking out the Brute Bonnet, knocking that out, Phantom Dive, and putting some extra damage on Pekka. The chances are many to do so. So when we're going into Simon's turn, we need to be taking free prizes. A way we could be doing that is Calamitous Storm onto something like Latias, getting rid of that Jamming Tower, saying to Lorenzo that you're not going to be able to take out this Roaring Moon unless you hit your 2nd tower, which again, yes, with the amount of Dracloaks we had throughout the game, that is very possible, although we have to play our chances whenever in these kinds of spots.
No Perilous Jungle found from the Flip the Script either. So I believe our only draw supporter right now is Carmine. We are going to be thinning the hand down. We have a number of Ultra Ball in here. There's another Roaring Moon EX in that hand. You can't really start working towards just yet without the help of Sada.
Although, Joe, it looks like Simon's going to try to attempt a Classic, but he's going to attach energy to the Roaring Moon, but we may just see the Classic Ultra Ball for double Ultra Ball heading into the deck and just thinning out the hand since, yeah, there's a lot of cards you still don't want to discard. And yeah, we see not one. From 1 Phantom Dive here. I don't think that's going to be, he's going to be able to do that unless we did see, you know, a 60 put onto Pheasantipity the last turn. Then that could have been possible at this stage. So all we're looking at is Lorenzo kind of needs to be disrupting here. But if we just attack him with the Dragon Bolt without putting Jamming Tower in play, we just lose to a Frenzied Gouging.
Yeah, Iono is in the hand, so at least we have draw from Recon Directive as well.
But we could be seeing one thing here, Joe, which is very interesting. We could be seeing Lorenzo going for a knockout on one of the bench Pokemon. And then if Simon doesn't get a way to knock out this Latias with Calamitous Storm, one thing we could be seeing is a Frenzied Gouging. Although this would also need Jamming Tower in play.
It would.
But if we see a Frenzied Gouging onto the Dragon Ball while Jamming Tower is in play, we will actually get to a tiebreaker game. Although this may seem far away, this is one of the conditions that Lorenzo is looking at. And when you're sitting in Lorenzo's shoes, you have to do whatever you can to not lose this top 8 at this very stage. But it's getting harder and harder for every single turn that goes and every single prize card that Simon draws. Because from what we're seeing, Simon, 1 prize card left. It's really getting into a spot where Lorenzo has to be looking at whatever they can do. We do see Maractus.
Creative. Counter Catcher, Maractus. We know Petrant EX has been dealt with on a previous turn. Perhaps this was a trap that Lorenzo was laying earlier on in the game. The corner attack from Maractus forces a Pokemon to no longer be able to retreat This could be a way that you could set up some damage and buy yourself some crucial time alongside an Iono as well. Simon only has one card to play with.
But it's going to be a nice stretcher from Simon, so that means that we can get the Pokémon EX back into play and use the subjugating chains to get into that Roaring Moon. Use whatever attack Roaring Moon could do. But just frenzy gouging doesn't matter too much here, Joe, and get the win here. So Simon's gonna draw, get that nice stretcher into play, get the Pokémon EX, use the subjugating change, get into the Roaring Moon EX, and here we got it. Simon John winning this top 8 2-0, advancing into the top 4 of the Bologna Special Championships. A very, very short game 1 into a bit more of a lengthy game 2, getting to see exactly what this Roaring Moon deck is capable of, and yeah, what a show off from Simon.
Night stretcher, the one card Lorenzo didn't want to see, and Simon playing perfectly throughout this set, having a fantastic time of things, setting up that damage, and such great awareness of his own deck, when to weave in the Roaring Moon EX and remove the crucial jamming tower. Let's go back to that first game. It was a quick one. Blink and you'll miss it. Perilous Jungle plus the Ancient Boost Energy Capsule on Brute Bonnet takes out the Cleffer immediately before Lorenzo can even draw for the turn. The handshake, and suddenly we're into game 2.
And finally we get to see somewhat of a competitive game in game 2. Lorenzo starting that Blood Moon or Saluna, making sure that we're not going to get losing the game off just a poison combo again. Trying to butt you, trying to draw some time. This jamming tower being in play was a stopping force for Simon for a lot of turns and kind of kept Lorenzo in the game longer than Simon wanted to. Simon being able to weave in this Pokémon, being able to take out more of these Budju, being able to also use the Pokémon's attack stages to take out whenever it's above 60 HP and get into the spot. So we do see the Dream Being deactive. Pokemon Catcher is going to fail, unfortunately, here. We didn't see any Pokemon Catcher heads in this game. Going to be attaching and use the attack from the Pekron, the Poison Chain attack, doing 10, but with Poison, that's going to be plus 60 afterwards. Taking that knockout right there and putting Simon into a spot with 3 to 6 prize cards. This was a turn where we needed Lorenzo to pull back, and then, yeah, the boss's orders onto Blood Moon or Saluna. Calamitous Storm plus Poison, dealing exactly enough damage to be taking out that Blood Moon or Saluna. Putting Simon down to 1 prize card at this stage, and then, yeah, 1 card off Iono, Night Stretcher for Pokémon EX, subjugating chains back into the Roaring Moon, Frenzy Gouging or Poison plus his Calamitous Storm would have done the trick. Regardless, we do see Simon hitting the top 4, and yeah, commiserations to Lorenzo. Such an awesome tournament he played, and with the 2 stream matches we've gotten very tight games and very well played from him. But yeah, congratulations, Simon. You're in the top 4 now.
Yeah, and Simon really showing off the Roaring Moon EX deck. I think it's not really an archetype that many players pick because it's not had that same level of results behind it. So having that bravery, that confidence in your own deck building, because he's made his own innovations here, certainly, especially with counts in some instances, but also just to trust his own testing process, trust that he knows which decks he likes to play and can play them to the best extent, that's still his best choice to go far in these tournaments.
Yeah, and holding up the kind of trend that he's setting. Aggressive decks, Future Hands, Miraidon, Roaring Moon, 4 decks that we've been seeing him, well, actually just 3 different types of decks that he's been playing. All of them has this one thing in common, that they're very aggressive. They take very quick games, and they're able to play 3 games in 15 minutes, which is something that, you know, every single type of tournament deck tries to achieve. Not that we see pretty often, like the best 2 decks in the format as we see currently. Gardevoir and Dragonbolt are 2 decks that actually struggle with that a lot, but they're just too powerful to be looked besides. But if you're playing a deck like Roaring Moon, that's pretty consistent, plays 3 games in 15 minutes, it's actually a pretty good deck to bring to a tournament whenever you're thinking that you want to be completing games, because what do you need for advancing? You need wins. And if you're winning, well, you win the tournament.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Let's keep on winning. I also just love that we were saying time and time again, Simon playing around Flip the Script, one of the strongest abilities in the format. It's showing up in basically every deck in the game. You need to have a really good excuse to not play Pheasantipity EX within your deck list, because it can claim so many cards throughout the game. But Simon just saying, no, I'm the only one in charge of Pheasantipity EX. I'm not going to give you any cards.
And Simon saying he's in charge of Pheasantipity. We're going to flip the script right over to Alex and Simon.
Yes, thank you very much, both of you at the desk there. I am here with the winner of our top 8 feature match. Simon, congratulations, you've made it into top 4. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good, yeah.
Yeah, exactly, man, a few words. But I mean, after that there wasn't many turns that you actually had to play in the end. I mean, we could start with game 1. You're up against Dragapult. You just see the Cleffa. You're going first. That's got to be a nice feeling knowing you can just burst into poison.
Yeah, it was really a good feeling because just 2 cards needed for the donk. I was really happy about that.
How often has that happened this weekend?
I could like donk 6 to 7 times at the tournament, But
I mean,
more,
it's got to be feeling so good. I mean, that's why the deck is built in that way. Game 2 went a little bit more differently, of course, but at the same time, a matchup into Dragapult EX. Have you played a lot this weekend? What's your general thoughts going into that matchup?
I like to playing this matchup because if I can get 2 prizes just with the baby patch around, it's good for me. But if I miss a kill, a knockout in the first turn, it's not that good for me. I have to hope they miss the energy attachment like before, so yeah.
And often, sometimes it does happen, right? They're so reliant on those energy attachments, whilst you can just keep bursting through, you just keep ticking over some damage counters, you set up a big Roaring Moon EX, which is what we saw. I mean, how many of Dragapults did you say you faced over the weekend?
I think like 3 to 4 Dragapult I faced, yes, and I won all, or I tied one.
Tied one, okay. Well, sometimes you can give them a win every now and then, right? it's not too bad of a feeling. Look, you've brought the same deck that you took to Utrecht to a ninth place, just missing out on top card by 1 point. This time you were able to make it through there. Why Roaring Moon?
Because I played the deck before with Dark Patch and also with Moltres when it was legal still. And I like this deck with aggression, make some pressure to the opponent. And yeah, it's fun. It's a fun deck. I like the card. And yeah.
Yeah, it's almost like a nice solitaire moment when you're doing the poison sort of knockouts and then the big knockouts. You have lots of things going on in the deck, right? I mean, you mentioned sort of the big single prizes or big basic Pokemon that you've played. I think you might have played like a future box at a tournament. You've had some really good results for the last couple of years, so it's been nice to see you finally get yourself in this spot, right? I mean, you've been here before. You've come second before, right, at a tournament? You've been in the finals before?
Yes, in Stuttgart I was in the final, yeah.
So you're hoping to go maybe one step further this time, of course?
Yeah, I hope so. We will see.
Yeah. Is there anything in the top 8 that you're maybe a little bit afraid of having to go up against?
Yeah, just the Joltik box deck with Miraidon, because I don't like the matchup.
Right.
But the other ones are fine because they play Little Moons and I can win in the first turn if I have luck.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, those Gardevoirs, you know, you've got weakness on them, right? So it's a great feeling. But yeah, let's see if you're able to maybe overcome that Joltik box. Maybe there's a world, right? But maybe you don't even need to face it. Maybe it doesn't make it. But you know, it was a very short amount of time we had you on the stream because you only needed to win 2 games in very quick succession. You get to have a nice break. Keep an eye out and watch in some of the other games as well. We'll let you have a little bit of a break, but hopefully you guys all enjoyed that. It was a great display again. We've seen so many Poison Docks before, but this is one other opportunity to see another unique deck make it into top 8. Let us know what you think will actually go all the way. Will it be something like this Roaring Moon EX, or will it be one of the others in top 8? What do you guys think back at the desk?
I think that we just seen a man with a very big talent. Simon, all the way from Switzerland, coming down here and saying, you know what, let's go for some Roaring Moon. I'm a little bit afraid of Joltik, and I'm not even sure at this point with Simon coming so far in the tournament, I wouldn't be afraid of a little Joltik, would you?
I'm not too afraid. It's another Pokemon that you can knock out turn 1. And there's also Coronation in his deck as well, a fantastic ancient Pokemon. It's a fighting type. You have poison coverage to get around the Pikachu EX as well. Not many decks have an instant response to the Pikachu. I think he's selling himself short. I think he's got a great bracket ahead of him. He's taken out a Dragapult. A number of Gardevoir remain. That's got to be looking good for him.
Yeah, and that little moon of his being able to be really, really good against Gardevoir when we're talking about those single or prize attackers that he can be weaving around with the poison as well. And not to say less, against Gardevoir, if they're just starting a lonely little routes, he could of course be going with the Baby Pekarant, the Brute Bonnet's Toxic Powder, and the Perilous Jungle. It's going to deal 80 damage with poison even before the Gardevoir player's turn, being able to essentially donk your opponent. And yes, we've seen it once on this stream so far, but we did see it at EYC as well. And that's just a powerful combo whenever you don't allow your opponents to play any cards. That's one of the 4 ways you win the Pokemon trading card game. You're using Buddy to make sure that your opponent does not play the game. And yes, indeed, if you win on the first turn, your opponent does not win the game at all or get to play. So, yeah.
I mean, it doesn't matter if it's 1 prize or 6. A win is a win. It doesn't matter how it comes. Let's see then. I imagine that Simon was one of the first to complete his top 8 game, but we can have a look at the bracket and see the remainder of his run and any other results that have come in. No, there's actually more games have also concluded. Looks like Angelo was able to get a 2-0 victory over Daniel. Angelo playing the Gardevoir EX archetype, taking out the Joltik box. More good news for Simon there, Jesper.
I'm not even sure if that's good news, but of course these Baby Roy Moon archetypes that do play the Baby Roy Moon have technically been very, very good into Gardevoir. So I can definitely be taking Simon's stance in that. And yeah, again, let's hope for Angelo that he does not start a lonely route into Simon's Poison Donk, because otherwise that may be very bad news. And of course, you know, Angelo Coraluzzo against Simon Jan, and then on the other side of the bracket in the other top 4, Fabrizio Dallone being right there with the terrestrial box deck, either playing against Ricardo Covello, who's up against Julius Brunfeld 1-0.
That means that it won't be Dragapult EX winning this tournament, both falling in top 8. The final match to conclude, Ricardo up against Julius. That's a Gardevoir mirror match. So looks like Terrestrial Toolbox, we have a Roaring Moon and some Gardevoir are going to be battling it out in our top 4. We just don't yet know who, but that's going to be a thrilling conclusion to this tournament. And I think it's a tough ride out there for Gardevoir. Sometimes you've seen it go towards the latter stages of a tournament and it's just mirror matches and Dragapults and it looks very good for it. Here, I think it's got some headache.
Yeah, we were talking about with Simon's deck, Roaring Moon EX. Yes, Gardevoir is very good against 2-price attackers, but with this constant stream of aggressive poison knockouts, the mini Roaring Moon coming in to be very good. I love the way Simon says it. We usually say Baby Roaring Moon. I kind of wanted my mini moon. But yeah, it's really, really good against Gardevoir. And whoever wins there, even if Julius does make it back from that 0-1 there, it's going to be super difficult for all these Gardevoir plays. As you're saying, typically we see this in latter stages of the tournament where we have Gardevoir against Dragapult all the way down in the top 8 stages. Now, Dragapult's out. What's Gardevoir actually going to beat here, since all the matchups seemingly are pretty poor for Gardevoir?
Well, Gardevoir can always find a way, but it's not just our final few competitors who are picking up great prizes this weekend. In fact, there's all sorts of other tournaments going out in the hall, lots of great side events, and Ross is at the prize wall to tell us all about it.
And if you like the look of that giant Slowpoke, ladies and gentlemen, you are going to love a lot of what I'm about to show you, because we are over here at the prize wall. The way it works is you turn up to the event, you join in some side events. You will win yourself some prize tickets. What do you do with the prize tickets? You come to the prize wall, and we have got a collection of goodies here. Like, for instance, some hats, including, yes, a Slowpoke hat. Slowpoke fans are very well catered for. We have a selection of plushies, like the soda plushies. Might I suggest my boy Fampi? I love me a little bit of Fampi. If you are a Pokemon TCG fan, you are well catered to as well. Might I recommend Prismatic Evolutions? If you're a TCG fan, you'll know what I am getting at. But over on the prize wall here, we have such a great selection. It's not just plushies, it's not just TCG goodies. Maybe it's a ridiculously large Psyduck, as an example. Or maybe it's something along the lines of Switch cases, or backpacks, or smaller bags. Essentially, anything you're into. If you're a Pokemon fan, you come to the event, you get yourself some prize tickets, you come and meet the lovely folks at the prize wall, you are going to find something awesome. And the side events themselves are fun. This is just a lovely bonus. But now that I've shown you all the cool stuff on the prize wall, I think we better go back to the casters. So casters, back to you.
Such a shame that I'm standing here not able to play the side events to give my Slowpoke here a little tiny, or not a tiny friend, but a humongous friend. But speaking of huge, we've had a huge tournament here this weekend. All the excitement we have, it's not only just the main event, it's not only just the main event in the Master TCG. I said when I was out on the floor earlier, a bit of juniors and seniors actions when I was talking to Thomas, and they're also in the finishing stages of their tournament. Now, there's one thing we've been talking about throughout the entirety of the tournament. it has been that pollen count. My allergies have not been going super great this weekend, and I do want to know how or whenever I have to take my allergy medication, because the pollen count currently is up on 33, and as much as I remember after day 1, it was at 25. So we've had a little bit less pollen.
A little bit less, yeah.
A little better weather in here, a bit more item cards to be able to soothe out this weather. But yeah, what are you thinking, Joe?
I mean, as the forecast from yesterday, I feel like we've been really undersold the amount of pollen because there's no more Dragapult remaining. It's Roaring Moon, that doesn't have itchy pollen. It's Terrestrial Toolbox, no pollen there. And a lot of Gardevoir, maybe 1 or 2 play Budgie, but often, no. Often it's TM Evolution, Cleffa, and other little basics, and just sort of passing into your opponent, building a board instead. So there may not be any more itchy pollens announced all day.
Yeah, and even though Gardevoir does play 1, they can kind of now play the Hyper with the Team Evolution. Doesn't even have to use the Budgie itchy pollen anymore. Whereas whenever you're watching Dragapult, they have to use Budgie if they want to have a successful game, or Cleffa. But typically it's going to be Budgie if they're going to draw greater hands. We're not going to be seeing that Cleffa very much. But yeah, not going to see a lot more of the Budgie. And I'm pretty sure that we're going to be seeing less than 5 itchy pollens for the rest of the tournament from this stage onwards.
That means not much pollen left here, but let's have a look at our weather map for our other areas affected by itchy pollen here.
Oh, wow.
Because we've been following this story for quite some time. Budgie has been popping up all over Europe in droves.
Yeah, and we have to remember that Budgie was released in the Prismatic Evolutions format. There's a reason why that we didn't have super much of a storm around about Gdansk. It's not the time of the year where pollen is like the biggest issue ever, but as soon as we start picking up into London, it started really going bad there in February, and then we're getting down to Seville, which was the most severely affected area on our map. So we have to say sorry to all the Spaniards down there. Yes, your area is very affected by itchy pollen, and you'd likely have to go to doctor and get checked.
Yeah, Bologna, one of the worst and most tracked areas, because we knew that this was something we had to expect. If it hit Seville as badly as it did, we had to stay on top of things. We knew that there was going to be Budgie all over the place. We're still trying to get those accurate estimates, and I feel like on the stream we've only seen a handful of itchy pollen this weekend, but I think that means we could be underestimating just how much itchy pollen's out there.
Yeah, and it's definitely a funny thing to keep track of during the upcoming tournaments. And maybe we're also going to be seeing more itchy pollen during the North American International Championship. Not that I doubt it. We're all going to probably see that. But he's still too good that it's not going to be washed away with 1 extra set and 2 weeks coming in. It's not going to happen like that. But it's really interesting that we don't get to see Budgie. We could see Budgie technically being in the winning deck, but it's not going to be part of the main strategy of our winning deck for this tournament. So really interesting how we get to see that and what shakeup that's going to make whenever we get to after this tournament. Yes, we're in the last tournament of the Journey Together format, but it's not that Destined Rivals gives us a lot of new decks. We're talking about a bit of Marnie's Grimsnarl and alike whenever that comes around, but we get to see a lot of current decks being remade, and maybe that could lead to some of the decks either playing more Budgie or less Budgie and going for, as we're talking about with Gardevoir, a more Team Evolution heavy approach or some Cleffa.
Yeah, trying to figure out what that cure is, because I can't really put my finger on it. There's just many ways that you can go about trying to react to that Budgie. Everyone has to respect it. We know it's going to show up in all sorts of archetypes, so you have to try and find your answers in whatever deck list you have.
Yeah, and whatever deck list you may have, you do have to make sure that you're doing your homework and making sure you can see that. Whenever you're watching the stream back home, we're always looking for what's the better parts of this list. But we do have a little thing I want to show in terms of how we can get these cards through to your deck.
Consistency is key. You know, you don't want to get tilted when stuff happens, but consistency and just trying to be upbeat with everything you're doing.
Some of the fundamentals trainers should learn about is, thinking about speed ties, stats, definitely understanding how abilities work, how they interact with one another. But I also think a big fundamental is also just learning how to have fun with the game, because at the end of the day, this is a video game. You're here to have fun. I feel like it's very important to know.
I think the most basic fundamental for every trainer is going to be just knowing your typings. So always make sure you're throwing the most efficient moves. Maybe start learning your counts. I think that's like the most advanced strategy.
So I think the fundamentals every Pokemon trainer should know is
like knowing the ins and outs of your deck and like what are your niche scenarios that do come up in your games. I had like some Briar plays that really worked for me when we were testing. Just knowing those kind of ins and outs of like what does your deck do and what are your win conditions towards the end of the game is really important.
There's a lot of fundamentals that go into competing in VGC. If you've ever played Pokemon, you know that it's essentially a very complex game of rock, paper, scissors. So right off the bat, you have to understand all the type matchups, all the dynamics, when your move's going to be super effective, resisted. I think there's a lot of really important abilities that you need to be familiar with right now. What Pokemon is going to get a boost, what weather effects are going to be in play, what terrain effects. And lastly, I would say that if you're just starting out and you're a little bit overwhelmed by all the different statistics, all the stats that these Pokemon have, the most important one to be familiar with would be speed. That's definitely another very important mechanic that I would try to get some mastery over before competing.
I think a fundamental that every Pokemon trainer should know is at the end of the day that they should have fun, and it's just a game and a hobby for us to enjoy ourselves and not to take it too serious. I think that's the most important thing.
Hello Pokemon trainers, my name is Benjamin and I'm here to take you through some of the highlights of our newest set in the Pokemon TCG, Journey Together. Journey Together not only introduces new cards into our meta, but also brings back an ever popular mechanic the game first introduced 20 years ago, and what the competitive metagame has not actually seen for 10 years. The new Trainers Pokemon mechanic was actually first teased all the way back in Worlds 2024, and the excitement for the possible trainers that could be featured was electric. The wide variety of trainers included in these new cards could span across various regions and games, showcasing some of the fans' favourite trainers and most importantly, their acclaimed Pokemon. But of course, it's not just trainers and their Pokemon that could be introduced. Items, tools and even stadium cards are all part of the bundle, allowing players to adapt their entire deck around a specific package of cards all aligned to one specific trainer. Now let's take a look at some of these standout inclusions from the new set, all based around these new trainers. First up on our trainers list is N, and we can't start talking about N until we take a look at N Zoroark EX, a powerful darkness-type Pokemon with a bunch of tricks up its sleeve. Armed with its reputable trade ability, this card is perfect for players who want to draw cards and increase their consistency. With its Night Joker attack, a player's N Zoroark EX can attack with one of their benched N's Pokemon's attacks for their turn. And with many Pokemon under N's arsenal, most notably with N's Reshiram and N's Darmanitan, players can opt for a more varied approach to taking their game to their opponents. Players can easily accelerate energy and synergize with N's Zoroark EX's trade ability with the new N's PP Up item card, allowing them to attach those important basic energy cards from their discard pile. And once more, to help them stream those ongoing attacks is the new N's Castle Stadium card. Next up on our trainers list is Hop. Featured within the set is a plethora of different Hop cards, most notably in Pokemon such as Hop's Zacian EX, Hop's Snorlax, but also tool cards such as Hop's Choice Band. Hop's cards present a perfect example of harmonious synergy. Whilst Hop's Zacian's EX's first attack Insta Strike does not seem as intimidating with its 30 damage, pairing it with Hop's Choice Band, Hop's Snorlax's extra helpings ability, and the Post-Trick Stadium card, Hop's Zacian EX is now doing a massive 120 damage to their opponent's active Pokemon, and for no energy cost. With a number of additional Pokemon in its stockpile such as Hop's Cramorant, and other Pokemon such as Blood Moon's Lunar EX, the continuous and consistent damage slowly overloads their opponents and grinds down their board state of submission, showcasing just another style of play in another trainer archetype. Another trainer on our list is Iono. Iono's Bellibolt EX shines bright, being paired with a huge range of cards supporting its two main features. Firstly, its ability Electric Streamer allows players to attach as many basic lightning energy from their hand to one of their Iono's Pokemon. And secondly, its attack Thunderous Bolt deals a very respectable 230 damage. Where Iono really shows great consistency is with Iono's Kilowattrel. Its ability Flashing Draw gives players a way of drawing up to 6 cards in hand if they can discard a basic lightning energy from the Pokemon. Paired with Iono's Bellibolt EX's Electric Streamer, and with various methods of consistency bringing basic energy to the player's hand, players can more comfortably draw into the cards they need, and execute their strategy more effectively. And finally, we have the fan favourite Lily. Although Lily has a great set of cards, we will focus specifically on one card from the collection, which is Lily's Clefairy EX, a great gem from this set. Lily's Clefairy EX combines an extremely relevant ability with its Fairy Zone ability, making it the perfect tool for players to splash the card easily into other decks to more effectively deal with the Dragon-type Pokemon that are dominant in the format. In connection to its Full Moon Rondo attack and its low energy cost, Lily's Clefairy EX is a threat all on its own, but you can understand why many players say it's now their favoured method of dealing with the commanding Dragon-type Pokemon in the meta. Trust us when we say this one's going to shake up the competitive scene. Well, you can just see how the new trainers Pokemon are planning to impact the meta, either all on their own as single archetypes, taking some of the game's already established cards, or being included as single cards in already influential decks in the format due to their strong abilities or attacks. Their introduction allows players to approach the game more individually, making each of the trainers' archetypes unique in their own way, which will always bring a more interesting and varied metagame. We hope you're enjoying the new cards from Journey Together just as much as we are. Which trainer do you think will come out on top? There's only really one way to find out, and that's by staying tuned to the live broadcast. Until next time, trainers, this has been Benjamin. Catch you later.
Welcome back to Bologna for the Italian Special Championships for the Pokémon TCG. We're heating up in here and the moon's coming out. It's all getting very confusing, but here to help you unpick it are myself, Ross Gilbert, and my casting buddy slash birthday boy for the weekend, Alex Dow. How you doing, Alex?
Yeah, pretty good. I just had a fantastic opportunity to speak to Simon, of course, just kind of get into his brain a little bit because he's played this Roaring Moon deck in back-to-back events, in 9th place, and now here, at least a top 4.
Roaring Moon, not a deck that was on a lot of people's radars coming into this event. Maybe it should have been. We haven't really mentioned it at all weekend until we saw that it was in the top 8, but it's one of those decks that can take quick wins, but also has that one-hit KO power. Let's remind ourselves quickly about the bracket. So Angelo has already gotten through with that Gardevoir. We'll be facing Simon and that Roaring Moon in top 4. Fabrizio joining them in top 4 with Terrabox, and we're still trying to figure out if it is going to be Ricardo with Gardevoir or Julius with Gardevoir joining them. What that really means is if Simon is going to win this event, just Gardy.
Yeah, absolutely.
Gardy.
But let's figure this out. We're going to go straight to our feature match right now because our players are ready here, waiting to get this ball rolling right here. This is the top 4. Angelo is on our left. We just saw Simon in that right-hand side spot as well. We're in for another fantastic matchup. Spoke to Simon, of course. He did not want to face up against Joltik Miraidon, and there is no more Joltik Miraidon. He's got Gardevoir here in top 4.
Wow, we have a couple of Earthen Vessel being prized, which isn't ideal, but I don't think it's going to be all that bad. The secret box for Gardevoir there and Angelo is priced. That's something we need to keep an eye on, but here's a fist bump, and we are rolling with our first top 4 game here at the Bologna Special Championship. Simon going first with that Roaring Moon deck. And we've got ourselves a Mew in the active. That's not a bad little starter.
Not bad at all, but he's not facing up against one of those routes. It's a Monkey Dory in the active. 110 HP, maybe a stretch too far for this opening turn for any naughty shenanigans from the Poison Donk aspect. But I'm sure Simon would still setting up that board state. He does have that dark type sort of access on the board, but there's not much else beyond just the benching of that Brute Bonnet and the state and the tool being attached. It's on Angelo now. Energy attachment, technical machine evolution to the Monkey Dory. What else can you do here? Hang on.
Wait, he's got to have... Okay, he has at least got an INO in hand, so we're not going to see a result quite that quick. There is going to be something going on here in addition to just attaching to Monkey Dory, but you don't like doing this. Like, Simon clearly didn't have a very good turn one, so you don't really like giving your opponent a hand refresh. We do get Pheasantipity on the board here as well, though. It's not going to do much good now, but that is going to draw cards as we go through this game.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there was just a bit of the fear factor if Angelo did not hit anything off the Iono to find another Pokemon as an example, and it meant they would just spin that lone Monkey Dory in their active spot, staring down at a free retreat Mew and what Simon could do on his turn. So Pheasantipity did hit the board nice and early, which does mean there is no opportunity to just get benched out of this game.
Yeah, if you have no Pokemon remaining, you do lose the game. So you know what? It's got to be done. Got to bench it down. While we got a second, let's have a reminder of this Gardevoir deck. It is all built around Gardevoir EX. Lets you attach as much energy as you like during your turn to your fellow Psychic Pokemon. What's the downside? Well, you have to do 2 damage counters for every energy that you accelerate. But with things like Monkey Dory taking that damage and moving it to your opponent, and cards like Screamtail and Drifloon that can do damage based on the amount of damage on them. Drifloon to the active, Screamtail can even hit the bench. Oh, it's not really that much of a downside. Gardevoir uses that damage in a lot of different ways.
Absolutely, and we're seeing the board being set up here. Some additional draw power for Angelo here. Does, of course, as we've already mentioned, have that energy, and you guys can see as well the Technical Machine evolution also on that Monkey Dory. So just be looking for another route if possible after this restart, just so we can evolve 2 Pokemon. We do see that inclusion that was popularized in the last event across the pond. That Rabsca has also hit the hand there, a Pokemon which prevents, with that spherical shield, prevent all damage and effects of attacks from your opponent's Pokemon done to your bench Pokemon. Maybe not as useful here, and we do just see, I believe, the evolution up to just 1 Curlier. It does look a little bit susceptible to an easy knockout, though.
It does. I want to just point out that Bravery Charm on the Pheasantipity there. It takes it out of range of a Roaring Moon using Calamity Storm, forcing a Frenzied Gouging, which does that 200 damage to itself if you want to get a KO. So taking that easy 2 prizes off the board. Nice little play there from Angelo. But now we're back over to Simon, and it looks like we got ourselves a perilous jungle, and then we're going to be searching out a Pokemon. What are we searching out here? What do we need?
We just need some draw power, it looks like. I want to double check what that final card is in the hand. It does have to discard away that Squawkabilly EX, that fantastic card, which you can use its ability Squawk and Sneeze on its first turn to start bursting through and into the key combo cards you require to win multiple matchups here. But of course, Simon was unable to do so, so Squawkabilly EX is no longer useful. Just a reminder for anyone who hasn't watched this deck, or if you didn't catch a glimpse of that top 8 already, we tend to use and work with the combos of Poison, utilizing that Pecharunt, which has that Toxic Subjugation, alongside the Brute Bonnet with a tool attachment, that Ancient Booster capsule, which then allows you to use Toxic Powder, and then additional ticks of poison damage will happen between turns, which will allow you to sometimes, just like we saw in Top 8 Game 1, take a very, very easy knockout on small Pokemon.
Easy knockout on small Pokemon with Poison. Big KOs with Roaring Moon EX and that Frenzied Gouging, which literally one-hit KOs whatever's in front of you. The combination so far serving Simon very, very well in Bologna here. Now, we're using Mew's ability. We're drawing up. We got an Energy and an Iono.
We're using that Toxic Powder here now, poisoning both active Pokemon. Of course, Mew can just retreat, and this is where that Pecharunt goes into the active position, that Toxic Subjugation. As long as this Pokemon is in the active spot, you put 5 more damage counters on your opponent's poison Pokemon during Pokemon checkup. So look at the damage counters just tick up there. If Angelo does not maneuver that Monkey Dory out of the active spot, it will mean it will be KO'd, coming back into Simon's turn. But that Dark Energy's also hit the field here. Mew restart for 1 card. Ross, has that been useful at all?
I don't know. I did not see what he drew. He is going to be able to retreat to something. Oh, it's a Professor's Research. Yes, Alex.
Yes, it
is going to be useful. New hand of 7 cards here from the Professor's Research. The good news is 3 of those damage can go over from the Monkey Dory. Bad news is that doesn't actually take it out of being KO'd by Poison. It still needs to get out the active or it will go down during Pokemon Checkup.
Yep, so that is going to be the key aspect here, because we do see another route hit the field. That Curlier no longer just the only lone god of our line that's available on Angelo's side of the board. That Monkey Dory, of course, can just retreat by paying the 1 retreat cost that it has, as it can just put that psychic energy that was initially attached to it into the discard pile, especially where it wants those energies to be, as the Drifloon is maneuvered into the active spot. Poison removed from the Monkey Dory. Now Poison, no, sorry, not Poison, Adrenabrain can now manipulate some damage counters across the board.
But we're going to need a Gardevoir coming out here. Gardevoir would get energy onto the Drifloon, allow it to attack. It is just a pass, and here's the problem. Drifloon is well in range of that Poison package we just saw. It's got 70 HP. Poison was doing 80 damage, so yes, the Monkey Dory has been saved, but that Drifloon is not going to be lasting till the end of the turn. And that's what Simon really wants to do here. In the early game, take cheeky little prizes off small Pokemon using that Poison package, and that lets you build up your energy onto your Roaring Moon, and then you can go after your big KOs, things like Mew, things like Gardevoir EX, Fezandipity. That's the game plan here, and right now, seems to be working.
Yeah, absolutely. That's exactly what Simon's going to be doing. He even explained that himself in the interview with me, as he does get the Petron EX. Again, another Pokemon as part of many of these combos with a fantastic ability, subjugating chains this time. Once during the turn, you may switch one of your benched dark Pokemon, except any Petron EX, of course, with your active Pokemon. Your active Pokemon is now poisoned, but when you combo that with the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule, which allows you to remove or recover from all special conditions on ancient Pokemon with the HP buff as well, it does mean that you don't actually have to stay poisoned, and that's the great thing about it, as we do get some Mew drawing as well with that restart ability. 2 cards, working off a small hand size right now. I think still has an Iono in hand, does.
Yeah, that would give a nice hand refresh here. Do you want to help out your opponent? How good do you think their hand is? You can do nothing right now but announce the ability from Brute Bonnet, and you will get that KO on the Drifloon with Poison. You've got the Petron in the active. You've got Perilous Jungle there. You do have a couple of energy and the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule onto Roaring Moon. So we are going to see the Iono played here. Continue to advance your board. You don't necessarily need anything this turn, but the more you can set up for future turns, the better, because this is not one of those decks that's got lots of draw engines which are going to be helping you out in the mid to late game. So getting set up, thinning out your deck, these are all useful things to do in the early game.
Absolutely, and so important was one of those cards that was also in that hand from the restart, was that Pokemon Catcher. When you're having to often use cards, or supporters I should say, like Professor Sada's Vitality, you don't often get a chance to use the supporters like Boss's Orders to bring an active or bench Pokemon to the active spot. So comboing, drawing more cards with things like Pokemon Catcher, yes, it is on a coin flip, but that coin flip could mean the difference between winning and potentially losing a game, and that's why it's so important to try and play multiple of those, get those heads, and target down the Pokemon you need to target, as we do see now the Toxic Powder being utilized.
And that's going to mean a KO on the Drifloon. It will take 8 damage counters for Poison between turns. That is enough to KO it. And that's the thing. It's not just that Simon's taking a KO here, but that Drifloon is potentially a very useful attacker. Well, not anymore. It's completely gone. So now we see a Ralts in the active. Do we have a Candy Gardevoir?
Yeah, it's one of those decks, because you are, well, Angelo is playing the sort of build that won Portland last week. Does only have 1 rare candy in the list, relies heavily on those technical machine evolutions to try and burst into some of those Curliers and Gardevoir EXs, or even that Rabsca in certain matchups where possible. And then is playing sort of the fewer number of sort of nice stretchers, does have Super Rod, so there's different ways to recover. But it looks like we're just maybe targeting, oh, it's the Gardevoir EX. Maybe this is a turn that we need to start maybe gaining some traction himself here, and maybe taking the pressure back onto Simon's board.
And we don't necessarily need rare candy. There is a Curlier there. That is the one on the bench that goes and gets evolved up. You can always use the ability to attach to your routes and then get it out the active if you want to. That is always an option. So you do have that pivot just kind of waiting. Obviously, you've got Monkey Dory, can move 3 damage counters back, but crucially, that is not going to be enough for the 80 HP Petulant. What you could do here is essentially move damage over with Monkey Dory and then just let Pecharunt be KO'd by poison during Pokemon checkup. That would be an option.
Absolutely, and don't forget, because we're seeing poison, well, Pokemon checkup poison damage taking knockouts at this moment in time, that Fezandipity, which did go down as a bit of fail-safe for that Monkey Dory in case Angelo did not find any other Pokemon, you can't activate Flip the Script because that only allows you to use that ability if a knockout was taken on your opponent's last turn. Poison checkup is between turns, which means that's not possible, as we do see now that Roaring Moon in the active spot, and that's just on Gardevoir here to see how we deal with it, if possible at all, as the Routes gets 2 damage from the Psychic Embrace. Oh, here we go, Ross, that Mew genome hacking again could be the option.
We see what's going on here. Free energy on there from the Mew, from the Gardevoir. You can copy your opponent's attack. You cannot, well, you could copy Calamity Storm, but unfortunately that Ancient Booster Energy Capsule is giving it too much extra HP. What you can, wait, can we do that? Do you get it? Because Calamity, Frenzied Gouging will KO itself, will it not?
It will.
But the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule will survive. Oh, it is a double KO. I'm just double checking it is a double KO on the Mew and the Roaring Moon because a Calamity Storm won't get the KO.
Exactly.
Ancient Booster Energy Capsule, now it would without it. No, wouldn't it be 10 damage short? So it is a Frenzied Gouging. It is a double KO here. Mew takes down the Roaring Moon, but it also KOs itself. And Simon's going to be able to take a pretty easy KO off this Ralph's here and go to 4 prizes taken.
I guess the thinking from Angelo's side is, while removing all of those energies and sort of setup that you had on that Roaring Moon EX, make it really difficult for you to knock out my Gardevoir EX on a future turn for at least the moment here, by sacrificing the Mew EX, that genome hacking. Both we've been on stream for 2 genome hackings right now, Ross, for 2 massive knockouts on 2 EX Pokemon. It did have to take it down with it. It was dragged into the discard pile alongside it, of course. But it does mean Angelo has dealt with the biggest threat on Simon's board, for the moment at the very least.
And one thing worth noting, this build of Simon's deck, because you're taking those early prizes with poison, you're not playing, you know, energy acceleration outside of Professor Sada's Vitality. That's essentially what you're relying on here. So yes, you absolutely can get a Roaring Moon EX in, you know, set up using that. We've also got Energy Switch, so you can attach to 2 different Pokemon, then Energy Switch onto the Roaring Moon. But that's a lot to ask for at a kind of, you've got nothing, you better get it back right this second. It's doable, but you're asking your opponent to have a lot. If Simon's got it, oh, I like his chances in this game. But if he doesn't, that could give Angelo the opening they need.
I mean, he's still in a fantastic spot because, you know, the emphasis is now on him because the double knockout means it's on Simon's turn. Angelo still had to promote a Pokemon, chose to go with a Rouse because the others are such an important piece of the puzzle in terms of actually trying to take this game down. But it does mean Simon could just potentially go back into that Pecharunt once again. And with Toxic Subjugation and the Perilous Jungle, that 80 damage ticker from poison will be more than enough to overcome the HP of the Routes. Once again, also not allowing Fezandipity EX's Flip the Script to be active.
Yes, and very important, you need to make sure you poison a Mew and then retreat into the Pecharunt so you avoid the KO from Monkey Dory's Adrenabrain ability. You need to make sure you've got 4 damage counters going into your opponent's turn, not 5. This is what Monkey Dory does. You've always got to be wary of Monkey Dory.
Yep, just double checking also, because we did see the Super Rod being utilized on that Roaring Moon. It's because Simon only has access to 1. The other Roaring Moon currently is sat in those prizes right now, which makes it a little bit awkward. So he did Super Rod, did get it out, of course. It's now back onto the bench. We do restart just for the 1 energy attachment to the Pecharunt EX. Another very useful attacker, especially just 2 energies as well, where Irritated Outburst is 60 damage for each prize card your opponent has taken. And right now, Angelo's taken 2, so it's doing 120, often times 2 because of the weakness on Angelo's side of the board with some of those Pokemon. But there's also here a lot of things happening with that Professor Sada's Vitality. More energy acceleration, Ross.
This is going beautifully. We're getting energy on the board. There is an energy waiting for the energy switch. We've got the poison already established, so the Mew can just free retreat into the Pecharunt, and then we're off and rolling. But might we instead, there is a Pokemon catcher in hand. what might we go there? We've got the Fezandipiti. The KO, of course, did come down, so we do get to draw 3 cards. I don't like the Pokemon Catcher yet. I want to KO the routes.
Yep.
Next turn, however...
We're saving it. We're saving it. So that would give us multiple opportunities maybe to gust around and grab one of those 2 prize Pokemon, as we do see the Toxic Powder now on both of the active Pokemon. Mew with the free retreat can just maneuver into the Petra run. It's just going to be a massive poison Pokemon checkup between turns. Poison damage, Perilous Jungle adds 2. The Petron adds a further 5. 8 damage counters. Routes goes down. Gardevoir in the active.
And right now, look at what Simon's done. He's KO'd 2 Pokemon with poison, and he's let Mew KO itself. That's it. That is what Simon has done to get 4 prizes. Now, here comes a counter catcher coming down, and it is coming down on to that Pecharunt EX. Now we get an energy on Gardevoir. The numbers work out here with the damage from the Monkey Dory. That actually didn't even need the damage from the Monkey Dory. Gardevoir actually hits 190 quite nicely. This is a 2-prize Pokemon that Gardevoir can one-hit KO with no issues.
But you don't want to leave that Gardevoir in the active spot. Yes, right now, Simon doesn't have a Dark Pokemon ready to start swinging away at that Gardevoir, but you don't want to leave that option there. So I'm sure Angela's going to be looking for maybe something like that Scream Tail, you know, dealing with just 80 damage on it. It does ×2, it does 160, which is actually perfect numbers with the 190 HP of the Pecharunt EX there as well. That would be one way to potentially not just have a 2-prizer in the active spot.
Oh, and here we see the other top 8. The final player has gone into top 4. It is Ricardo Coviello, who has defeated Julius Brunfeld 2-0. That will be our final player in top 4. So there is your update. The other top 4 game is locked, and I'm pretty sure we're going to show that one after this one, right?
Absolutely. Once this game concludes, we're going to be trying to show the other top 4 where possible. It'll be a fantastic matchup of Gardevoir up against Fabrizio's Terra Boss. But let's go back straight to this game, because loads of things are happening now, Ross. That Drifloon is back from nowhere, back from the discard pile. Plenty of Psychic Embraces back onto it. It's Balloon Burst attack. 30 times the number of damage counters on this Pokemon. We're 3 on it right now. It's got 6 damage counters on it, which means it's dealing 180 damage with just a massive swing, taking a knockout with 2 prizes going there. And Simon, however, down to 2 cards after that Iono, but has Mew, has Fezandipiti. Which way are we going here?
Well, we need Gusting right now, really. There's actually quite a lot we need. Gusting, Energy Switch, Energy would end the game. That is asking quite a lot.
Doesn't necessarily need an Energy Switch. Could just find an Energy, right? If as long as we hit a Professor Sada's Vitality as well. But I think there might be a boss's orders, but which direction will Simon go is going to be really interesting. After maybe the Mew restart where possible, the Fezandipiti flip the script where possible. It's going to be a number of different cards that could combo around here. Looks like it's just targeting that Iono. Only plays 1 copy, can get 2 Ionos off because of that Pow Pad that he plays as well. But let's see how well he can draw from this restart and potential flip the script to see the direction he has to go down to make it happen.
Well, both players have 2 prize cards remaining. Next EXKO wins, although there are obviously other permutations we could get into. Yep. So it is Simon's turn. A Energy Switch or Professor Sada, plus your attachment for the turn, you are going to be good. Or a Sada and an Energy Switch. It's a few different ways to do it. Get free energy on the Roaring Moon, get some Gusting going. You can just KO that Gardevoir, win the game right now. There is that Night Stretcher, which is going to be bringing back an energy, it looks like. So there's your attachment for the turn, sorted nice and easily. Free energy on the Roaring Moon plus Gusting, you will get the win.
Draw of 2 from the Mew EX is available now, so make sure we do this in the right order. There you go, restart for 2 cards. It's just a Stadium in hand right now. Let's see how these 2 help out this situation. Squawkabilly and the Dark Energy, not very useful.
Not useful at all.
Flip the script. There we go for 3 more cards.
These need to be more useful than an Energy and a Squawkabilly you can't play. We've got Professor Sada's Vitality. That is going to get the energy and maybe even get you a Pokemon Catcher, because you will be drawing 3 extra cards. That's what we're going to do. We're going to play the Professor Sada's Vitality. We are looking for a Pokemon Catcher heads. That will win this game for Simon. It's too late for boss's orders. There's 1 in the deck, but you've already played a supporter. There are 3 Pokemon Catcher in the deck. Can you find one?
1, 2, 3, Ross. Let's go. No catchers.
We haven't found one. We can't even flip to see if it works. And this is where it gets really awkward, because now you got to hope your opponent doesn't have any any gusting shenanigans. I mean, you have to KO the Drifloon, so essentially, you're probably going to do your usual trick of KOing the Drifloon with the Pecharunt, and then hoping your opponent cannot gust up and KO the Roaring Moon. But we do have that Ancient Booster Energy Capsule, so actually you'd kind of have to KO the Pheasant Dipty at this point, because that's the easier target.
Or even the Mew EX, yeah.
It was actually an even easier target.
Nice little soft Mew EX, we'd like to say, with only 180 HP there. We do obviously now, it's on Simon to just try and prevent this as much as possible. He is essentially on the next turn just the boss's orders away, or gusting option away from actually taking a massive big swing turn. But here's the retreat from the Mew EX now. Always just double checking. Do we need to just, we'll still need to poison this first.
We will need to poison before we do it, otherwise, no we don't. No, you're good.
No, always going straight into the Brute Bonnet. I mean, that's another way of doing it. You won't get poisoned regardless. Toxic Powder.
And you don't even need, I mean, it's 10 damage left. You're easy. Any poison would do that. Now, it's nice and simple. Gardevoir KO's Mew. It's just gusting we're looking for. Do we have any gusting in hand? Not yet, or you would imagine it would have come down. So, we got an Artisan. We search for a Pokemon. This is pure deck thinning. There's nothing we really, or do we actually? Can we double Monkey Dory onto the Pecharunt and then KO the active Brute Bonnet? That's going to be 2 prizes, and that's going to be the win. So, do we have a Darkness Energy? We do. I think he might have this, you know. Just accelerate a bunch of energy to your active Gardevoir. Use your double Monkey Dory to Adrenabrain twice onto the Pecharunt to get the KO. You'd use Gardevoir to KO the active Brute Bonnet. No gusting needed here. Angelo takes 2 prizes and takes game 1 in our top 4 of Bologna Special Championships.
Yep, played that perfectly. Was able to maneuver out of those poison sort of tickers, those knockouts. That Pheasantipity, that draw power wasn't there for Angelo, but he had all the right pieces there. Unfortunately for Simon, just missed out on that Pokemon catcher potentially. We'll still need to flip the coin, of course, to hit heads. We do get a chance to recap exactly what's happened. Angelo hadn't to risk it all with that Iono, but eventually maneuvered into that Curlier and also had to just give up a couple of small prizes to poison.
Yeah, Simon in the early game was taking those prizes with that poison. We saw Drifloon going down, and it was a little bit awkward. We did see the counter catcher onto that Roaring Moon. This was a big swing point in the game. Using Mew, it sounds a little bit risky, KOing your opponent's Pokemon and your own, giving your opponent 2 prizes, but crucially, you took the biggest threat off the board. We then saw another counter catcher bringing up that Pecharunt EX so that you could KO it with the Drifloon. We see the retreat there to that Drifloon. We get a bunch of energy on. We get a big KO on the Pecharunt, at which point you have only 2 prize cards remaining. Gusting would end the game at this point. Simon had a chance, didn't get it, but then with a double Monkey Dory onto Pecharunt, KO with Gardevoir onto Brute Bonnet, that was all that was needed.
Yep, and here we go. We're going to be heading into this game 2. Simon with the choice of going first or second. I imagine could still try and sneak the game by a potential game by going first once again, because there's 100%. So many little Pokemon on Angelo's side of the board as well. But so long as not just one, Angelo will be able to survive any sort of poison shenanigans. Or should there be a big Pokemon there, it just looks like there will be a mulligan on Angelo's side. And if you haven't or not known about any of the mulligan rules before, if you do not find a basic Pokemon in your opening 7 cards, you reveal your hand, show that to your opponent, and your opponent, if they do have a basic, will be able to draw 1 additional card. Not something you usually want to do, and give more cards to the poison deck from played by Simon.
Indeed. Now, I've just been having a little bit of a count while you've been explaining that very nicely, the mulligan rules there. And here's the deal. There are 10 basics in this Gardevoir deck from Angelo. 5 of them are in range. Oh, that's a second. You don't want to give lots of extra cards to this poison deck turn 1. Right. This is how they beat you without you drawing a card. I'm assuming they're going first. So, essentially, there are 10 basics in the deck. 5 of them are in range of that poison. Screamtail, interestingly, 90 HP, just outside of range. So there is, assuming that Angelo starts with a single basic Pokemon here, there is a 50% chance it is in range of this poison package. And with 2 extra cards to draw from Simon at least, oh, but it's a Monkey Dory, so we will not be seeing a turn 1 win before a card is drawn.
Now onto those prizes. Secret Box once again for both our players this time. A Secret Box was there for Angelo in the last game, but Secret Box this time for both our players. Fist bump, game 2, top 4. Simon looking to turn the tide after losing game 1 to Angelo's Gardevoir. Starts with that Squawkabilly EX.
Oh, we had the 50-50 shot there of being able to KO this Pokemon with a Squawkabilly in the active, giving you that Squawk and Seize and all those extra cards. There was a good chance of being able to pull this combo off, but it is irrelevant with a Monkey Dory in the active. You're not doing enough. It's got 110 HP. Also worth noting, the only Mew for Simon is prize, and that was a card that was used to great effect in the previous game.
Yeah, and we will look back to Mew being a pivotal card for Angelo in that game 1 that you again highlighted in the replay as well. Utilizing genome hacking, take out the big threat, give Angelo a great opportunity to keep that Gardevoir on the board whilst knocking out Simon's threat. I wonder if we're ever going to see any more genome hacking shenanigans in this matchup.
One thing I want to point out about Simon's deck, there are 4 copies of Carmine in the deck. Now, Carmine is objectively a worse version of Professor's research. Instead of a shuffle draw 7, it gets, discard your hand, draw 7, it's discard your hand, draw 5. But you can use it on your first turn of the game, even if you go first. And there is actually one in hand. So if Simon wants it here, he can be using it. And here we go with a Carmine, discard your hand, draw 5. And we haven't even used Squawk and Seize yet. This is how Simon gets those turn 1 KOs so often. It is not coincidence or luck. The deck is built to draw a lot of cards on turn 1, even without being able to use a non-Carmine supporter.
Yeah, so this is again still a key turn where he's got the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule now. Toxic Powder is now live. There's the Petron being targeted with some energy, just so it can, easily retreat without having to cause further Dark Pokemon to be poisoned from the Subjugating Chains ability of the Petron EX as well. But it does mean we will shortly be seeing a poison checkup between turns if we do have the Petron move into the active spot. Of course, 1 poison damage counter is the usual. Perilous Jungle, if you're a dark Pokemon, actually would mean that it increases by 2, and then with that Petulant, you've got Toxic Subjugation, which would increase that by 5 more damage counters. 8 damage counters could be going on this Monkey Dory this turn, right here, right now, forcing Angelo on a bit of a clock because he doesn't maneuver out of the way. It doesn't even matter right now. We're still seeing more cards first. We're just pitching all the way through, but if Angelo doesn't maneuver that Monkey Dory, that will just go down to poison, coming back into Simon's turn.
And if anybody's wondering, yes, the turn 1 KO would have already happened, frankly. If it was needed desperately, we would have already used the energy to retreat that Squawkabilly and just already passed the turn and got the KO. What we're doing here instead is going, all right, I'm not KOing your Monkey Dory, so let's set up my board a little bit more effectively. Let's make sure I've got everything I need to be moving on through the game.
Yeah, so we're going further, Ross. We're getting our Ultra Ball, we're discarding and pitching away that Blood Moon Ursaluna. Great attacker with that seasoned skill ability, of course. Blood Moon dealing 240 damage. Nice late game finisher, but we're grabbing another Roaring Moon, maybe seeing something like a Professor Stardust Vitality in hand for the next turn as well. Just making sure it's all ready. One interesting aspect, maybe that a lot of people do often try as well in Roaring Moon EX decks, is actually trying to weave in a sort of small just Roaring Moon as well, but we don't have that in this at the moment, as we do see the maneuver into the Petulant now. Toxic Powder poisoning both active Pokemon, and then a pass will happen where 8 damage counters will go on a active Monkey Dory.
Absolutely. Although, fun fact, the Petron was actually poisoned by the Petulant moving it into the active with that Subjugating Chains. But it doesn't matter, you take that damage. And here's the fun thing. Now, we got Screamtail on the bench there just to make sure there is something if this Monkey Dory goes down. But the Darkness Energy is on Monkey Dory, but you kind of got to get it out the active or it's getting KO. So you might need that energy as a pivot. You'll get 1 turn of moving the free damage over, but then you'll go down anyway.
I mean,
guess you're probably going to pivot away, maybe use the Adrenaline ability, maybe move it over to one of Simon's Pokemon for the time being, maybe then retreat into the Screamtail, knowing it can basically tank a Poison Checkup hit on Simon's next turn as well, or I guess between turns on the following one. But at the same time, you're then at least setting up and getting your board ready by getting this routes from this Artisan. I'm not too sure if there's any other ways to get further routes because, again, one is always so scary to look at.
It really is. One thing I'm kind of liking for Angelo here, you can get your Monkey Dory off the board, and it's got a bunch of damage on, but there's no real way for Simon to punish that. You can take 8 damage counters on your Screamtail and then get it to the bench, and it's got 8 damage on, but there's no real way for Simon to punish that. There's no Monkey Dory or something like that. So those heavily damaged Pokemon on the bench aren't being easily KO'd by other things.
I've just noticed, and I think Simon also noticed as well, that early Professor's research that had to be played by Angelo, as we do see the Adrenabrain happen to the active Petron there. I believe I saw double Gardevoir, and there's only 2 in Angelo's list. Both of them are currently in the discard pile, which means the only way to get them back is via a Night Stretcher or that Super Rod. So for the time being, he knows where they are, which is usually a good thing, but they are in the discard pile.
Yeah, they're a little bit more difficult to get out the discard pile because you have to draw into that Night Stretcher rather than being able to draw into Gardevoir or Ultra Ball or something along those lines. So looks like we are just retreating into the Screamtail here. Here comes the Professor Sada's Vitality. Get an energy onto the Roaring Moon and an energy onto the Brute Bonnet. And then presumably we're, at any point we draw an energy switch, that energy can be moved over to the Roaring Moon. It's just you have to accelerate to 2 different ancient Pokemon. So Brute Bonnet is just a target to make sure you're not losing the energy. Speaking of which, here's an energy switch. Oh, he looked like he was about to play it, Alex. The timing was superb.
I think it was there. It's waiting in the hands. That gold energy switch is there right at the back. He's moved it to the front once again. But do you want to maybe hold on to it for the time being if you don't need to, you know, basically put the target on that Roaring Moon EX? I mean, it's not easy usually to kind of knock it out from the Gardevoir player's side of the board, especially on this kind of board state. But, you know, by holding it, by saving it, it's not as if you're likely to be Badooed because, let's face it, we're not getting any more Badoo counters increased here. So Energy Switch is utilized here onto the active. Very interesting decision. We get to use Poison Chain as a way of just, instead of causing any more different shenanigans. It's an extra 10 damage as well, which means the 10 damage plus the 8 ticker means, Ross,
it will get KO'd very nicely indeed. Although I hate to break to you, it's actually 20 because Screamtail is weak to darkness. But still, your point remained valid. It gets KO'd, but once again, the KO happens during Pokemon Checkup from Poison, keeping that Pheasantipty out of range, which is one of the really cool things about Poison. We've mentioned it a couple times, but it remains important. Not giving your opponent an extra, you know, that could be 6, 9 cards throughout the game they're not drawing. That's a huge difference, especially for a Stage 2 setup deck.
Yep, absolutely. As we do see some more cards coming out of the deck, more being thinned away. Another Petron sort of coming to the hand for the moment. Maybe if he does eventually lose his own Petron, maybe if he sees that Monkey Dory get another Dark Energy onto it and move some damage counters across, as it is the announcement of Poison Chain. 20 damage, as Ross correctly counted up. Oh, but then I just realized there's no Stadium as well, but it only goes to 80.
But it can retreat next turn.
Yes, it can.
Can it?
Can't retreat.
Can retreat next
your
turn.
opponent's next turn, your opponent can't retreat.
Yeah, that's what I said. It can't retreat next turn.
I misheard.
Ah, never mind. I'll forgive you. It's your birthday. So, okay, so the lack of Stadium, we missed that there is actually no Poison Jungle in play, so you don't get the full 8 damage counters. But it's not just the damage that we see from Poison Chain, it is the stopping retreating. And you're going to be thinking, some of you are going to be sitting there thinking, oh, Wossy, maybe he's got a switch. No, he doesn't. Or a Professor Turret. No, he doesn't. Or a Penny. No, he doesn't. It's sticking in the active.
Yeah, Gardevoir doesn't usually have too many luxuries to play those types of cards anymore. Just trying to think, is there a way to get a Gardevoir out and ready? I mean, it's very unlikely we'll need to hit that one rare candy because none of them are Curliers right now. None of them could very easily evolve up. You know, maybe Anjo would have been looking for one way to maybe take something down alongside itself there with that Screamtail, just like we kind of saw with that Mew EX's genome hacking. But for the moment, another Monkey Dory hits the field. Maybe this is one way just to kind of maneuver those damage counters away from the Screamtail. But I guess even with the ability of the active Petron, still not going to be able to do enough. So there is a Dark Energy attachment to the undamaged Monkey Dory.
Well, what you do here is you KO the Petrarant. And then these free damage counters should then go over, put the Petrarant up to 90.
But that's why we benched the second one, Ross.
Ah, so now the second one comes in, the ability remains, and then it will still get KO'd. I love this weird, this is such a weird little sequence we've got going on here. Like, I'm going to poison you with Petrarant. Well, I'm going to KO Petrarant with Monkey Dory. Good job, I benched the second Petrarant to bring in and use the ability. And now we do see that Screamtail going down from poison. One prize taken from each player. Ooh, they went the wrong side. They could have got secret box.
They could have got it, but they weren't to know, of course, other than it being prize. One thing that Angelo maybe even missed is that he would have maybe missed that Petron also being on the bench ready to come back up to get the toxic subjugations as well, because he could just remove the damage counters from the bench Monkey Dory rather than the active Screamtail. Does have double Curlier now, so there's only a Night Stretcher or a Super Rod and an Ultra Ball away from getting Gardevoir EX live, but still only represents a single prize. Board sake for the moment, as the third Perilous Jungle now hits the field. One was discarded early from the Carmine, one was played early before the Carmine, and this is the third one here, which will allow a ticker of 8 damage counters between turns, as we do get the Earthen Vessel discarding an Earthen Vessel. No, it's another Capsule Energy there. 2 Dark Energies coming to the hand.
Oh, I really like what Angelo's doing here. He's gone and put another Monkey Dory active and said, look, here's the deal. I'm just going to keep doing this. I'm going to let you put a bunch of damage on my Monkey Dory. So if I'm Petrarant, I really, really, really want to energy switch energy, use Poison Chain, stick it in the active, stop it retreating. The only issue with that is 60 damage could then still be healed off, because you could put energy on your bench Monkey Dory and use both of them. But otherwise, you're just going to do 80 damage, and the Monkey Dory is going to retreat, and that's just a pool of damage Monkey Dory can throw back at you over the next few turns.
Yeah, and now we do see a Pheasantipity EX. Remember, from the Monkey Dory Adrenabrain ability, moving damage over to the Petron, it did mean there was a knockout on your opponent's last turn, which does mean Pheasantipity is currently live, and Flip the Script is active and available, and it's just confirming, I think, just that it is. But I believe that is the case, because it's, according to the text from the Pheasantipity, once during your turn, if any of your Pokemon were knocked out during your opponent's last turn, you may draw 3 cards.
Yep, sometimes we see these abilities activate if it was KO'd by damage from an attack. That is not what Pheasantipity says. It is just any KO that happened during your opponent's turn. So Burn won't do it, that's Pokemon Checkup. Poison won't do it, that's during Pokemon Checkup. But a Confusion Flip, that wouldn't be irrelevant on your opponent's turn, but an ability or an attack or anything along those lines, any weird KO you can think of, as long as it didn't happen during Pokemon Checkup.
Here we go, Pokegear 3.0, allowing you to look at the top 7 cards of your deck, find a supporter there and put it into your hand, finds a Professor Sarda's Vitality. Now, the only problem here for us, Simon, is there is no easy target, right, for this poison damage. Therefore, using a big EX like Roaring Moon EX isn't really that great either to try and take a knockout, but maybe it's something you could consider. Maybe just swinging away with that Calamitous Storm. Don't discard the Stadium, of course, because you want that Perilous Jungle to be there where possible. But actually, it wouldn't even be enough, actually. It's 100 damage, isn't it? I kept thinking it was 120. No, it's 100 plus 120 if you discard the Stadium. So this is kind of the awkward scenario that Simon finds himself in, and putting more damage counters on.
But you can poison and then get out the active and then Roaring Moon for 100, which then will, of course, mean the KO happens with Poison, and Pheasantipity is once again taken out of play, at least for the time being. I think that might be the play. Like I say, you can attack with Petrarant and keep it in the active, but then you're going to be double Monkey Doried constantly, which I don't love. So I think you probably do have to attack with Roaring Moon, but I think Anjo's doing a great job here, because I'm trying to put myself in Simon's shoes, and I'm like, I don't like any of these plans. They all feel a bit bad.
They all feel a bit susceptible to something just happening to my big Roaring Moon EX here, as he does send up now, and because of that, Ancient Booster Energy Capsule can't be poisoned because it recovers from all special or ancient Pokemon are covered from special conditions, and there's the 110 damage with the poison ticker as well.
Monkey Dory's weak to Fire Darkness.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
It did 200. It did more than enough. Ignore me. Pheasantipity is going to be relevant now. You can actually draw with Pheasantipity.
So is that the worry then? Maybe that's is that a misstep from potentially using Toxic Powder to poison the active Psychic Monkey Dory. Get the 1 ticker, deal 100 damage and one poison counter. Something we need to consider, everyone, as we're watching through as well. But if that is just a straight up knockout, oh, it has to be a straight up knockout regardless. It can't just deal 100,
200
right?
damage.
Yep. There's no way. I mean, I was thinking of all the little kind of small things that we could try and do. But there we go. Here's the Ultra Ball now. Pheasantipity hits the board. Needs to find a Night Stretcher here to find a way to retaliate onto this Roaring Moon EX. Needs an attacker, needs that Gardevoir EX.
Yeah, and that's it. If with no Gardevoir, you're not getting enough energy here to do anything of real value. If you get your Gardevoir, you can accelerate a bunch of energy. We've not got it yet. That was an energy and a Buddy Poffin. So you've not got it yet. You need Gardevoir here, and then you need an attacker. You need something. I mean, Mew worked brilliantly last time, so Mew would be an option potentially again.
Yeah, possibly. Again, removes the threat, right? And that's one of the few things that Angelo done very well.
Drifloon.
Gets the Drifloon out, ready to go, raring to kind of knock out and feast on some of these big EX Pokemon as a single prizer, might I add. Of course, it's 30 times the number of damage counters on itself. Balloon Burst there, could be bursting its way. Iono first, so it's going to see plenty of cards. Going to see 9 more cards after that Flip the Script as well, because that Roaring Moon did have to take a knockout. Oh, sorry, 5. It's taken 1 prize.
Oh, and he hit the Bravery Charm. That was what I was looking for. Bravery Charm onto now. It's a lot to ask for, but essentially, without Bravery Charm, Drifloon can have 6 damage counters on, can do 180.
3 cards. It hasn't found a Night Stretcher. I'm not too sure. But is there an Ultra Ball? Because he did hit the Super Rod.
No, is there still no Gardevoir? There's got to be a... I kind of assumed he was going to get Gardevoir. He got the Drifloon, he got the Bravery Charm. I'm sitting here trying to figure the maths out. Yeah. Is there an Ultra Ball? That would be...
That's the only thing he has to be looking for right now, because there's definitely a Super Rod from that Flip the Script. I'm just not too sure if I did see the Night Stretcher. Maybe just correct me if I'm wrong, but it's just with that glare, I couldn't quite catch it. Some of the other cards in that hand, but it could be a key resource that might have been missed. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there's a Night Stretcher at the back.
There's a Super Rod. But I'm not seeing. There's a Darkness Energy onto the Monkey Dory.
Usually what you want to do, I mean, it would have been played by now, right? Here's a Adrenabrain first.
If we've whiffed the Gardevoir, then I think this game has just swung wildly into Simon's favor. That is a huge miss, because with the Bravery Charm, Drifloon can actually do 330 damage. You can use Drifloon to KO Roaring Moon, and it is just a pass back over to Simon. That is not ideal at all.
And there is a Pokemon Catcher currently in Simon's hand. There are 2 EXs on Angelo's side of the board. If you take down the Pheasantipity, that would at least remove that Flip the Script for a little bit as well. Here we go.
Here comes
Big
the flip. What are we going to get? He's looking for a head. He gets a heads! So we can go and grab either that Mew or that Pheasantipity. As you said, Alex, Pheasantipity seems like the better option here. Starve your opponent of those resources while taking a KO. And if you're willing to get rid of the stadium, you will do enough damage here without having to use Frenzied Gouging. Here comes Professor Sada's Vitality, getting more energy onto the board. And that 1-turn reprieve that Simon just had is working. Your opponent whiffs the Gardevoir. Then you hit heads on Pokemon Catcher. Everything's coming up, Simon.
Yeah, and now it's prepping up a second attacker. That Brute Bonnet, again, because you're a dark Pokemon, you're dealing 120 with Rampaging Hammer, but when you're hitting dark weak Pokemon, Ross, which I somehow keep missing on some of these because they're usually such small Pokemon, but that Mew EX is weak to dark as well.
Yep, it KOs Mew very nicely indeed. And obviously, you know, can go after things like Drifloon, Monkey Dory, etc.
Yeah, it can.
If you need to. Mostly we're looking at Mew. So this is going very well. Right now, everything we need, we've got. We've got the KO. Are we willing to give up the stadium here? Is it too early? We've lost a bunch of them. In fact, this is number 3. So this is the final stadium.
I think at this point, you give up the stadium. You have a nice, healthy Roaring Moon EX. You're just going to be wanting to take big 2 prize EX Pokemon now on your final 2 prizes after that. There's a Calamity Storm, and now it's massive KO, 220 damage. Pheasantipity goes down. Simon goes down to 2 prizes. Angelo's got a massive task to try and turn this around.
Now, did just hit a Professor's Research there. So what we're going to do is it's going to see the Gardevoir put back in with this Super Rod, because when you play Professor's Research, you're kind of thinking you are going to hit it. So there's an argument sometimes sometimes to keep one in the deck and one in the discard so that you can hit Rescue Stretcher and that would give you an out as well. But because you're about to play Professor's Research, get them both in the deck, that's going to be your best chance of getting it back. So we're going to shuffle these in with Super Rod. We're going to play Professor's Research in just a moment. Are we too late? Not for now, but I think we need to see the Bravery Charm come onto the Drifloon as well before we do that.
Yeah, so just double checking the resources that are available in the deck, of course, as well. I mean, that was a Super Rod. So the 3 Pokemon have gone back straight into the deck. Monkey Dory, Double Gardevoir can just research and hopefully draw into them. But so let's see if there's a couple of other cards that need to be played. There's the Bravery Charm. Increases the HP of that Drifloon to 120. Discarding that Rapska and another Psychic Energy. You know where you want to be. And let's see, do we draw into the pieces that we need? It looks like we have. That does look like a Gardevoir, but again, with those fancy alt arts.
No, it's definitely a Gardevoir. Definitely a Gardevoir.
Just in case. Just in case. I didn't want to be. There it is.
Definitely a Gardevoir, Alex.
Now we know. Definitely a Gardevoir in the active spot.
So now we've got all the energy acceleration we need. Now it's actually going to take a little bit here. What we really want to do is hit 5 energy.
Correct.
And that would do 10 damage counters, and then that would be 300 damage, which would be enough. Oh, double Gardevoir, if you need it. So 5 energy, 10 damage counters, 300 damage, KO the Roaring Moon. Simon is not won this game yet. 2 on the Gardevoir to retreat, but then they go back in the discard so they can be accelerated again. There's the 5 energy, 10 damage counters, 300 damage, KO the Roaring Moon, even with that Ancient Booster Energy Capsule. And now we have got a game of it once more, with Angelo going down to 3 prize cards remaining, but not before a little bit of Adrenabrain action.
Yeah, let's just tick over some damage counters. There's the big balloon burst. Knockout on this big Roaring Moon EX. Now it's on you, Simon. You have to find a way to bring up that Mew EX and get a massive knockout. See the hand shaking a little bit in terms of the actual decision making here. Brute Bonnet in the active spot. Ooh, just decisions. Does still need an energy. I don't think it was in one in hand yet, but lots of draw. Let's see where we can go to.
Draws an energy switch, but there's no energy to be switched, so that's not going to do you much good right now. There is a Mew there, but you've got so much. Now we've got a Pokemon Catcher. We don't have actually enough energy right now.
Yet.
Here comes Pokemon Catcher. Can we go and grab one of these 2 prize Pokemon? It's Tails! So we don't get to grab that 2 prize Pokemon active. Absolutely huge. Now there's 2 Catcher I'm seeing in the discard.
Yeah, should be one more.
Yes. That's
floating around in that deck. Going to be so important. Does have access to 1 boss's orders. I'm not too sure if I have seen it already discarded through some of those earlier turns where we saw the Carmine and the Squawk and Seas as well. Ultra Ball, just double checking what's available. There's the secret box. There's that Pokemon Catcher. Is that the boss's orders just behind it as well? So not too many pieces behind. So maybe just double checking. Is it worth flipping the script here, right now? Maybe trying to get into some of those pieces.
Yes.
Yes.
Because if you don't, there's a Carmine in hand. You can Carmine and search for a Pokemon Catcher. The problem is, if you go for the Pokemon Catcher and you hit the boss's orders, you can't play it. So I'm flipping the script now so that I've got the option. Now, we do actually see the big bear, the Blood Moon Ursaluna. That's just a really nice way to get the easy KO on the Mew, but we still need the Gusting.
Yeah, just thinning the deck, I think. Here we go. Big 3 cards, Ross.
We're looking for boss's orders. Oh, go on, Simon. Show us the cards.
He's missed it. Squawk, Professor Silence Vitality, and Carmine. Professor Silence Vitality will give you the energy, but I guess it's just having to then find that Pokemon Catcher. How many cards remaining? No other further draws. There is that Mew EX. Obviously can't draw too many cards in hand now.
Did you see how many energy were in the deck?
There were at least 2. Does have, is that a energy switch as well?
It's an energy switch, but you need the energy really on 2. So, okay, so we are seeing a Professor Starter's Vitality. Here we go. We've got the energy. The energy is no longer an issue. Now the issue is, do you hit a Pokemon Catcher? We got 3 cards. Boss's orders won't do it. It's a secret box. Secret box will get you Pokemon Catcher. It won't guarantee a head flip, Alex.
That's step 1. Step 2, if you go for this Pokemon Catcher,
Unlike its previous iteration, where it was an automatic gust, it is now a 50-50 flip, where you have to hit heads.
I played World Championships in that format. That was wild. Everyone had gusting. We had junk arm at the time. Everyone had gusting every single turn. You have to discard 3 cards with your secret box in order to activate it. You then get to search for an item, a tool, a supporter, and a stadium card. Now, what you can do is use your supporter, as in this one you search, be boss's orders, play a bit of defense, and hope you're going to be there next turn. That is not a guarantee. Double Monkey Dory can KO Petulant, and then you can KO a 2-prizer. So there is no guarantee Simon gets another turn.
Same scenario that we found himself. There it is. There's the Pokemon catcher with that tool being eyed up. Are there any other pieces? Remember, Simon's got to continue playing this game as if there's more opportunities as well. It's only 3 cards.
I don't think there is a...
There's just 3 choices.
I don't think there is a boss's orders in decks. I think he would have taken it if it was.
I think it's there, but I think he's been keeping it in the deck so that if he does get Iono'd and only a single prize is knocked out from Angelo's side, he could take it. There's a boss's orders.
There's a boss. I want it in hand. I don't want to make things too complicated. I like having this in hand. So here's the deal. If this Pokemon catcher is heads, Simon is even this up at 1-1. Here comes the Pokemon catcher. Gigantic flip here. We're looking for an even number. We're looking for a heads. I don't know what it is. Yes! It is a heads. So that means that we get the Mew coming active. Your Brute Bonnet KOs the Mew. Simon takes the game, and we are going to game 3 in this first top 4 from the Bologna Special Championships.
Yeah, fantastic. You saw the nerves there from Simon, but nerves are still eventually was able to hit that very important Pokemon catcher heads. He had 2 bites of the cherry. He hit it on the second.
The nerves from Simon, I couldn't see what the flip was, Alex.
We were both glued to the screen there. We get a chance to see how game 2 went down right here, right now. That first Perilous Jungle was actually, I think that was the 3rd one here as the game would progress so far. And here we go. He was able to utilize Pheasantipity on his side of the board. It was an unfortunate big over KO of that Monkey Dory move, removing a Dark Energy as well, which is actually very important. Pokemon catchers ever so important the whole time. This was a big first flip and got their heads. Pheasantipity went down to Roaring Moon's Calamity Storm here. Had to discard his own stadium, however. But we continued. We toiled. We had the first Pokemon catcher here. I believe it was a Tails. He was only 1 gusting away with the energy attachment here. He was double checking every single time. Hit the secret box. 1 way to guarantee step 1, but there was step 2 that was coming after grabbing the boss's orders and that final Pokemon catcher.
And then we saw this flip coming down, and it went off the screen. But
Did we see it?
We did see it. It was a number 4 if anyone's interested. If that matters to anyone, my personal lucky number. But that was very lucky for Simon there, being able to get that KO. And I can't stress enough, that might have been what kept him in this tournament, because we had a double Monkey Dory that would have been able to KO that Petulant on the bench. That would have put Angelo down to 2 prize cards remaining, and an EX KO would have been the match. Not just a game, the whole match.
And now it's on Angelo for the decision of going first or second into this game now, as both our players placing their prizes. Right now, we do see one of those Tentacle Machine evolutions. Nothing too crazy on either side, in all honesty.
But let's see. Carmine's annoying.
But
you're only
got 2
playing
more.
it for turn 1, but we are off into game 3, the all-important game 3. Obviously, Angelo's chosen to go first. You are not letting your opponent go first with this poison package, and you've actually started Pheasantipity, which means it can take a bit of poison damage without going down.
That is one of the scary things, however, because you are then putting a massive target on a big EX. A 2-prizer for Simon is going to be licking his lips going, you didn't have that on the board for quite a while in game 2, but now it is. Now I know it's there. It's not going anywhere, and it will be a target at some point.
And we talk a lot about this poison package and how you can get easy KOs. Let's be clear, if you want to get a Roaring Moon going in 1 turn, you need to make sure you got a Brute Bonnet or a second Ancient Pokemon down.
Yep.
But then it's Professor Sarda's Vitality, Energy Switch, attach for turn, and then getting it into the active is super easy with Petulant, and then boom, you got the attack rolling. So
do you know what? Looking at that hand, it looks pretty spicy. It's got the Earthen Vessel. I mean, I know we're talking about Simon's turn, whilst Angelo is double checking all of those prizes, of course. But in Simon's hand, not only does he have Earthen Vessel for energy, he has Secret Box.
Oh, I like Secret Box. Secret Box basically gets you everything you could possibly want. One of those cards, when it was first revealed, I was like, this card is ridiculous. And then everyone was like, no, I'm not playing that. And then over time, it's been sneaking into more and more decks. Now, we do have a Rouse and a Screamtail coming down, and it seems like we are passing back over to Simon. Now, if I'm Simon, I'm thinking, let's go. If I get a big Roaring Moon going turn 1, I can get a KO on this Fezandipti. Important to note that, you know, everything we just said is true, but if you want to get a KO without the 200 South damage, you are going to need to get a Stadium in play so that you can discard it to do 220.
And what gets Stadiums, Ross?
Secret Box, actually, Alex.
There you
will
go.
get you that Stadium.
But at the same time, he's also going to be looking at that board state from Angela going, 1 Routes. I have a Pokemon catcher in hand. How do I feel? How am I feeling today? But let's just see the direction that Simon takes on this. He's the one in this position. He's the one who I'm sure has faced multiple Gardevoirs across this weekend. There is a Secret Box. Lovely to get the 2 Dark Energies into the discard pile. Ready for Professor Sarda's Vitality as well. And now just kind of double checking the direction. Does still need a Pokemon down, of course. Does look like he's eyeing up that nest ball to get some of the Pokemon going as soon as possible.
Sounds good to me. And if I'm Simon, I'm thinking like this. I'm going to flip the Pokemon catcher. If I flip heads...
Is that what you're going for?
I'm going to flip Pokemon catcher. I'm going to do it, Alex. And if I flip heads, I'm like, yay, only Routes. I KO it. And my opponent is absolute minimum 2 turns away from getting a Gardevoir and being able to attack properly. If I flip tails, I'm going after the Fezandipti, which is not a bad consolation. So we've got the Stadium. We've got the Professor Sarda's Vitality. We've got the Nest Ball here, which will go and get that gold Roaring Moon. Now, we do want a second Pokemon down here, though.
Yeah, I think you'll be going for the Brute Bonnet, because you want a target for the Professor Sarda's Vitality, but you also need it for its Toxic Powder ability as well, because you already have the tool now in hand from the Secret Box. So there's a few different things that are going here. And I think it's just going to be very dependent on maybe if he could still draw an additional card from you first with that restart ability, depending on the size of the hand, but then using Professor Sarda's Vitality to basically tell me what I should be doing.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got 5 cards in hand right now. We do still have Squawk ability. Squawk hasn't even been used yet.
Yeah.
This is your first turn, so we have got plenty more that we can do. There's a Stadium. There is the tool. Squawk ability goes down. I'm flipping the Pokemon catcher and drawing 2 with Mew.
That's the decision right here, right now. I don't think you're too sad either way, maybe. It's restarting first. Maybe because... Oh, hello, another card that you could actually put down, I guess. You won't be losing that to Professor Sarda's Vitality, saving the Pokemon catcher for the moment. Here we go. See an extra 3 cards here.
And then we're going to still be able to have Squawk and Seize afterwards. There's your energy switch. So that's it. We've got the energy switch, and we've still got that Pokemon catcher in hand. So we're going to energy switch over. And look, we've got the attack. If we want to KO the Fezandipti, we've got the Stadium, we've got the energy switch. We don't actually have an energy in hand yet, though. Yeah, we do.
No,
We're playing Vessel.
I mean, it's discarding one.
Okay, so we've got the energy. I hear what you're saying, Alex. We've got the energy. We've got the energy switch. We've got the Stadium. We don't... Oh, yeah, Mew's got 3 retreats. Yeah, we've got the KO on the Fezandipti. The question is, do we want to KO the Fezandipti, or do we want to try and go after the only Routes? Are we prize racing, or are we instead trying to disrupt the setup a little bit more? That's the decision we're making. I say we. It's mostly Simon. Bit of us.
No, we're all together. We work on both sides here. We do see the gold energy switch now being played. That energy is moved over from the Brute Bonnet onto the Roaring Moon EX. Now it's that decision. It's that key moment. I think if you're going all the way here with this Roaring Moon EX, I mean, I guess you could still swing into a Route, but that's the decision. He doesn't want to give up another energy as well, necessarily, but it looks like he's flipping the Squawk and Seas. We're going and taking down this Fezandipti,
Okay,
Ross.
so there is a decision. It definitely is Fezandipti, which is going to be going down. If you were going after the Routes, you would have flipped Pokemon Catcher. I don't like flipping now. You've already discarded one. Don't do that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's time to start holding some of those Pokemon catchers. We know how important those are. Just double checking what supporters have been discarded already, whether Pokemon catcher, Pokemon Palpad, I should say, sorry, is like a viable target right now. He's getting an Ultra Ball ready, maybe having to discard another energy. There's going to be another one sort of hitting the discard now. That's going to be 5 of those 7 Dark Energies accounted for. None prize, so we'll still have 2 in the deck. But I guess just wants to be able to maneuver around, right? You have the Petron. EX is one way to sort of keep moving back and forth. You still have usually something like the Latias EX, but that is prized with its Skyliner ability. So does go for the Petron EX there, with, again, its wonderful ability of subjugating chains, maneuvering a dark Pokemon from your bench to the active spot, does poison your own dark Pokemon as well, but with things like the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule, you don't have to worry too much. There we go, just a free retreat of Mew, Ross.
And here we go into the Roaring Moon. You do have to get rid of the stadium. Down goes Fezandipiti. Worth noting there is a Perilous Jungle in the... Oh, the Poison Jungle. No, Perilous. I'm right. There's a Perilous Jungle in the prizes, and one's just been discarded. So there's only one available right now, but it looks like we're just using the Night Stretcher, getting back the Fezandipiti, then discarding our hand and drawing 7. This is a nervy time for Angelo. Needs to draw well off of this.
Yeah, there's a lot of cards we need. There's a Routes, is there?
Yeah, there's a Routes in hand.
Okay, and some more discarding of the Psychic Energy into the discard pile. But Simon here, just by taking those 2 prizes, basically forcing the issue, forcing the pressure onto Angelo's side of the board, despite going second, and has got a massive knockout on his first turn. And Angelo here is really up against the wall because he's just got that single Rouse, does have the Technical Machine Evolution on that Screamtail right now, which is also weak to Dark, as a reminder for myself, because I semi-missed it a moment ago. But there we go. We just need to care about what we're doing here. We're drawing more cards first. Flip the script. Iono, it's another Psychic Energy, and a Mew EX. I mean, if you already got the Fezandipiti down, this is the decision also. Do we find a Curlier, then go up to the Gardevoir? Probably not. But then that does put the target...
We do find a Curlier.
Oh, this is so many decisions that has to be made, because then that just puts the target on the Gardevoir instead of the Fezandipiti, I guess, if it's already there.
We're doing
Energy attachment, Technical Machine Evolution. I guess this is the direction you've got to go with just under 14 minutes, 13 minutes and 27 seconds, 26 seconds to go.
We know Simon's got a Pokemon catcher in hand.
Yep.
We know he drew one off of the...
Starter?
No, the Squawking Seas. He discarded one with Squawking Seas, but then drew into a replacement. So if he flips heads off this Pokemon catcher, he's going to be able to take down that Gardevoir for 2 prizes, and that is going to be a lot of fun. And here we go. Another. Every heads is huge. Every flip is huge. It is a flip. Heads. It is a heads. Gardevoir comes active. Now, if you don't have a stadium, you are going to need to Frenzied Gouging, and I'm just going to go out on a limb and say Simon is totally okay with this.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. I think this is putting himself in such a strong position. I mean, I guess the view is if Angelo didn't choose to Technical Machine Evolution up that Curlier, it would have just been the Fezandipiti that would have been targeted, right?
100%.
At least there was another EX Pokemon there going or ready to be taken down for further 2 prizes. Now, Simon, you've got to be thinking about setting up that board state, thinking about what next attack you might be utilizing here. He has grabbed another Roaring Moon EX from an Ultra Ball. He's discarded the Power Pad and a Carmine. He does have Professor Sarda's Vitality once again. So now we're just going to be setting up that board state and trying to almost checkmate.
Because the thing is, if you take a lot of prizes early, you end up with a lot of cards remaining in your deck. And the issue there is you get Iono to 2, which, let's face it, you know, Angelo's playing 4 Ionos, probably going to Iono him to 2. You could end up in a little bit of trouble. Here comes Professor Sarda's Vitality, getting a couple of extra energy down.
Yep, does have Energy Switch in hand as well, so can maneuver some of the energy into that second Roaring Moon. No stadium right now. Does mean Calamitous Storm doesn't quite take the knockout. Will have to Frenzy Gouging and would put a lot of damage counters on the active Roaring Moon, I should say. But again, can we draw into something? We didn't see another Perilous Jungle for the time being, at least.
One thing that's very important, there's no... Well, here's what I'm worried about, okay? If you leave yourself with 30 HP remaining... There we go. Because otherwise, Monkey Dory's like, hi! Monkey Dory would have a field day moving 3 damage counts over and KOing. That's what I was essentially getting to. Let's make sure that we don't leave in a situation where Monkey Dory can take an easy 2 prizes.
All right, so it looks pretty good in this scenario right now. We'll be going down to 2 prizes. Big knockout, frenzy gouging, one of the few insta-KO attacks that we have in the Pokemon trading card game right now, regardless of what's in the active spot. Does have one drawback, which deals 200 damage to itself.
Just one tiny little drawback.
Just a little one.
A little one. The thing is, it's really not that big a deal. You really don't mind. In a lot of games, now Monkey Dory is a big problem, but in a lot of games like this, you're forcing your opponent to attack and KO. Well, that's not ideal. We got a huge handful of cards here. Do we have a Gardevoir from Angelo? That is the question. We need another Gardevoir to get rolling.
I guess we got to start thinking Angelo usually here will still need sort of 3 turns to take 6 prizes. Simon, however, only really needs 2, right? Even if it's single prizes in the active that maybe swing away into the active Roaring Moon EX, he can take another knockout, a single prizer, and he'll just have 1 prize remaining at that point. So there's just got to start thinking about that prize mapping now. Angelo's got to not only get a big knockout here with something like the Iono, also disrupting Simon's hand, but then needs to find a way to just not get instantly retaliated back so easily.
Yeah, absolutely right. And Arven comes down. And, you know, when you're thinking about Angelo here, there's 2 ways to KO a fresh Roaring Moon. It's either use Mew, but that gives up 2 prizes, you lose the game. Or it is 5 energy onto a Drifloon with a Bravery Charm, like we said before. We see the Bravery Charm searched out. Probably not a coincidence. That's it. So you've got to work towards that Drifloon. You've got to have that ready for a potential Roaring Moon in the future. And honestly, you've got a couple of turns now where you have to just hope your opponent doesn't flip heads on a Pokemon catcher. Hope they don't hit their one-off boss's orders, because either of those would end the game. That Pheasant Dipty is great for drawing cards, but it's a mighty enticing target. Here comes Night Stretcher for Gardevoir, though, so the attacks are going to happen.
Psychic Embrace back live here for Angelo. Can just sort of put some damage counters onto that Screamtail and take a fairly easy knockout on the active, and then leaves a single prizer. Maybe then Simon, should just then maneuver into something like that Petron, which we haven't seen in this game 3, been less useful. But when there's damage counters already flowing around on Angelo's board state, sometimes that could be the one way to deal with it. But Angelo will be doing their best to try and maneuver out of this, of course. Nest Ball being played. What other targets can we be? Probably just targeting that Lily Clefairy EX there. I guess saying, well, if you're going to knock out one of my EXs anyway, I might as well give you the others just so that I have a thinned out deck for some more different types of things I can work with.
Worth noting also, Lily's Clefairy maxes out at 220 with 2 full benches, but when you add in Monkey Dory, that is another option for KOing a fresh Roaring Moon, so that is something to keep in mind. So here comes Lily's Clefairy. Obviously here we've got easily enough damage, but I don't think you're going to need Lily's Clefairy in the active, are you? Because all you need is just an energy on Roaring Moon, and that's a return KO, and that's the game.
Full Moon Rondo takes a knockout on that Roaring Moon EX. 1 waiting in the wings. Professor Sala's
Vitality. Sorry there, Alex.
Yeah,
and that is the game. Simon is going on to the final of the Bologna Special Championships by KOing that Lily's Clefairy, using that giant Roaring Moon. 1 energy was needed. Professor Sada came along and went, it's all right, Roaring Moon, I've got you. Here's your energy. Go forth to the final.
Yeah. Fantastic. I think when Simon's just building out that board, that second Roaring Moon actually just made it so worthwhile to have such a big attacker. I think he could breathe a sigh of relief there, because Simon, I know, was up against the ropes in that game 2 and finally came back. But here's a replay for the whole matchup here for such a riveting match between Gardevoir EX and Roaring Moon. As we see, game 1 here was all around taking those single prizes very easily, but Angelo came back and actually took this game 1. I mean, was able to start stabilizing very well with this Gardevoir, utilizing that Drifloon to take big knockouts, removing big threats. That genome hacking that we mentioned, of course, on the Roaring Moon was such an important play. Despite giving up 2 prizes, it meant Angelo took down the threats, and Simon couldn't really deal with what was happening there. And finally, with the double Monkey Dory, Adrena Brain play, and the knockout on the active, took game 1.
That was all that was needed. Over into game 2, we saw an early KO with that Roaring Moon onto a Monkey Dory, and then it was Pokemon Catcher. That was a real story here. We saw the flip there. That was a heads. That meant that we could go and get a nice, easy KO. Onto that Pheasantipity, using that Stadium to discard and do enough damage. We then saw the Drifloon coming in, taking a big KO back. So then it just came down to another Pokemon Catcher flip. We searched it with Secret Box. We also got a Boss's Orders, which may or may not have been relevant, but it didn't even get needed in the end because we saw the heads flip on Pokemon Catcher, bringing up the Mew, and Brute Bonnet taking that massive KO, setting us up for a game 3 to decide who goes to the final.
Yeah, game 3, and that turn 1 that Simon had hit everything he needed, especially when you open Secret Box, and was able to take a massive Calamitous Storm knockout on the active Pheasantipity EX. And then from then on, it was all Simon. There was another Pokemon Catcher on a big Gardevoir EX that had just been evolved up. Easy, big, Dark Week Pokemon. That was an easy 2 prizes once again for Simon. And then it was just downhill there for Simon to just take the final 2 prizes as well.
And that was all that was needed. You see that Lily's Clefairy. This really was a desperation play from Angelo, just saying, I hope you whiff the energy. If you do, I've still got a chance. Unfortunately, Simon did not. So he did not have a chance, and that's how he ended up in the final. We've got Roaring Moon in the final, and the cool thing about that game 3, that's what Roaring Moon used to look like.
Yeah, absolutely.
Big, fast, aggressive smash. It's been rebuilt into this. I can either poison or do that, and I think that's why Simon's had such a good run here. There are some games where you can use that poison package really effectively, and there's other games where it isn't enough, and you can take little KOs using no real energy or any of that, or you can really stretch up to KO anything, and if you're a good enough player to switch on the fly like Simon is, that is how we ended up here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's been able to pilot the deck to a 9th place position in Utrecht, and now into the finals. Once again, he's been in a final before. He reminded me at Stuttgart Regionals a couple of seasons ago, maybe it was last season actually, but now he'll be looking to try and take the win here with that same deck.
He's got that same deck. He's trying to get there. Well, you mentioned the 9th place finish in Utrecht. We're setting up our second top 4. It's going to be here in no time at all. But, you know, while we wait for that, how about we remind ourselves what happened at that Utrecht event?
Hi, I'm Shay Burton, and today we're going to be looking at the Utrecht Special Championship 2025. On the 17th of May, the Pokemon TCG player base all descended onto Utrecht, Netherlands, ready to compete for all the glory, packs and championship points to cement their invitation to the World Championships later on in the year in Anaheim. Coming into the event, Gardevoir and Dragapult were battling it out for the best deck in format crown. But with Raging Bolt just winning Milwaukee, the format was starting to open up. And as day 1 panned out in Utrecht, we saw a ton of different decks on stream, like Terra Box, Hop Zacian, Flareon, and even Okie Dokie of all things. As day 2 was developing though, the 2 monsters of the format did filter themselves to the top tables. But the real story was Dragapult occupying 5 of the top 8 slots, with 1 Gardevoir, 1 Zoroark, and 1 Raging Bolt filling out the other slots. And this top 8 was stacked, including Ryan Morehouse, Alberto Conti, the Gdansk regional champion from earlier on in the year, and Johan, who had just won the last EU event Seville, who was definitely eager to try and win 2 events in a row. And he was doing very well, as he was able to win his top 8 match to advance into top 4. However, his next match, Yoa, and his Dragapult deck was able to topple the recent champion Johan, and don't worry, we'll be seeing more of Yoa later on as well. Our next top 4 match that we streamed was the Gdansk regional champion Alberto Conti versus Noah, who had travelled all the way from America to compete. And even though on paper this looked like a mirror match, Noah's Curseblast, Dust Noir and Dust Clops made for an interesting X factor that did actually force a game 3, but in the end Alberto was able to battle his way into the finals, where his opponent would be Yoa, who was fresh off knocking out the Seville champion earlier on, don't forget, so his confidence was sky high. But Alberto was no stranger to these high stages and was eager to add a second championship title to his resume. And this was a long and hard fought final match, with it all going down to a game 3, where Yoa was able to eke it out and become the Utrecht Special Champion. Who else will be adding a championship title into the history books? Only one way to find out, and that's by watching this stream. We're going to pay retreat, and then we're going to see Full Moon Rondo KO the active, and Johan wins our game 3 here in our Seville Special Championship.
We're talking about Johan! Come on, my friend!
I am Johan, I'm a French Pokémon player from Paris. I just won the Seville Special event. Yeah, it's my first win in regional. I've been playing Pokémon since 2022. I remember my first tournament was pre-release from Lost Origin, and then I've been participating in every European major event since. The farthest distance I traveled for Pokémon was Australia, actually, because I went to OCIC, the last OCIC in 2023. I didn't do well in that tournament, but it was fantastic. My first moment with Pokémon was when I got the silver version on Game Boy, and at first I didn't play too much because I was at I think 6 or 7, and then I bought all the other cartridges and played them all, and since then I played I think all the Pokemon games so far. My favorite partner is Gumi, because I have a Gumi hat. I really like him because of the anime, because Ash has a Gumi in the anime and he has a backstory, and I found it really cute. So I have every stuff Gumi. I have a Gumi plushies, Gumi hats, Gumi playmats, everything. My experience with Pokemon community is that everyone is friendly. I will often go to my local league in Paris, and everyone is nice. Like everyone is happy to teach to another player how to play the game or how to improve, and that really gather people around something. I advise new players to go to their local league. There are always good people there who can learn you how to play the game and improve. And just go to your local league. Don't be afraid. It's not a tournament, just playtest, just playtesting. So ask someone to play, ask someone to borrow a deck, just play.
Wow, we have been spoilt already with some phenomenal top 4 action. We were in the back, Jesper, watching away, heart-in-mouth stuff with those coin flips from Pokemon catchers, but Simon was able to take the win there with his Roaring Moon EX deck. Not something many of us expected going into this tournament, but it means that we can get right back into even more top 4 action. Myself, Joe Bernard, Jesper Eriksson, going to be guiding you through this one, and we have another really interesting matchup ahead of us.
Yeah, we already have seen one of our players, Fabrizio Talone, before, but he's going to be playing up against Riccardo Coviello. And in an interesting matchup, we did not expect it as part of the tournament. It's going to be that Terrestrialization box with Noctowl, with Ogerpon, against, well, the Fable Ferret.
Fabrizio able to overcome Francesco, who was piloting a Dragapult Dusknoir archetype, and Ricardo able to overcome a mirror match in beating Julius Brumfeld. Both our players winning in 2-0 in their top 8 game. Got to be feeling good. Has had a little nice break as well. Got to watch the other top 4 match. So they're going to be coming into this one fresh and raring to go.
Yeah, and it's a good question whenever you're sitting as a player and you're watching the other top 4. Either you get more nervous by doing it, since you may be getting down to being a little less cold, like a little less warm in it, and you know, feeling the tension. But it's also good to have these breaks to make sure that you get some water in, you get to just release the pressure a bit, and then be ready to say, this top 4 is going to be all mine. And both of these players are looking forward to it, and it's going to be an interesting matchup because, yeah, typically this is a very close matchup with the Wellspring Ogerpon being able to take out a bit of the bench, but we're seeing this new kind of version of Gardevoir.
Yeah.
It's going to be a bit of a challenge for Fabrizio.
The TM Evolution Rabsca, I think, is what you're alluding to there, Jesper. And Fabrizio said in his interview earlier on when we spoke to him that he is worried about that Rabsca. So that's something we're going to have to keep an eye on. But both our players are at the table, so we're going to be getting into our top 4 game very shortly. We've already seen Fabrizio. There he is on the left, playing that Terrastal toolbox. Does have a few tricks up his sleeve as well, mind you.
Indeed.
He is playing a Briar. He is playing a Jamming Tower. These are 2 cards that I certainly have to keep an eye on throughout this set, because that can be a way that you can surprise the Gardevoir player and take more prize cards in one turn than one would expect.
Yeah, one thing, Ricardo did take down Julius in a all-out Gardevoir Mirror Match duo, so very talented. But yeah, you're talking about the Jamming Tower. Oftentimes, Gardevoir wants to go with a strategy of using Braver Charm like a Scream Tail or Drift Balloon, going over the initial HP threshold that they actually do have. That's when Jamming Tower come in and grab this passive knockout and make sure that Fabrizio, can get into a spot where they can take multiple prizes even though they're staring down one prize Pokemon. Whereas Ricardo wants to make sure that they've studied Fabrizio's list. These lists are not public for the players. That's one thing about tournament play, where you have to try and scout out where it could be a bit of an advantage for Ricardo. Perhaps potentially have watched some of Fabrizio's games or have friends reporting in terms of what Fabrizio play in their list.
It's a great point, because Ricardo's just picked up the brand new Henry Chow list, just a week away from Portland. So incorporating the Rabsca means that Ricardo has not had much time to practice with this new build, as we see some prize cards coming down already. The Scream Tail found in the prizes, including one of those Pokemon, the Counter Catcher as well. And the Briar in the prizes for Fabrizio, not always going to be an issue, depending on how Gardevoir plays out its line. So I think right now the Scream Tail, the bigger issue between the 2 players. But here we go, getting into our second top 4 match then. We see the fist bump and it's liftoff.
And we are off with Fabrizio going first, which is typically what these Noctowl Engine decks wants to do. And also the Gardevoir deck wants to go second. We're talking about Team Evolutions. Previously was Buddy who you want to go for. Gets to bench the Hoothoot. Doesn't look like there's any outs for a potential Fein Rotom, but there is Earthen Vessel. You can Fein out. You can be benching the Mew. You can be benching that Pheasantipede to make sure that you actually can try and restart for a few cards. Because remember one thing, Noctowl doesn't work without a Terra Pokemon in play. And right now, as it looks of it, Clefairy's not Terra, Mew's not Terra, Latias not Terra. We need to find a Terra Pokemon. And it's the issue that some of these Terra Pokemon, well, Terra decks have with Noctowl, especially when you're playing Raging Bolt, you need that Ogerpon down. In this situation, well, either Pikachu or any of the Ogerpons will do, but neither of them are in play.
Yeah, you play a huge amount of Terrestrial EX Pokemon, not just because they give different attacking lines and type coverages, but also because it's essential to unlock the Jewel Seeker ability of Noctowl on turn 2. That's really what makes this deck tick. The Jewel Seeker allowing you to search your deck for 2 trainer cards and immediately grab them to your hand. Working with guarantees rather than working with draw and sort of dump and see and hope allows you to really script your turns a little bit more carefully. In this instance, without access to Terrastal, instead Fabrizio is going to have to grab a couple energy out of the deck. Will then probably just attach an energy to the Lily's Clefairy that he has in hand and will bench. I don't think he can even draw any cards from Mew EX right now, but might be reliant on it on the following turn.
Yeah, and when you're looking at a matchup like this, when you're playing against Gardevoir, you have to be putting pressure on early. As we described, Gardevoir was one of these decks where if you give it more time, the more time it gets, the better the deck gets. So yeah, just an attachment to Lily's Clefairy, and we're over to Ricardo, who wants to be doing everything that they can to get all of their basic Pokemon in play. Couple of routes. Relor is really important for this matchup when we're talking the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon can get into the play out of nowhere. So potentially want to be seeing that Arven for Team Evolution, Buddy Puffin, some energy cards that I think we do already have a little bit in hand for Ricardo. And, you know, using this Nest Ball to try and scout out what they have in prize, and then we'll get the bad news that the Scream Tail is out there.
Yeah, that's bad news to start things off, but at least there's low enough EX Pokemon around that the Gardevoir itself can get into the mix when it has to in this matchup, especially if Monkey Dory can heal off damage off the Gardevoir. It can even sit out of range of that Pikachu EX, provided you find enough of them. Ricardo's going through his opening deck search, making sure he knows what he has access to, but as you said, Jesper, the Gardevoir deck operates by grabbing that Stage 2 Pokemon, and Psychic Embrace is the big enabler of the deck. As long as we can discard these Psychic Energy, they work as a lovely reservoir for you to access for the remainder of the game. The Drifloon that's currently in the active position deals more damage based on the damage counters it has on itself. That Balloon Blast can be one of the highest damage output options within the deck, actually, when you add Bravery Charm into the mix. So this is a great attacking option for you as a single prizer. Also weaving in these Monkey Dory to Adrenabrain around the board. Certainly looking at targeting down Hoot Hoot throughout the entire game is one of the key reasons why Ricardo can have a good time here. But as you said, if we have more access to basics alongside these Ralts, if we can sculpt that TM evolution, Arabska would be a massive find in the opening, because it would shut down one of the most aggressive lines that Terrestrial Box has access to, which is using that Wellspring Ogerpon EX.
But you already see the Earthen Vessel discarding that Iona, already having the Rellor in hand, getting to search some of these few energies on, and Ricardo did look through the deck to see where are my team evolutions at. And yes, they are within the deck. We just have to see, well, the first Psychic Energy getting discarded is a really great start to that. But it's also really awkward. Whenever you attach the Drifloon to get the team evolution, yes, you're getting that great effect off it, but since you just have an energy stuck to the Drifloon that you have to retreat off, since that has to be an energy that needs to be put into play with Psychic Embrace for it to further the damage that the Drifloon can do.
Yeah, so often you see Gardevoir promoting a Pokemon it won't end up attacking with, because you can use that damage that you require to then Monkey Dory around that. It's a big Professor's Research.
Play here.
3 copies of TM Evolution to find here. That was the innovation that Michael Davidson and Henry Chow incorporated. Will we see it from this 7?
Yes, we do see it, and we get to be able to team evolution. Either double Ralts or Rellor plus Ralts. I guess here when you're playing against the Terrestrialization box that you really want to get that Rapska in play, that destroys the option for Fabrizio to take 2 prizes in one go against these baby mini Pokemon. So yeah, really, really beautiful grab here from the research, and getting free energies in the discard pile turn 1. Huge.
Instantly pointing to Rellor in addition to one of the Ralts here. There is a color in the prize cards as well, remember? Although, so it has to be
points to Ralts and Rellor. So yeah, we're going to be seeing Rapska and Kirlia hitting play here. One Kirlia being prized, although we are playing 2 of them, so we can get a Kirlia and a Rapska in play. And to boot, we're also playing one of the rare candies. So just in case that this Kirlia could end up going down, it will be just all right if we can then get into that rare candy. But it leaves us with a chance to get into play. But yeah, Rapska hitting play for the first time this weekend on stream, and such a powerful Pokemon to have on the bench. We don't currently have any bench protection besides Rapska, but Rapska does everything. No effects on the bench Pokemon. No damage counters on effects on the bench Pokemon. Deals with Dragon Bolt. Not that we have to think about this for the rest of our tournament, but we get to think about the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon instead.
And now comes a big decision for Fabrizio. Committing the energy attachment to Lily's Clefairy, and where will the boss's orders point? It's going to the Rapska. Recognition that Spherical Shield is so frustrating to deal with. One draw from Mew EX now opens up. Energy switch is not helpful in the slightest, so instead we're going to try and attempt to see more cards by simply taking prizes, and Lily's Clefairy EX is going to get a big attack in and initiate the prize race in this game number 1.
And this could go very fast. Typically, you don't see Gardevoir going very fast, but with the free energies already in the discard pile, we get to see Gardevoir charge itself up, doing exactly 190 damage with the Miracle Force. And Joe, how much HP does the Clefairy have again?
Unfortunately, it's exactly 190.
Oh no, so it means that then Fabrizio have to start answering with Pikachu. Not a well set up board. If you want to be KOing this Gardevoir, you have to go really, really, really fast constantly. And that's why that with the team evolution, you're suddenly just pushing the gas down to the floor and making this game go as fast as possible, where Fabrizio currently at the moment is not in a place where they can just tack along as they usually wanted to do.
This is a wonderful position for Ricardo now. The Ultra Ball already in the hand. No issues finding Gardevoir EX. Already has access to a number of those Psychic Energy. I believe there's also INO in hand as well. I know Fabrizio didn't use Jewel Seeker at all, so possibly Ricardo would like to sit on this hand, but also seeing more options, starting to find your own Darkness Energy in Monkey Dory is definitely worthwhile to give yourself even more control over this board. Let's see where Ricardo wants to go with it. We already know he has a 2 prize card KO mapped out. This is how else he can push this board state.
You would still, in Ricardo's shoes, be very afraid of the Gardevoir being knocked out by potential Pikachu, even though there's not much to show from Fabrizio's board, but just a knocked out can actually get you into that spot. He still needs the Terra Pokemon. Yes, there could be that Pikachu, for example, being top decked, and then you can go Noctowl into Crispin plus the Crystal, and then there's a knockout. It's not much you actually need to do so. So Ricardo gonna go Iono, try to grab themselves a few more pieces to try, and potentially this Clefairy can also get to go down to, well, the Drifloon itself, perhaps, since Ricardo doesn't want to leave that Gardevoir in harm's way unless absolutely necessary.
Couple interesting cards drawn. No combination of Rare Candy plus Stage 2, but that's at least come to the hand. There's supporters for the following turn. No access to Monkey Dory either, so the board's not improving too much here.
No, something that's actually really good for Ricardo is drawing that Rare Candy. The bottom 2 prize cards are Ultra Ball plus Counter Catcher, meaning that if they get to keep the hand afterwards, even if the Gardevoir gets knocked out, Ricardo gets a nice surprise in the prizes with that Ultra Ball being able to be pulled with what we would recognize as the first 2 prizes. Usually players would be picking their prizes from the bottom, which means that, yeah, that Ultra Ball plus a Counter Catcher could have come into effect. And it's really good for Ricardo is that if they take 2 prizes here with the Gardevoir and the Clefairy, and Fabrizio strikes back, it would be 3-4, meaning that Ricardo's going to be able to use the Counter Catcher again, and thereby being able to take out Pokemon like Mew, instead of actually having to hit into the Pikachu, because you can only knock out Pikachu if you have Monkey Dory to boot at the same time, meaning you can go around that issue and kind of leave it for another time. And also if the Topaz Balls are used, well, the energies get discarded straight away, so you can kind of start to go after other pieces of the setup.
Yes, by thinking so far ahead here and how the eventual game will pan out. And that's exactly what Ricardo's doing in this instance as well. Actually shoving a bunch of energy onto the Drifloon and trying to protect his Gardevoir EX a little bit more. It doesn't quite KO the Lily's Clefairy, but it deals 180 damage with Balloon Blast, and that will set you up for Monkey Dory later down the line. So not even wanting to initiate the prize race right now, just prioritizing keeping your Gardevoir EX out of harm's way and using one of your single prize Pokemon in this instance.
Something that's really beautiful here is that you're also not allowing Fabrizio to use Serendipity. You want to be able to control the prize raise as much as possible. And you can use that Monkey Dory perhaps next turn whenever you're promoting Gardevoir to just retreat it again like you usually want to. You can spawn those damage counters that you can be using with the Monkey Dory to take that knockout on Clefairy, and then thereafter take something like the Mew off the board or whatever Fabrizio shoves in the active spot. It's a beautiful play, and also making sure that you're behind on prizes typically here, since you want to have the counter catcher for as long as possible.
Ultra Ball will grant access for Fabrizio to finally find a Terrestrial Pokemon. And with the Rabsca dealt with, Wellspring Ogerpon EX once again becomes an option. And that's actually coming straight into the hand here with Ultra Ball. I believe Fabrizio has an Iono in this hand. With that one floating Hoot Hoot, you can manually attach Sparkling Crystal and Energy Switch to still find a way to use the Torrential Pump this turn. So it's not that costly that he can't use a Crispin here, but he's still hoping that after shuffling up here and seeing a fresh 5 cards that he has to still find a Noctowl piece.
Yeah, he can get to restart for 1 before doing so. Gets that. No, we can still, yeah, we can still bench a Hoot Hoot, we can still bench the Wellspring, and we can still get 1 card before the Iono. So we make sure we get to see as many cards as possible, even if we go ahead and restart into something like the Noctowl, it will be fine, but just goes ahead and plays the Iono in case that after the Iono we can play our hand down below 3, we can still get to restart and have our hand as full as possible after the Iono. Typically something you see from decks like Gardevoir in the past would typically use Iono and then use Refinement afterwards, which is kind of the same trick that Fabrizio is going for. Getting the Ultra Ball, which is going to be able to hit that Noctowl
pretty
if
nice,
he so
actually
wishes to.
Yeah, picks up the Energy Switch for free as well. So possibly we can find a way towards another Noctowl for later. You Ultra Ball grab Noctowl, but we still need the manual attachment for the turn as well, in addition to the Sparkling Crystal. So you'd have to go Earthen Vessel plus Crystal, and then you're left with Crispin plus Professor's Research. Do you have to discard the Research here and then draw 2 more with Restart at the end of this, holding just 1 Crispin? It's a tough spot once again for Fabrizio here. All because his opening wasn't ideal. Yeah, sacrificing Professor's Research, I think, is the correct move.
I do agree here, Joe. And one good thing for Fabrizio in this case is that they are running the full 4 suite of Crispin, really pondering if it should be double Crispin being discarded or Research. But it just hurts so much for this deck, wanting to play Crispin every single turn, just as much as something like Roy Moon wants to play Sada every single turn to accelerate these energies, because they do recognize that every single turn, energies are going to disappear from the board, whether that's evaporating it with Wellspring Mask Ogerpon or just getting knocked out. They have to keep cycling these energies into play. And that's why Ricardo, with something like Iona plus Knockout, or removing these Hoot pieces from board with something like Screamtail later in the game, could be doing a really good job at. But yeah, here, grabbing the Noctowl, going to be able to use that Jewel Seeker, and, you know, Joe, pretty much guessing that there has to be a Sparkling Crystal, has to be an Earthen Vessel for the attachment, or a Night Stretcher.
That will work out. I think we even spent the Earthen Vessel in the early stages, so the Night Stretcher will be that final puzzle piece to grab. I believe there's a Grass Energy in the discard pile right now to recover. So it's a little bit of work, but we have managed to get a Torrential Pump off here. This is probably one of the easiest lines for Fabrizio to take a 2-prize turn.
And can go ahead and shuffle back 2 Grass Energies with Torrential Pump, leaving those Grass Energies in deck to be used with a Teal Mask Ogerpon later in the game, or potentially going for the Psychic Energy. I'm not too sure which one I like the most. They are, though, playing the Super Rods and get that back.
It keeps a Grass around to maybe E-switch if the Clefairy is still somehow on the board for another turn, so then you can Crispin, Energy Switch, and get a Pikachu out of nowhere. So keeping all lines open here. We're shuffling up, but we probably will be going back into the deck with the Torrential Pump, but we do have draw from UEX,
We do have draw from UEX, that's why we have to shuffle deck. Typically, these players then want to shortcut, if they don't need to be drawing any cards throughout the deck. Of course, here, Restart's going to be able to net 2 cards, it looks like, and then you're going to be able to Torrential Pump afterwards. Getting a Nest Ball and a Grass Energy pretty decent for the upcoming turns. You definitely do want these Nest Balls to be able to continue on with your setup. And yeah, Torrential Pump, 2 prizes, exactly what you want to see after taking out that Rapska, which is the piece in this matchup that you don't want to be seeing as Fabrizio. So kind of getting around the Rapska, and doesn't look like it's going to be a real issue for the rest of the game, of course.
Based on the prize race, it looks that Fabrizio is miles ahead, but don't forget that Ricardo has already set up 180 damage on that Lily's Clefairy EX, so it still feels like if Ricardo can have a decent turn here and still maintain his Gardevoir EX out of the line of fire, he's still going to put himself in a fantastic position. We know Gardevoir EX is amazing at taking multi-prize turns. We don't see the Ino in hand. Instead, it's the Arven that Ricardo is debating here. There's also the Secret Box in hand as well, I believe, but it seems like Arven is the go-to supporter in this case.
One thing I want to be seeing from Ricardo this turn is something like some Monkey Dories.
Oh, for sure.
Start to get that into play and start, enabling themselves to start getting these multi-prize turns. Could, for example, go for a 6-prize turn in 2 turns if enough monkeys see the board. It's all depending, though, on the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon. The Arven can go ahead and get a Braver Charm you can actually put onto a Monkey Dory to make sure it's out of the range from the Torrential Pump, which would be amazing in this case here. You can leave Fabrizio at the full board, needing to go for Area 0 and then charging up a Pikachu if the Gardevoir attacks. So it's going to be super interesting to see what line Ricardo takes, because there's amongst 10 different lines that could be taken here, which are all actually pretty decent. That's the strength you have with Gardevoir. You have so many different ways of going about it, yet it's always hard to find the exact right one.
The option from Arven is the TM Evolution plus Night Stretcher. Maybe some of this is fodder, even still using Secret Box this turn, thinning the deck with the Arven first, and then just holding more supporters for later. Could be an option.
It does look like it, the way that Ricardo's feigning the cards towards the top of the deck, that you want to take this Team Evolution. It's very useless at the current minute of the game, so you're going to be able to, play the Secret Box, discard Artisan, because you can get another Artisan out of deck potentially, discard the Team Evolution, double of them, because they're pretty much useless at this point, and start getting these cards you want for setup. Already does have a Darkness Energy in hand, which enables the activation of a Monkey Dory. So you could be starting to set up a 6-prize turn potentially during your next turn. Although, you do really need to get an attacker that isn't Gardevoir in this case, because Gardevoir is the big enabler of this damage we've played around with.
Yeah, the Night Stretcher, I believe, is already in that hand. That was a piece taken from the Arven, so I think we could even be going back into Drifloon perhaps here and attacking with it once again. I do love the call out for Bravery Charm on Monkey Dory. The deck list of Henry is only 2 Monkey Dory, and one of them is in the prizes, but still just trying to develop Darkness Energy Monkey Dory is still so integral here. And in fact, Ricardo could even attempt to find the second one from prize cards by using Adrenabrain on that Lily's Clefairy EX. So still has to map out a lot.
One Monkey Dory see 4 prizes being taken during these 2 turns, putting some damage onto either the Torrential Pump Ogerpon this turn, and then next turn being able to take out the Clefairy. Since the Ogerpon is the biggest threat with the with the Sparkling Crystal in play. But yeah, we do see it. Artisan gets that first Monkey Dory. And what I'm going to think we're going to be seeing here is, yeah, Drifloon is a very nice attacker into this spot. Although I only want to be seeing that Drifloon doing 180 damage, since you can power up the 180 up to 210 with the usage of Gardevoir and Monkey Dory. We do see the nice stretcher for the Drifloon exactly. And yeah, where does the Bravery Charm go? It's going to go straight to the Drifloon, it seems. So you can grab 4 prizes on the Ogerpon, plus the Clefairy bench. I would, though, like the Bravery Charm to be attached to Monkey Dory, since that's just an integral piece in all of this matter.
Although we know that there's a jamming tower in Fabrizio's list. Ricardo may not yet be aware of that. So one of the sneaky tech cards that Fabrizio has on offer might be coming into play in this game number 1 in our top 4 here in Bologna. Let's do some Psyche Embrace shenanigans. 4 damage counters onto Gardevoir for the 2 Psyche Energy attached, then immediately retreated off. We'll see this Drifloon getting it nice and in range for an instant KO on the Wellspring Ogerpon. Is Ricardo getting aggressive now? Is it time to take 4 prizes this turn, or are we saving it for later?
That's indeed a good question, Joe. Drifloon could also have gone counter catch on Mew to leave it out of range for being Jamming Tower KO'd. Yeah. Although if Ricardo decides to knock out this Wellspring Mask Ogerpon, needs to be putting 30 onto it.
Here we go.
The 30 down to Clefairy, takes the knockout here, and I'm reckoning that there has to be 4 energies attached to that Drifloon now to be able to take the knockout. Or you could potentially go route of taking out Hoot Hoot, although that does not follow within your prize race. So putting the 4 energies onto Drifloon, 80 damage going to go on. 80 times 3, 240, gets the knockout there.
Is the argument here that because there's 10 damage on Gardevoir EX, theoretically it could be dealt with in a turn? So now you remove all the energy off the board and just say that my Drifloon's a big enough threat that you can't ignore this card. Possibly that's in the thinking of Ricardo, as he goes down to just 2 prize cards remaining, with a Drifloon very heavily powered up. It's a big question mark for Fabrizio now.
I'm telling you, the combo that has to work for this game to end on this turn has to be Jamming Tower, Pikachu, Teal Mask Ogerpon, Teal Dance, Energy Switch, Crispin, and Counter Catcher to take out that Gardevoir. That is all the pieces that you need, but it's a lot that you would need, and I don't think that combo currently is possible with the amount of cards that Fabrizio has to himself, but it's technically possible. That's why I'm putting it out there. Although with the Lightning being prized as well, it's a bit harder to get to when you're just playing 1 Lightning Energy, meaning that that Pikachu is not going to be an option for this current turn.
Well, already this Jamming Tower is being spied by Fabrizio in the deck. So clearly it's on his mind. The Briar could have been a different avenue. Of course, we're so far away from that, and it's in the prize cards. But it's something that we have to track throughout the remainder of this top 4 as we get into the next few games. But we're coming to the climax of this game number 1. And Fabrizio's in this position where he has access to some Nest Ball, so we can find a Terrestrial Pokemon. We can try and find Pheasantipity EX, perhaps. Try and weave that in. There's only 1 Monkey Dory currently on the board. If you take out the Drifloon, maybe Blood Moon Ursaluna EX being a chunky enough Pokemon could help out at this point. These are the things we have to consider. If Fabrizio only takes a single prize, Ricardo won't have access to any gusting effects either. He only plays Counter Catcher in his deck list. It would force the Scream Tail that's only just been taken from prize cards alongside another Bravery Charm. And we know that one's already been spent at least.
And then we also have to think about the amount of energy that has to be used on that Scream Tail exactly. Whenever we saw Gardevoir in the past, there's also been playing some Turo in, for example, Brentana's list. In the new Henry Child list, there's no Professor Turo scenario, meaning that you cannot pick up the Drifloon and reuse that energy. You have to retreat it off or get it knocked out. But if Fabrizio essentially doesn't touch it, these energies are going to stick in play, and Ricardo's going to have an easy time taking 2 prizes, unless Fabrizio just tosses up a Noctowl into the face of Ricardo and says, deal with this.
It's Pikachu EX coming to the front. So not the Blood Moon Ursaluna angle. There's another Terrestrial Pokemon. The Resolute Heart, quite easy to get around for the Gardevoir with Monkey Dory currently established. But maybe Fabrizio has more plans of set-up KOs here.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure about the Pikachu here. With the Lightning Energy being priced, there has to be a knockout taken on Drifloon, and Fabrizio has to be like, I have to take this 33% chance that I get the Lightning Energy off the prizes. Yes, it may lead into a spot where that could become necessary, Although I wouldn't feel too good in Fabrizio's shoes if that's what I have to bank on.
We have the one draw from Teal Dance first. Let's see if that changes our fortunes. It's not a Noctowl, it's not a useful piece. Nest Ball is a flat card, it's not usable. It's a concession there from Fabrizio. Game 1 goes to Ricardo. The combination was just too much to acquire, and without access to Jewel Seeker, Fabrizio's going to be picking this one up. Ricardo with a really impressive display with his Gardevoir deck.
We're about to see that. Even though the Rapska hitting play, getting knocked out immediately to make sure that these Wellspring Mask Ogre pump, but just the amount of resources that Fabrizio has to pull out of deck were just too many, and this beautiful turn 1 for Ricardo. Research, getting rid of all these many energies, getting a TM evolution off that research, being able to get the Rapska and the Kirlia into play. With pricing one of the Kirlia, it's beautiful you can get that into play as a caveat on top. And yeah, the Drifloon there getting the knockout, and unfortunately for Fabrizio, falling a bit short in terms of these resources, not being able to compete really in the latter stages of the game. Of course, after missing a Terra Pokemon early, meaning that the knockdowns couldn't quite get the effect until it was a little tad too late.
That's exactly what I was going to mention, Jesper. It doesn't take much for the Terra Box to get into play. Typically, one Ball Search card gets you rolling with the Fan Call. Then you have access to not just one Noctowl, but often multiple. And that really starts to cascade as the game continues. And it comes down to hand disruption, trying to get around Mew EX and Pheasantipsy EX draws with often Hoot floated around the board. That wasn't the case in this first game. Early game, it was all about Lily's Clefairy EX. Yep. You had to slowly manually attach to it, get in with it, take the prizes as you could. Yes, you dealt with the Rabska, which was a good piece that allowed you to weave in the Wellspring Ogerpon at the right time, while it was still sort of useful, while it could still take those easy prize cards. But it still led to you having that clunky mid-game where you still just had too many awkward draws and you weren't able to close out in that instance.
Yeah, it's the difference between hitting or not hitting the options that you need. And yeah, going into today's game too, Fabrizio typically still wants to go first with this Terra Box, although Gardevoir is not super great at going first, especially when he's playing Team Evo. That's true. Not the best going first deck, although it depends on the amount of buddy puffins and stuff that Ricardo can hit. It does look like Ricardo's going to start off with a mulligan here for the game 2.
Both players with mulligans to start things off, so a little bit more shuffling going on. I like what you're thinking about, Jesper. When your deck is stronger, going first, but then you also have to think about your opponent, especially when it's built in this new style that Fabrizio has probably only had a handful of games with, because it's only just come out in the previous week, right? Henry's only just brought this to the forefront, and it's Ricardo who's picking it up himself and finding his way into a final. You've got to be thinking, is it worth me trying to just employ my strategy to my best ability, or trying to slow down my opponent when they're typically the more difficult deck to set up?
I would argue it's a difficult decision whenever this deck was, if this truly was new. We have seen Gardevoir with Team Evolution in the past before Budget was released, and typically you want to bully Gardevoir until you go first. With Fabrizio's deck being good at going first, but it's still even better going second. You have more outs. You have ways of playing Crispin. You can even potentially go for turn 1 Torrential Pump.
All right, now you're dreaming.
Yeah, it is a dream, kind of. But still, you're way better off when you're going second, since you can get these supporter options to thin out your deck a bit more and get into these Ball Search cards you need for the Fan Rotom. It's a good question, because I thought that Fabrizio pointed towards himself. I did see Ricardo point towards Fabrizio, so I'm pretty sure that Fabrizio still chooses to go first.
We'll decipher the sign language momentarily, but we're looking at an awkward hand for Fabrizio. Let's see some prize cards coming in. The Tech Jamming Tower already in the prize cards. The Latias EX, which is a one-of within his deck. Anytime a Noctowl piece finds its way to the prizes, that's awkward. However, we are seeing a number of supporter cards and Psychic Energy in the prizes for Ricardo, so both players are going to have to struggle through that, as it's a double Mew EX start in our game number 2 here in top 4, and I think relief, because Fabrizio has found an Ultra Ball.
And yeah, the answer to the question is 302 number of Pokemon we have in the active here, with the 151 in the active, of course, with the Ultra Ball coming through for Fabrizio, being able to get the Fan Rotom if needed. Although, yeah, there's a Terra Pokemon in hand, so we can calm down finally.
This hand was awful before the top deck of Ultra Ball. My goodness, Fabrizio got to be having a sigh of relief. If there's any time to do it, it's in top 4 when you're a game down. Top deck
and you have to keep yourself alive in this tournament. If you're not hitting the Ultra Ball, it could be spelling doom, not getting this Fan Rotom, since Fan Rotom is only useful in turn 1 for that Fan Call ability. Of course, Assault Landing can be used throughout the game, although it's not what you want to be using as an attacker.
Fan Call is exactly what keeps this deck afloat and what makes it so low maintenance, and that's instantly searched and the ability used. You're able to search your deck on the first turn only, and once during your turn, for 3 colorless Pokemon with 100 hit points or less. You reveal them and put them into your hand as well, which means not only can you grab Hoot Hoot and immediately bench them, you can also grab Noctowl to your hand to ensure that you have a strong turn 2, provided, of course, you have a Terrestrial EX Pokemon in play. Fabrizio already has a Terrestrial EX Pokemon in hand, so now that he knows he's gone through the first checkpoint of finding lots of these colorless Pokemon, the Jewel Seeker will be online for the next turn. He knows that he can really start thinking ahead and working on some powerful turns.
He's in such a funny position here. Typically with Fan Call, you're taking double Hoot Hoot and you take a Noctowl. Already has a Noctowl in hand. And something that these Noctowl decks does very often is make sure they only have 1 Noctowl in hand. Since if you're grabbing 2 Noctowls and have 2 Noctowls in hand and you get Iono'd, then both of those Noctowls are going to get washed to the bottom of the deck. And often these times, Noctowl decks are not playing very many draw supporters, which means that you're relying then on Ultra Ball or the last remaining Noctowl that you have in deck to make sure you actually get to use that ability. So it goes for triple Hoot Hoot instead, which I really do like here from Fabrizio, recognizing that we don't want to actually just be losing to Iona flat out.
So with a full bench now, we pass the action over to Ricardo. I believe already has the Ralts in hand. Earthen Vessel can already throw away a number of these energy, and there's Professor's Research in this hand as well. This is a phenomenal opener for Ricardo. Got to be feeling good when your game 1 went so smoothly, and now you're once again in a position, a 7-card dig, working towards more basic Pokemon, and that TM evolution would be his ideal turn 1, just as he did in game number 1.
It is lovely to see you're getting to discard the free energies, although you have to discard a Curlia and a Gardevoir, but it's worth it when you get to discard these free energies and potentially also get to pull off another TM evolution, potentially getting another Relor since you're discarding Curlia. Haven't priced any of the Relor Rapscale pieces, nor have you priced any Curlia, which means that when you discard this Curlia, yes, you're still going to have 1 Curlia available to you. Yes, you're still going to have the Relor Rapscale combo available to you, unless you draw them from the research.
And that means already Ricardo's got to be happy with this turn 1. And it's just what we see on the remaining side of this 7 cards. If we can once again just find the TM evolution naturally without having to search it. You have 4 outs to hit your A-Spec plus the 3 physical copies. So it's not unlikely to see from 7 cards. We're seeing a quick, diligent deck search, as once again we've seen in that first game, trying to work towards your Gardevoir EX unlocks all sorts of possibilities, a lot of aggressive, basic attacking single prize Pokemon, and it unlocks the Adrenabrain from Monkey Dory. The Earthen Vessel is a huge card within the deck to thin out these energy cards, so that not only do you get your stage 2 online, but immediately you can start pouncing with your Psychic Embrace ability.
You're exactly right about that, Joe, and still looking diligently throughout the deck. One thing that we do see with these players typically in Top Cut, you have 75 minutes instead of the normal 50. So you can take a little bit more time in terms of making sure that you have everything allowed in the deck. Here, Ricardo's going to spot, I don't have quite all the energies that I want. I don't have the Clefairy, which is also a semi-good attacker in this matchup, since that Fabrizio can go up to 8 bench, so you can actually start to punish Fabrizio when he does that. Getting the Darkness Energy attached onto Mew, very interesting here, since you can actually get to, well, you don't get to get rid of the Darkness Energy as you really wish to sometimes, but you get to leave more Psychic Energies in a discard pile, doing this, then attaching to the Mew with the Psychic Energy and using Team Evolution. So I don't hate it here, since you also are playing triple Darkness Energy and you haven't priced any of them, making sure that you get at least 3 out of 5 available Psychic Energies to you out of the discard pile this quickly.
Yeah, you do have license to make this play, but it would be leaving a vulnerable multi-prize Pokemon in the active position. I possibly wouldn't have mind seeing the attachment onto Ralts, knowing that if you find Buddy Buddy Poffin or the like, you could still get multiple basics out, but I don't think we're finding that. It's only 1 copy of the Buddy Buddy Poffin in fairness.
You're exactly right. Something like a secret box here could have been fantastic to hit here. Both getting...
I mean, it always is, every turn.
Yes, every single turn secret box is good, unless you're getting Budgied, but we don't have to worry about that no more. But yeah, no TM evolution is the biggest piece we're missing here from this port.
I believe that's the Relor in hand, and we can Ultra Ball, so we can get multiple Ralts and at least put the Relor down and threaten it.
But it's still quite awkward here. Fabrizio with triple Hoot in play can potentially get into a situation where with Teal Mask Ogerpon, get an energy into play, energy switch it over to the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon, get an attachment down to the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon, put a Sparkling Crystal to it, bosses orders of routes, and take out both of these routes, and essentially putting Ricardo at such a back foot and leading Fabrizio to just such an early and insurmountable lead.
And typically I'd call you a madman for such a specific line of play. But with Noctowl, that's all possible.
There was free Hoot
I know. Typically, I'd say that's an outlandish dream. But when there's this many Noctowl available, Fabrizio has it right in his range. Will we see one card drawn with restarts here? Don't think it changes too much when you have a couple supporters already in the hand. But let's see the +1 card here.
At least try to protect the Mew from getting that knockout early. Getting so far behind in the prize trade. And if Fabrizio just pushes into it, it would mean that this Mew essentially could become a damage bank, so to speak, being used off that Monkey Dory and also being a free retreat at the same time, slowly throughout the game, unless Fabrizio then decides to boss it, counter catcher it, or torrential pump it later. It's going to be just stick there and just going to keep floating damage into play depending on how many damage counters you put on it. Now here we do already see the Area 0, already see the energy switch, so I know I called cards, Joe, but it's actually not much I'm asking for at this stage.
It's not too much. Like you said, the Stadium could unlock this a little bit more. If Jewel Seeker grabs Ultra Ball as one of these options, and Nest Ball, you could pre-grab the Teal Mask Ogerpon. Then you could restart back up after playing the cards out, Ultra Balling down, but you do lose an energy switch in that combo.
What if he grabbed Nest Ball for Teal Mask Ogerpon? You can grab the Sparkling Crystal. You can Nest Ball for, or you can grab even Earthen Vessel here, because then you can get the Teal Mask down, use the ability, use the energy switch straight away. You can actually draw more with restart that way, and if you just hit an Ultra Ball that way or a Noctowl that way, you could actually end up guaranteeing. Since with the Earthen Vessel you get water, you can get grass. It actually doesn't matter which energy you get if you're aiming for the Sparkling Crystal in this case.
In this instance, it's Crispin Crystal as our 2 cards.
That's a bit more safe, honestly.
But it doesn't mean you're taking the 2-prize KO.
Doesn't mean you're taking double routes. It may just be Crispin to try and attempt to just take out the Relor, meaning that we can use Torrential Pump for the remainder of the game.
Yeah, and I suppose damaging the Mew EX, it's not the worst thing. There's only going to be like a maximum of 1 Monkey Dory coming down on a future turn. Maybe you can finish it off with Torrential Pumps later, but it feels
you
like
need to pull that Mew to the bench and pull down Jamming Tower, which is prize. So it's going to be pretty difficult to actually take out this Mew. You're doing 100 damage to it, and then with Monkey Dory, that's not too great because it goes down to 70. That's not too great doing that.
I'm finding it hard to get on board with this line, honestly, because you've left yourself with not much draw in hand. You're holding Energy Switch, but no energy on your board. You're holding Area 0, but no Ball Search. You've got no guaranteed Noctowls for next turn, and you've only taken a single prize. I think Fabrizio going for the early Wellspring, worrying about the Rabska is reasonable, but this still wasn't the best turn we could possibly sculpt here. Ricardo's done enough to make it awkward.
The question is, you could have gone for the play taking out both routes. And you could have gone so far ahead that you wouldn't even need to care about whatever Rabska could have done, because you're putting Ricardo then behind by 2 free turns. Whereas now, you can get Iona, which is great for you, but you still left such an opening behind. You can't really clean up this Mew pretty easily without needing another attacker that isn't the Ogerpon, so I'm not quite sure if I'm the biggest fan of this.
Still, though, it's an Iona when we need to find ourselves rare candy if we want to get to the races with Gardevoir EX here. No access by the looks of things. TM Evolution does come to the hand, but it's not even alongside energy.
Could be grabbing something like Fecundipity, but putting Fecundipity on board is another one of these 2-prize liabilities, and we don't want to be using the Graveyard Charms on these 2-prize guys, since if you're doing that, you're not going to be able to take 1-hit knockouts with Drifloon, since you're only playing double Graveyard Charm.
It doesn't look like an easy turn whatsoever. Maybe we just have to see these additional cards here, Jesper. We at least want to find access to a Curly.
Tries to attach an S-Ball, pretty smart.
I feel like it has to be Flip the Script. This hand is not getting us far.
No, there's not even energy. You can't even use Team Evolution here, so you have to flip the script to get an energy at the very least.
Yeah, we need to find an energy card or a Night Stretcher. Here we go then, Nest Ball surely has to find Fecundipity EX here.
And yet you only have 4 energy cards left since you're priced to double Psychic, so you need to go into Fecundipity, flip the script to even have the shot of using that TM Evolution or just drawing straight into your Curlius. or secret box nevertheless. It's always a great card to hit, but here, yeah, you just have to Festivity, leaving your board a bit vulnerable and kind of banking on this Iono, not giving Fabrizio a super good hand, but I'm pretty sure that that Iono can only give Fabrizio a better hand than what they had before.
It's a big 3 cards no matter what. In our top 4 here, Fabrizio did the best he could with 1 Jewel Seeker, only took a single prize. If Ricardo had had the best turn possible, he would have been in a fantastic spot. Hasn't had the turn he was looking for yet. So here comes the 3 cards from Flip the Script to see if that changes his fortunes. Drifloon plus...
We can get to restart for 1 card first by doing this.
Yep. Drifloon, TM Evolution already. Artisan played out. So 2 cards from UEX before the Flip the Script.
No energy. Just Monkey Dory and Ralts, so we still get to flip the script for free. We need to see Curlia, Candy Guardy, or energy. What is it? No, Candy.
Red
Vessel,
Candy.
that does it.
Vessel is huge. Earthen Vessel finally granting us access to some energy cards. And that means we can at the very least find a couple Curlia now. And that's... We're leaking prize cards, but at least Ricardo's getting to where he needs to be.
Yes, but this opens up after the Iono. We can still get to see the double clean out next turn of the Curlias. Curlia only has 90 HP. Torrential Pump does 100 to the active, 120 to the bench, which means that if you can get into 1 Noctowl and have hit something good off the Iono, it's purely possible that it can actually happen here. Still needs the Area 0, still needs a Teal Mask Ogre-Pawn, but with 2 Hoot Hoots in play, if you hit double Noctowl, I'm not asking for much here, Joe.
We're hoping for the best then from Ricardo. The energy finally comes to the hand. We will be going into those double Curlia. And like you said, Jesper, we haven't yet scouted Fabrizio's hand. The double Curlia could all be crashing down next turn with enough Jewel Seekers.
And I have to be really honest here, of course. We're gonna get double Curly into play, which is nice and all for Ricardo. It's
good for him.
Yeah, but it's good for him. It's a bit late. the issue that comes up here, 1 Curly was discarded early with the research, right? So even if there's just a Crispin and then a Torrential Pump knocking out the Curlia, it means that Ricardo needs to hit a Gardevoir for that, and there's an Ultra Ball.
There's Teal Mask Ogre-Pawn, there's Grass Energy, there's Ultra Ball and Noctowl in this hand.
We might just see it now.
You have to think that if Fabrizio wants this line of play, he can make it happen. Jewel Seeker number 1 coming in. Area 0 is required. Boss's Orders is required. We're seeing his hand going through those motions of what he needs to piece together.
Vessel, energy switch, attachment. Get in there. And the Boss's Orders to be there. This could be one of the biggest turns we've seen the entire tournament. And with Noctowl, everything is just a possibility. It's where you can really see the massive amounts of skills in these players being in top 4. There's a reason why they're here. They're here because they're doing this so well and being able to pull off these combos seamlessly easy. But yeah, really need to make sure that they're grabbing the correct cards of these Noctowls. And you may be sitting at home thinking, well, this is easy. But now you're sitting with all the lights on you in top 4, headset on, white noise in. And yeah, do we have...
Fabrizio is debating Crispin and not trying to find the double Noctowl plus the Boss's Orders combination.
It does also leave you a bit in the muds whenever you've done that Torrential Pump and you use both of the Noctowls.
That's true. It leaves you with far less draw power on the board. But then, I mean, you know you're getting a free turn if there's no access to Gardevoir EX on the following turn from your opponents.
You're right about that, and you'll be going down to 3 prizes, which means you likely get to draw another prize at that stage. And if you get to draw another prize at that stage, you're just 2 prizes away with a Mew sitting there pretty tasty, and a Festivity that's also pretty good to fry up. So honestly, I would be thinking here that if you can get to pull it off, that'd be really great, although at least you're getting 2 prizes by doing this.
Yeah.
So I'm not hating it at all.
This is still a massive play.
Oh yeah.
No doubt about it. Fabrizio will be going 3 prize cards up. There's the manual attachment in addition to the Crispin Energy Acceleration. And it does keep a Hoot Hoot available. I still like putting down the Teal Mask Ogre-Pawn EX as well. It means that if the Area 0 is bumped, you can get rid of one of your Noctowl freely.
Then you can get that, you then use the Noctowl as Night Stretcher fodder in case of an Iono, having more outs of getting into a Noctowl, and also pretty much for free in that case, since you don't want to be discarding more cards with Ultra Ball. Ultra Ball is a necessary evil when you're playing these sorts of singleton decks, it feels like, whenever you're playing these Terra boxes, and you want to make sure that you're not giving yourself the most amount of difficult decisions, and you're making your decisions way easier whenever you have anything open to you with the Night Stretcher. Do you see the draw from the Teal Mask Ogre pawn?
It's like an easy Ultra Ball away now. There's Ditto and the other Wellspring EX. I feel like that's easy enough to get rid of. If you want to see any additional cards from restarts here, it wouldn't be a bad thing to put even more Hoot Hoot onto this board, or if you wanted to put something like Pheasantipity EX proactively onto the board, that could be okay. There is one of those Hoot Hoot in the prize cards, actually, so that's not available right now.
Although drawing the 2 prizes, it's either Hoot Hoot or Noctowl is going to go into the hand. Both of them are going to be fantastic draws to have in that case. But yeah, Ultra Ball, we're going to see that. And it's likely going to be for a Pokemon we get to play instantly, like the Pheasantipity, for example, making sure that we can get to draw extra cards in terms of a knockout and get to restart for 2 additional cards. Name of the game here, have a full hand as possible whenever you can, and just make sure that whatever your opponent tries to throw in your face, that you can respond to it.
Eyeing up the Terrapagos EX as an interesting choice. Another Terrestrial Pokemon. It's one of the cheaper attackers in the deck. Quite an efficient option, so you're not linked towards the Crispin so heavily each turn. Could open up Boss's Orders lines on the already damaged Mew EX at some stage.
Yeah, and the Pheasantipity too, since you would only need 7 benched Pokemon to deal with that Pheasantipity. And it leaves you with very good options to be taking those prizes. Looking like the prize map here is going to be Torrential Pump, knock out the Drifloon, knock out Kirlia. See what happens from Ricardo next turn. Is there going to be a combination of Rare Candy Gardevoir? If there's not, this looks pretty dark, honestly. And if there is, it's still going to be difficult, but then at least Ricardo has a way to pull themselves back into the game, where Fabrizio then has to look at a route where can we go around to take out one either Pheasantipity or Mew, and then potentially something like the Monkey Dory.
Looks like Fabrizio's happy to hold the 2 cards drawn from restart, so we will be using our Torrential Pump from Wellspring Mask Ogerpon EX, taking out the stage 1 in addition to the Drifloon. Fabrizio goes 3 prize cards ahead, as he did in that game number 1, but in this instance, his board is far more resolute.
Exactly, and this is the perfect board we see from these Terra boxes. Getting to be able to to use the Torrential Pump several times, and typically when you've used Torrential Pump twice, you've taken 4 prizes. Although when you take out the Rillor, pretty nice because it enables you to use more of them. And when you get to take out the Curly that your opponent's been working so hard to get, it's going to be there. But do we see the combination for Rare Candy Gardevoir? We do see the Rare Candy, but do we see a way of actually getting the Gardevoir?
I'm not seeing it, Jesper. Maybe flip the script to find the combination. Here we go.
It has to happen here, man. It has to happen here. You see 1, 2, 3 cards off the flip the script. These are important. Nest Ball, Rapscott, Research, no!
Tough break. Rare Candy, it's a one-of in the deck list.
And it's just the unfortunate piece. If you're using Research, you don't get to use the Candy. If you get to Iono, that Candy gets washed to the bottom. You don't have any more additional draw cards since Refinement was rotated. So it doesn't look like there's going to be coming any Gardevoir into play this turn, meaning that the ball is solidly in Fabrizio's court. And Ricardo has to bench another Ralts, being really afraid of Fabrizio taking out the only Ralts in play with another Torrential Pump.
You have to respect it. Looks like Ricardo, the only way he could still get the Rare Candy Gardevoir is to hit the secret box, in addition to a Gardevoir or Ultra Ball. We're going to Nest Ball now to have a look in the deck here. It may still end up being a Monkey Dory coming into play this turn. I'm not seeing many other great Pokemon to pull out from this position. Yeah, this can be shuffled up. We'll be going Monkey Dory, also just having a look at what's remaining in deck to see if it's still possible for him here, Jesper.
Yeah, this does look really difficult, Joe, here. And it's unfortunate at these stages, although he's still up 1-0. It's still quite possible he can just swing this into game 3. We have to remember there's plenty of time to make sure game 3 happens. And these players have been on great pace to make sure this happens. We don't have to worry about time at the very least in this stage, but we do have to worry about what's going to happen right here, right now. If this Iono does not hit into a combination that gives us Gardevoir EX on Ricardo's side of the board, I would be reckoning that this game is much closer to over than it was just now.
The big 6 cards then. We're looking for our A-Spec in addition to Gardevoir or Ultra Ball. To make this come together, we need to find the Rare Candy that we've just shuffled to the bottom. 6 cards.
I don't see the secret box there, Joe.
That's a real problem. Now at this stage, you're hoping that you've forced Fabrizio into a slow hand and that he can't reload another Torrential Pump. You've really got to be dodging Ultra Ball and Noctowl at this stage. You have to hope that the 3 cards stick.
Surely doesn't look like it here, and there's not even cards to be expended to be using the restart to potentially draw some extra cards. So you could go for Night Stretcher for Curlia to get that into play, although that would just be needing 1 Crispin to be just to lead it essentially here.
It's time for a panic counter catch, I think.
Yeah.
The 1 retreat cost on Noctowl. Well, there's no Latias EX currently in play, so there is no Skyliner. In fact, it's in the prize cards for Fabrizio.
You're exactly right, and with only 1 Latias played in these decks typically, is this the breathing room that Ricardo can use to get this Curly into play and then gives himself a chance to go ahead and get a Gardevoir in play? Because, yeah, Gardevoir doesn't work without Gardevoir. It's in its name here, Joe. And, yeah, really, it's... What do you leave in the active spot here? Does it even matter what you leave in the active spot, or do you just accept that if Fabrizio actually gets the attack, we're in the muds?
I feel like you have to promote the Ralts, but that really doesn't feel good.
No, because
nothing feels good from here.
At least there is no switch inside of Fabrizio's deck, so there's no like switch Crispin combination. It has to be rescue board attached plus energy switch and Crispin sort of thing, which is pretty difficult to hit. So here, the Super Rod getting a Gardevoir, need to have an external Curly, need to have a Future, and a Drifloon getting back into the deck. One of your main attackers to try and pull back a few of the pieces here. The unfortunate part of it for Ricardo is that there's still Mew in play to grab these cards, that if you can play any of the cards you got off Iono, you get to be using Restart for a few cards, getting through the deck, because the decks are just getting thinner and thinner the more we get into the game, and the more likely it is for Fabrizio also to be hitting options that they would need to further strengthen themselves.
Not sure if there's any other live action here. We can Adrenabrain, some damage off this Mew EX. Setting up some math across the board. It's still foggy for Ricardo. He still has 6 prize cards to take. So he's going to set up damage on Terrapagos EX right now.
What could have been really, really good here for Ricardo is that if they can get a second Monkey Door into play next turn, being able to take this Hoot Hoot out during 2 turns, but we really... The question is, what does Fabrizio sit with here? There's an energy in hand, so we get to use the Teal Mask. I think I saw Professor something in their hand. It's either a Turo or a Research.
Energy, Boss's Orders, Blood Moon, Ursaluna EX, and another card that we can't quite see. Ricardo might have just found the wiggle room here.
It says Bria, which is Briar in Italian, so it doesn't quite look like it yet.
Wow.
So we're looking at Ricardo may have saved themselves a turn here.
To draw any cards from Restart, you would have to spend a Boss's Orders, and that doesn't feel good when there's no guarantees of you doing anything.
For turn, use...
Yeah, you'd have to attach to Terrapagos EX. Yeah, bench Blood Moon EX. That would be your final bench slot.
Then you draw 1, which has to be either Energy Switch or Crispin, Noctowl.
Yeah. If you just bench Blood Moon Ursaluna, you open up Professor Turo's Scenario as a supporter option. And you're still not launching much of an attack with the energy committed now.
As we have to see an epic top deck of the Restart here. Really, really threatening benching the bottom one. It is such a huge guy putting down here in the bench. But yeah, are we going to be playing the Boss's Orders? Of course, cannot play the Briar since Ricardo's not on 2 Briars, and you can't just burn the Briar. Can go for the Boss's Orders, and if the Boss's Orders does hit Energy Switch and you can pull up something like the Fessantipity, you're also forcing then Ricardo to pull an option out of the deck to retreat it like an energy. So we then force Ricardo to have stuff. But we reckon that if you're sitting in Fabrizio's shoes, that there should be an energy in Ricardo's hand regardless. But if you go Boss for the Fess exactly, and you actually hit either Noctowl or Energy Switch, it's paid off in spades here.
2 big cards from Restart then. Fabrizio.
Oh, show it to us.
The Noctowl. Here it is. Jewel Seeker coming in. A huge hit from Fabrizio here. He is not slowing down.
Mate. We can get the Energy Switch here. Make sure we have the knockout on Fessantipity. Yes, it opens up for the Iono 2-1 from Ricardo, but now you're still also having an Ogerpon with 2 energies down in the field. And whatever Ricardo attacks with, he has to be afraid that can be taken out unless it's Gardevoir attacking. And yet there's still going to be small squishy Pokemon on the bench. And then next turn, it could just be the Torrential Pump from Rasping Ogerpon, I'm sorry, to be able to take out something like the Rolls or the Monkey Dory on bench.
This is becoming a terrifying board state. Fabrizio's draw 2 found exactly what he needed from draw 2 to pick the best 2 from your deck. That is the power of the Jewel Seeker from Noctowl. Fabrizio kept his line open, and now we'll be able to launch a fantastic unified beatdown, finishing off this Pheasantipity EX thanks to his full bench with Area 0.
And yes, Joe, terrifying indeed here. Grabbing the vessel to be able to get some energies into play potentially next turn. Being able to use the second energy switch, potentially that can come down next turn as well, to make sure that they don't just need Crispin, because I think the last card in hand is actually Crispin. So I have all the options that they want to have for next turn. Yeah, wow. I'm pretty sure that is a Crispin in the end of the hand, yeah. So if there's no disruption from Ricardo, we can't just see Crispin next turn for Torrential Pump, because there's only 2 Bravery Charms, and you can't, unless... No, you can't even get that. You have to Arcane Gardevoir, Bravery Charm to Monkey Dory if you want to protect against it. But by benching the Screamtail, it basically telegraphs that Crispin equals game on the Torrential Pump. And it looks like we're going to see research. So I actually see here, Joe, if Fabrizio sees the line to be able to Crispin down to the Wellspring Mask Ogremon, have 2 different energy types in deck, we are going to be seeing game here, Joe.
Not seeing much else from Ricardo, who has to go through the motions. He knows that his back is against the wall. He has to make Fabrizio have it. From his perspective, it's a low hand size. There's certainly a world in which he gets away with it, gets out of jail, even though there's only a couple cards required to close the game here. So Ricardo's still got to do his best to put himself in the position to claw this massive comeback. We know that it's probably not possible, but Ricardo might see something we don't just yet.
You always have to maximize every single opportunity you have. We haven't quite kept tabs on how the energies are from Fabrizio. There could be an option that there's not enough energies to power up left in deck, and if you're sitting here as Ricardo, you have to do everything that you can potentially to grab this. We have seen crazier things happening both on stream and in some of our games are ourselves. But yeah, Secret Box is going to come out. Could be the counter catcher. Guess they can play more than one supporter. We have to remember that. Gotta have to grab Iono, counter catcher, Team Evo.
Yeah, it's just no stadium remaining.
So Bravery Charm instead of the Evo.
Feels like some sort of panic counter catcher plus Screamtail combination is the best thing you can do.
Yeah, I mean, you could counter catcher the Boltman or Luna.
Yeah.
Even though Fabrizio did take the lattice of the prizes, there's a full bench over there, which means that you can start setting up and then using Monkey Dory to clean up afterwards. You do have to remember that with Screamtail, you're not allowed to hit the Terra Pokemon on bench, which means that you cannot hit the Wellspring Mask, you cannot hit the Teal Mask, neither can you hit the Terrapagos. But you have to play into the out of trying to then spread all the damage that you can.
You could damage the active, you could damage the Mew EX, and then look for multiple Monkey Dory to string together. I think that's about all we can see here, Jesper, right now, to stay in this game.
Because we do get to see the Gardevoir, which is the piece that we need to see first before we can actually start attacking with the Screamtail and try to get these energies in play. We've used the Mew as a damage bank again, as we talked about early in the game. Use these 70 damage that are already onto the Mew to try and see if we can make some spots where we can set up some damage counters and potentially swing this awful position into a strength.
You could even use Mew EX to copy Blood Moon on the Blood Moon. That would deal 240 damage, and then you can move the energy elsewhere later on. You're going to be looking at the Crown Opal attack as another potential copy.
Yeah, but that's not super nice when we're looking at Unified Beatdown being able to deal 220 and then you're putting 40 damage on. So no, not quite the best move, because that's initially conceding if you're looking at it that way. But we could go for the Blood Moon spot. Gonna remove 30 damage with the Monkey Dory. And yeah, I actually do really like the counter catcher onto a Blood Moon. Do 240, which forces the Turo scenario. And if the Turo is being played,
it is the Crown Opal attack. With 4 prize cards still remaining, Fabrizio can't simply use Blood Moon back without a number of energy acceleration options.
Crispin energy switch?
Yeah. Well, also, we know now that with Crispin in hand, the Wellspring Ogerpom is open. It's just one prize card required.
If there's 2 different energy cards in deck, we're going to be able to see the Crispin. And Fabrizio's just thinking about it. Going to look for the discard pile. How many energies have I gone through? Going to be able to play the Earthen Vessel on top of that to just make absolutely sure that we do have enough energy. I do see 2 different types of energy in deck. So if Fabrizio sees it, we're going to be able to go on. We can also just play Crispin, move up to Blood Moon. There's so many options. Don't even need to Torrential Pump here. We just need to be attaching energy. So going through the motion, it seems, getting double grass energy, going to be able to attach to Well, you can also attach to the Ogre Pawn.
Myriad Leaf Shower even.
And we do see Boss's orders, either Ralls, Streamtail, Monkey Dory for the game here, and Fabrizio tying up the set 1-1 with just about 16.5 minutes left for Game 3. Plenty of time to get in, and these trainers have been fighting all weekend. And yeah, Fabrizio tallying up the game, and it ended up being a bit tired at the end than we've been seeing throughout the game, getting that God of One to play. We did see some line that could happen, but yeah, at the end there, Bloodwind's going to be able to take it, as we've said so many times throughout the weekend.
It all started with that top deck of Ultra Ball to keep Fabrizio's dreams alive, because FanCall got him into so many Hoot, and immediately off the first Jewel Seeker, we were able to start launching these torrential pumps, damaging Mew EX, taking out the Relor in the process. And Ricardo seemed like he was in decent position there, but just could not find his Gardevoir, so ended up really on the back foot. A second torrential pump coming in, dealing with the stage 1 Curlier, whilst also taking out the Drifloon. The prize race just started to become less and less possible as this 2-draw from restarts found the Jewel Seeker Noctowl and opened up another 2-prize knockout.
Yeah, and it was the game of the pump and then the game of the Jewel Seeker. And yeah, there were jewelry being found out the Jewel Seeker for this game. Coming in clutch whenever Fabrizio needed that last Noctowl to be pulled off the top of the deck, remembering that there was a Noctowl prize at that very stage as well. So great find there, and leads us into a Game 3. And as we all wish, we want close games. We want Game 3s. We want some exciting actions to bring to you guys back home. And yeah, what do you think of this this matchup when we've been seeing it here twice?
Well, it's a real back and forth. We've seen how the Rabska can affect things. We've seen how it's also affected Fabrizio's thinking as well. The priority of that Pokemon then sort of changes the things that Ricardo has to be aware of, and like how he builds his board. Let's see some prize cards coming down. That's only one copy of the 2 Wellspring Mask Ogerpon EX. Also the Pikachu EX in there as well. But a couple Ultra Ball in the prizes for Ricardo. But we see the fist bump. It looks like Fabrizio will be kicking things off with that Mew EX once again in the active position, and immediately with a Nest Ball, we know that he's going to have at least a pretty decent turn 1.
Yeah, as long as you're starting Nest Ball with this Terra Box deck, Fabrizio is going to be able to at least get a Fenrotom, which he does go ahead and get right here. Although the question is just going to be, do we have a Terra Pokemon to follow up in hand? It does look like there are some Ultra Balls there, so we could be able to use that. But yeah,
we can even go
again
for the
going first.
We can even go for the transformative start Ditto. Thanks to the Mew EX lead, we can naturally pivot into this Pokemon. Its time to shine is only on turn 1, but the transformative start, such a valuable ability that many players who use the Fan Rotom look towards this Pokemon. It's immediately using that ability to swap with a Pokemon in the deck. In this instance, it's going to be a Wellspring Mask Ogerpon EX straight away for Fabrizio. He has no illusions as to what the most important Pokemon is for his early game in this matchup.
Yeah, and Ditto Flood there using the transformative start into the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon, the main attacker from the first 2 games here, being able to use that torrential pump. And it really puts pressure on, since Ricardo starting the Relor is going to have such a hard time getting that back. And actually, when I'm looking down at Ricardo's list, not going to be able to retreat and use Team Evolution at the same time, meaning that this Relor may just be left out there.
And maybe one of those awkward leads where you just have to leave it in the active and hope that just by evolving into 2 Curlier, that's your best safeguard. We'll see how that develops as it goes over to his turn, but we see the attachment onto the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon as well.
We even have an Ultra Ball to boot next turn, being able to get the Noctowls into play and being able to possibly go for my dream play of taking out 2 Curlias.
Oh boy, Jesper, we need to use Ino here. We need to find Ball Search or Basics. Right now, it's a lone Relor. It has an Energy and a TM Evolution. It's looking for some basic pals to keep us in the game here.
I'm saying Sliding Intrusion may be good sometimes, but it ain't too good right now, mate. And really need to see some... Oh, wait.
Nest Ball.
Just one Nest Ball. That can get into Curlier, but that still means that Torrential Pump...
We can't do that.
You can't just go for Curlier, because it means that you would lose a Noctowl. But what do you get then? Just go ahead and get me you?
Serendipity EX, maybe?
That's not too great either. That just
Listen, it's not great. It's not great, Jesper. I agree with you.
I understand it keeps you alive, but you're still in a situation where that's like... You're delaying your Gardevoir another turn. And again, Ricardo's hitting these awkward hands where you can't get all the pieces you want into play.
Oh man,
is this
a tough
get
break.
a Ralts, use Team Evo and pray?
You can lose on the spot, yes, but that's way too dangerous.
I understand that.
That's way too dangerous. We have to grab... Oh, Lily's Clefairy EX. I wouldn't mind it if we hadn't already committed an energy attachment, but now that we have, I would much prefer a Pheasantipity EX in this spot, knowing...
Or even Mew, so you can use the free retreat off it, get it out of
EX is fine as well.
Stage.
Yeah.
Yeah, you haven't even priced that.
Yeah.
So yeah, the Lily's Clefairy seems a bit
It's a curious choice
to me, yeah.
Maybe you just retreat into it?
Yeah, but then again, you still got Torrential Pump. There's only 20 damage difference in that case.
It's not a great deal either way. It's an awkward Iono.
You might as well just use Slight Intrusion here from the Relo, dealing 30 damage.
You'll love to see it. Hey, every damage counter matters.
I mean, at these slight times, you got to go for some intrusion, right? And that's likely what Ricardo has to see. That we do wait and see what happens here. Yeah, the slight intrusion is going to happen here. 30 damage to the Wellspring Mask Ogrepon, 10 to Rellor itself. And we're back over to Fabrizio's turn. Yikes for turn one from Ricardo.
This is a huge opening for Fabrizio now. The Iono was not kind to Ricardo. So now with this Ultra Ball, he will be able to access his Noctowl. And so often we've said that Jewel Seeker unlocks the entire deck. The world is his oyster this turn, as he can sculpt all sorts of supporter card options, as well as weaving in some different item cards. I feel like simply damaging the Lily's Clefairy EX is already great, as you just take a single prize. Knowing that Rabsca is such an annoying Pokemon, just getting that off the board immediately is really handy.
And then the question comes, is Ricardo then going to be able to respawn that Rellor next turn? And the likely question is, well, then you also let go of a Team Evolution. If you're putting down a Rellor, that's going to get bullied straight away by the Torrential Pump. If Fabrizio is going to be allowed to do that and able to do so, of course they would wish to do so. But yeah, it's going to be super difficult for Ricardo here. Fabrizio is going to go with prize, get massive amounts of damage in play. And this latest Clefairy is going to be taken out on the coming turn unless there's a Monkey Dory is going to be able to change that. But if Monkey Dory is going to be used, there's not going to be an energies being able to be attached to Latest Clefairy, meaning you can't TM Evolution on the same turn to get some Curlius and potentially Rapskin into play. It's all just getting more and more difficult, and that's why I'm trying to lead out the options that are for Ricardo, but they're just getting slimmer and slimmer and a bit worse every single time I name a new one.
Torrential Pump lined up then, as you said, Jesper, and we've opened our boards in order to get even more energy onto this field this turn. With a Teal Dance, we get to see an additional card as well. It's a great deal for you. Terrapagos EX finds its way into the hand, but the turn is already fantastic.
It doesn't require a lot to be fantastic here, May, and you also get to see the Night Stretcher being in hand. And I did spy a Grass Energy being in a discard pile for Fabrizio, meaning that you can at least guarantee to draw an extra card next turn. And don't forget, these extra small draws in the last game were what set them apart, with Fabrizio being able to grab an Noctowl. And if the same could happen next turn, yeah, we may just be seeing a game like this. But Ricardo's going to do everything that they can to fight back.
The good news is there's at least a supporter in hand, and there's Night Stretcher. So we can try and recover Rellor. We can possibly even Bravery Charming up. This Lily's Clefairy is valuable now, and just saying that you're not going to have access to TM Evolution, you'll find that rare candy again later. We're not even going to recover Rellor. We're just seeing another 6 cards here. Fabrizio, 1 prize up, will only draw 5 cards. Ricardo needs another decent 6 here.
I still just don't like it here, Joe. It's
Listen, don't count him out. Gardevoir's always going behind.
I'm not counting out. Gardevoir is always a great deck to go from behind, but there's an Ultra Ball that can get a Ralts, but we really do want double Ralts here.
Yeah, this was another awkward 6 cards, no doubt about it. Does it have to be
Ultra Ball for Fessendipity to try and grab a Buddy Puffin?
Are we behind enough to make that hero play? We could be. Honestly, we could be. It's 1 copy of Buddy Puffin in the deck and the secret box. You'd have exactly enough cards with Flip the Script to be able to play the secret box and discard the rest of the hand away. It sounds terrible, but at least you grab a supporter for the following turn anyway, so it's not that all in.
Yeah, so it's either choosing between
UEX
or Ralts. Choosing Ralts leans, at least Fabrizio needs a couple of cards to be pulling off the Torrential Pump since there's no Sparkling Crystal in play yet.
Yep.
Although that would just be an Ultra Ball for a Crispin, for a Noctowl who gets Crispin and Sparkling Crystal in that case. It's not a lot we're asking for there. But it's just so awkward for Ricardo, because if Ricardo goes ahead and says, yes, I'm going to go Fist and Liberty, draw 3 cards, or get the routes, then basically just telling Fabrizio, do you have it?
Ricardo has to dodge at this stage. Ultra Ball for 1 Ralts, and you're crossing your fingers in top 4. Both players a game apiece. Less than 7 minutes remain on the clock. Fabrizio already ahead in the prize race. It's a pass. Is there access to Jewel Seeker, Jesper?
I do think
well, we have Teal Dance.
Or is that a Nest Ball?
Nest Ball in hand, so I think it's down to this 1 draw.
As I said last turn, Joe, these small cards that you draw from these pieces, or you can even go for Assault Landing potentially. We do a free retreat with Latias.
Choosing not to take the draw and just putting more damage onto this board. It sets up a jamming tower play.
If there's a boss's orders in hand, if there's a boss's orders, we get the rods.
Oh my goodness, still denial of the Gardevoir. Fabrizio will take another prize card. And Ricardo left with just 1 energy on Lily's Clefairy.
And landing this Ralts Assault with the Assault landing here, Joe. And yeah, it works out against Gardevoir. If you're just assaulting all these Ralts, they don't get into play and stay alive for as long enough we can. Even gets another Hoot into play. Even if Ricardo wants to do something like attach to Lily's Clefairy and bump one of these Hoots off the board, there's still going to be a second one to boot.
Fabrizio then goes down to 4 prize cards remaining. It's another research top deck. Ricardo was already planning on doing that, so he'll see a fresh 7 cards. He's looking for a lot of help here. 1 energy attachment will allow the Lily's Clefairy EX to be at least a dangerous attacking threat. If you could find something like Counter Catcher as well. Well, there's the secret box. Pheasant Dipsy EX in hand as well. We finally found a piece of something, Jesper. We need to work on getting multiple Ralts, but also if we can get aggressive with this Clefairy while we have the chance, get the most out of it and try and level up this prize race, you could still stay in it here.
Yeah, exactly, and we still just need to see 2 Ralts in play here. Has to be 2 Ralts, otherwise we would reckon that there's going to become another Assault Landing, unless that could be blocked by something like the Bravery Charm, that then in turn is going to get blocked by the Jamming Tower. So a lot of things that has to align here for Ricardo, but Ricardo still has to just do their best to make sure that that's not going to be a possibility.
I think we have some good fodder for this secret box, so we will be launching our A-Spec, granting us access to 1 supporter card, 1 item card, 1 stadium card, and 1 tool card. It's a key focal point of Gardevoir to help you cherry pick some big combinations. In this instance, getting rid of a Psychic Energy, Ultra Ball, and Curlier. Will this now finally grab us the Buddy Buddy Poffin? I think we already have one of the Artisan in hand. Can we grab some Bravery Charm here as well? Bulk up some more of these Pokemon. Try and safeguard yourself around another Torrential Pump. Has to be in the thinking right now for Ricardo. If you can Counter Catcher and attack with Lily's Clefairy EX as well, that's still how you have your most aggressive turn. Oh, we're changing up our box here. Getting rid of the Drifloon rather than Ultra Ball. Just having a debate here between our trainers.
Yeah, there's still so many options that Ricardo has to go through. And regardless of whatever option that they're presented with, it's just not a good option. And everything seems like it's a little tad too late at some stages here. Looking through the deck, getting an Arven versus a supporter slot, still being able to get a tool, a stadium, and an item card to be able to pull themselves back, or attempt to pull themselves back into this. And it feels like, yes,
I like the aggressive line here, Jesper.
We need to be aggressive with the Lily's Clefairy indeed here, Joe. But I'm just still seeing the question is, where do we start being aggressive at? Do we try to take out something like the Terrapagos? Do we try to take something out like the Teal Mask Ogerpon, deny a bit of draw?
I just think Mew. Mew's the most draw on that board, usually, when you're going to Iona your opponent down lower and lower as the game progresses. And by keeping Artisan and that Ultra Ball now, you're still able to develop double Ralts here. You can Ultra Ball away the Arven and the Artisan that you've just found quite easily. Oh, it's actually going to be the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon EX. It's got nothing on it, so it's not necessarily the biggest threat, but you're just aware of its potential. We are going to Ultra Ball, getting rid of the Arven and TM Evolution just found from the secret box. Ralts number 1 comes into the mix. And Ralts number 2 can be found.
So we can get the Artisan for the second Ralts exactly here.
It's everything you hoped for. From that Professor's research, we finally had a decent outcome. Couple whiffs from Iono's back-to-back, but now the research comes in clutch. We will bump the stadium, forcing some discards from Fabrizio, getting rid of a couple of those Noctowl and the Fan Rotom. What else are we getting rid of here?
It's really difficult. It's also really smart from Ricardo pulling up this Wellspring Mask Ogerpon, because I would definitely just discard the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon in this case here. Perhaps
right, that's true.
Yeah, forcing to discard either Terapagos or Latias. I do really like discarding the Terapagos rather. And you want to keep the Teal Mask Ogerpon in play because that could draw cards. You want to keep Mew in place because that could also draw cards. And you want to keep the Latias in place since that gains you the free retreat that you need to be maneuvering and have mobility on your board. So actually picking up this Wellspring Mask Ogerpon, regardless of if you're being aggressive or not, which Ricardo is in this stage, gets to relieve yourself on one of the main attackers that Fabrizio could use to knock you out, which is 2 energy attachments, which is the Terapagos. But also you get to remove the Area 0 from play, which could be the enabling effect to actually grab the knockout with Terapagos after all.
So Ricardo, with his back against the wall, is finally able to develop not 1 but 2 Rolts, whilst also leveling up the prize trade thanks to Counter Catcher and the Lily's Clefairy that he was premeditating from a couple turns ahead. These are the steps that our players are having to go through to stay in this game and keep things close. But Fabrizio does have access to Jewel Seeker once again, so I'm expecting another explosive turn here. What's the best way that he can disrupt Ricardo this turn?
I'm not, well, it takes a lot of...
Clefairy's an easy KO.
Clefairy's an easy KO, and then you can look at the Festivity for the last remaining KO with something like the Blood Moon. Okay, we started there. I'm really just always looking forward to an option of if you're trying to take out both routes.
Yeah, that's a big combo.
I know it's a big combo, but with 2 Hoot-Hoots in play, you could technically still be doing it with the remaining Wellspring Mask Ogerpon you have in deck. You still haven't used the Sparking Crystal yet. And you can still get into a spot where there's an energy on the Teal Mask Ogerpon still. So we're
Energy Switch, Sparkling Crystal, Manual Attachment, Boss's Orders, it is possible.
Still just only 4 cards, and you get 4 cards by doing Noctowl, and without the Noctowl we get the Nest Ball that could be potentially the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon. And I would be thinking here, Joe, that if the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon shows its face, that's definitely what Fabrizio wants to be going for, since the Clefairy here is just outside of range from a Torrential Pump.
You can also Torrential Pump alongside your Jamming Tower. That would be a way for you to take a big 3 prize turn as well.
Oh yeah.
So you don't have to use a gusting effect. In that case, you'd be able to use Crispin in addition to Sparkling Crystal.
So we do see a Wellspring Mask Ogerpon, so we could get into a Jamming Tower situation here. A lot of great options here, since if you go to take the free prizes here, yes, you go down to 1, you'll still have your Mew in play to be able to restart in case Iona comes out, which means it has to be Iona plus KO Mew. If it's Iona plus KO Mew, it almost cannot be by Screamtail, since I could lose to anything from the board, even something like a Sob or a Triple Strike even from Hoot-Hoot in that case.
You're getting creative. Sparkling Crystal coming to the hand end with Jewel Seeker. What's the second piece of the puzzle? Area 0.
Okay.
So we're looking towards using Professor's Research this turn, still seeing 7 fresh cards, and hoping from that stage that we can draw into Ultra Balls, Noctowls, or Energy Switches.
We could also Sparkling Crystal the Teal Mask Ogerpon. No, don't forget that, and get the knockout on the Clefairy, and then have to find another way of grabbing 2 prizes. It can always just be be the boss Blood Moon onto Festivity a bit later.
Yep.
Since as long as you're grabbing 2 prizes this turn, you have to feel good about what you're doing here in this position. So I'm actually not really hating this, but the Sparking Crystal is going to come down
Spread the threat
to it.
Pheasantipity EX can also hit the board. Research for a fresh 7 cards here. We're seeing a lot of cards, Jesper. We could naturally find the combo without the need for Noctowl. There's the Jamming Tower.
But we just played Area 0 this turn, Joe, so we can't play the Jamming Tower down, although there's not an energy to the Monkey Dory yet. So if the Monkey Dory is not being activated, we could see that Clefairy go down to the usage of Jamming Tower.
Now there's the option of Jewel Seeker still remaining. How can we piece this together? I think now it's just a simple KO on the Lily's Clefairy and say that I've got Myriad Leaf Shower online and I've got the Torrential Pump lined up for future turns.
We do have a grass in the discard pile. This could either be something like, you know, Earthen Vessel for double grass, depending on what we have
discard,
left in deck.
Yeah.
So we could potentially go for something like Super Rod, plus Earthen Vessel,
yeah, that's a great combo.
to be able to both draw the card by Teal Mask and Teal Dancing, or you can grab the Vessel. So we do see Vessel. How many grass do we have in deck, Joe?
Not many, but you still have your manual attachment, then you can Teal Dance over. Maybe we're just setting Clefairy up with that 220 and saying that you can catch your opponent off guard with the Jamming Tower. It wasn't seen in either game just yet.
You're absolutely right about that, although we have to recognize that Ricardo, if an attachment is going to come down to Monkey Door, will start removing damage off the Clefairy, making that a tad more difficult. If we are to go Torrential Pump, this Clefairy would go up to 220 though.
Yeah.
Which, when relieved of 30 damage, will still be 190.
Yeah.
And Ricardo's only going to maximum be able to use one Monkey Dory, leaving that Clefairy exactly at the amount of HP that's being good here. Although time is called, we're going to have Fabrizio being turn 0. And when we go to time here in Top Cut, we have to find a winner. We do play the typical +3 turns we do. So Fabrizio's going to be turn 0, Ricardo turn 1, Fabrizio turn 2, Ricardo turn 3. If Ricardo has not completed the game when he's turn 3, or the game has not been completed after Ricardo completes their turn 3, the game's going to continue on until there's someone in the lead in the prize card count, which kind of means that Fabrizio does not have to win the game, nor does Ricardo. So it can come into a situation where drawing something like 3 prize cards may be enough.
And talk about pressure between these two players in top 4 of a special championships. It's come down to the wire. Game 3 into turns of time. It's been a grueling 75 minutes. Thought-provoking plays from both players at this stage. And you just do not want to trip up. Both players have a chance to be the victor here.
And I really like this, Joe. I really like Night Stretching for the Hutu. Just in case an Iono comes out, you do have these extra options to pull out and knock down. And it's the lifeblood of Fabrizio's deck to get knocked out. And if there's an Iono being played, a Noctowl can go ahead and get exactly that Jamming Tower, meaning that Fabrizio would then only need a knockdown next turn, literally, because that could be Crispin plus Jamming Tower, could grab the last remaining prizes if this Wellspring Mask Ogrepon's knocked that out. But we do get to see Torrential Pump not grabbing a knockout on Clefairy, pushing it up to 220 damage, staying alive because of the Bravery Charm. That's really good. And then we get to take out either Scream Tail, Monkey Door, or any of the rolls on the bench.
Honestly, you're not that afraid of anything, so Monkey Dory happy enough to get rid of. I think because there's a couple Darkness Energy in the discard pile as well, this makes Night Stretcher far less live.
Yes.
Because there's only 2 copies in Henry Chow's list of Night Stretcher. They'd have to find multiple of them to be able to make it come together. There is Super Rod, though.
There's Super Rod and Night Stretcher in hand, so it could go Super Rod, Artisan, Monkey Dory, Night Stretcher for Darkness to get that alive. But still, even if there's a Monkey Dory front to Clefairy, it's still going to go down to a potential Jamming Tower next turn. And we may just see this tournament here being the battle of the tower.
This is so close, Jesper. Turn 1 for Ricardo then. A heavily damaged Lily's Clefairy EX. This is the first opportunity Ricardo's had in this game 3 to actually find a Gardevoir EX. Here's a draw for turn. Rare Candy off the top. I don't think it's live, though.
Neither, Joe, and such scrappy games here for Ricardo's past 2 games. Was thinking that potentially if this game 2 went really bad, which it did, could have a better game 3, but not looking like it. Ricardo fighting with everything that they've got. And it's one thing I do have to say about Fabrizio's play, it's really nice. Really, really great that they're down to 3 prizes instead of 1 had that Jamming Tower potentially been in play instead of the Area 0, leaving themselves with, even with Fessendipity, Miyu, Latias, being able to, if the stadium is being changed, to just discard the 2 knockdowns. Yeah. Really great and foresight in their play, and really making this way harder for Ricardo.
Ricardo's doing his best, looking at what resources remain before deciding, and I believe it's an Earthen Vessel that we're scouting right now, of what to get rid of. Here we go, getting rid of the Artisan. I imagine there's also going to be some Super Rod or Night Stretcher shenanigans, but taking a look through the deck as well, we need to thin towards making this Iono a little bit more reliable here. We could also do the classic flip the script first, try and find the Gardevoir that way. We failed to do so in game number 2, but I still feel like it was the right avenue in that game 2.
Yeah, because it's just so hard to shuffle the deck and get the Rare Candy afterwards, right? Yeah. And you would have to be counting on more things happening. Whereas if you're trying to draw for the Gardevoir in this size of a deck, it's a more fair shout than what you had in game 2.
Let's see then. Any more actions before the flip the script, or is it the big Fezandipity? 3 cards. Will we see Gardevoir EX here?
He's getting a better seat in his chair here.
Gardevoir EX.
On the first card even.
That means we're still gaming. Ricardo has avenues now. That was the minimum he needed this turn to even have a hope to continue on in this game.
The bare necessities here, Joe, to try and stay within the games here. And yeah, it's still going to require a lot. Even if you go Iono, again, it's a free card Iono, plus a Festivity, plus a potential restart.
Well, can we even find something like Counter Catcher at this stage? Maybe bring up one of these Pokemon, bring up Festivity and punch it, knowing that later on you can Adrenabrain to finish it off. Gardevoir, even given 2 turns remaining, can still sculpt its way to 4 prizes over those 2 turns, even if it takes none this turn.
Doesn't look like it's currently, it looks like Double Hum, Night Stretcher, and a Super Rod for the items that there are in hand. So it has to be an Iono, drawing 4 cards, and if it needs to happen now, Joe, for the Counter Catcher, otherwise it may just be a tad too late. Fabrizio only having 1 turn left here in time, and yeah, it's getting tense.
It's far too dangerous at this stage. Ricardo still looking for pieces.
Arven, Gardevoir, Nespal, no to the Counter Catcher.
These are not live.
Which means that whatever Fabrizio draws here, it's going to stay theirs.
I mean, you can still retreat into Gardevoir EX and hit this Wellspring Ogerpon for 190. Still using Adrenabrain on your Clefairy EX and set up another one of these multi-prize EX Pokemon.
Yeah, you can put it on something like the Festivity, Latias, or you can even just take out the Mew next turn with the Monkey Dory, as long as you're just not taking a knockout next, this turn.
Yeah.
And
you set up the damage for Screamtail this way if it's on Mew EX.
Exactly.
So you're actually right in this mix, and you're forcing Fabrizio from this 3 cards. If you don't give Flip the Script to your opponents, it's still needing access to Noctowl or Ultra Ball. Ricardo's still in this.
It's a matter, again, of these small amount of cards being drawn. Do we get to see that Noctowl happening on the Hoot once again? Or do we finally, I'm not going to say finally, because that hasn't happened yet, but maybe do we see Fabrizio missing for once, which is what Ricardo really does need here. Going to see the Monkey Dory activating the Adrenabrain, perhaps. Holding a bit onto it. Gonna use it now, yeah. Adrenabrain from Monkey Dory getting in here. And yeah, where do we see this monkey business going to? You're absolutely right about if you put it onto Mew, you can use Screamtail with 4 energies next turn. Really great and aware of play here, because then you can on the turn afterwards. But we're gonna put it onto...
It's going onto the active. Does that mean we are allowing Flip the Script to stay live here?
We are, but we get to get rid of the Sparkling Crystal.
Yeah, you are aware that Torrential Pump, you know, once again, Jesper, we're sat up here thinking Jamming Tower is a big combo for Fabrizio.
Yeah, but Ricardo maybe doesn't even know about it.
Hasn't seen it in the first 2 games whatsoever. So it may simply be out of his field of thinking. Not in his vision right now.
It's not something that we typically see in all these Terra Box decks. It's not every single time.
You think about it in Raging Bolt, not in this deck.
Exactly. We do see retreat. And it could be into either something like the Screamtail. Well, I'm not quite sure. He's just gonna...
Just attacking.
Seems like we're just gonna take the knockout onto the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon. And now, turn 2 of time here now, Joe.
The final turn for Fabrizio.
Promoting the Mew, and let's see what they've got here. Do we have anything close to? We still have Flip the Script online since the knockout was taken. If we can thin our hand enough, we can get to use the restart here for Mew. There's a Crispin.
Couple supporters, Brock Scouting.
Double energy. Okay.
Brock Scouting gets us towards Blood Moon Ursaluna EX.
Brock Scouting could get us something like Noctowl potentially.
Noctowl as well. Is that enough in this instance? Noctowl would grab the Jamming Tower for the easy 2 prize KO. Ricardo presumably shoves Gardevoir EX, the biggest Pokemon. That's not an easy KO.
Can we do Wellspring again? I think we've exhausted all the energy switches, honestly.
This is so tough. Do we have to rip the Festivity EX first? We are. Flip the Script, Jesper. 3 more cards.
Let's see if isn't the script for this time. Do we get to hit it? Noctowl Bonds could be quite... There's an Ultra Ball.
Crispin Ultra Ball. Surely now Fabrizio is getting
Tower,
close.
Boss's Orders. Could be hitting it here, but we need a little bit more.
Do we need to take prize cards here to unlock the way to win? The Jamming Tower is easy. That's the KO on Lily's Clefairy EX, but Ricardo will no doubt bring up his Gardevoir EX, a mammoth 310 hit points. That's still a hurdle for Fabrizio.
And the most sturdy Pokemon that Ricardo can toss up front. No doubt that will be able to happen if this Jamming Tower just comes into play now. Just one card off. Anything just like a fan run would have been amazing here, Joe.
Counter Catch is still open for Fabrizio. Could he do it? You could Brock Scouting Blood Moon Ursaluna. You can use your Jewel Seeker for Counter Catcher plus Jamming Tower. Play Counter Catcher, Jamming Tower, then Blood Moon for the game.
Could just happen. Ultra Ball would put contemplating discarding the Brock is. We need to.
As long as it's all in deck here.
Oh, it's a Psychic Energy, so we get to see it here.
Jamming Tower's available. Counter Catch is available. Game is in the deck.
Game is in deck, yes. We just need to see if Fabrizio gets to see it. You can just get the Blood Moon down with the Brock attached to it. Counter Catcher. Does Fabrizio see it here?
Fabrizio with 3 prize cards remaining. Ricardo with 2. Jewel Seeker is game here. Can
we
Fabrizio
can't play the
spot
Jamming
it?
Tower before the Counter Catcher. Remember that. Has to do that before.
There's a lot in play here.
It has to be sequenced perfectly here, Joe.
Here comes the Jewel Seeker. Brock Scouting Energy is Blood Moon for the final attack of the game. We're looking at boss's orders, but Counter Catch is available. I can't believe this in top 4 of the Special Championships. Fabrizio just needs to see it. In turn 2 of time, Fabrizio's final turn here. Thinking about the Jewel Seeker.
There's a Jamming Tower at the very least. That's
we
what
knew
we
that
need
was we knew that was essential.
This boss to be a Counter Catcher.
It looks like we're not getting there, Jesper. Debating the boss's orders, if only. Oh my goodness! We were mulling it over for a couple of moments there. Takes back the boss's orders. Have a look through that deck, please, Fabrizio.
Please take one more time. One more time, mate.
Look at the third card. It's right there. No, Jesper, please.
Oh, he's teasing us.
My knees are weak.
Fabrizio's definitely teasing us, but it's such an important decision here.
This is an obscure line. This is an obscure line of play, no doubt. You would have to play the Counter Catcher first, Brock Scouting the Blood Moon, attach the energy.
Or Fan Rotom even.
Fan Rotom would also do it.
Doesn't matter.
It's right there, the Counter Catcher's there. We haven't yet shuffled, the decision's not been made. Oh my
Puts it back on top of the deck again. Oh, looks at box scouting. Looks at the energy in hand.
He must know that he's so close here. He must know that Jewel Seeker can get there. Jamming Tower, yes. The Brock is the right idea, but you already have an item version.
The boss is also kind of the right idea, getting closer, but Iono.
Oh my goodness.
Joe. But what do you then attack with to make sure that Ricardo just doesn't knock it out with God of War Screen Tail next turn to take 2 prizes?
Well, yes, but that's a great question.
Because this Mew is in prime position to get knocked out, and...
That is a great question, my friend. Fabrizio. Unable to see the victory.
We do agree it was right there, yeah?
It was right there. We're going to retreat out of our multi-prize Mew EX into a Noctowl.
Okay. Can go Jamming Tower and get rid of the Mew to not get knocked out by the Scream Tail. Gonna Jamming Tower for the knockout. Has to remove the Mew to not get Scream Tail bullied. Okay. Fair enough. Promotes the God of War, as we did see.
Yeah, we knew that was happening. These 2 prize cards don't change anything.
And Energy Switch.
No, Energy Switch, not the pieces that he needed. He knew that, though. He knew what he had access to. Even his final prize card, Pikachu EX, wouldn't have changed anything. Energy onto Noctowl, perhaps.
I would rather attach onto the Festivity in this case, meaning that you can next turn then Crispin.
Yeah. But no energy whatsoever. We're just going to...
Iono yourself to 1?
Just 1 card now for Fabrizio.
And you just removed your Mew, though.
You did. You had to.
Yeah, agreed. You definitely had to do that, but it just feels so bad Ioning yourself to 1. And I think it's double energy.
It's the pass.
The pass over
turn
last
3,
turn
Ricardo.
Of the game. Does Ricardo have it here? Counter Catcher. And it's going to work enough because you can go ahead, use the Psychic Embrace on God of War, use the Monkeyed Ori to remove 3 damage counters off it, put it onto Festivity, and you can use the God of War's attack, deal 190 with Miracle Force, taking down this top 4. And yes, when you get the chance to do so, of course, that's Ricardo. You got to take whatever chance you get to do it. And we do see Ricardo Covello advancing into our finals here at the Bologna Special Championships.
What an unlikely comeback for Ricardo. Had such a tough time in that game 3. Barely found a Ralts until, what was it, turn 3 or 4, and was able to just about hang on in there. As we get into the replay of the entire series, game 1, Ricardo had the best opener possible. Found the TM evolution, was able to get up immediately into the Rabska in addition to one of his Curlier, and that really set him up in that game number 1.
Exactly. The game number 1 was functioning as it should be. Going in here, getting some attack damage on, and it was going back and forth all the time. We were looking at, first we were like, yeah, so Fabrizio's gonna win this, Ricardo's gonna win this, and Ricardo being able to pull it back since Fabrizio was just running out of resources later in that game. Is something that these terrestrial boxes can fall prey to, is running out of resources. And we do see it here, Fabrizio scooping up to conclude the game 1.
In game 2, quite the different story with Fabrizio just about staying in the game with Ultra Ball to grab his fan Rotom to get him into the game in the first place, and he was launching some aggressive torrential pumps straight away. Yes, it was only a single prize KO, but he importantly took out the Relor and kept his options available to him, as Ricardo found it difficult to get into the Gardevoir EX. No rare candy shenanigans whatsoever, which allowed Fabrizio to pull ahead, and he had this miraculous restart for 2 cards, finding the energy switch to attack all in 1 turn with the trapped Terrapagos EX, and it was a boss's orders to close out that final prize card, taking us to a game 3.
And after such an awkward game 2 from Ricardo, must be thinking, yes, this is time where we can get a better start. Gets to a position with just a Clefairy in play with 120 damage as the only Pokemon in play, getting that research finally, getting to try and set up the board and use the Leader's Clefairy. Gonna counter catch up this Wellspring Ogerpon. The Pokemon has been bullying your entire board, and take the knockout onto it. Getting rid of that Sparkling Crystal from play, which has been such an issue, and ending up in a position with 2 prizes left. And then going into the last turn for Fabrizio in this game. Such an incredible decision from the knockdown that could have been there, but unfortunately doesn't quite see the line to win the game. And wrapping up, counter catcher onto Festivity, Monkey Dory putting 30 damage on the Gardevoir, and Miracle Force for the game, putting Ricardo into the finals here in Bologna.
Both players in an absolute pressure cooker there in our top 4. Nail-biting stuff coming right down to the wire, and both players have to feel fried after that one. They have 1 more game to go though. Ricardo into our finals with Gardevoir EX. Many people probably suspected that, but not in the manner that we've just seen, Jesper.
Are we gonna see a miracle with the force of Ricardo this tournament, or are we gonna see Simon from Switzerland coming in with the Roaring Moon? It's gonna be a great question we get to answer in just a short while, Joe.
Wow, well, Roaring Moon against Gardevoir EX. At least one of those are a surprising deck, and it's going to mean it's a really interesting matchup as well. Simon was able to progress through the top cut using Roaring Moon into Gardevoir. We know there's type coverage available to him. We know there's early game poison shenanigans, but sometimes those early game stages can come down to whether or not the Gardevoir is able to start the likes of Monkey Dory, a higher hit point single prize Pokemon that can, you know, get around the early Petrarump pressure. And as we know, Gardevoir is so capable at picking apart board states with counter catchers, with Screamtails, with Ionos, of course. So I feel like we're in store for a really good back and forth.
Especially when we're talking about something like Reuse, Squawkabilities on Simon's board. They're going to be really good usage of the Gardevoir deck to just peel away at and get these cheap 2-prize Pokemon going there. So it's going to be such a way of doing it. And yeah, Ricardo though is going to be sitting with 2 useless cards in the Rapska.
It's gone to the final, yes.
It got into the final, but it's going to be useless in the final is what I meant. Of course, we do get to see it here in the top 4 being really useful against the Torrential Pump. Well, not as quite, but we get to see that, you know, it had to be targeted. It had to be removed from play instantaneously, otherwise it would have wreaked havoc in this game.
So it's back-to-back finals then for the Henry Chow, Michael Davidson list, now in the hands of Ricardo. Gardevoir keeps finding a way, and it keeps being able to adapt and survive. And one of the best ways that you can keep adapting your play and improving and changing up your deck list is, of course, at the local scene, the perfect testing grounds for players to get their reps in with their decks and encounter all sorts of strategies.
Exactly right. And going to locals is something that both of us use to get our decks furthered up better. Maybe be testing some of these Henry Chow shenanigans you could be seeing in God of War, or maybe it's a little bit of Simon Roaring Moon escapades here. So yeah, it's something that we're going to be testing a bit and see if these decks can last until NAIC, of course.
And I'm certain that if you were watching that top 4 game, you need to be in the action playing the Pokemon trading card game. So let's take a look at how you can get involved at the local level.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that card, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokemon League.
Grab your phones, get scanning the QR code. Even if you have some locals that you already attend, you're always going to be surprised by new ones popping up, a new chance to meet new friends, like-minded individuals who love the Pokemon TCG and other aspects of this game.
And it's not only Pokemon League you're going to be able to find via the Pokemon Event Locator, which it does find you Pokemon Leagues, but also gets to find you your nearest League Challenge happening, League Cup, or potential in the future, regional, special championships, or even an international championship.
And if you're thinking about these major tournaments and, oh, I've missed the boat, I'm at the end of this season, well, it's actually good news for you because you can get straight back into the locals, and in no time at all, we're going to be looking towards the next season, and that's where all of us and you, I hope at home, will be joining in those battles at the local level, trying once again to pick up those vital championship points.
And exactly the local level is where all of these players have been honing their skills, finding their playtest buddies, and making sure their decks into this event is going to be at their greatest. I'm no doubt Simon has been playing his deck at locals, 9th at Utrecht, now into the finals here in Bologna, and needless to say, it's going to be the same otherwise.
Yeah, Ricardo as well, ironing out that deck with only a week's turnaround. No doubt he's had help from friends along the way, picking up a new build that we've only just seen piloted by Henry Chow and Michael Davidson. Again, so impressive that the same 60 has made it to another finals in back-to-back weeks. Even though it's Gardevoir EX, it's still a surprise to see just how far this one archetype can go. And it's a huge homage to how strong these deck builders are. And you can only really come up with these sorts of strategies through lots and lots of gameplay.
And lots of gameplay is something that we see from these top players. And it's where at these special championships, these regional championships, you get to put your name down in the books as one of these all-time greats. And needless to say, if any of these players haven't gotten their invite yet, this is a best-of-3 set to guarantee that invite to the World Championships happening in August in Anaheim.
Becoming a champion and booking your place to the World Championships, what more could you ask for? It's just one game away. The finals is coming next.
Is long and tough, and it takes all your heart and soul to keep on going. 夢にたどり着くまで got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win?
The future, I think it is Fernando's. I think he is able to take it all home.
Bueno, fui a jugar Iron to Next porque tenía muy buenos partidos, pero también tenía partidos muy malos. O sea, si te tocaban buenos partidos, te iba a ir bien, y si te tocaban malos partidos, te iba a ir mal. Esa es la principal estrategia. Y bueno, a mí me resultó y gané el mundial. Mi estrategia no ha cambiado durante el fin de semana, siempre fue la misma. Principalmente las partidas más complicadas que jugué fueron contra los Mazo Miraidon, o sea, Jesse Parker, que me tocó en la ronda 1 del día 2 del mundial y me ganó 2-1. Y después en la ronda 3 jugué contra un Gardevoir, que también son matches muy complicados, pero lo logré ganar. Y bueno, después en el top 4 jugué otra vez de nuevo contra Jesse Parker.
Everything on the line here.
Miraidon es un match muy complicado porque es una baraja que te puede donkear turno 1 y es un match que requiere demasiada suerte. Depende mucho de los Crushing Hammer cara. O si no, de los Electric Generators del Miraidon. Y bueno, casi siempre va a tener de ganarlas del mazo Miraidon. O sea, necesitaría mucha suerte yo y mucha mala suerte de mi oponente para ganar este partido.
I am astonished.
This was not on a bingo card.
Y bueno, la final también es un match muy complicado. Running Moon X. Bueno, lo presenté cuando en el Game 3 mi oponente no hizo mucho el turno 1. Así que, bueno, pensé, no tiene muy buena mano, así que quizás esta sea mi oportunidad. La mejor carta de mi baraja es el Crushing Hammer. Porque si sale cara, puede ganar cualquier partido.
Here we do see that Crushing Hammer being played there. Sorry, what's that? That is a big flip.
Se siente increíble. Un saludo a toda la gente de Iquique que siempre me apoyó. Bueno, y a toda mi familia que también siempre me apoyó. Y a toda la gente de Chile que siempre me estuvo apoyando durante todo el torneo. Muchas gracias a todos.
Pokemon fans, there has been a burning hot deck that has burst onto the scene, and it is one that if left unchecked can run amok in our metagame. I'm Bert's PTCG, and today we're going to look at Flareon EX. Burning Charge is our build around, dealing 130 damage for just 2 energy, while also attaching 2 basic energy from your deck to one of your Pokemon. This could help set up another Flareon to use Carnelian, but normally we see Burning Charge to help set up a Sylveon EX to use Angelite, a devastating attack that shuffles away 2 of your opponent's bench Pokemon back into their deck. This can immediately win games if you can catch your opponent's only attacking Pokemon and shuffle them away, or even their draw engines as well. We even see Lily's Clefairy in this deck too, so you can use Magical Charm from Sylveon with a fresh weakness applied thanks to Fairy Zone to now KO Dragapult and Raging Bolts as well. With Noctowl providing consistency in Trainer Search via its Dual Secret ability, Flareon EX has all the tools to dominate the metagame. Will we see it this weekend? Only one way to find out, and that's by watching the stream.
Welcome to the final of the Pokemon Trading Card Game Bologna Special Championships. We all love a good final, and this is the last one of the season. You're going to be starved for a little while after this, so you'd better enjoy it as I take you through with my casting buddy / birthday boy of the weekend, Alex Dow. How you doing, Alex?
Yep, I'm super, super excited. We are going to get another run back of what we've already seen today so far. It is going to be that Roaring Moon EX against Gardevoir EX after that nail biter we just saw in both the top 4s. actually.
Yeah, it's only 5 in the afternoon here, but the moon is already coming out. Let's remind ourselves about this bracket. We got Simon Chan there, who has, of course, come through against Lorenzo and Angelo to make it into the final. And Ricardo there got past Julius 2-0, had a dicey game against Fabrizio, which we just watched on stream, squeaked through with a 2-1 record. And if you're Simon, you're thinking, hang on a second, I just beat Gardevoir in top 4. I don't mind this matchup.
Yeah, let's just run it back. I mean, it doesn't matter how you get there, but these players are in the final. These players are one match away from a direct invitation to the World Championships in Anaheim, and we don't know which way it will go.
That's what we're playing for here. Both players are getting free booster boxes. They can go and crack them after they're done here. That's always a lot of fun, but it is a direct invite to the Pokemon World Championships in Anaheim in August that we are most concerned about at the conclusion of this game. Is it going to be Simon's Roaring Moon, or is it going to be Ricardo's Gardevoir? I think we're pretty much ready to go straight down to the players here and see them setting up. And here we go with Simon on the left and Ricardo on the right.
Yeah, make sure you're in the chat right now telling us just who you think will be able to take this down and become our Bologna Special Championships champion. We do have both our players here right now. We've already mentioned and seen twice before Simon there on the left-hand side with that Roaring Moon EX deck up against that dark, weak, but incredibly deck that will play from behind, Gardevoir EX, piloted by Ricardo.
And if you watch the top 4 that Alex and I showed you through earlier, you will see this is not as straightforward a matchup as it may seem with that dark type weakness. It was not an easy route through that top 4 match for Simon, but he made it through. He's here in the final. Let's have a look as the prize cards come down here. Is there anything we are worried about? There is a Ralts and a Curlier and a TM Evolution, and then we've got one of those Pecharunt promos prized for Simon, but it looks like we are ready to go. Players have hands, we have a fist bump, and the final of the Bologna Special Championships is underway, and Simon is going to start off.
Simon starting, there's a Ralts in the active.
That's got less than 80 HP.
Is there an option? There's one, there's piece 1. That Perilous Jungle there, being able to be one of those extra poison tickers between turns, up by 2.
We've already got the Brute Bonnet, and we've got the tool attached to it. We need a Pecharunt in the active, and that's it. Mew's got free retreat. That's an Ultra Ball. You know what an Ultra Ball can get?
A Pecharunt.
Well, it can get anything, but it can also get a Pecharunt if that's the one that you want. There goes Pecharunt. So we can free retreat into the Mew. We can announce that ability. Poison comes down between turns. You add 2 damage for the Perilous Jungle. You add 5 damage counters for the Pecharunt ability. That's 8 damage counters. Ralts gets KO during Pokemon checkup by that poison, and we might only be 53 seconds in, but Simon's one game up.
That's it, game 1. Simon, you've taken it once again by knocking out the only lone basic available. You got to be feeling over the moon.
Yeah, I love the pun there, Alex. I'll give you full credit for that one. And like we said, let's not be calling... Okay, let's have a replay. The replay can be the entire game because that's how short it was. The combo is very simple. You need Brute Bonnet, but you need to have the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule attached. That allows you to poison both active Pokemon. Perilous Jungle adds 2 damage counters. Pecharunt, if active, adds 5 damage counters. That's 8 damage counters in total. Ralts has 70 HP. That is the game. That whole combo came down turn 1. That is why Simon always wants to go first here.
Absolutely, and very usually Gardevoir does want to go second, so it can use things like that Technical Machine Evolution, but we're going to see a very important decision from Ricardo here. He surely can't give Simon that opportunity once again to try and use that poison between turn sort of tick and take an easy, simple, single prize basic Pokemon down. Like I said, Simon's had been in this position before. He's been in a final. He's come second. Ricardo's also a well-accomplished player, someone with plenty of finishes, plenty of day 2s, so they're going to be here battling it out and trying to take it down one more time. This is going into game 2 now. 72 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock.
I feel like we might have enough time to finish this one out after that short game 1. So we are seeing the prize cards start to come down here. They're not all down yet. So we're going to just see as they come down, confirming what those prize cards are for both of the players. Now, of course, Ricardo, I feel very confident, will choose to go first here. Does not want a repeat of what just happened. Mew and 2 Professors Research prized.
One Gardevoir.
Yeah.
It's kind of going to be awkward sometimes. There's only going to be working with one. Here we go. It's going to be game 2. Fist bump off. Game 2 of our Masters final here in Bologna at the Special Championships. We're looking to crown our champion shortly. Ricardo is 1 game down, looking to turn the tide.
Starting with a Monkey Dory, wishing he could have started Monkey Dory in the previous game. We did the math last time, but essentially it's about a 50-50 proposition. About half the basics are in range of that poison package on turn 1, and half of them are not. But here comes Artisan. That is going to go and get one of those basic Pokemon, which looks to be a Routes, but it's also going to give Ricardo a chance to search through his deck. And now, even though we're in game 2, since we're in the final, Alex, not everyone's watched the rest of the tournament. Remind us how this Gardevoir deck runs.
Absolutely, and it's all based around that Gardevoir EX, of course, has that fantastic Psychic Embrace ability for energy acceleration from that reservoir, from that pool of discarded Psychic energies in the discard pile. It does deal damage, self-damage, when you do use Psychic Embrace, but that's how you ramp up the damage and potential attackers of Drifloon and Screamtail, and that's when you start weaving in, depending on what you're up against on the board state, you're utilizing your single prizes to take massive 2 prize Pokemon knockouts.
Yeah, that is the goal. It's all about Gardevoir accelerating energy and turning the downside of the damage counters into upsides with those attackers you mentioned, Monkey Dory, and hopefully having enough time to set up. Of course, we saw from Simon in the previous round, you can go with a poison package or you can go aggressive with that Roaring Moon. So don't think going second is a huge disadvantage. We could see early aggressive Roaring Moon. We'll worry about that on Simon's turn. For Ricardo here, we've got a Routes, we've got a Monkey Dory in the active. You don't really want to leave 1 Routes only, because Simon plays Pokemon Catcher, and all it takes is 1 head to drag it up, KO that lone Routes, and then you are in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, we've been in this position before, so it's on Ricardo just to try and stabilize that board a little bit before he is able to maybe use some supporters on the next turn. It's just a pass over. 1 Routes there. Did have Ultra Ball, was thinking about it. Simon, what have you top decked there? Just whilst we kind of check what is available from that Artisan. Of course, Simon will be checking for his prizes as well. Ross, your turn, Roaring Moon.
So Roaring Moon, this is actually kind of like 2 decks in 1 at this stage. We've got the traditional Roaring Moon, which can do either 220 damage for free energy or an automatic 1-hit KO at the cost of 200 damage to yourself. This is a big Pokemon that hits hard and takes big KOs. Traditionally struggled a little bit in the early game or against smaller Pokemon, and that's where the poison package comes in. We saw that in full display in game 1. Poisoning with Brute Bonnet, using things like Perilous Jungle and that Petulant card to add poison to it and take those easy prizes in the early game before you transition into that Roaring Moon to take big prizes. That is what Simon's doing, and he has done a masterful job through this tournament of knowing when to go poison package and when to go hard with Roaring Moon. So we have our Petulant come down, and now we've just got an Ultra Ball. We are dropping ourselves a Brute Bonnet there, and an energy to go for a Squawk ability. And here's the thing, we're going to see a lot of cards being drawn. Simon obviously has a supporter still to use, and Squawk ability, Squawk and Seize lets you discard your hand and draw 6. We are nowhere near the end of Simon's turn here.
No, we've got a proper game this time, Ross, and that's something to be excited for, especially after what we saw in the top 4 matches as well. Obviously, Simon has identified that Petron as key here. Even if it isn't taking a knockout necessarily, we'll start applying a lot of pressure to that Monkey Dory if it does get into the active spot with poison ticking as well, because then it's forcing Ricardo maybe to find a retreat, maybe then he would be able to use something like Technical Machine Evolution rather than a potential Monkey Dory and getting KO'd on the way back over to Simon. Does get the other Brute Bonnet now down on the field. Now it's just 1 tool away from being able to activate, of course, that Toxic Powder ability.
Well, we see an Ultra Ball coming down here, so there's going to be another Pokemon getting searched out here. He's got his choice of a bunch. We've seen that Mew is a fantastic Pokemon. It also acts a really nice pivot. Speaking of pivot options, though, Pecharunt EX lets you move your Darkness Pokemon in and out of the active with ease. And you do have to poison when they go in the active, but of course, you've got that Ancient Booster Energy Capsule, so if you use it to, say, put a Roaring Moon in the active, you're immune to poison by virtue of that Pokemon tool. So you don't actually take the poison, it's just a free switch in. Pivoting options of all these poison things, they're pretty important, frankly.
Yeah, pretty important the whole way through. Of course, all of these dark Pokemon. There's the Perilous Jungle as well. He got full value out of using that Artisan, and now is going to be going and using Squawk Seas, discarding that Pheasantipity EX, 6 fresh new cards, and of course has already played Supporter for turn. That's why he's got the energy attached to the active. Hits a Secret Box, will be able to start pitching things away. Hits also that Pokemon Catcher, which
Absolutely
is also
huge.
pretty cool.
He wants to go after that single route. This is a huge coin flip. It is a Tails, so we don't get the routes there. That would have been a huge flip. KO the only routes on the board. Could go and get another one, though, with Secret Box. Have another bite of the apple, so to speak.
Yeah, it's one of those things where he's just got to start thinking about that resource management. We know how vital those Pokemon catchers can be in the mid to late games when you're sort of targeting those big EX Pokemon, so you can start really prize racing between this matchup. But when you're applying so much pressure by removing potentially the only routes in play, I mean, it's got to look pretty tasty if you just see that 70 HP Pokemon on that bench there.
Well, we see the A-Spec Secret Box coming out. A-Spec, of course, you can only have one in your deck. This one says you discard 3 cards from your hand and you search for an item card, and a tool card, and a supporter card, and a stadium card, so you get to really go through a lot of things in your deck. Of course, you've already got your stadium, you've already played a supporter, but you need that tool on the Brute Bonnet, that Ancient Booster Energy Capsule, and of course, you need to get an item as well. Yes, Alex?
He's looked like he's picked up that Pokemon Catcher.
I won the Pokemon Catcher, and here's the thing, you won game 1, you can be a little bit more cavalier in game 2.
Cavaliering, I like it.
Especially when you know if there's a game 3, you get to go first.
Absolutely. I mean, this could completely turn the game on its head. But Ricardo, I mean, we've already seen in top 4 turn it back around from a pretty perilous position, of course, as well. But then that Pokemon Catcher could really just impact what this board state could look like. But just going to confirm, will he play? I mean, he's grabbed it.
He's playing it. Big flip here. Let's do this.
Tails!
Oh, never mind. And that's the thing. Like, if you're Ricardo, it's a huge sigh of relief. Your opponent's played 2 of their 3 Pokemon Catcher for no value whatsoever.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's got that tool now going, so we're going to start poisoning the opponent here in this situation. There will be a pretty big ticker. At the very least, it's free, of course, with that Perilous Jungle currently down. There's the energy attachment also from hand to the Pecharunt. You know, kind of gives that option, you know, something we didn't really notice too much before, but that poison chain's another way just to add even more damage. But there is the movement now from the Pecharunt EX, and now it's just the poison. Of course, now with the tickers, the 1 from the normal poison, the additional 2 from Perilous Jungle, and the 5 from the Pecharunt in the active spot from Toxic Subjugation.
And in terms of numbers here, yes, Monkey Dory can move 3 of those damage counters off using that Adrenabrain ability, but then 8 ticking over during Pokemon Checkup will still be enough for the knockout. So Monkey Dory has to get out of the active here. What we'll probably see is a Darkness Energy attach, use Adrenabrain, retreat, brilliant, that's your energy attachment for the turn, and it's no longer on the board. You're still forcing a big waste of resources from your opponents.
Yeah, and this is always the tricky point here, as we do see an Ultra Ball being eyed up. I don't really see anything like a supporter card in hand, though, for Ricardo, and that could be the limiting factor here. Ultra Ball discarding a Bravery Charm and a Counter Catcher. Just going to look at what the options are going to be here for Ricardo. The Mew is the option that could allow him to continue drawing some cards, but maybe going down a different angle here, Ross. Kind of double checking what is available again, which cards we want to start picking up, of course. Does have one of those Curliers, I think, in hand itself. It's just picking a route for the time being.
I mean, you really got a bit of a break last turn with both of those Pokemon Catcher coming up tails. You could have lost your only routes and been a minimum 2 turns away from having a Gardevoir, and that's if you use your one of rare candy. It could have been a very bad position. You got away with it last turn. Let's not put the potential of that happening again. Let's get a second routes down and make sure that cannot happen again.
Yeah, I think Ricardo's just kind of second-guessing himself based on this decision here. You know, he's always checking those, what's available. Of course, that routes. I do want to just confirm what's in that hand. I mean, there's that Technical Machine Evolution, I think. There's a Relor as well. There's an Energy Attachment and a Curlier. No cards in hand, and it's going to be a Technical Machine Evolution for that routes and Curlier here. It's going to go straight up into the Gardevoir and a Curlier there. Relor's been benched just so it can, after that Monkey Dory goes down, Relor maybe gets promoted.
But there's no... Yeah, you're going to lose a Monkey Dory and give up a prize. You've not got any cards in hand. You've got no draw engine on the board. Curlier does not have refinement like it used to once upon a time. How many energy do we have in the discard? Do we know that? So there's 3 energy in the... No
Big
energy.
Zero.
No energy in the discard.
Well, 1 after the Monkey Dory goes down.
That's not ideal. Because you don't even have the board set up like you would. Okay, so it's a full discard pile. There's 1 energy there. That is not enough to build up an attacker right now. And Simon now has another opening. This Relor will be going down at the minimum. Worst case scenario, you are up by 2 prizes and your opponent is in full top deck mode with no attackers established.
And honestly, you'd be absolutely fine just announcing Toxic Powder and passing. Of course, you want to continue setting up your board behind it, but you know your opponent has no cards in hand. Having a Gardevoir with 0 cards and just access to 1 Psychic Energy in that, it's not quite a reservoir anymore, but it's just not going to be good enough at this point. There's Professor Sada's Vitality going, well, I'm just going to continue building up this board behind, and let's just see how Simon is going to be able to play out the rest of this turn as well.
I think Puddle might be the best we can do instead of a reservoir here.
Raindrop, I don't know.
The raindrop of energy. We see the energy coming down here from the Professor Sada's Vitality. And a very important point, we said it before, but it needs to be reiterated. The KO here will happen because of poison. So if Ricardo were to top deck a Pheasantipity or, say, a Nespal, would not be able to use that to turn it into another free card. Pheasantipity only works if the KO happens on your opponent's turn, and Pokemon Checkup happens between turns, does not activate. So we see an Ultra Ball coming down. Blood Moon, Ursaluna, not necessary right now. We are instead searching for... What's the best option here? There's nothing we need this turn.
Grab nothing, just kind of thinning cards out of the hand. Of course, does still have Mew EX as an option later down the line to draw cards with that restart ability. But at the same time, you know, you've got to be thinking, I'm in a pretty good position here, Ross.
My opponent's in top deck mode, and I'm burning cards from my hand for no value just to increase my consistency a little bit. I certainly like Simon's position here quite a bit more. There's the energy switch onto Roaring Moon. Now, I don't think we're going to see an attack here. We don't need to see an attack here from Roaring Moon. We're basically just saying here, my Roaring Moon is ready. Now, if we could bring Gardevoir into the active, oh, then I like it, but no, it is just a poison with a Brute Bonnet, and then between turns, 8 damage counters will tick down, but not before we've drawn with Mew. There was an argument here of trying to get Gusting onto the Gardevoir. There will be no Gusting, so the Relor goes down. Simon goes up by 2 prizes. What is the top deck?
Technical Machine Evolution. It's just a pass back, and I do wonder, it looks like a flash of maybe a Boss's Orders there.
Oh, it is a Boss's Orders in hand. That means that Gardevoir, Alex, is not long for this game. Simon will be able, and again, the pivot's not an option. You can use Pecharunt to pivot if you need to. Oh, we're attaching, so we might just be KOing the Curlier here and going, you know what? I'm in such a good position. I don't even need to KO your Gardevoir right now.
Yeah, there's really nothing going for Ricardo's board state. We're double checking. There's still that raindrop of a Psychic Energy in the discard pile for the moment. There really isn't anything going. Ricardo needs to draw big from that next top deck. There's the Toxic Powder, Poison, and the attack there from the Pecharunt. We're going to see the knockout once again via Poison after a Poison
Poison Chain, dealing some damage to put it in range for the Poison to actually take over and take the curly route. Gardevoir active, one card to save the dream here.
What is it going to be? It is a basic, but I don't think it's going to be what, even a basic. It might be an evolution, and it looks like we might be Ricardo showing the hand, and I think we're going to see the handshake, and Simon Chan is going to be your Bologna Special Championships champion, getting their direct invite to the Pokemon World Championships in Anaheim. Who could have thought that Roaring Moon was the play this weekend?
Absolutely incredible. Congratulations to Simon there. Our only undefeated player, I believe, throughout this tournament, taking his deck from 9th place in Utrecht to a 1st place here in Bologna, earning himself that direct invitation, earning himself a place in the record books here. What a fantastic display from a deck no one saw coming.
And you know Simon went back after that last event. Let's actually replay. Let's have a look at the replay first. Game 1. Wasn't really much of a game because Ricardo did nothing, didn't even draw a card. We just got that Brute Bonnet down with the tool. We got the Perilous Jungle down. We got the Mew free retreating into the Pecharunt. The Poison on the Routes went to 80 damage. Routes got KO'd during Pokemon checkup, and that was the entirety of Game 1.
And I mean, Game 2, despite both players having a pretty joyous time there, wasn't really much of a game either, but all games are games here, Ross, at the Special Championships. But Simon had every piece of the puzzle to force everything going. He did miss both of his Pokemon catchers. However, it didn't matter in the end, taking the right sort of poison tickers over across onto that Monkey Dory, forcing the pressure onto Ricardo's side of the board. There's the second Pokemon catcher, yet again, not working, but it wasn't enough of a reprieve for Ricardo. He did only get another Routes down, did evolve up to a Gardevoir, but with only one remaining Psychic Energy after the poison damage back into Simon's turn, that poor little Rella was sacrificed, and it really wasn't much of a stand left from that Gardevoirs or Curly either, as Simon just continues to build that board.
And that was the key here. It wasn't just these cheeky KOs with poison. It was having that Roaring Moon in the background and Simon just taking apart Ricardo's setup, taking advantage of those slow draws and just KOing all of these Pokemon with that poison, leaving Ricardo with one turn to draw something to save his Gardevoir. I believe it was a Rabsca that was drawn, and there we saw with the handshake, and Simon becomes your Special Championships Masters Division champion. And you know, after Utrecht, they went home and they went, I finished 9th. And you know, all their friends and family went, it's all right. You'll get it next time. And they were all right. He got it next time.
Absolutely. They probably all looked at him and went, Roaring Moon, are you sure that was actually still the play? I mean, 9th place. He already told him, like, yes, definitely. But I'm going to take it one step further. And he did so every single time that we saw him throughout this run in this top cut. We saw him in top 8. We saw him in top 4. We saw the kind of shakes in top 4, how tricky it was to find and piece together the actual victory in top 4. And then in the final itself, it just happened perfectly for him. And Simon is the one with that direct invitation now. Commiserations, of course, to Ricardo. Fantastic play, fantastic run himself with that Gardevoir list. It just wasn't enough to overcome that Roaring Moon EX.
Unfortunately, in game 1, Simon's deck did what it's supposed to do. That poison package is played very deliberately. That's not some kind of fluky win. That is why he plays that poison package. It is a huge part of his deck. Game 2, he set up beautifully. Ricardo could not match the setup, and that's how he ended up winning. But there's something we talk about a lot as Pokemon players, and that is, it is better to play the deck you are comfortable with than switching to the better deck shortly before a tournament. The best deck is often the one with which you have that comfort level. When you get a 9th place finish in Utrecht, that gives you that comfort level of, I know this deck, I'm great with this deck. I think the community as a whole would look at this and go, Roaring Moon is not the best deck. We know that. We've got enough data to say that. But you put it in the hands of a great player who's very experienced, and it becomes a Special Championships winning deck.
Absolutely. I mean, speaking of data, this is the kind of field that both of our players who are actually comfortable with their decks. Ricardo's also been piloting Gardevoir for some time now as well, but this was the field that they had to match up and beat and push down to the treads whilst they rose to the top in that final there. Dragapult at 22% Gardevoirs. One of those 41 were the ones who made it into that final there. But Roaring Moon, nowhere to be seen as expected because no one had it on their radar.
Wait, what about the best of the... No, wait. No, still not on the best of the rest graphic. That is how under the radar Roaring Moon was. But you look at a lot of the good decks right now, things like Dragapult, things like Gardevoir, even things like, Golden Go. And what they have in common is big Pokemon that take a lot of time to set up and evolve from smaller Pokemon. And Roaring Moon goes, well, hang on a second, I can get cheeky KOs on you before you evolve. And if you do evolve into these big stage 2s, that's going to take you a couple turns. That gives me time to set up to counter you.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when I spoke to Simon before, the only deck he really was worried about in top 8 was that Joltik Miraidon deck, because they're all big basics themselves. They can't really be taken down by poison. It means he has to go through so many more combo pieces just to take a massive knockout, and especially when they have 230 HP plus. I mean, Calamitous Storm isn't an easy one to always keep using, and it's only dealing 220. With poison, it does maybe help with the ticker, but they find an easier chance of getting those energies loaded up on the board and sort of taking easier knockouts, and that's the worry.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we've had our conclusion here. Let's have a look at the final standings and confirm exactly how our top cut went. So Simon there sitting at number 1 with Roaring Moon. And then we've got Ricardo in 2nd place, Angelo in 4th place, Julius in 6th place with that favored Gardevoir deck. We did have a couple of Dragapult with Lorenzo and Francesco, both of whom bowed out in top 8. And then, of course, we had Daniel with the heroic Miraidon performance and Fabrizio with that Terror Box having a great run into top 4.
Yeah, so this is the final standings as mentioned. Amazing to watch all of these players that we had the chance to feature. We didn't even get to see Julius, for example, piloting his Gardevoir. I know heading into the top cut, I think he was also undefeated throughout the most of this tournament as well. But at the same time, there can only be one champion, and that is you, Simon. Congratulations. After a 2nd place last season in Stuttgart, and then again coming 9th in Utrecht, you finally were able to break the back and actually win and take down an event.
And how many times have we seen players winning their first, regional level event like this and then going on and adding a couple more? We see, almost like the dam bursting and the player going, right, well, now I'm that level of player. I've got this regional level win under my belt. Now let's just keep going. And now I kind of love this because there's a lot of people at home who are going to be watching this going, should I have been taking Roaring Moon more seriously? And then they're going to realize that the next event at North American Internationals, Destined Rivals is going to be legal. And then we're going to have people going, well, but what about, is it still good with Destined Rivals? That's up to you guys to figure out. But, let us know what you find.
Yeah, absolutely. There's going to be so much for all of our players and trainers that they need to be figuring out, especially with the metagame changing. Remember, this was the last major event with this kind of format.
Yes.
And it's just one of those little tricky things. And that's what keeps this so interesting, Ross, when there's new cards, new sets, potential new decks that you have to worry about. And then, you're still taking Old Faithful in Roaring Moon to another fantastic spot.
It was, absolutely. But I'll tell you what is a fantastic spot. The spot on the stage where you walk up and get given your championship medal. And we all have a good old clap. So let's head on over to the stage to crown our champion.
And yes, exactly, Ross. We are here to crown our champion of the 2025 Bologna Special Championships. First of all, buonasera a tutti, and thank you so much for a great event. We started day 1 with 1,289 players. Got ourselves down to 2 players who were fighting an exciting finals here in Bologna, but only one could take the crown. So please welcome to the stage our finalist from Italia, Riccardo Coviello. Such a great show all weekend for you, Riccardo. Multiple games where everything went close. Congratulations, and maybe, perhaps next year, we get to see you on the top step. So thank you so much for your competition this weekend. And of course, another round of applause for Riccardo! Grazie tu. Now, as said, there can only be one champion at these events. Unfortunately, not everyone can be. But for this one, from Switzerland, Simon Schahn! First of all, Simon, I have to ask you, second place last year in Stuttgart, first place this year, how does it feel to finally get to that top step after grueling finals?
Yeah, I'm so happy. I'm so happy.
With that Poison Donk in game 1, and one thing that in top 8 I could tell was the fastest game we've ever had on our live stream. How does it feel to finally stand here and say, hey, I have an invitation to the World Championships?
It feels pretty good, and yeah, I cannot say more.
Not many words needed. And of course, congratulations again. And we hope to see you at the World Championships coming up here in August. But one last thing to do, of course, give another round of applause for Simon Sean. And with that said, we'll throw over to our casters at the couch.
What a phenomenal and frantic way to close out our season here in Bologna. It's myself, Joe Bernard, alongside me, my other phenomenal casters, for the last time on the sofas for this season. But gentlemen, what a day we've had. What a final it was. What are some highlights for you today?
I'm telling you what, I got deja vu in that final, Joe, because the last time Alex and I did a final, it was EUIC, and it was a poison deck winning with that same package. And honestly, I just really enjoyed the final. I know it was quite short, but just seeing such an unexpected deck have such a dominating final, we said at the beginning, we want to see something unexpected, and that's what we saw.
And let's have a look at those two finalists one last time and how it panned out, because like you said, you've seen it all before. We've seen that Roaring Moon take surprising wins. Previously it was that Terrapagos using the Precious Trolley, finding all of those combinations. But sometimes you just have it in hand. And Simon, with the draw power from Squawkabilly and Carmine, is able to piece together these combinations. It's such a strange deck, the Roaring Moon. You guys were just mentioning that it didn't even really feature on our Best of the Rest metagame.
Nope.
Although it somehow is one of the most popular decks online. I think people are just trying to race to Arceus as quickly as possible. But maybe there's something more to it after all.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's not just the poison package, right? It is that big Roaring Moon EX. Like we talk about other sort of mechanics in the game where it's like feels like cheating. It has an instant knockout attack, which, you know, it's nothing to be scoffed against. It's fantastic. Of course, it does have loads of little sort of supporting aspects as well with the Petron EX and sort of maneuverability around, including the poison ticker damage. There's just so much going for it that just people forgot about because there were the big two.
Yeah, and that means that someone is in an exclusive club, finally a champion himself. He's been waiting for it. He's been in pole position once before, but now he can call himself a champion among some other phenomenal players here. All of these players throughout the season have demonstrated great skill and talent and great deck choice to make it here onto this whole host of fantastic players.
And I just want to point out here, Ryuki Okada from Japan winning Dortmund Regionals, Isaiah Bradner from the US winning Stockholm. We have reached that point where these regional level events are truly global, and that makes me really happy.
The game is becoming more and more global. We're seeing 1,000+ player tournaments here in Europe becoming the norm, and the game continues to grow. It's because we get to show you guys so much of the excitement that you just can't help it. You have to get involved yourself. At least that's what we hope that we can demonstrate, and I think today was a great showcase of what these tournaments can be like.
Yeah, exactly as we saw today. Rolling Moon winning, where we're talking about here on the couch before the tournament. Is it going to be Dragapult? Is it going to be Gotti? Answer was neither. We were close to having Gardevoir winning again with the same list that Henry Chow and Michael Davidson piloted last weekend in Portland. But yeah, we got to see some incredibly fast games from Roaring Moon in both the finals and the top 8, I think it was. And yeah, a winner that was unexpected in terms of deck, but a player who wasn't quite as unexpected since they've been honing and their skills with this exact deck. And it also shows a testament to, if you're playing something you're really comfortable in, you're bound to make it farther than anything else.
And thanks to everyone who did get in touch using that hashtag #PlayPokemon. Whenever these events are going on, we're always wanting to hear from you. And this is how you stay engaged on all the platforms as well. Whether it's X, Instagram, YouTube, or Facebook /Pokemon, it couldn't be easier. And of course, don't forget, there's also the Play Pokemon new channel on YouTube. That's all focused on the competitive side of the game, whether it's the TCG, whether it's Go, or the VG as well. That's where you're going to see all the competitive content and get your fix for what goes on at all of these major tournaments.
Yeah, it's just an incredible way to engage with us, stay in tune with everything as well. Of course, there is still Twitch, where you can continue to comment and actually just keep telling us whenever we pose a question to you guys, or maybe have a vote, just get involved in that way as well. It's just multiple magnitudes of being able to do so.
And also a great thing about the new YouTube channel is that there's undoubtedly going to be some few videos about how Simon pulled off these incredible Poison Dongs throughout his games here on the road to the finals and in the finals on top of that.
Yeah, we do a broadcast, we do a rebroadcast. It's on the Play Pokemon. You have no excuse if you want to catch up on anything and came midway through the day. We don't blame you. Just go back and make sure you watch the rest of the stream. But that's it, chaps. That ends the chapter on Journey Together. Not sure if we really got to the conclusion and figured out what the best deck in the format was. I think that argument is going to continue down in the comments and between yourselves and friends. But I think we turn the chapter now to destined rivals right around the corner. And of course, the biggest tournament of the season, the NAIC.
Comes out of pocket, both switches are firing, he's gonna get the KO.
Orange Juicers getting it done, bell to bell.
There it is, the prime catcher.
Andrew Hedrick taking the win, Patrick. Through the paralysis, and with a critical hit, takes the win.
You do not want to miss the NAIC. Pokemon.com/broadcast ensures that you are being aware of what time zone you need to switch onto to make sure you can check out the NAIC. Myself and Jesper, we're playing in it. Alex Dow, you're going to be commentating it. So if you liked what he heard to say this weekend, you're going to want to tune in once again and hear what he has to say about a brand new metagame.
Yeah, so much to be discussing, so much to be thinking about. And I mean, as players, you guys are going to be fully testing ahead of this already. And it's just around the corner as well, so not much time left.
Yeah, lots of testing to do, lots of new cards coming out, possibly new archetypes, but also those tiny tweaks to decks as well. I have my eye on some big tech cards, the Shaman possibly mixing things up. In addition, that Rocket's Watchtower, I still can't get it out of my mind. It's such an incredible card, and I think it makes such a big difference in this format.
Dreaming about that Watchtower, Joe. I don't blame you. That is a very impactful card. I'm waiting to see everything that comes out of that set. I'm wanting to see if Marnie is as good as people think, if even Typhlosion is legit, whether Team Rocket's Porygon Z can kind of sneak out there. Probably not.
The question we're all asking.
Yeah. I mean, people would have said that about Roaring Moon this weekend, so I'm just saying, if anybody wants to test and take Team Rocket's Porygon Z and win with it, I'd be happy personally.
And with the amount of action we saw from Frame Rotom, Blood Moon, Ursaluna, and Noctowl, especially in the latter stages of this tournament, yeah, Rocket's Watchtower is going to be such a great card leading into NAIC.
That's just a teaser then for what's in store in Destined Rivals, and confirmation that that is the final tournament here in Europe for the season. All that remains is the NAIC, that final chance for championship points and glory to set yourself up for the World Championships. No doubt some of the competitors here in Europe will be making the trip across the pond with hopes of glory, points, packs and prizes, but it all comes down to the World Championships in Anaheim, an exclusive club of players all at the top of our standings for championship points throughout the season will be culminating trying to become the next world champion.
That's what everybody dreams of. Looking at that graphic of all the things grayed out, it feels like 5 minutes ago we were in Dortmund and I was like, oh, look, Ryuki came over here and won the whole thing. It's not been 5 minutes. Maybe I'm just getting old, but it really feels like we have traveled around the continent this season. We started off in Germany. We've been all over the continent. We finish in Italy. Now Europe is done and we're back over to the US for North American Internationals, the World Championships, and then we'll probably just start the whole thing over again.
I'm sure we will. Well, there we go. Thanks so much, everyone, for the final time this season. That's it from us here in Europe. But hey, keep your eye out on America.